are you to dare attack the daimyo? Are you seeking death? Who am I? It's quite simple, I'm here to take your life. Funingna paid no mind to the increasing distance from the daimyo. To her, that little distance was merely the blink of an eye. Even if he managed to run 39 meters, it was of no consequence. Take my life. You should be the one fearing for your lowly commoner. But rest assured, I won't let you die too quickly. After all, you have left my son in such a miserable state. I must repay you properly, ha ha. With the daimyo's laughter, nearly 10 samurai charged in, some shielding the daimyo, while the others surrounded Funingna. Seeing this, the daimyo laughed even harder. The fact that they hadn't killed him immediately was their greatest mistake. As long as his guards arrived to assist, the situation would change in an instant. These were all elite samurai he had raised, a very few could stand against them. Moreover, more samurai would continue to arrive for support. In short, the advantage lay with him. Did you hear what he said? He wants to torture me. Faced with the daimyo's taunt, Funingna not only remained unfazed, but also exhibited an unusual smile. Her seemingly nonsensical words left both the daimyo and the guards bewildered. However, in the next moment, their confusion vanished as a figure rushed towards the daimyo. It was Uchiha Hikari. Noticing the attack, several samurai quickly heightened their vigilance. However, in the face of such a massive disparity in strength, their caution made little difference. The first samurai to confront her was directly sent flying by a powerful kick. Following this, Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan spun, and the next two samurai fell unconscious the moment they met her gaze. Sharingan. Upon noticing the crimson in Uchiha Hikari's eyes, the daimyo and the remaining samurai realized her identity. Uchiha. Yes, that's right, the Sharingan. Surprised. As she spoke, Funingna pulled Muramasa from the daimyo's son's mouth, preparing to intercept the approaching samurai, who sensed something was amiss. Since she was already here, she wouldn't leave so easily. After speaking, Funingna's figure vanished, and when she next appeared, it was beside the nearest samurai. After delivering a blow, she disappeared again, reappearing next to another samurai. This was not underestimating them. Rather, it was simply that for such opponents, one strike was sufficient. Just like that, Funingna appeared in succession among the 5 samurai who had surrounded her. It seemed like a lot of them, but she only took a moment from start to finish. Only after her final appearance did blood spurt from the 5 samurai, and they all fell to the ground in unison. After dealing with the samurai, Funingna casually delivered a fatal blow to the daimyo's son, granting him the deepest of sleeps and permanently curing his insomnia. After completing all of this, Funingna turned to face the terrified daimyo, not forgetting to stab at his heart with her words. Oh right, earlier you mentioned what you would do to me. I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat it? I don't recall having offended you. We shouldn't have any grudges between us, right? There's no need for you to kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can provide you or your organization with substantial assistance. Between life and death, Daimyo no longer exhibited the arrogance of his past. Even when faced with Funingna's sarcastic remarks, he wore a smile of submission, appearing as if he were a different person. Are you offering us help? Yes. You know I am Daimyo, and I can be of great assistance to you, whether it be financially and manpower or in other ways. Just spare my life, and these would not be a problem. Hearing the doubt in Funingna's tone, Daimyo's smile grew even more ingratiating as he continued to showcase his value. He was willing to go to great lengths to save his life. He understood the principle of leaving the Green Mountains, which meant he need not worry about firewood. As long as he could survive today, he would secretly contact other Daimyos to deal with these 2 audacious troublemakers and avenge the humiliation he faced today. With this thought, Daimyo's smile became even more obsequious. But unfortunately, we do not need your help. As for our organization, well, we need even less of it. What we need right now is simply your death, so could you please commit suicide? Then I would be willing to spare you. What do you think? Are you mocking me? Daimyo, who had been smiling all along, instantly changed his expression. Even a fool could realize that Funingna had no intention of sparing him. She was merely toying with him. How can you call this mocking? I never said anything about sparing you. It was merely your own wishful thinking. With that, Funingna paid no more attention to the cursing Daimyo. She stepped forward, looking at the last remaining warrior guarding Daimyo. Upon noticing Funingna's gaze, the warrior visibly tensed up. This was not due to cowardice, but instinct. The strength of the warriors who had just been defeated was comparable to his own. In other words, the opponent could eliminate him and Daimyo behind him in the blink of an eye. If he did not feel nervous in such a situation, that would truly be strange. You seem quite nervous. There's no need for that. Although Daimyo must die, you are different. As long as you kill him, I will spare you. What do you say? Don't joke around. How could I, a mere commoner, lay hands on Lord Daimyo? Commoners are indeed not very bright. That truly is a pity then. Faced with the warrior's sharp retort, Funingna shrugged and said nothing further. She knew her previous remarks were quite rebellious for both Daimyo and the warrior, and the latter's retort was entirely understandable. But precisely because of this, it was interesting. Well said. You are indeed an interesting commoner. To say such unrealistic things, since you made me happy, I will give you one more chance. Let this matter rest, and I will consider it as if it never happened. Otherwise, even if you kill me, the warriors that follow will come after you to avenge me, and in the end it will just be a lose-lose situation. The warrior's words clearly pleased Daimyo. Commoners should behave like the warrior, respectful and submissive. A lose-lose situation? Not necessarily. However, seeing that you are still so confident, I feel relieved. As she spoke, Funingna subtly glanced at Uchiha Guang beside her, who nodded slightly upon noticing Funingna's gaze. Just as the two were silently communicating, Funingna's vague words made Deming instinctively feel something was off, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly. However, Deming's concern did not last long, as the next moment a warrior's sword suddenly plunged into his chest, causing him to instinctively widen his eyes in disbelief. You. Why? The owner of the sword that pierced Deming's chest was none other than the warrior who had just pledged loyalty to him, which was what surprised Deming. If it had been the two attackers from the opposite side who struck, Deming would have understood he was unlikely to survive today. But the key was that it was the warrior he had just felt grateful towards a few seconds ago. Did he betray me? Was he just pretending to let me lower my guard? Damn it, I would have preferred to die at the hands of those two commoners. At least then this betrayer wouldn't come out unscathed. In his last moments, Deming saw the pure killing intent in the warrior's eyes, as if he wished to tear him apart. Normally, even a traitor should feel some shame. Even if there was no shame, it shouldn't be filled with such murderous intent. But he had no time to ponder why the warrior had changed so drastically. With endless unwillingness, Deming met his demise in the northwest. After eliminating Deming, the warrior showed no further action, merely standing there in a daze. Although I already knew in advance, seeing it with my own eyes still left me inevitably surprised. After witnessing this betrayal drama, Funingna turned around and looked into Uchiha Guang's eyes, unable to contain her emotions. She noticed Uchiha Guang's Sharingan had unexpectedly transformed into a kaleidoscope with its intricate patterns incomparable to the previous Threedemo. It was extraordinarily captivating, drawing one in at a glance. Now I understand why Orochimaru is so obsessed with the Sharingan, and why many protagonists in fanfiction are Uchiha, who wouldn't love such power. Funingna certainly liked it, but fortunately she had her system, which was no worse than the Sharingan. Except for those abilities of the Sharingan that are absurdly overpowered, Funingna wondered how much the author had drunk to come up with such heaven-defying powers. Following the principle of waste, not want not, at Funingna's suggestion, the previously defeated warriors who had no ability to resist were also marked by Uchiha Guang for future use. After completing all of this, the sudden sounds of heavy footsteps outside indicated the arrival of others. It was naturally the other warriors of Deming's estate. After learning the situation from the servants who had previously scattered, they immediately notified each other and rushed to provide support. As for why Funingna would make such a low-level mistake as leaking information. Firstly, because Funingna did not want to harm the servants unless absolutely necessary, or rather she did not want to harm ordinary people. Unlike the warriors who were expected to be ready for battle and even death, once they picked up their weapons, Funingna had no hesitation when taking action, at most holding back a bit of strength to spare their lives. But those servants were different. They were merely trying to make a living and were part of the oppressed in this world. So unless it was necessary, Funingna would not go out of her way to make things difficult for them. Secondly, and more importantly, with the strength of both of them, did those warriors really think they could stop them? Did they think she was just a six-sided polygon with average stats? Moreover, with the existence of the 8,000 spears, unless someone of comparable strength restricted Uchiha Guang, how many people they brought would be mere fodder. So strategies like overwhelming them with numbers could be dismissed. There was plenty of that in dreams. Within seconds of the footsteps being heard, numerous flashes of blades surged around the house. Under the onslaught of many fierce blades, the walls cracked, and the unsupported roof collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Funingna found herself surrounded by dozens of warriors glaring at her, with more continuously joining the encirclement. Back at present, just as Mifune was puzzled, a masked man positioned closer to the front spoke in a neutral tone that revealed nothing of their gender. Who we are is not important, as you will surely find out in the future. As for why we want to kill him, With that, the masked man paused, kicked Deming's corpse next to him with a look of disdain, and said dismissively, "Why kill him? That's a good question. It might be a whim, or perhaps it was premeditated. But does the reason really matter? If you insist on me giving a reason, I can just say I found him unpleasant to the eye and casually disposed of him. How about that?" Faced with the unabashed disdain in the words of the masked man, the warriors present were all filled with rage, their eyes nearly sparking with fire. Even the usually composed Mifune had a rather grim expression. However, due to the earlier incident with Fujita, Mifune chose not to act immediately, and seeing that Mifune did not strike the other warriors naturally, did not dare to act rashly. After all, the few warriors who had rushed forward earlier had been annihilated in an instant, and they did not believe they were much stronger than those who had charged. Moreover, with the general of the Iron Country already present, Mifune was not in a hurry, so they naturally would not rush forward to gain achievements. These two individuals possess great strength, and when the time comes for battle, you may not be of much assistance, so I suggest you withdraw to the outside for now. I will handle these two myself. Mifune don't know we. Hearing Mifune's order to disperse, a warrior beside him instinctively wanted to persuade, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was halted by a glance from Mifune. "I am your leader. Are you intending to disobey my orders? Moreover, I am not asking you to flee, merely to spread out around the area. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Mifune's gaze swept over every warrior present. Faced with his sharp stare, none of the warriors dared to retort. They could only nod and retreat to the back. "The general of the Iron Country, the leader of the warriors, a master of Iaido, I have long admired your name. I admit you are indeed different from that previous group of fools, but do you believe you can handle us two alone? Isn't that a bit overconfident? Sir, since everyone else has left, there is no need to be so aggressive. I would like to have a proper conversation with you. Seeing Mifune's serious demeanor, which did not seem to be an act, Funingna also retracted her previous frivolous attitude and began to harbor some suspicions. If she remembered correctly, Isekai'd had mentioned that he had a good relationship with Mifune, being one of his staunch supporters. The earlier conversation she overheard between the Lord and his son also proved this point. Now, seeing that the other party could calmly converse after she had killed the Lord of the Iron Country, it seemed they were already aware of Isekai'd's demise. The news travels swiftly, huh? Then I shall listen attentively, she said. The night was still long, and there was plenty of time. Funingna was not afraid that Mifune would pull any tricks. It was nice to see what the other party wanted to say to pass the time. Over there, the one who saved Fujitaken's daughter from Li's men should be you, right? Li is. And that sword of yours, I can recognize it. It is indeed Fujitaken's handiwork. Indeed, that is us. I commissioned him to forge this sword, so after discovering he was killed by that fellow, I came to avenge him, which also serves as my token of gratitude since he didn't charge me any money. In response to Mifune's inquiry, Funingna did not evade, but straightforwardly admitted it. After all, it was a good deed, nothing to hide. As for doing good without leaving a name, she would not do that. Rather, Funingna preferred that good deeds be rewarded, as it would encourage more people to do good. Oh, why not? While speaking, Funingna kicked the corpse of the general beside her, causing Mifune to twitch his eyelids. Although he had somewhat come to understand her way of doing things, he could not help but marvel at her audacity. Whether it was for the so-called token of gratitude in taking action against the Lord, or now casually insulting the corpse of the general, these were things Mifune could never have imagined doing. In another situation, upon seeing Funingna's blatant disrespect towards the Lord, Mifune would have undoubtedly acted immediately. But who asked Funingna to be avenging Isekai'd this time? To be honest, if it weren't for these two masked individuals, Mifune wouldn't have known how to resolve matters regarding Isekai'd. One side was a friend while the other was the most esteemed figure in the country, a dilemma. To voice a rather blasphemous thought, Mifune was somewhat relieved by the appearance of the masked individuals. Their elimination of the Lord spared him from facing that impossible dilemma of choosing. Is that so? So have you made up your mind? I'll be straightforward. I heard Isekai'd mention that he was friends with you and believed that with you around, the Lord would not act against him. But you know how it turned out, and I, due to some past grievances with the Lord, fortunately helped him avenge himself. So what will your choice be? Battle, or? Perhaps not expecting Funingna's question to be so direct, Mifune was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what his own thoughts truly were. After a long silence, he finally sighed as if he had made a decision. It is an undeniable fact that you have killed the Lord, but your help in avenging my friend cannot be ignored. Due to my personal feelings today as a warrior of the Iron Country, I must act with some negligence. After surveying the injured warriors around him, San Chuan did not engage in further conversation, signaling that this was the end of the matter. The warriors did not refuse, for although Funingna and Uchiha Hikari had held back, the damage inflicted was undeniably real. While there were no immediate issues, neglecting the situation could lead to potential problems. They had no desire to experience the feeling of seeing their great-grandmother again. The next day, shocking news spread throughout the ninja world. The Daimyo of the Iron Country had been attacked by an unknown organization and was killed on the spot. Once the news was confirmed, the entire ninja world reacted strongly, especially the daimyos of the 5 great countries, whose responses were the most intense. That day, they quickly bolstered their personal security forces and demanded that each of their respective ninja villages send ninjas to ensure their safety. It was not surprising that they reacted strongly. Incidents of daimyos being assassinated were not unheard of in the ninja world, but they had mostly involved smaller countries, like the recent fall of the Tsuchi country to a single scorpion. Although it was another case of a daimyo's death, that incident did not provoke much of a reaction, primarily because the Tsuchi country was a minor nation and its daimyo was not viewed as significantly stronger than an ordinary person by the daimyos of the 5 great countries. Aside from sharing the title of daimyo, the differences in other aspects were stark. However, the Iron Country was different. As a renowned nation of warriors and a supplier of ninja tools to the major countries, its strength ranked among the top beyond the 5 great countries. Maintaining neutrality for years and not involving itself in the conflicts between the major ninja villages was only possible with substantial strength. Thus, the daimyo of the Iron Country was seen as worthy of a seat at the table by the daimyos of the 5 great countries, only slightly inferior to them. To have such a notable figure openly attacked and assassinated by a mysterious organization was no laughing matter. If the daimyo of the Iron Country could be assassinated, then surely they too were within the realm of being targets. How could those who were used to being in power accept such a reality? As soon as the 2 masked individuals in red cloud-patterned black cloaks who attacked the daimyo of the Iron Country appeared with a bounty at the bounty exchange, the reward pool rapidly grew with the strong support of various daimyos, and the bounty amount skyrocketed. Regarding this, there was mention of a mechanism at the bounty exchange. If one person's bounty appeared at the exchange and another person deemed it insufficient, they could personally add to that bounty. This was to attract stronger bounty hunters to undertake the task. In other words, if one truly wanted someone dead, raising their bounty to an irresistible level would suffice. Naturally, the daimyos wanted the 2 masked individuals who disregarded status dead. Thus, each offered a staggering bounty of 300 million, making each worth more than 10 average ninjas. With the two's attire being too conspicuous, speculations arose quickly that they belonged to the same organization and likely had other members which could pose a threat to the daimyos. Members of the Akatsuki organization often seen wandering the ninja world were also caught in the crossfire. Their clothing was identical to that worn by Funingna at the time, and although they wore masks, a stain on the pants was unmistakable. It was unclear what thoughts the other Akatsuki members held upon seeing their bounties soar, but one particular culprit felt unconcerned. After all, the Akatsuki members were renegade ninjas, what was wrong with having a bounty that matched their strength? It seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, even with high bounties considering their duo's capabilities, there were not many in the ninja world who could threaten them. With their formidable individual strength and the high mobility brought by their small numbers, they wandered through the vast ninja world, truly believing there was no one who could challenge them for their bounty. Of course, that was excluding any potential threats from their teammates. The Sharingan, it must be them. This time the Akatsuki has truly landed themselves in a big mess. In a cave, the white Zetsu, who had been following Funingna and the others from afar, brought Obito the background of the Iron Country incident. After hearing Zetsu's account, Obito roughly deduced the identities of Funingna and Uchiha Hikari primarily because there were so few Sharingan in the ninja world. Among the few pairs aside from Itachi Uchiha and his brother, the only other person Obito could think of was the Uchiha girl he had seen that night. Moreover, she was accompanied by another powerful individual, further supporting Obito's deduction that there was no one else but Funingna and Uchiha Hikari. These two had indeed done a great job. Their chaotic actions had brought the Akatsuki into the spotlight, and their previous strategy of lurking in the shadows to build strength would have to come to an end. Obito, you seem troubled. I have an idea. Why don't we expose Funingna and the others' identities? This way our Akatsuki would be cleared of suspicion, and Funingna, as a disciple of the Hokage assassinating a daimyo, would certainly lead her into enormous trouble. It would be a win-win. What do you think? Looking at the eager Zetsu, who had leaned in, Obito pondered for a moment, but ultimately dismissed this seemingly good idea. Indeed, it would be a win-win. If successful, Funingna would surely suffer, but how to provide evidence? As a disciple of the Hokage, without solid proof, mere rumors would hardly have a significant impact. It might even offend her and push her completely to the opposing side. This was something Obito wished to avoid. Both Funingna and Uchiha's strength could not be underestimated. If they were determined to oppose him, it would be a considerable challenge. Moreover, setting aside previous grievances, Obito had a thought that existed solely within his mind to see if there was a chance to recruit Funingna. Together they could work towards the moon's eye plan, eliminating war from this world and bringing forth a better future. This was not just a fantasy, but something he believed was possible. From their actions in eliminating the daimyo, it was clear that they were not individuals who adhered to the rules. Furthermore, there was a more crucial point. They sought a better world and were not overly concerned with the means. For instance, they would not hesitate to act even if the culprit was a daimyo to help others seek revenge. After surveying the injured warriors around him, San Chuan did not engage in further conversation, signaling that this was the end of the matter. The warriors did not refuse, for although Funingna and Uchiha Hikari had held back, the damage inflicted was undeniably real. While there were no immediate issues, neglecting the situation could lead to potential problems. They had no desire to experience the feeling of seeing their great-grandmother again. The next day, shocking news spread throughout the ninja world. The daimyo of the Iron Country had been attacked by an unknown organization and was killed on the spot. Once the news was confirmed, the entire ninja world reacted strongly, especially the daimyos of the 5 great countries, whose responses were the most intense. That day, they quickly bolstered their personal security forces and demanded that each of their respective ninja villages send ninjas to ensure their safety. It was not surprising that they reacted strongly. Incidents of daimyos being assassinated were not unheard of in the ninja world, but they had mostly involved smaller countries, like the recent fall of the Tsuchi country to a single scorpion. Although it was another case of a daimyo's death, that incident did not provoke much of a reaction, primarily because the Tsuchi country was a minor nation and its daimyo was not viewed as significantly stronger than an ordinary person by the daimyos of the 5 great countries. Aside from sharing the title of daimyo, the differences in other aspects were stark. However, the Iron Country was different. As a renowned nation of warriors and a supplier of ninja tools to the major countries, its strength ranked among the top beyond the 5 great countries. Maintaining neutrality for years and not involving itself in the conflicts between the major ninja villages was only possible with substantial strength. Thus, the daimyo of the Iron Country was seen as worthy of a seat at the table by the daimyos of the 5 great countries, only slightly inferior to them. To have such a notable figure openly attacked and assassinated by a mysterious organization was no laughing matter. If the daimyo of the Iron Country could be assassinated, then surely they too were within the realm of being targets. How could those who were used to being in power accept such a reality? As soon as the 2 masked individuals in red cloud-patterned black cloaks who attacked the daimyo of the Iron Country appeared with a bounty at the bounty exchange, the reward pool rapidly grew with the strong support of various daimyos, and the bounty amount skyrocketed. Regarding this, there was mention of a mechanism at the bounty exchange. If one person's bounty appeared at the exchange and another person deemed it insufficient, they could personally add to that bounty. This was to attract stronger bounty hunters to undertake the task. In other words, if one truly wanted someone dead, raising their bounty to an irresistible level would suffice. Naturally, the daimyos wanted the two masked individuals who disregarded status dead, thus each offered a staggering bounty of 300 million, making each worth more than 10 average ninjas. With the two's attire being too conspicuous, speculations arose quickly that they belonged to the same organization and likely had other members which could pose a threat to the daimyos. Members of the Akatsuki organization often seen wandering the ninja world were also caught in the crossfire. Their clothing was identical to that worn by Funingna at the time, and although they wore masks, a stain on the pants was unmistakable. It was unclear what thoughts the other Akatsuki members held upon seeing their bounties soar, but one particular culprit felt unconcerned. After all, the Akatsuki members were renegade ninjas, what was wrong with having a bounty that matched their strength? It seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, even with high bounties considering their duo's capabilities, there were not many in the ninja world who could threaten them. With their formidable individual strength and the high mobility brought by their small numbers, they wandered through the vast ninja world, truly believing there was no one who could challenge them for their bounty. Of course, that was excluding any potential threats from their teammates. The Sharingan, it must be them. This time the Akatsuki has truly landed themselves in a big mess. In a cave, the white Zetsu, who had been following Funingna and the others from afar, brought Obito the background of the Iron Country incident. After hearing Zetsu's account, Obito roughly deduced the identities of Funingna and Uchiha Hikari primarily because there were so few Sharingan in the ninja world. Among the few pairs aside from Itachi Uchiha and his brother, the only other person Obito could think of was the Uchiha girl he had seen that night. Moreover, she was accompanied by another powerful individual, further supporting Obito's deduction that there was no one else but Funingna and Uchiha Hikari. These two had indeed done a great job. Their chaotic actions had brought the Akatsuki into the spotlight, and their previous strategy of lurking in the shadows to build strength would have to come to an end. Obito, you seem troubled. I have an idea. Why don't we expose Funingna and the others' identities? This way our Akatsuki would be cleared of suspicion, and Funingna, as a disciple of the Hokage, assassinating a daimyo would certainly lead her into enormous trouble. It would be a win-win. What do you think? Looking at the eager Zetsu, who had leaned in, Obito pondered for a moment, but ultimately dismissed this seemingly good idea. Indeed, it would be a win-win. If successful, Funingna would surely suffer, but how to provide evidence? As a disciple of the Hokage, without solid proof, mere rumors would hardly have a significant impact. It might even offend her and push her completely to the opposing side. This was something Obito wished to avoid. Both Funingna and Uchiha's strength could not be underestimated. If they were determined to oppose him, it would be a considerable challenge. Moreover, setting aside previous grievances, Obito had a thought that existed solely within his mind to see if there was a chance to recruit Funingna. Together they could work towards the Moon's Eye plan, eliminating war from this world and bringing forth a better future. This was not just a fantasy, but something he believed was possible. From their actions in eliminating the daimyo, it was clear that they were not individuals who adhered to the rules. Furthermore, there was a more crucial point. They sought a better world and were not overly concerned with the means. For instance, they would not hesitate to act even if the culprit was a daimyo to help others seek revenge. There's no need. Without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to significantly affect them. Let it be. Just inform Changmin and the others of their identities to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, in Tobi's view, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were creations of Uchiha Madara. Their cooperation with him stemmed solely from Madara's orders. He could never fully trust them. Or rather, within the Akatsuki, the only person he truly trusted was Kisame Hoshigaki. Everyone else likely remained more loyal to Pain, the organization's leader, and thus to Nagato. It would be ideal if they truly were members of the Akatsuki. Watching White Zetsu sink back into the earth to relay the message to Nagato, even Tobi, whose heart had long been tempered by hardship, felt a quiet pang of reflection. Even he at times found himself stretched perilously thin. That's how things stand. Please don't misunderstand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Haha. Until White Zetsu departed after completing his report, Devapath Pain uttered not a single word. Not even the faintest shift in expression crossed his face, as though he were little more than a lifeless corpse. What do you make of what he just said, Nagato? After White Zetsu left, another figure emerged from the shadows beside him, a figure clad in the Akatsuki's blackened cloak. She possessed delicate features, short indigo hair, and wore a ring inscribed with the kanji 4 white on the middle finger of her right hand. You've arrived, Conan. Upon her appearance, Nagato, silent for so long, finally spoke his first words in ages. His tone softened noticeably, starkly contrasting his earlier impassivity toward White Zetsu. This was only natural. Conan, sharing Nagato's deepest aspirations, stood far above that masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, and certainly above his Black and White Zetsu. Whether his report was truthful or fabricated, the incident in the Land of Iron has already occurred. From this point onward, the Akatsuki will inevitably emerge into the open, and our next course of action will prove critically decisive. Then what of those two individuals in the Land of Iron? Those suspected Akatsuki members. Though Madara claimed no affiliation with them, their possession of the Sharingan is undeniable. Since he and Uchiha Itachi eradicated the Uchiha clan, scarcely any Uchiha have remained in the shinobi world. The sudden reappearance of someone wielding the Sharingan strongly suggests a connection to him. Unlike Nagato, Conan's attention remained fixed upon those two who had caused such chaos in the Land of Iron. Whether they belonged to the Akatsuki remained uncertain, yet their strength was unmistakably Akatsuki grade. Otherwise they could never have operated so freely within a nation as formidable as the Land of Iron. And therein lay Conan's concern. If they were weak, even if aligned with Madara, they'd pose no threat to the Akatsuki. Alas, they were not weak. They were exceptionally powerful. That was troubling indeed. If they weren't Madara's agents, all well and good. But should they be, the situation would grow dire. If Madara could quietly recruit warriors of such caliber, then perhaps his network extended beyond these two, to 3, 4, or even more. With too many figures of that stature, even Pain would struggle to contend with them, let alone confront the enigmatic Uchiha Madara himself, whose true depth remained utterly unknown. Are you concerned they may serve that Uchiha Madara, Conan? Though the possibility exists, you know well, gods fear no adversary. Nagato's words radiated unshakable confidence, compelling instinctive belief. And this was no mere arrogance. It was the certainty granted by his eyes, the Rinnegan identical to those of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Before the Rinnegan, even the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan paled into insignificance, precisely why he felt no apprehension, for he was simply too strong. Yet even a god requires allies, not solitude. Was the Akatsuki not founded for precisely this reason? To realize the peace we envision, certain measures remain indispensable. Conan, you mean? Nagato did not dispute her words. How could he ignore the necessity of allies? Had he not formed the Akatsuki for that very purpose? Moreover, as the sole partner he could trust without reservation, Nagato willingly listened to Conan's counsel. In my view, regardless of whether the Land of Iron attackers serve Uchiha Madara, we must strengthen our forces further. With the Akatsuki now forced into the light, executing our future plans will demand greater combat power. Furthermore, should conflict arise with Uchiha Madara, at the final hour we must be prepared to respond with composure. Very well. Proceed as you see fit, Conan. Thank you. In truth, both Conan and Nagato understood clearly that the masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara was no ally. His motives were impure, and his ambitions regarding the tailed beasts undoubtedly diverged from theirs. Thus, confrontation after collecting the tailed beasts was all but inevitable, and Madara naturally grasped this truth as well. Since he had apparently begun expanding his ranks, they could afford no delay. True, Nagato feared no one, but the name Uchiha Madara carried weight. The legendary shinobi who alongside Hashirama Senju quelled the warring states and founded the hidden villages. Even if this identity proved false, it demanded Nagato's utmost seriousness. He would not allow his and Conan's dream to falter through his own negligence. Understood, Conan replied, softly nodding once, unsurprised by Nagato's assent, for she knew him as intimately as he knew her. Do you have suitable candidates in mind? Indeed. During our earlier recruitment phase, I observed numerous individuals. Some have already joined the Akatsuki, while others were deferred when our roster reached capacity. Yet the intelligence gathered then was not wasted, it proves useful now. By the end of her explanation, a faint smile touched Conan's lips. She hadn't anticipated events unfolding so swiftly. What once seemed irrelevant now held tangible value. For instance, there are two. One is Shino, a wandering physician by reputation, yet secretly the leader of the Air Country Shinobi. His strength is considerable, and he is rumored to be engineering colossal beings akin to tailed beasts. Recruiting him would not only bolster our forces, but also secure the Air Country's allegiance. A dual triumph. What about the other one? Changmin did not inquire why Xiao Nen, the leader of the Empty Ninja, joined the Akatsuki organization, but instead curiously asked about another person. He knew that Xiao Nen would not act without reason, and since she mentioned it, it proved that she had the confidence to recruit the other party, and all they needed was trust between them. The second is a ninja named Beiliuhu who trained alongside the 3 ninjas of Konoha, but was expelled from the village for practicing forbidden techniques. There have been rumors of his hunting various bloodline ninjas, suggesting he may have the ability to master multiple bloodline limits through forbidden techniques, but this is yet to be confirmed and requires further investigation. The 3 ninjas of Konoha. Are they from the same generation as Master Jiraiya? Upon mentioning Jiraiya's name, both Changmin and Xiao Nen fell into a brief silence, simultaneously recalling their deceased companion Yahiko. The happiest moments of their lives were during the time when the 3 of them were taken in and cared for by Jiraiya with no worries at all. It was beautiful and unforgettable. From your few words, it is clear they are not easy opponents. Given the current hostility towards us in the ninja world, it is better to bring him along as well. Ultimately, it was Changmin who broke the silence first. Accompanying his voice, another figure rushed over from the distance, possessing the same Rinnegan as Tian Dao, and similarly carrying a black rod. Is it the animal path? Seeing the approaching figure, Xiao Nen understood Changmin's intention and nodded, accepting the other's goodwill. Although Xiao Nan's strength was not weak, the current ninja world was not friendly towards the Akatsuki organization. If something went wrong, she could truly face unforeseen risks, which was something Changmin did not wish to see. This was precisely why Changmin insisted on having the animal path accompany them. Although Changmin called himself a god, he seemed somewhat overly confident compared to some deities. However, in the earlier to mid stages of the Naruto series, under the enhancement of the Rinnegan, he truly found no worthy opponents. In the absence of intelligence, when the six paths appeared together, even the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages had little resistance capability and were essentially completely crushed. Of course, based on the values of Pain's 6 paths, it's clear that even if they knew the intelligence, there would be hardly anyone in the current ninja world capable of handling it. At least it would take multiple strong individuals working together to have any chance of resistance. The first character to surpass the Kage level in the early to mid stages of Naruto is no mere exaggeration. Due to Shinong's apparent identity as a doctor and his exceptional medical skills, he had gained some fame in the ninja world, making his whereabouts not too difficult to find. Before long, Xiao-nen arrived in front of a small village. This should be it. Looking at the unremarkable small village ahead, Xiao-nen confirmed she had not made a mistake, and then stepped inside. Everything around her was quite ordinary, no different from other villages, except for one person. Dr. Shinong, I can't thank you enough. Without your help, I wouldn't know what to do. My family member is not well enough to get out of bed, otherwise I would have brought him to express our gratitude to you. And these, since you don't charge, I can only use these to convey our appreciation. I hope you can accept them. After strolling around the village for a while, Xiao-nen finally found her target. A middle-aged man who appeared kind and gentle was currently facing a villager with a warm smile, seemingly without an ounce of arrogance, as if he were truly just a doctor dedicated to helping others. However, Xiao-nen knew that he was far from being as simple as he appeared. She did not interrupt the villager's gratitude, but waited until the villager finished expressing thanks and delivering local specialties before finally revealing herself. Dr. Shinong, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Can we find a more convenient place? Looking at the trench coat Xiao-nen was wearing, Shinong's mind instantly filled with many thoughts. Although he knew that the Akatsuki's reputation in the ninja world was not very good, Xiao-nen did not intend to hide her identity, as the Akatsuki was everything to her. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, she would not do so. As Shinong traveled through the ninja world and had seen much, he naturally knew of the Akatsuki's existence and was aware of their recent happenings. However, why would they seek him out? Was it, this young lady must be looking for me for medical assistance, right? I have some knowledge of medicine, so please tell me the situation and I should be able to help. After bidding farewell to the villagers who greeted him, Shinong took Xiao-nen to a more secluded place, and before she could speak, he took the initiative to start talking, trying to cover up the truth. However, Xiao-nen's purpose in seeking him out from the beginning was to recruit the leader of the empty ninja village, not to seek medical help, and Shinong's plan was destined to fail. There's no need for useless disguises. I know your hidden identity, the leader of the empty ninja village, and you also know where I come from, so we can be candid with each other. Hell, what could the Akatsuki organization, which has been stirring up the ninja world, want with a mere leader of the empty ninja village? You don't mean to recruit me into your ranks, do you? Seeing Xiao-nen directly expose his identity, Shinong realized that continuing to pretend was futile. He immediately dropped his previous facade of kindness, his face now full of mockery. You are correct. We want you to join the Akatsuki. Everything you desire, we can help you achieve. Forget it. What the Akatsuki organization does make someone like me tremble at the thought. I just want to see the revival of the empty ninja village and take revenge. As for opposing the world, I prefer to stay out of it. This statement was not Shinong's refusal. In his view, attacking the daimyos and causing various nations to unite against a common enemy was almost equivalent to opposing the world. The 5 great ninja villages represent the vast majority of power in the ninja world, while the daimyos of each nation can influence their respective ninja villages, which amounts to the same thing. Moreover, this was clearly just the beginning. Now they dared to attack the daimyos. What would the Akatsuki organization do in the future? Shinong couldn't even bear to imagine. It was not impossible to literally oppose the world. We have no intention of attacking the daimyos. Those who did are not our people. We also do not wish to oppose the world. Our goal is merely world peace. Oh, I seem to have heard something interesting. From your words, it seems that not all factions within your Akatsuki organization are united. You want to recruit me to strengthen your side, do you? Hearing this, Shinong immediately picked up on the key part of Xiao-nen's words. The Akatsuki organization was actually divided into different factions, and those who attacked the Land of Iron were from another faction. In that case, the Akatsuki organization's power might be even stronger than he had imagined. As for world peace, Shinong chose to selectively ignore it. World peace. Under the rule of the Akatsuki organization, that is peace as well, and it's quite normal to embellish one's goals. I don't like lies and deception. What you said is fine, join us. I promise that in the new world of peace, there will be a place for you and your kind within the Akatsuki. Anyone can boast, but how can you prove that you can deliver? Is it based on your disunited internal affairs, or just your words? Gate of opening open. As he finished speaking, Shinong suddenly unleashed a powerful chakra, surrounded by a green glow, while the immense power within him bolstered his confidence further. Did you see that? This is my power. If you can't even face my abilities, then don't think about recruiting me. The 8 gates. Recognizing the ability being used by the opponent, Xiao-nen remained expressionless despite her awareness. Or rather, this was what she wanted to see. Shinong had previously seemed rather unremarkable, not appearing to be a formidable ninja. Now this display qualified him for their recruitment. After Shinong showcased his strength, Xiao-nen's body transformed into paper sheets that danced in the air, ultimately coalescing into a pair of wings behind her, lifting her into the sky. Though she disliked fighting Xiaonan and understood that sometimes mere words wouldn't achieve one's goals, especially with such unruly individuals. Xiaonan was somewhat accustomed to this. For example, Scorpion was recruited after a battle, and now Shinong would be the same. TCH troublesome. Seeing Xiaonan remain unperturbed after he displayed his strength, even preparing for battle, Shinong felt a trace of trepidation in his heart. He was aware of his own level. Although he could activate the 8 gates through special medical ninjutsu, without years of physical training, he was not skilled in combat. The power boost from the 8 gates might be enough to deal with someone weaker than him, but against this Akatsuki member, who clearly possessed significant strength, it seemed a bit precarious. Damn if Zero Tail completes its mission. Wait, Xiaonan. Just as Shinong sighed inwardly, another voice suddenly came from afar. He turned to see if this woman was also a member of the Akatsuki. Why did he not sense anything? One person was already difficult to handle. If another came, it would be. Upon the arrival of the owner of the new voice, Shinong's anxious heart finally calmed down. The figure's similar cloak to Xionan's revealed their identity along with those eyes. Other than being initially drawn to the similar cloak, all of Shinong's attention unconsciously focused on the other person's purple eyes adorned with circular black patterns. Could this be the legendary Rinnegan? The same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths. The newly appeared figure was naturally the animal path. Just as Shinong was lost in thought over the Rinnegan, the animal path controlled by Nagato spoke again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. From the looks of you, you seem to know a few things. So regarding the earlier question, do you think we can achieve what was just said and bring peace to this world? If I'm not mistaken, this must be the legendary Rinnegan. If so, I take back what I said earlier. With you, it indeed seems possible to achieve that. As he spoke, Shinong also dispelled his 8-gate state, conceding quite decisively, showing considerable awareness of the situation. However, this was not hard to understand. He was not particularly adept at combat. With the boost from the 8 gates, he might fare well against Xiaonan, but against the Rinnegan, well. Even without engaging under Pain's gaze, Shinong felt as if all of his intentions were exposed. If a fight broke out, he feared he wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, they were here to recruit him. It was also a recognition of him, and it was very likely that they would become colleagues in the future. Among colleagues, why create unnecessary friction? Yes, that's it. Shinong quickly found a reason for his rapid change of attitude. Upon recognizing that Pain's eyes were the legendary Rinnegan, the scales in Shinong's heart began to tilt again. What he had just said to Pain was not merely flattery, it contained his true thoughts. If he previously viewed the Akatsuki merely as a terrifying organization with unrealistic dreams, he now believed that they had a genuine chance of realization. Whether it was world domination or the so-called world peace, after the appearance of those eyes, it was no longer mere empty talk. Given this, it seemed a good choice for him to join. After all, they promised a place for the Akatsuki members in the new world. Very well, then I'll ask you one more time, do you want to join us? Since the leader of the Akatsuki has personally come to recruit me, refusing again would seem rather ungrateful. Clearly, I have only one answer: I will join you. Neither Xiaonan nor Nagato was surprised by Shinong's answer, but his earlier demeanor was enough to indicate the shift in his mindset. It was an anticipated response. Since you are joining us, you are now a member of the Akatsuki. First, put this on. Okay. Taking the Akatsuki cloak handed to him by Xiaonan, Shinong did not hesitate to put it on quickly. Where are we heading next? Should we return to your base, or is there a task you need me to do? After dressing, Shinong remembered to inquire about their plans. As a newly joined member, he knew he had to demonstrate his value. For now, there's nothing we need you to do. Just follow us for now. The Akatsuki operates in pairs, and next we will be recruiting your teammates. Understood. Shinong nodded in response, not saying anything further. In his view, recruiting additional members was a good thing. Every bit of combat power increased their chances of future success. He only hoped that his future teammates would be easier to get along with. He had heard that the Akatsuki members were all unruly, and this was evident from their previous attack on the daimyos. Even for Shinong, it was somewhat unimaginable that such a powerful daimyo could simply be eliminated if they did not find favor. But it wasn't all bad. I recall that I should not have offended you, the infamous Akatsuki organization. In a base, Beiliuhu's expression turned slightly grim as he looked at the 3 figures in red cloud cloaks not far ahead. Around them lay 3 unconscious individuals, each either pierced by paper or contorted in their bodies, having suffered tremendous force. These 3 were his subordinates, Air and San. Upon seeing the unfamiliar ninja infiltrate, they rushed in without hesitation, only to end up in their current state in the blink of an eye. You haven't offended us, we merely retaliated instinctively in the face of an attack. We come with good intentions, otherwise those 3 would have already perished. Good intentions, huh? Well, tell me what your good intentions are. I find it hard to view your actions as benevolent when you have reduced my subordinates to this state. After hearing Xionan's explanation, Beiliuhu, who couldn't help but laugh in anger. He had heard some rumors about the Akatsuki organization lately, but he had not delved deeper as he was busy perfecting his forbidden techniques. But now it seemed to be just as rumored, acting recklessly similar to himself, yet he certainly did not wish for such matters to befall him. Join us, Beiliuhu. The Akatsuki organization can offer you all the help you need, and within the organization you can better unleash your talents. Surely you do not wish to hide in a place like this for the rest of your life. What is the purpose of your Akatsuki organization, and how can you be sure that my talents will be better utilized with you? Just because of your words. Ahem. Hearing this familiar phrase, Shinnon couldn't help but cough a couple of times, but Xiaonan didn't seem to notice him, as if she had forgotten their initial meeting. Our purpose is to bring peace to this world. However, we will encounter many challenges in realizing this dream, and during this process you can showcase your talents to the world. That sounds good. Then I shall join you. Apparently moved by Xiaonan's words, Beiliuhu agreed to her invitation and slowly walked towards the three. A wise choice. Seeing him approach, Xiaonan took out the prepared cloak and tossed it to him. As he watched the Akatsuki cloak flying towards him, a trace of a smile appeared in Beiliuhu's eyes. However, at the moment he caught the cloak, Beiliuhu did not put it on. Instead, his speed suddenly increased as he charged towards Pain in the middle of the three. This can't be wrong. These eyes are the legendary Rinnegan. From the very beginning of their meeting, Beiliuhu had noticed the Rinnegan in the animal path's eyes and had been coveting them since then. What is the Sharingan compared to the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths? If he could use the Rinnegan as the final bloodline limit of his Ghost Bud technique, he might gain powers equal to those of the Sage of Six Paths. With such a tremendous temptation before him, even though the opponents were numerous, Beiliuhu felt he needed to give it a try, otherwise he would surely regret it. He had to consider whether this was the only opportunity he would have in this lifetime. With the enhancement of swift escape, Beiliuhu's speed had reached a point untraceable by the naked eye. But Xiaonan did not let her guard down at his easy agreement. At the moment of his surprise attack, she used paper walls to protect herself and the animal path. Damn it. Faced with Xiaonan's defense, Beiliuhu could only resort to using the dark escape to break it, but in that brief moment of breaking, Xiaonan and the animal path had already retreated to safety, thwarting Beiliuhu's plans. It seems you are prepared to challenge a god. Nagato was not a person with a good temper. He immediately controlled the animal path to summon Deva Path Pain. Upon seeing the Deva Path appear, Xiaonan took a half step back. For the approaching Beiliuhu, she no longer made any moves to resist, but simply watched quietly. Since Nagato wanted to take action himself, then let him. Xiaonan had complete faith in the Deva Path's strength, and it would also serve to intimidate Shinnon. Sometimes saying too much is not as effective as demonstrating formidable strength. And the Deva Path could precisely achieve that. Two pairs of Rinnegan. After the Deva Path appeared, both Beiliuhu and Shinnon could hardly hide their astonishment at the sight of those two identical pairs of eyes. How could the Rinnegan appear simultaneously on two individuals? While everyone was lost in thought, Beiliuhu, empowered by swift escape, charged once again to the front of the Deva Path trio. Although he did not understand why they did not retreat or resist this time. Regardless of whether it was arrogance or carelessness, since they were just waiting to send their eyes to him, he would accept them. It seems I need to make you feel some pain. Even though Beiliuhu was already in front of them, Xiaonan and the others remained calm, seemingly not taking Beiliuhu seriously at all. And the truth was indeed so. Xiaonan was calm because of her trust in Nagato, while Pain's confidence stemmed from his strength. Under the perspective of the Rinnegan, even if Beiliuhu had the speed enhanced by swift escape, it was still not very fast, making it easy to handle. Until Beiliuhu reached out towards the Deva Path's eye socket, a smile that he could not suppress appeared on his face, and then the Deva Path finally made a move. Shinra Tensei. Just as Beiliuhu believed he was about to succeed, an immense repulsive force erupted from around the Deva Path, sweeping out in all directions, forcing Beiliuhu's actions to come to a halt. Looking at the Rinnegan so close before him, even though Beiliuhu exerted all his strength, he could not get any closer. After a moment of stalemate, he was uncontrollably pushed back by the repulsive force. Bansho Tenon. After Beiliuhu was sent flying, the Deva Path did not stop, but reached out once more towards him. Nanny. Before Beiliuhu could recover from the earlier Shinra Tensei, he found his body uncontrollably flying towards the Deva Path, unable to break free despite trying various techniques. Damn it. Realizing he could not escape this gravitational pull, Beiliuhu could only use steel escape to strengthen his defenses against the impending attacks. Hiss. As he looked at the black rod piercing into his abdomen with ease, Beiliuhu's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? What kind of ability is this, as it directly broke through his steel escape defenses? Moreover, after being pierced by the black rod, Beiliuhu suddenly realized that both the refinement and use of his chakra were affected. Even if he wanted to counterattack with ninjutsu, he found it impossible. Now you should have a slight understanding of pain. After being struck by the black rods of the heavenly path a few more times, Beiliuhu's chakra was completely sealed, leaving him unable to continue fighting. In truth, Beiliuhu's strength was not weak. Had he not charged in recklessly at the start, and instead fought cautiously, he would not have been defeated so quickly by the heavenly path. Ultimately, Beiliuhu was overly confident in his steel release, believing it would provide ample room for error, and indeed it had in his previous battles. Unfortunately, today he encountered the heavenly path, and Pain's initial kill was far beyond what a mere bloodline limit like steel release could withstand. Moreover, Beiliuhu was not particularly skilled in other bloodline limits related to steel release. He could only be considered somewhat competent in its use, and most of his energy was focused on his forbidden technique, the Ghost Bud Luo technique. Thus he was fine against weaker opponents, but facing an equally matched or stronger opponent would spell his doom. If I'm not mistaken, during the battle he used 3 different bloodline limits, one for speed enhancement, the swift escape, one for defense enhancement, steel release, and another for absorbing ninjutsu, the dark escape, which is quite similar to your ability. That's right, but despite the similarities he cannot compare to the divine. After the threat to Beiliuhu was lifted, Conan, who had flown back, began chatting with the Heavenly Path, as if nothing had happened, and the disdain in the Heavenly Path's tone made Beiliuhu's face look quite grim. He could only blame himself for not utilizing other bloodlines. Ultimately, the ritual was not completed. If he had been a bit more cautious, he would not have been so easily defeated and looked down upon. He despised the feeling of being underestimated. I have long anticipated witnessing you, leader, in action. Now that I see it, you are even more powerful than I imagined. It seems joining the Akatsuki organization was indeed the right choice. Seeing Pain swiftly defeat Beiliuhu, Shinong, who had been prepared to watch the show, quickly approached and began to flatter. He didn't expect that Beiliuhu, who he thought had considerable strength, would be defeated so quickly. Is this the power of the eye that is the same as that of the Sage of Six Paths? Truly astonishing. Fortunately, when he discovered the Rinnegan, he did not harbor any malicious intentions, otherwise his fate would likely not differ much from this Beiliuhu. Leader, this guy actually dares to spy on you. I wonder what he's thinking. To me, it doesn't matter who becomes my teammate, it doesn't have to be him. Seeing that the Heavenly Path and Conan seemed to be lost in thought about how to deal with Beiliuhu, Shinong took the initiative to offer a way out. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Path looked down at Beiliuhu again. Actually, I feel we can have a deeper discussion. Previously, I had no understanding of your powers, thinking you were merely a group of boastful individuals. I intended to teach you a lesson since you harmed my subordinates so severely, but now I have a clear understanding of your strength. Despite the Heavenly Path's emotionless gaze, Beiliuhu felt an inexplicable sense of crisis arise within him. Driven by his desire to survive, he quickly chose to admit defeat. There was no choice. If he did not concede, his life would likely be forfeit. Moreover, he was already at the final step of his ritual. How could he let it go to waste? Besides, conceding to the owner of the Rinnegan was not a shameful act. After all, in his understanding, this was the second person to possess these eyes aside from the Sage of Six Paths. And who was the Sage of Six Paths? He was a legendary figure who brought chakra to the world. And the leader of the Akatsuki organization before him also possessed the Rinnegan, which meant that he could either recreate the ninja world to bring peace or more realistically conquer the world. So you mean to say you want to join the Akatsuki organization? Of course, you are the strongest I have ever seen. Even the Kage of the 5 ninja villages are far inferior. Under your leadership, I believe anything is possible. This is merely a matter of course for a god. As he spoke, the Heavenly Path withdrew the black rods that had been stabbed into Beiliuhu. He was not worried that Beiliuhu would still be lying, as there was no reason for it. In the face of absolute strength, lying was merely a reenactment of what had just occurred. He believed Beiliuhu was not foolish enough to do so. Beiliuhu, capable of developing the Ghost Blood Luo technique, was certainly not an idiot. The brief exchange just now had already made him aware of the gap in strength. Even if Beiliuhu gave it his all, he would still likely not stand a chance against the leader of the Akatsuki organization before him. The Rinnegan was clearly not something he could covet. Thus it was best to join obediently. Beiliuhu did not believe that refusing would grant him a way out from the 3 people before him. Moreover, joining would allow him to leverage the power of the Akatsuki organization to complete his final ritual. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, joining the Akatsuki was his best choice. I just heard you say that this guy will be my teammate in the future. He seems quite average. After donning the Akatsuki cloak, Beiliuhu began to provoke his teammate Shinong, as he had just picked up on the implications in his words that seemed to wish for his demise. Beiliuhu could not possibly pretend he hadn't seen such things. If he could not defeat the leader of the Akatsuki, what was Shinong to him? Are you looking for a fight? In response to Beiliuhu's provocation, Shinong naturally could not remain indifferent, promptly opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates, with his aura surging, glaring fiercely. His good attitude was reserved for the leader and Conan, who seemed to have a good relationship with the leader. What was Beiliuhu to him? Though he had many bloodline limits, he could tell that none were mastered by Beiliuhu. Just moments ago, he was beaten by the leader like a dead dog. He wondered what face Beiliuhu had to provoke him. Was it because he had pent up frustration and dared not vent it on the leader and Conan, so he turned to him? Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? If he did not make a show of himself today, Beiliuhu would probably make his life a living hell. A fight. I'm merely responding to your earlier performance. Of course, if the leader doesn't mind, I can reluctantly teach you a lesson. As if to respond to Shinong's opening of the 8 gates, thunderclouds began to rise around Beiliuhu, casting shadows across half the sky. You two, have you had enough? Internal strife is prohibited within the Akatsuki organization. Just as the atmosphere between Shinong and Beiliuhu grew increasingly tense, as if they would strike, at any moment the voice of the Heavenly Path finally rang out. Hearing that the Tao had finally intervened, both Beiliuhu and Shinong, who were on edge, let out a quiet sigh of relief in their hearts. Both of them were more inclined towards research rather than combat. Beiliuhu especially was in poor condition after being reprimanded by the Tao. Neither of them truly wanted to engage in battle, but the atmosphere had escalated to the point where neither could back down. Now that the leader had intervened, they could conveniently retreat, avoiding conflict, while also preserving their dignity. Since the leader has said, so let's drop it this time. Please be more mindful of your attitude in the future. That is precisely what I wanted to say to you. From your tone, it seems you're quite dissatisfied. How about we find another opportunity to spar in friendship later? That would indeed be a welcome opportunity, leader. A friendly spar between us should be fine, right? Although they both sincerely withdrew their abilities, neither Beiliuhu nor Shinong was willing to show weakness verbally, as if the first to concede would lose. Sparring is certainly acceptable, but you all need to be mindful of the limits and not use it as an excuse to do anything against the organization's rules. Of course, leader. I will be cautious with my strength to prevent any issues for my companion he. I wonder what constitutes within the limits. For example, if I accidentally break his arms or legs, would that be considered crossing the line? Seeing that neither the Dao nor Xiaonan were inclined to engage with them, Beiliuhu and Shinnong tacitly stopped talking to avoid causing annoyance due to the noise. Once the two finally ceased their banter, Xiaonan slowly spoke up. The Akatsuki generally does not interfere with members' actions when there are no missions. I know you both have your respective experiments which can proceed freely. Moreover, in the future, if there are any missions, you two will work as a team, so I hope your relationship does not become too strained. Rest assured, if he is also a researcher, we should have some common topics to discuss. Right, Beiliuhu? He, of course. Beiliuhu only responded without further comment, as he actually thought Shinnong's earlier performance did not resemble that of a researcher at all. Rather, he seemed more like a fool with nothing but muscles in his head. However, Beiliuhu only mocked him in his heart and did not voice it. After all, Shinnong had already taken the initiative to extend goodwill, and mocking him in front of the leader would make Beiliuhu appear inconsiderate. He was not the type of person lacking emotional intelligence. Don't worry, I guarantee you won't regret joining the Akatsuki. Your experiments can receive a lot of assistance from us, and also, we will arrange for you to meet other members of the organization to prevent unnecessary conflicts in the future. Upon hearing the Dao's words, both Shinnong and Beiliuhu became interested in the Akatsuki, an organization that had recently risen to prominence in the ninja world. Not to mention the previous attack on the Land of Iron, just the presence of these two alone could prove many things. As the leader, the Dao easily defeated Beiliuhu, not to mention simply having Xiaonan as a member of the organization was impressive. Whether it was her earlier confrontation with Shinnong or her response to Beiliuhu's attack, she handled them with ease, undoubtedly ranking among the top experts in the ninja world. Thus, it could be inferred that the other members of the organization were also formidable. If they were merely average members, their perception of the Akatsuki would subsequently diminish. As for how to meet the other members of the Akatsuki, neither Beiliuhu nor Shinnong had ever doubted such a question. Since someone possessed the legendary Rinnegan, what else could be deemed impossible? While Xiaonan was using paper jutsu to create a temporary enclosed space, Nagato also contacted the other members of the Akatsuki through his ring, notifying them to prepare for consciousness transfer. Using specially crafted rings as a medium under Nagato's manipulation, the consciousness of other Akatsuki members, even those thousands of miles away, could appear in another location in a shadowy form. Oh, leader, what brings us here? Is the plan about to commence? That would be wonderful. I can hardly wait for the whole world to witness my art. Can't you just look a little longer before speaking? It seems there are new members about to join Shortly after Nagato cast his jutsu, the first to appear were the shadows of Deidara and Sasori. They had been idly wandering when they received Nagato's message, thus, they were the first to respond. Oh, Sasori, you are quite observant. But didn't we already have enough members? Why are we recruiting again? Is someone dead without our knowledge? You would need to ask the leader about that. Seeing that the first two members of the Akatsuki did not engage with them, Beiliuhu and Shinnong exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts, and neither took the initiative to speak. Although they were new members, they were all leaders in their own right outside. They couldn't bring themselves to lower their status and approach those who were indifferent. Beiliuhu, you heard that too, right? The one called Sasori should be that genius puppet master from Sunigake, you're right. By the Akatsuki's standards, it is highly likely to be him. Seeing Sasori and Deidara discussing them, perhaps to avoid awkwardness, Beiliuhu and Shinnong, who had nearly clashed recently, instead gathered together to converse, focusing on improvisation. While they were speaking, the shadows of Kisame, Itachi, Kakazu, and Haiden appeared one after another, and the once quiet environment gradually became lively. You're late, Haiden. I thought with the leader recruiting new members again, you must have died in some corner. I didn't expect you to still be alive. What are you joking about, Deidara? How could I die with Lord Jashin's protection? I just had to kill someone, and Kakazu needed to exchange the money first. Otherwise, I would have arrived before you. Haiden, it seems you truly wish to die. Clearly, it was you who insisted on carrying out that pointless ritual. Otherwise, you wouldn't have delayed for so long. Amidst the arguments of the Akatsuki members, Beiliuhu and Shinnong also roughly understood the identities of the other Akatsuki members, just as they had guessed. Most of them were shrank rogue ninjas from various major ninja villages, all possessing extraordinary strength. Such an organization could truly conquer the ninja world. The purpose of summoning you here is twofold. First, to introduce you to these two new members, avoiding unnecessary conflicts in the future. Second, due to unidentified ninjas acting under the name of Akatsuki, our plan to accumulate power through infiltration has been forced to conclude prematurely. Therefore, our plan will commence shortly, and you all must be prepared to act swiftly. As he spoke, Tiandao subtly cast a glance at the black and white shadow that had appeared beside him, his gaze laden with meaning. Oh, is it finally about to begin? I've been somewhat impatient. However, from the leader's words, it seems the ones who attacked the Land of Iron were deliberately trying to frame us at Akatsuki. How annoying. Recently, I've had to deal with many more bounty hunters than before, although none of them have escaped witnessing the artistry of me and Master Scorpion. Who knows? In response to Deidara's complaint, Tiandao merely chuckled lightly and did not engage further. Sometimes some matters do not need to be stated too clearly. Maintaining a facade of peace is quite necessary, especially in a place like Akatsuki, where all members are ruthless. What are you talking about, foolish Deidara? Someone merely attacked you while that guy Jiao still wants to use my corpse to exchange for the bounty from Akatsuki. Though I'm not afraid of death, the power of the evil god should not be wasted on this. The evil god would become angry. Shut up. This is merely a reasonable utilization. Besides, you won't die, so isn't it just right to exchange for some money? Haha, I think Jiao is correct. Haiden isn't your greatest value just to be used for exchanging money. The one who will die is you, Haiden. You will be reduced to ashes under my artistry, leaving not a single trace. Watching the few who fell into argument once again, Tiandao subtly shook his head. Although his power was enough to suppress everyone, which rogue ninja joining Akatsuki wasn't a stubborn individual. It was impossible to make them all obedient. If there are no further matters, then let us disperse here. From now on, act according to my notifications. Seemingly fed up with the noise, Tiandao lifted the ninjutsu as he saw that everyone had no further issues, and once the illusions of Deidara and Haiden dissipated, the surroundings immediately regained tranquility. After the silent figures of Itachi and Kisame also vanished, only the four of them and the shadow of Black and White remained. He is responsible for our organization's intelligence and logistics. A person. He is extremely proficient in all aspects aside from combat, so if you two have any needs in your experiments, you can approach him. Although they knew that the Black and White figure belonged to Uchiha Madara, and that in the end both sides would inevitably become opposed, this did not hinder their current utilization of him. Maximizing his value was the best choice. Moreover, it was previously promised that Akatsuki would provide assistance to Shinnon and Beiliuhu. If Black and White was not used, wouldn't I be just making empty promises? Utilizing the hidden opponent's energy to fulfill my own assurances is quite delightful. The nearby Black and White figure nodded upon hearing this, and subsequently summoned many white absolute clones, gesturing towards them to indicate to Shinnon and Beiliuhu. If you have any matters, just approach them, they will assist you. Looking at the crowd of white absolutes that only became apparent upon his arrival, Beiliuhu and Shinnon were both unable to suppress their astonishment. They had not expected these seemingly unremarkable entities to possess such formidable hidden abilities. Then did their previous every move also possibly fall under someone else's surveillance? Such thoughts should not be dwelled upon. It was too terrifying to contemplate. Fortunately, they had now joined Akatsuki and could temporarily set aside this concern. Alright, if there are any missions, I will notify you through these white absolutes. You can now go handle your own matters. Once your research is complete, our plan will be ready to commence. After Beiliuhu and Shinnon left, Tiandao and Conan remained in place, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, a shadow that had never appeared before emerged beside the Black and White figure. Wearing a vortex mask, although he was merely an illusion, there was a faintly gloomy feeling in the one visible eye, as if he was not in particularly good spirits. Nagato, isn't the number of organization members already sufficient? Why do you need to recruit others? As the leader, I don't need you to dictate what I should do. As for why I want to recruit new members, isn't it because some unexpected incidents occurred in the Land of Iron recently, making the 5 great nations much more vigilant towards us? To ensure the smooth execution of our plan, more combat strength is necessary. Although both sides understood the underlying reasons, the plan had not yet commenced, and it was not appropriate to make relations too tense between them. Although Nagato did not explicitly state it, the meaning behind his words was clear, clinging onto the incident in the Land of Iron. However, this time Obito merely smirked in mockery and did not provide further explanation. At this point, further explanations would be pointless. It would be better to let this misunderstanding persist, allowing Nagato to believe that Fueying and that Uchiha are both his people. This way it would make the other party more cautious in various matters. As for what to do when the lies are eventually exposed, that is simple. Fueying and the others are indeed not his people, but it doesn't matter. During this period, he can recruit truly loyal individuals to him. This is something Nagato can do and Obito can naturally do as well. Moreover, with the intelligence advantage of white absolutes, his actions would become even smoother, enhancing combat strength. Indeed, that should be the case. Let us continue progressing towards our common goal. With that, Obito's illusion also faded away. There was nothing more to discuss between them. This visit was merely to establish a stance, and with the purpose fulfilled, there was no need to linger. Then farewell, my esteemed leader. His meaning is already quite clear. Certainly, he will also recruit new members to confront us. And that is enough. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan also nodded in agreement, as it is said that every matter has its pros and cons, although both sides recruiting new members might lead to chaos. However, in the current world where the situation is not very favorable for the Akatsuki organization, having more combat power can indeed facilitate the collection of tailed beasts. If distribution were based on the original situation, each group would roughly need to be responsible for 2 tailed beasts, but now with the increase in members, essentially each group only needs to manage 1 tailed beast. This is much easier than before. In the Land of the Dead, late at night, in a shrine, many guards patrol back and forth safeguarding the shrine's security, but suddenly 5 strangely dressed individuals launched an attack on them. Most of the guards are ordinary people, while the attackers are ninjas skilled in ninjutsu, so it didn't take long for all the guards to be annihilated. After that, a space beside the 5 strangely dressed individuals seemed to twist, and a vortex appeared out of thin air from which a masked person emerged. This person is Obito. After Nagato recruited Shinnon and Beiliuhu, Obito had also sent White Zetsu to search for suitable candidates in the ninja world. However, strong individuals are not cabbages that can just pop up. Therefore, after Shinnon and Beiliuhu, Obito found that there were truly no characters in the ninja world that he found satisfactory. Although there are many rogue ninjas of considerable strength, they are at most elite jonin level. This is decent elsewhere, but in the Akatsuki organization, which is composed of average cage level members, it falls short. Thus Obito shifted his focus elsewhere, and based on the information provided by Black and White Zetsu, he soon found this place. This should be the place, the location of the Wraith Soul Seal. Exactly, this is the place. As long as we wait for Lord Wraith Seal to be lifted, he can collaborate with the members of the Akatsuki organization, and conquering the world will surely not be a problem. I hope so. Continue Huang Quan. Seeing Huang Quan still painting a rosy picture for him, Obito merely smiled and did not take the other's words to heart. Although there are indeed legends of Wraith capable of destroying the world, Obito considers this merely a rumor. If he truly had that ability, why would he still be sealed here? Doesn't he want to get out? Destroy the world. Let's not mention anything else. Let's see if he can even get past Nagato before talking about world destruction. As for whether Wraith can achieve that, Obito believes he cannot. Moreover, according to Black and White Zetsu's intelligence, Wraith needs to merge his soul and body to restore his full strength, but Obito has no intention of allowing him to regain his complete form. After all, what he needs is a Wraith that can be utilized, not one that would turn against him once fully restored. Obito has no trust in such a creature. However, how to choose still depends on Wraith's own strength. What if Wraith is a top-tier CJB boasting without any real power and ends up lacking even cage-level strength? In such a case, assistance would definitely be required for the fusion of his soul and body. After all, if he is too weak, he has no utilitarian value. It would be better to recruit a normal human instead. Watching Huang Quan complete a series of operations, the seal on Wraith's soul was finally lifted. After the seal was released, Obito could feel a powerful evil aura emanating from within. This level of strength is just right. As he sensed the aura ahead, Obito gained a rough understanding of Wraith's strength, disregarding the legend of becoming stronger through negative emotions. It was roughly at the level of an ordinary Kage. This is sufficient, not too strong or weak, just right. However, if the soul and body were to merge, his strength would certainly increase further, but then it would be harder to control this creature. With a plan in mind, Obito turned his head to look at the hidden White Zetsu in the distance. They had already made plans beforehand. If Wraith's soul strength meets expectations, then White Zetsu will spread the news of Wraith's resurrection to the ninja world and exaggerate Wraith's threat, prompting people from other villages to come and stop the merging of his body and soul. Then at the last moment, he would rescue Wraith and invite him to join the Akatsuki organization, and in such a situation, Wraith would basically have no reason to refuse. The plan is flawless. Under Obito's expectant gaze, Wraith's soul finally burst forth from the seal, but that purple soul filled with evil aura did not enter Huang Quan's prepared body as planned, but instead rushed straight toward him. Unaware of danger. Watching the Wraith soul rush towards him, Obito scoffed disdainfully and made no move, merely standing still as he calmly watched Wraith approach. This body belongs to me. Seeing Obito, who seemed frozen in fear not far away, Wraith couldn't help but feel joyful. Originally, he only intended to make do with the body of the person who helped him break the seal. But who would have thought that just after breaking free from the seal, he sensed another individual filled with life force in the distance, which was much more suitable than anyone else here. So Wraith quickly shifted his target to Obito. However, what happened next greatly exceeded Wraith's expectations. He found that when he made contact with Obito, there was no sensation at all, as if the other party did not exist, and he passed right through him. And that was not the end. After passing through Obito's body, he suddenly extended a hand towards him, followed by a powerful pulling force, as if he were about to be devoured. This startled Wraith. He tried to struggle, but due to his lack of a physical form, he could not escape the overwhelming pulling force of Obito. Realizing his precarious situation, Wraith could only resort to self-mutilation to survive, barely breaking free from Obito's grasp by sacrificing a portion of his absorbed soul. After breaking free, Wraith did not dare to covet Obito's body anymore and promptly turned to rush towards Huang Quan. Seeing this, Obito did not stop him. The earlier incident was merely a small warning. His main objective was still to recruit Wraith, and there was no need to make the other party too miserable. Who exactly are you? Upon entering Huang Quan's body, Wraith felt slightly more at ease. The abilities of this masked person were far too strange, and in his soul state, he had no means to fight back. My name is Uchiha Obito. Perhaps you do not know me now, but you will definitely know me afterwards. In response to Wraith's inquiry, Obito continued to play the part of Uchiha Obito, which, considering the earlier events, had indeed been quite effective on Wraith. Uchiha Obito, I remember you. You must be the one who helped me break the seal. What do you want from me? Moryo was not a fool. He easily guessed that Obito had some ulterior motive for coming here. After the recent events, he also understood that Obito was not the kind of servant who would blindly follow someone like Huang Quan. I have come here to propose a collaboration. My assistance in helping you break the seal is a gesture of goodwill. Join us, and together we will conquer the world. Once we succeed, the world will belong to us. After adopting Uchiha Obito's identity, Obito spared no effort in painting a grand picture. After all, he had no intention of fulfilling any promises made to a creature like Moryo, so he spoke freely. When the plan succeeds and the Eye of the Moon project progresses smoothly, the first to be eliminated will be Moryo, a being of only negative emotions. He has no right to live in a world filled with beauty. Also, you're not just one person, but part of an organization, right? That's correct. Our organization is called Akatsuki, and our goal is world peace, or you could say world domination. I am the true leader of Akatsuki, and the members are no weaker than you. The true leader. So there's a nominal leader in your organization as well. That's interesting. Moryo was not swayed by Obito's words. He directly pointed out the crucial part. Hearing this, Obito's gaze sharpened, secretly lamenting that Moryo was indeed a tough opponent. However, since he needed to persuade Moryo to join his side, Obito was prepared to discuss this matter. You are correct, Akatsuki does have another leader. We have a cooperative relationship, but his goal is to achieve peace in the ninja world, while mine is to make the ninja world submit. Given the nature of Moryo, Obito knew well which side he was inclined towards, and he proceeded with verbal persuasion, hinting that joining his faction was the best choice. To collaborate with you and command powerful subordinates, I presume the other leader must be a formidable presence. Of course, he possesses a pair of eyes that exist only in legends. You'll understand more when you meet him. Now I think I've said enough. You still haven't answered my initial question. Seeing that Moryo was continuously avoiding his initial question, as if it would never end, Obito had to reiterate the old topic and force him to make a choice quickly. If I just want to understand the organization I'm joining. World domination certainly appeals to me. I agree to join, but before that I need to reclaim my physical body. Only then can I truly unleash my potential and contribute more to our conquest of the world. With Obito clarifying the topic, Moryo finally revealed his real intention. He had no interest in joining any organization named Akatsuki. He only wanted to use the strength of the person before him to reclaim his body. As for world domination, he was indeed interested, but one Moryo was sufficient. He did not wish to share this world with others. Of course I won't rush you. I will wait for you, and during the time you recover your body, let me see if you are strong enough to join Akatsuki. In response to Moryo's hint, Obito seemed to revert to his past self, completely oblivious to Moryo's desire for him to help reclaim his body. Alright, leader, then just watch my power. Although Moryo was somewhat displeased by Obito's act of ignorance, he did not show it. In truth, it didn't matter whether the other party helped or not. He could easily reclaim his body with his own power. What he feared was the masked figure before him interfering and causing trouble. With the other party's strange abilities, it would indeed be difficult to deal with their obstruction. His earlier pretense of agreeing to join Akatsuki was also to keep the other party at ease. Then I shall wait and see. Watching Obito's body vanish in an instant with a divine might made Moryo's gaze grow solemn again. After Obito disappeared, he realized he couldn't sense anything. This Akatsuki was truly not ordinary. But it didn't matter. As long as he reclaimed his body, no one would pose a threat. Just wait and see his power, his immortal army. As Moryo's power was invoked, the previously lifeless terracotta warriors began to move slowly, and their movements grew more pronounced, ultimately gathering around Moryo. And you all, in recognition of your loyalty, I grant you power. As Moryo spoke, 4 streams of black-purple energy shot out from him towards the 4 who accompanied Huangquan. After the energy entered their bodies, they all exhibited changes, some large, some small. Without exception, they all became significantly stronger. Marvel at this power, and then go fetch the priestess for me. Watching the excited expressions on the faces of the few, Moryo couldn't help but smile slightly. Once his body returned and he devoured the power within, the priestess ruling the world would be effortless. As for that masked man and this Akatsuki daring to act against him, they would be the first to be eliminated when the time comes. Why do I have to handle such troublesome matters? Tsunade Zensei is so annoying. On the way after receiving the message Tsunade sent via the slug, Funingna couldn't help but feel speechless. It hadn't been long since the matter in the Land of Iron. She had just left that cold land not long ago and hadn't had a moment of leisure, yet now new troubles were arising. What is this threat to the world? It sounds like a difficult issue to resolve. Is she treating me like a Japanese person? Miss Funingna, don't say that. Lord Tsunade said that since you have traveled, you should also train more. The situation with Moryo's revival is a great opportunity. Moreover, Lord Tsunade is not leaving you to handle this alone. Your teacher Kakashi and other elite ninjas from Konoha will be with you. Sigh. Watching the little slug disperse into white mist, Funingna suspected that it had heard her previous complaints and left so quickly, not even giving her a chance to argue. What's wrong, Funingna? After the little slug disappeared, Uchiha Hikari approached. Upon hearing this, Funingna recounted the situation regarding Moryo. Upon hearing about the threat of world destruction, Uchiha Hikari was not surprised, as they had also heard rumors about Moryo in the past 2 days. However, when Funingna mentioned that the sky would be supported by tall individuals and not to worry, Uchiha Hikari had dismissed it, but now it seemed Funingna seemed to have become that tall individual. So what do you plan to do? Naturally, I will go to the land of the dead to resolve the issue. Oh, what else can I do? I can't just pretend I didn't see anything. Indeed, every time you appear reluctant on the surface, but in the end you always make the same choice. I think I heard you use a term to describe this, or what was it again? Cough, cough. Seeing the boomerang flying towards her head, Funingna quickly coughed twice to interrupt Uchiha Hikari's contemplation. It seemed she would have to think before speaking in the future, as the other party's memory was remarkably good. Although I don't really want to go if I don't, Tsunade Sensei might cry and be heartbroken. Besides, Kakashi Sensei will also be there. The crisis of world destruction sounds quite dangerous. What if Kakashi Sensei sacrifices himself there? Kakashi Sensei is my beloved friend, he can't just die so easily. After justifying herself, Funingna noticed that Uchiha Hikari no longer mentioned the earlier matter as if he had forgotten it. She let out a sigh of relief. Well, according to the slug, Kakashi Sensei and the others will arrive in the land of the dead soon. I need to speed up and catch up with them. As for you, this journey is perilous and the future is uncertain. Perhaps you should return to the Iron Country for a few days. It's just in time, as Chiyo has already become a disciple of Mifune, so there will be someone to look after you. Uchiha Hikari did not respond to Funingna's suggestion, simply looking at her with a blank expression, causing Funingna to awkwardly turn her head away after a moment. Hey, I understand what you mean, but I need to mention something in advance. The rumors say that the wraith possesses the power to destroy the world. Although that might be a bit exaggerated, its strength is certainly not to be underestimated. In other words, this journey is somewhat dangerous, and my trip to the land of the dead is more for my personal reasons. You are just accompanying me. So if there is truly an insurmountable danger, please withdraw first and run fast. I don't want anyone to die because of me. As she concluded, Funingna's expression grew serious, reflecting her true feelings of not wanting anyone unrelated to be drawn into this. Although she just mentioned Tsunade and Kakashi, those were actually secondary reasons. The primary reason was still her system. Since last time, I managed to write a short piece just by escorting a princess to the land of snow. This time, with the crisis of world destruction, isn't it guaranteed that there will be a theatrical version? Participating in that would surely boost my love value. In that case, she certainly couldn't miss it. Even if Tsunade didn't send her a message this time, she had to help out at such a grand event. Receiving a message only sped up her journey. If she could originally take her time heading to the land of the dead, now she had to move at full speed. Got it. Since Funingna was being serious this time, Uchiha Hikari could only agree, but her subsequent drop in mood was hard to hide. Hey, don't be so glum, a smile more. What I just said was merely precautionary. With our combined strength, how many people in the entire ninja world could threaten us? Besides, didn't I say when we first met that I would protect you? I'm always someone who keeps my promises. But you also said I should live according to my own thoughts, and fighting alongside you is also my choice. Since you keep your promises, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? You really know how to apply what you've learned. Seeing the past boomerang hit her, Funingna couldn't help but smile playfully, and then reached out to poke Uchiha Hikari's nose, adding a hint of grievance to his face. Since we've come this far, let's go together. I admit that I am a bit worried about going alone, but I feel much more at ease with you by my side. Just don't blame me for not warning you that it's very dangerous there. Do you think I would be afraid of such things? That's true. Reflecting on the other party's past experiences, Funingna couldn't help but smile helplessly, realizing she had asked a meaningless question. Land of the dead. Oh dear, I haven't seen many people along the way. The few I encountered were all running away. I wonder what's going on. In the news of the wraith's resurrection has spread so widely. It's indeed a bit strange, but it's for the best. It can prevent ordinary people from being affected. However, our purpose for coming here is to deal with the wraith, so why are we here? Hearing Funingna's thoughts, Uchiha Hikari stepped forward to inquire. Ahead of them was a heavily guarded, enormous mansion, which was clearly not the residence of ordinary people. Hey, didn't I mention before? According to the rumors, the priestess is responsible for sealing the wraith, so cooperating with her is necessary. Also, as I mentioned earlier, my teacher Kakashi and some other ninjas will also come to deal with the wraith. The priestess residence is our meeting point. I just wonder if they have arrived yet. Funingna, is your teacher coming too? Hearing that Kakashi would also arrive, Uchiha Hikari inexplicably felt a bit anxious, even blinking a little faster. Yes, his name is Hatake Kakashi. You might not know him, but he's quite a famous figure in the ninja world and a very reliable person when it comes to serious matters. However, when there's nothing going on, you should remember to keep your distance from him. He tends to indulge in some questionable material, so don't let him lead you astray. It seems that you have a good relationship with your teacher. After living in this era for so long, Uchiha Hikari could still discern between jokes and seriousness, no longer taking everything at face value like before. Of course, didn't I mention? Kakashi Sensei and I are like beloved friends who our relationship is incredibly good. While teasing Kakashi, Funingna also retrieved her Konoha headband and put it on as it was time to use it to prove her identity. Who goes there? Have you not heard the news of Wanyao's resurrection? This place is off limits to idle bystanders. Wait, are you a shinobi sent from Konoha? The Miko has been expecting you for quite some time. Please come in at once. The guard at the gate had just opened his mouth to turn Fujinara away when he caught sight of the Konoha forehead protector she wore. Instantly, he halted mid-sentence and shifted his demeanor entirely, gesturing for her to enter. And who is this young lady? She is my friend. Rest assured, she is utterly trustworthy. Noticing the guard's hesitant glance toward Uchiha Hikari, Fujinara stepped forward with a calm explanation. Nodding repeatedly, the guard assured her he bore no ill intent. This is simply part of my duty, no need to dwell on it. Seeing how considerate and perceptive this Konoha ally was, the guard's face softened into a genuine smile. He had harbored quiet concerns about the character of those dispatched to assist, but now it seemed his worries were unfounded. Sensing movement at the entrance, the Miko, kneeling solemnly at the chamber's center, lifted her gaze. Upon seeing only two girls scarcely older than herself, disappointment flooded her expression. She had also noticed Fujinara's forehead protector, the emblem of Konoha, the foremost shinobi village. Was this truly all they had sent? Two girls. Did they truly dismiss the threat of Wanyao so lightly? The arrogance of a great nation, how utterly distasteful. So you too are the sole reinforcements. If so, I urge you to flee now. Spare yourselves a futile sacrifice. Miko Cheyenne, why do you assume we shall fall meaninglessly? Is your certainty so absolute? On the way here that young guard mentioned your ability to foresee others' deaths. Then test it, can you see mine? Though the young Miko's words carried a sharp edge, Fujinara remained unruffled. She had already heard the guard's account of the Miko's circumstances en route. It was less rudeness than resignation, a stoic detachment forged by witnessing too many deaths born not of indifference, but of sorrow worn as armor. As Fujinara stepped forward, drawing near, Cheyenne instinctively activated her power, only to be left utterly dumbfounded by what she saw. Her visions had always yielded clarity, life or death, certainty or fate, never ambiguity. Yet before her, Fujinara's future shimmered only as impenetrable mist, utterly void of form or sign. Impossible. What did you see? Noting the unguarded astonishment in Cheyenne's eyes, Fujinara instantly intuited the truth. Neither her soul nor her body belonged to this world. Combined with Cheyenne's reaction, it was clear. The Miko's foresight held no sway over her. How could it be? Why does your future elude my vision entirely? Perhaps I'm the chosen protagonist, destined to defy prophecy. After all, spoiling the hero's fate would ruin the story entirely. Hearing the answer she'd anticipated, Fujinara tilted her lips upward in a wry, knowing smile, as if such an outcome were perfectly natural. Impossible. Ignoring Fujinara's levity, Cheyenne swiftly turned her gaze to Uchiha Hikari standing behind her, determined to verify whether her power had truly faltered. Though extraordinary, Hikari was undeniably of this world, and thus fully subject to Cheyenne's prophetic sight. Thank goodness. With relief, Cheyenne exhaled softly. Though her gift had burdened her with unbearable sorrow, its reliability was indispensable now. Wanyao had returned, and the Miko's power dared not fail. So, you've seen my companion's fate. Tell me, will our sacrifice be meaningless, dear Miko? Fujinara's teasing grin lingered, prompting Cheyenne to instinctively look away, only for Fujinara to pivot and follow her gaze, refusing to relent until an answer was given. The commotion stirred a rare flush across Cheyenne's cheeks, an uncharacteristic blend of fluster and indignation. Her aloofness was never coldness. It was the quiet armor of one who had witnessed too much death. And due to her sacred station, none had ever dared approach her so freely. Do not grow overconfident. Only your companion is spared, not you. Arrogant souls like yours are always the first to fall. Humph. Out of reverence for her gift, Cheyenne spoke the truth plainly, yet she could not resist delivering a retort in kind. But her barb landed poorly, for before Fujinara could reply, Uchiha Hikari stepped forward and dropped a declaration that shattered all composure. No, she will not die, so long as I draw breath. That single line cracked Cheyenne's carefully maintained reserve. Was this some kind of cultural jest, treating her like a character from a Japanese drama? Though Cheyenne's expression had already dissolved into bewildered consternation, Fujinara raised a triumphant V, a silent proclamation of victory. I'm deeply flattered, but surely you recall what I told you before we arrived. That vow belongs to me, to say to you. Of course I remember. But, you too, are you ever going to stop? Unable to bear their banter any longer, Cheyenne finally raised her voice to cut them off, not merely out of irritation. There was another reason, subtle and unacknowledged. She envied their bond. Though revered, she had lived in solitude since her mother's passing, her power isolating her as much as it protected. Thus, though she would never admit it, that closeness stirred a quiet yearning within her heart. Sensing Cheyenne's rising embarrassment, Fujinara quickly waved her hands in surrender and retreated a step, then paused as if sensing something new and turned sharply toward the doorway. You're terribly late, Kakashi sensei. Didn't Tsunadesima say you'd depart immediately? How is it you arrived even after me? Oh, Might Guy sensei, you're here too. Wonderful. I feel infinitely safer already. Please count on me, and I'll count on you. The figures entering from outside included not only Kakashi, whom they had anticipated, but also Guy, as well as Lee Niji and Tintin, who were part of the third team he led. This also indicates Tsunade's level of seriousness regarding this matter. With Kakashi, Guy, and himself, this could be considered a very high-level configuration. Well, although it's nothing much I still have to explain, the reason we are a bit late is that we first went to scout the situation before coming here. Also, even though I am your teacher, I would be disappointed to hear you say that. Why is it that you feel at ease with Guy, but don't even mention me? Oh, I see. The reason I didn't mention you, Kakashi sensei, is that my trust in you doesn't need further elaboration. Kakashi understood that this overly dramatic demeanor of Funingna was likely a spuro-feminine thought, but unlike him, Guy did not share the same insight. Guy's impression of Funingna was still based on her courageous act of confronting Orochimaru alone to protect Tsunade, thus he had no doubt about her words. Haha, a trust that doesn't need to be expressed in words. That's truly enviable, Kakashi. I admit you have done very well in this regard, but we won't back down either, right, Lee? That's right, teacher guy, we will definitely not back down. Upon hearing this, Lee immediately responded, and the two teacher-student pairs seemed to ignite with enthusiasm. However, Niji and Tintin quietly took 2 steps back, distancing themselves from Guy and Lee. For them, this was still a bit too advanced. Did you see that, Kakashi? This is youth. Haha, Kakashi merely smiled and nodded at his friend's inquiry, clearly unfazed as he was already accustomed to such antics. Oh, by the way, this is. Ignoring Guy's topic, Kakashi turned to Uchiha Hikari, who was standing very close to Funingna with a clear curiosity in his eyes. He had noticed her long ago, but refrained from asking immediately due to Guy's presence. Although Kakashi did not know her, he could guess that she was likely not one of the priestesses, as he knew Funingna disliked strangers getting too close to her, which indicated their relationship was undoubtedly good. I forgot to introduce her to you. Her name is Hikari, a wandering ninja, and a good friend I met elsewhere. She came with me this time because she was worried about my safety regarding the situation in the land of ghosts. A wandering ninja, huh? Murmured Kakashi, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. While labeled a wandering ninja, most wandering ninjas in the shinobi world were actually rogue ninjas from various villages. The term wandering ninja is merely a euphemism for rogue ninja. For instance, Sabuza could also be considered a wandering ninja, but essentially, he was still a rogue. Kakashi-sensei, it's quite impolite to stare at someone like that, especially since she's a girl. Funingna naturally noticed Kakashi's gaze and moved to stand between Uchiha Hikari and Kakashi, blocking his view. Although Funingna's words were still filled with teasing, her evident defense of Kakashi was apparent, and she soon regained her smile. As for seniors who like to meddle in others' affairs, let's leave that aside. Haha, understood. I am Funingna's previous mentor, Hatake Kakashi. I look forward to your guidance in the future. You are the legendary copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. I didn't expect you to be among the reinforcements. You've been a great help, and on behalf of everyone in the land of ghosts, I thank you. Upon hearing Kakashi's self-introduction, Shine's previously indifferent expression was tinged with excitement. Kakashi was quite famous in the shinobi world. She had simply never seen Kakashi in person before, which was why she hadn't recognized him, but she had certainly heard of his reputation. Moreover, compared to the relatively young Funingna and Uchiha Hikari, Kakashi, as a seasoned ninja, with many years of fame, indeed, appeared more reliable. One cannot rely on a few children to save the world, right? That would be a joke. Laughs indeed, and there's also me, Kakashi's eternal rival, the Azure Beast of Konohagakure, Might Guy. Although Guy was not as renowned as Kakashi in the shinobi world, Cheyenne also expressed her gratitude to him as well. Regardless of who it was, she sincerely thanked anyone who came to help despite the great danger. What about me? What about me? After thanking everyone, Funingna noticed that the others seemed to have forgotten her, and she quickly leaned forward to Cheyenne, eager to listen. Seeing the blue figure nearly pressing against her, Cheyenne instinctively shifted her body backward, but quickly realized she had no reason to do so, her face showing displeasure as she gritted her teeth. I thank you too. During our earlier reconnaissance, we saw the undead army of Moryo advancing towards us. Their bodies are made of stone, and perhaps due to Moryo's peculiar powers, they can restore themselves shortly after being destroyed. Therefore, attacking them is meaningless except to delay their movements. The key to solving the problem should lie with Moryo. After a bit of commotion, Kakashi also recounted his previous observations to Funingna, as her strength would undoubtedly be indispensable for this mission against Moryo. Furthermore, the girl named Hikari felt unusual to Kakashi. However, given Funingna's protective instincts like a mother hen, he found it difficult to pry too deeply. But that was fine, as sealing Moryo would not be an easy task, and she would likely have to take action. He could always observe later when the time came. The undead army, huh? That certainly won't be easy to deal with. The main focus indeed needs to be on Moryo. Despite saying this, Funingna did not take the so-called undead army to heart. An army composed of stone, even with Moryo enhancement, would not possess much strength. Moreover, Funingna did not believe those stones could restore themselves without any consumption. It would still consume some of Moryo's power, albeit a small amount. As long as they accumulate enough damage, Moryo would eventually be unable to sustain it, and that would mark the end of the undead army. However, just as she said this was a bit too troublesome, it would be simpler to directly seek out Moryo for trouble. There are rumors that if the body and soul of the wraith merge, it would lead to the destruction of the world. While it might not be that exaggerated, if he succeeds, he will undoubtedly become even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, I suggest we take action, quickly sealing him again before he can fully resurrect his body. It is said that you, Miss Priestess, possess the ability to seal the wraith. Is this true? It is true. Don't worry, even though I am still very young, I will not back down from this matter. I will seal him again, just as my mother did. However, I will need your assistance before that. Upon hearing Ziyuan confirm the rumor, both Kakashi and Furina, along with the others, couldn't help but smile a little. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Although they could confront the wraith directly, alternative methods would certainly be better. Moreover, the priestess is inherently a being that counters the wraith, making her the perfect fit for this. Then let's go. Now that the wraith has been revived, his first thought will surely be to regain his physical form. Therefore, he should be heading towards the place where he was sealed, the Swamp Kingdom. Kakashi-sensei, don't you find this somewhat familiar? It's just like being accompanied by an important figure from a country going together to deal with a villain, and it's all of us again, just like last time in the Land of Snow. On the way to the Swamp Kingdom, feeling bored, Furina struck up a conversation with Kakashi beside her, but unfortunately, she did not gain his acknowledgement. You still have the mood to think about this. You really are as carefree as ever. What about your friend? Are you sure you want her to come along? Even if the wraith doesn't have the ability to destroy the world, he is certainly not someone to take lightly. You might be fine, but it could be very dangerous for her. Kakashi-sensei seems to care a lot about my friend. Don't worry, I assure you she has the ability to protect herself, plus there's me. I will protect her. Is that so? Then I have worried too much. Funingna had never explicitly mentioned Uchiha Hikari's strength, but Kakashi had some guesses in his mind. He understood his disciple. Hearing her say she would protect her was one thing, but if the other party lacked the ability to defend themselves, they definitely wouldn't agree to go together. As for what kind of strength could be considered self-protective, well, given Funingna's cautious nature, Kakashi felt that the girl named Hikari probably wouldn't be much weaker than himself. Tisk, what a monster. While pondering this, Kakashi suddenly noticed 4 vague figures appearing in the distance. Although he couldn't see clearly, his instincts told him they were likely enemies. In the next moment, he realized his instincts were right. Upon spotting them, the figures in the distance simultaneously began forming hand seals. Fire release flowing fire X2. Wind release storm X2. With fire riding the wind's might and the wind aiding the flames, the 4 worked in perfect harmony. The combination of different elemental ninjutsu dramatically increased their power, dyeing a large portion of the sky red, as if a torrential wave of flames were crashing towards everyone. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Kakashi was about to evade when he noticed Uchiha Hikari standing still, seemingly unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to look at Funingna beside him. Are you playing by yourself? Don't look at me. Water release, grand waterfall technique. Although she said that, Funingna's hands did not slow in the slightest. In the next second after the flames appeared, an endless stream of water surged from her side, colliding heat-in with the incoming flames. The massive steam generated from the collision of water and fire made the surroundings somewhat hazy. In the end, perhaps due to Funingna's ninjutsu being superior, or the inherent restraining relationship between water and fire, after the flames dissipated, the water continued unabated, charging towards the 4 attackers, forcing them to scatter and evade. There are only 4 of them, and their numbers are limited. First come, first served. You said that, so why don't you go ahead? Seeing Kai shouting with youthful exuberance as he charged towards the enemy, Kakashi was just about to follow suit when he suddenly paused upon hearing Funingna's words, a look of exasperation on his face. Please, Kakashi-sensei, there's a reason I'm staying behind. If we all go, who will protect the priestess? I'm just thinking of the bigger picture. Huh. Although Funingna's reasoning made Kakashi speechless, since Kai had already engaged the enemy, he couldn't afford to delay any further. He could only shake his head with a wry smile and rush to provide support. No way, someone is really coming. Don't you see your teammates are about to be beaten to death? Looking at the person charging towards him with determination, Funingna couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was that Kakashi and Kai each had one opponent pinned down, and one was not using the Sharingan, while the other had not opened the 8 gates. Clearly, they were not using their full strength. Meanwhile, Team 3's Niji Lee and Tintin were working together against one opponent, and the scene appeared to be evenly matched. It seemed Kakashi and Kai were also intentionally holding back in order to train them. The remaining attacker was the one rushing towards them, but that didn't seem right. The priestess escort and Uchiha Hikari, who had not made a move, looked harmless enough. However, hadn't they just attacked? The combined ninjutsu of the 4 was blocked by one person. Any sane person would not think they were easy to deal with. Could it be that because he hadn't formed seals earlier, the enemy misunderstood? Regardless, since the enemy was coming, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to fish in troubled waters anymore. After all, he had just said he needed to stay behind to protect the priestess. He had to be responsible for his own words. Looking at the approaching enemy, Ziyuan's indifferent face couldn't help but show a hint of panic. She had seen the ninjutsu earlier and knew that with her escort's strength, it would be difficult to contend against the attackers. But whether it was Kakashi or the others, they were still focused on fighting the enemies in front of them. It was unclear whether they didn't see her, or if the opponents were too troublesome that they couldn't spare their hands. You seem a bit worried, but have you forgotten that I'm still here? Just as Ziyuan's attention was completely focused on the rapidly approaching enemy, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears, making her realize that Funingna had somehow appeared beside her, wearing a look of schadenfreude. So fast. Although Ziyuan did not see clearly, she could clearly observe the person attacking her. Funingna's speed far surpassed her own, as she had already appeared in front of the priestess in the blink of an eye. Funingna's earlier speculation was not mistaken. Due to her ninjutsu bypassing the hand signs, the attackers were unaware that the jutsu just used was solely her own, mistakenly believing it was cast by Kakashi, Kai, and others who had gone out to confront the enemy. This was also why the opponent dared to attack Ziyuan alone. In his view, the powerful water-style ninja, who had just displayed their might, was probably held back by their comrades, so he should take this opportunity to complete the mission. However, Funingna's earlier performance was substantial, and upon realizing that the ninja remaining to protect the priestess seemed difficult to deal with, the attacker preparing to strike Ziyuan involuntarily felt a hint of hesitation. He could see that his companions were embroiled in a fierce battle, likely unable to contend with those ninjas, and if he were also delayed here, it was possible that he would ultimately fail the mission and face a total annihilation. With these thoughts in mind, the person rushing over unconsciously halted his steps. As the leader, he needed to weigh the pros and cons at this moment. However, while he had stopped, Funingna had no intention of holding back. She was almost right in front of him, and if she did not act, she would feel it inappropriate. As Funingna's figure turned into an afterimage and vanished beside Yuen, the attacker instinctively used Earth-style hardening technique to reinforce his defenses, and this choice clearly proved to be correct. Bang! Just as he used the hardening technique, a kunai appeared behind him and lunged towards his heart. With one strike failing to land, Funingna withdrew, no longer entangled with him. Although it was simple to continue pressing the attack with brute strength, encountering a turtle-type opponent was rare, and it was a perfect opportunity to test her ninjutsu. It seems you are more adept at speed. Perhaps Funingna's retreat led the attacker to mistakenly believe she was not skilled in offense, dispelling his original thought of retreating as he began to weave hand signs while maintaining the hardening technique. Facing the attacker's misunderstanding, Funingna merely chuckled lightly, having no intention to explain. The truth would reveal itself. In fact, the attacker's misunderstanding was not without reason. Illogically, it was challenging for a student like Funingna, who appeared to have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, to excel in every aspect, as she would inevitably have some weaknesses. For example, if she excelled in speed, she might be lacking in other areas. Moreover, with the support of the power of the wraiths, their overall strength was naturally more comprehensive, which was why he dared to continue staying. But unfortunately, Funingna could not be generalized with others. Using logic to speculate about her was bound to lead to problems. Noticing the opponent preparing to use ninjutsu, a pale blue sphere began to spin in Funingna's hand. It was clear what kind of ninjutsu this was, namely the spiral sphere. However, after the spiral sphere formed, the changes were not over. Its color gradually shifted from pale blue to deep blue, and its shape began to change as well. From a spherical shape, it gradually flattened and elongated, ultimately forming a pointed shape at both ends resembling a spear. Alright, it was indeed a spear. Since Funingna was unsure of the best form to take, she simply opted for one that was more suitable for offense. The nature change of water attribute chakra is a transformation of form. Thus, by incorporating the nature change into the spiral sphere, she could freely adjust its shape. This would not only increase its power, but also make it more suitable for combat, no longer requiring the cumbersome manual manipulation like a non-attribute spiral sphere, greatly enhancing its convenience. However, at present, she was likely the only one in the ninja world capable of achieving this. Water style, please input text. Fire style, great fire flow. To be honest, upon seeing Funingna's move, the attacker weaving hand signs already regretted his earlier decision. Even though he did not recognize the ninjutsu Funingna was using, it certainly did not seem like any ordinary ninjutsu, especially with that nature change in chakra. It was likely that the one who had just withstood the combined ninjutsu of their four was that little girl on the opposite side. He had completely targeted the wrong opponent from the start. Upon realizing that the previous water style was most likely cast solely by Funingna, the attacker's earlier thought of retreat refilled his mind, and he immediately put this into action. After using his ninjutsu, he quickly retreated, preparing to take advantage of the flames for cover to escape. Since you have come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Although the opponent's figure was growing more distant, Funingna was not anxious. Instead, she sidestepped to avoid the flames rushing towards her, then closed one eye, taking her time to aim before throwing the spiral sphere, transformed into a spear towards him. In the instant the spear was launched, the attacker, who had retreated a distance, suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if something dangerous was targeting him. Naturally, he noticed the water spear that Funingna had thrown at him, realizing that the chilling sensation he felt earlier was due to this strike. Although the water spear was fast, making it impossible to evade and causing his body to instinctively feel discomfort, he felt much more at ease internally, knowing that his earlier choice was correct and that he had already created a safe distance. As long as he could withstand this strike, he would. As he pondered, the water spear had already approached not far from him, its nearly suffocating sense of lethality pressing down on his thoughts like a death god, making it impossible for him to continue his earlier thoughts. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. As the water spear rapidly approached, the prepared attacker also used his life-saving ninjutsu, but he did not expect that the several earth flow walls he summoned would be pierced through as easily as if they were made of paper, along with his mood being pierced through as well. Although the earth flow walls did not serve much purpose, they at least slightly slowed the speed of the water spear, allowing him to react in time and not die without understanding. Earth-style hardening technique. Perhaps due to running out of tricks and having no other options, he ultimately placed all his hopes on the hardening technique that had just successfully blocked Funingna's attack. With his full force driving it, the effects of the hardening technique were elevated to its maximum. Feeling this unprecedented sensation, a sense of security finally arose in his heart. I can do it. As thoughts flashed in his mind, the water spear finally struck its target. The hardening spell did not achieve the effect the attacker had imagined, as the defenses covering the surface of the body were pierced the moment they came into contact. Looking at the water spear embedded in his body, the attacker involuntarily widened his eyes. However, he soon realized that although the area pierced by the spear was sending waves of excruciating pain, it was an inevitability. The crucial point was that it was not a fatal blow. After throwing it, the next step should be to pull out the spear. With a light laugh, Funingna extended her hand towards the direction in which the attacker was retreating, then suddenly clenched her fist. At the moment Funingna made her move, the attacker sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. In the next instant, the water spear lodged in his body detonated, creating a massive explosion and leaving a gaping hole in his chest. After confirming that the opponent was truly dead and not feigning death by some means, Funingna turned her gaze towards other areas still engulfed in battle. Kai and Kakashi were managing quite well, handling their opponents with ease, and even Kakashi took a moment to glance at her. She suspected that if those two had fought seriously, they would have resolved their opponents long ago. Their ability to stall until now was merely playing around. In contrast, the situation for the trio of Team 3 was far from easy. Shaoli had already opened the 8 gates, and Ning's temples were bulging with veins, clearly exerting themselves to the fullest. Fortunately, the opponents were not particularly strong. Under full effort, the three gradually gained the upper hand, and ultimately with Tian's support, Xiao Li and Ning Xi flanked and defeated their foe. After their battle concluded, Kakashi and Kai, who had been dragging along, quickly resolved their opponents in succession, evidently having been holding back earlier. Otherwise, the fight could have ended much sooner. But even if you two wanted to train them, you could have resolved your own opponents first. What if something unexpected happened while dragging it out? It's truly frustrating. My dear students, you did well. After defeating their respective opponents and regrouping, Kai generously expressed his praise. He had noticed the strength of the attackers, and being able to defeat such foes was enough to prove that they were gradually gaining the ability to stand on their own. In response to Kai's acknowledgement, Xiao Li immediately became excited, and Tian was similarly affected. Even Ning Xi, who usually appeared indifferent, showed a smile, clearly in good spirits. Don't look at me, I'm well aware that you can easily handle those guys, haha. Noticing Funingna's gaze upon him, Kakashi maintained his usual deadpan expression, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, as if it were only natural, prompting her to want to punch him. Feeling a sense of nostalgia for the changes in people's hearts, Kakashi gathered the regrouped team, and they set off on their journey once more. The attackers who had just come were likely sent by the Wraith clan. It seemed their physical seals had not yet been broken, which was why they had sent people to interfere. Overall, it was quite good. The worst-case scenario did not occur. You have misunderstood me. I merely wanted to conserve my energy for dealing with the Wraith later on, which is why I had held back earlier to avoid excessive consumption affecting the subsequent battle. As he listened to Funingna and Uchiha Hikari discussing his previous performance, Kakashi couldn't help but start to defend himself. Unfortunately, Funingna remained in a state of refusal to listen to her explanations, and Uchiha Hikari was even less concerned, his attention entirely focused on Funingna, without a glance in Kakashi's direction. With a sigh, Kakashi lamented the declining state of the world, and the group finally arrived at their destination, the land of Marsh, where the corporeal form of the Wraith was sealed. In contrast to the previous land of ghosts, the land of Marsh appeared even more desolate, devoid of any signs of life, as if everything here had already succumbed to death. It seemed that coming here was indeed the right choice. If left unchecked, more places would inevitably fall into a fate similar to this. The tragic state of the land of Marsh brought a serious look to Funingna's face, erasing the playful demeanor she had with Kakashi earlier. Indeed, prepare for battle. The final enemy, the Wraith, should be nearby. Observing Funingna's change, Kakashi nodded in agreement, well aware that for someone whose dream was to make this world a better place, the current situation was utterly unacceptable. It was easy to foresee that the creature called Wraith would face severe consequences, as this time he was not fighting alone. He was confident that he could contribute. With the new power he had recently gained, Kakashi felt a surge of confidence as he sensed the Sharingan slowly turning beneath his eye mask. He had not been idle during Funingna's absence. His daily relentless training gave him a sense of returning to his youth, and his sudden surge of vitality took his friend Guy by surprise, prompting Guy to increase his own daily training regimen. In summary, the situation was quite intense, and correspondingly Guy's further progress led Kakashi to instinctively ramp up his training. They both spent their days engaged in a competitive spiral. Although such days were initially hard for Kakashi, who had grown accustomed to slacking off, he was still a genius from back in the day, capable of enduring this level of challenge. After all his 3 disciples were busy, one was pursuing a companion to train with Jiraiya, another sought revenge against Orochimaru to become stronger, and the last aimed to change this cruel ninja world. With his 3 students engaged in such endeavors, how could he, as their teacher, afford to relax? Fortunately, his intensive training had indeed proven to be highly effective. The new abilities he acquired gave him the confidence to face any enemy. No Kakashi Sensei, the battle began the moment we stepped into the land of Marsh. Kakashi naturally placed immense trust in Funingna, so upon hearing her correction, he immediately began to scan the surroundings, and indeed something unusual was happening. The immortal army of the Wraith. Well, it makes sense. After all, he knows the purpose of our visit, so gathering forces here is quite normal. As Kakashi observed the clay soldiers gradually closing in from all directions, he understood the meaning of Funingna's words. The only explanation for the clay soldiers appearing so quickly was that the Wraith had long since set an ambush here, otherwise they would not have been unable to sense it. However, despite being surrounded, Kakashi felt no panic. After all, these clay soldiers were made of stone, and the only troublesome aspect was their immortality. The rest posed no real threat. On the contrary, with Kakashi and Guy's strengths, there was no need for further elaboration. His new abilities and the 8 gates were exceptionally powerful. In addition, there was the rumored shaman with the power to restrain the wraith Ziyuan, as well as his increasingly inscrutable disciple Funingna. Moreover, her friend Hikari seemed quite formidable as well. Haha, it seems the battle has indeed begun. Are you all ready? Guy also noticed the multitude of clay soldiers advancing around them, eagerly preparing for battle. However, before he could make a move, Kakashi shot him a warning glance. After stopping Guy, Kakashi turned to Funingna, a clear smile showing through his uncovered eye, as if to say, it's your turn now. Hey Kakashi-sensei, you really know how to delegate. Although she complained, Funingna had no intention of refusing. Dealing with such a large number of enemies was indeed best suited for her. Water-style Great Waterfall technique. With the clay soldiers moving slowly, Funingna had ample time to prepare. After completing the hand seals, an endless torrent of water surged forth from around her, rushing towards the clay soldiers coming from all directions. As thoughts flashed in his mind, the water spear finally struck its target. The hardening spell did not achieve the effect the attacker had imagined, as the defenses covering the surface of the body were pierced the moment they came into contact. Looking at the water spear embedded in his body, the attacker involuntarily widened his eyes. However, he soon realized that although the area pierced by the spear was sending waves of excruciating pain, it was an inevitability. The crucial point was that it was not a fatal blow. After throwing it, the next step should be to pull out the spear. With a light laugh, Funingna extended her hand towards the direction in which the attacker was retreating, then suddenly clenched her fist. At the moment Funingna made her move, the attacker sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. In the next instant, the water spear lodged in his body, detonated, creating a massive explosion and leaving a gaping hole in his chest. After confirming that the opponent was truly dead and not feigning death by some means, Funingna turned her gaze towards other areas still engulfed in battle. Kai and Kakashi were managing quite well, handling their opponents with ease, and even Kakashi took a moment to glance at her. She suspected that if those two had fought seriously, they would have resolved their opponents long ago. Their ability to stall, until now, was merely playing around. In contrast, the situation for the trio of Team 3 was far from easy. Shaoli had already opened the 8 gates, and Ning's temples were bulging with veins, clearly exerting themselves to the fullest. Fortunately, the opponents were not particularly strong. Under full effort, the three gradually gained the upper hand, and ultimately with Tian's support, Xiao Li and Ning Xiai flanked and defeated their foe. After their battle concluded, Kakashi and Kai, who had been dragging along, quickly resolved their opponents in succession, evidently having been holding back earlier. Otherwise, the fight could have ended much sooner. But even if you two wanted to train them, you could have resolved your own opponents first. What if something unexpected happened while dragging it out? It's truly frustrating. My dear students, you did well. After defeating their respective opponents and regrouping, Kai generously expressed his praise. He had noticed the strength of the attackers, and being able to defeat such foes was enough to prove that they were gradually gaining the ability to stand on their own. In response to Kai's acknowledgement, Xiao Li immediately became excited, and Tian was similarly affected. Even Ning Xiai, who usually appeared in different, showed a smile, clearly in good spirits. Don't look at me, I'm well aware that you can easily handle those guys, haha. Noticing Funingna's gaze upon him, Kakashi maintained his usual deadpan expression, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation, as if it were only natural, prompting her to want to punch him. Feeling a sense of nostalgia for the changes in people's hearts, Kakashi gathered the regrouped team, and they set off on their journey once more. The attackers who had just come were likely sent by the Wraith clan. It seemed their physical seals had not yet been broken, which was why they had sent people to interfere. Overall, it was quite good. The worst-case scenario did not occur. You have misunderstood me. I merely wanted to conserve my energy for dealing with the Wraith later on, which is why I had held back earlier to avoid excessive consumption affecting the subsequent battle. As Kai activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, Kakashi simultaneously lifted the barrier over his left eye, revealing the Crimson Sharingan. When facing an enemy of this caliber, one must give their all from the very start. Kakashi and Kai took the lead, and the others could not simply let the two of them handle it alone. Without any hesitation, they quickly followed the two's footsteps. Before long, they spotted the figure of the Wraith amidst the ruins. It seemed to be in a rather disheveled state, likely due to the grand attack just executed. Evidently, Funina's recent strike had inflicted considerable discomfort. So you are the Wraith. You look half dead just from our brief greeting. You don't seem so impressive after all. It appears the rumors of world destruction are merely hearsay. Looking at the Wraith's grim expression, Funina's lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding an air of disdain. Seeing this, the Wraith felt a surge of anger, yet he quickly suppressed it. He was not a fool devoid of reason. Funina's earlier greeting had already showcased her strength. Moreover, his physical form had not yet returned, and his undead army had been scattered far by the recent attack, making it impossible for them to regroup anytime soon. With only a few clay soldiers nearby, he knew it would be difficult to pose any real threat. Even with his own presence, the situation would hardly change. Shifting his gaze away from Funingna, the Wraith turned to look at Kai and Kakashi, who had arrived first. Although they had yet to make a move, neither seemed like easy opponents. Furthermore, the Wraith was uncertain if there were any reinforcements on the way. Adding to this was the presence of the priestess. While it was likely she could not harness his power, she still posed a threat. Initially, due to Funina's taunt, the Wraith had considered attacking, but the more he thought about it, the less inclined he was to act. Without a physical body, he could not unleash his full power, and his main asset, the undead army, had been severely crippled by the opponent's previous strike. Continuing the fight would likely result in him being sealed once more. Just as the thought of retreat began to form Kakashi, and Kai seemed to have sensed his intentions moving to block his escape path. This is what you brought upon yourselves. Seeing the opponent's relentless pursuit, the already ill-tempered wraith could no longer contain his inner rage. However, even so, he did not completely lose his reason, deciding to target the seemingly weaker Kakashi, clearly having thought it through. After all, compared to Funingna, who had just repelled the undead army with a single strike, and Kai, who seemed formidable after unlocking the 8 gates, Kakashi, who only revealed a pair of red eyes, did appear somewhat lacking. As he watched the wraith extend his arm towards him, Kakashi became more vigilant, wary of the imminent attack that could come at any moment, and his instincts proved correct. In the next instant, several terrifying black snakes surged forth from the wraith's arm, twisting as they charged at Kakashi. Faced with this horrifying sight, Kakashi immediately unleashed his renowned ninjutsu, Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. At the very moment the wraith struck, a wall of earth adorned with several dog heads appeared before Kakashi, intercepting the oncoming attack. The carved dog head did not provide any substantial enhancement to the earthen wall, and in an instant of collision, it was shattered by the black snake, which then continued to lunge at Kakashi behind the earth wall. With a poof, Kakashi was bitten by the black snake, letting out a muffled groan from the pain, but before the wraith could rejoice, Kakashi's body suddenly transformed into lightning and erupted, spreading along the black snake's body towards the wraith. Seeing this scene, the wraith instinctively wanted to sever its connection with the black snake, but its movements were still not as swift as the lightning. Although the wraith was powerful, its physical form was merely that of an ordinary human, thus it inevitably experienced numbness. While the wraith would soon recover, this brief delay was already enough for the others present. Seeing his friend create an opportunity, Guy was the first to act, arriving at a position not far from the wraith in an instant. Looking at the figure shrouded in green steam across from him, the wraith could not help but feel a strong sense of threat. Realizing the danger, he hastily summoned the last few remaining clay soldiers to guard in front of him. As the wraith prepared to defend, Guy's arms transformed into afterimages, unleashing countless shockwaves and flames towards the wraith, much like a peacock spreading its feathers. Seeing this terrifying strike, the wraith instinctively widened its eyes. Fortunately, the clay soldiers it had just summoned managed to block part of the incoming attack, allowing it to forcefully maneuver its body to evade. However, although the wraith intended to dodge, the rapid-fire flames and shockwaves from the peacock were not easy to evade. Thus, even with the clay soldiers blocking the attack, the wraith was unable to escape unscathed. At this moment, the area on its chest had already turned charred black. This kind of injury would be fatal for an ordinary person, but fortunately the wraith was no ordinary being, it was a monster. Under the influence of the wraith's special chakra, its terrifying injuries began to gradually heal, restoring the wraith's confidence once more. Ha ha, you cannot kill me, I am immortal. Before the wraith could finish speaking, a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind it, akin to the harbinger of death, freezing the smile on the wraith's face. Due to the surprise attack, unlike Guy's earlier grand spectacle, the wraith had barely registered the danger when it was struck. One water gun pierced it directly from behind. And this was not all. There followed a second and third shot in quick succession, transforming the previously self-satisfied wraith into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. When fighting us, you cannot afford to be as careless as before. Consider this your tuition for today. Looking at the wraith, who was staring at her intently, Funingna merely smiled at him. Her nonchalant demeanor made the wraith's gaze appear even more terrifying, as if it wanted to tear her apart. Careless. I have already said you cannot kill me. Before the wraith could finish its words, Funingna reached out and gently squeezed, causing several water guns embedded in its body to explode. Although the water guns appeared ordinary and could not compare to Guy's imposing peacock, their essence was a fusion of water-based nature transformation spiraling spheres. The spiraling sphere was already formidable, and with the nature transformation applied, it became even more so. The exploding water guns instantly enveloped the wraith's entire body. After a painful scream, the splashes of water faded, revealing the wraith's body, which was now riddled with holes. Thud. Due to the severe damage to his body, the wraith was forced to collapse to the ground, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. The wraith, known for his violent nature, was now in a predicament that exceeded his mental endurance. He could no longer tolerate the humiliation he was facing. You all will certainly have a miserable end, especially you. I will make you regret ever appearing in this world. Oh dear, how frightening. Then I absolutely cannot let you escape today. Seeing the wraith still glaring at her, even while lying on the ground, Funingna couldn't help but feel the urge to retort. It wasn't only her who acted, she just happened to strike harder than the others. How annoying, huh? However, despite the joking tone, Funingna's movements did not slow down at all. After forming the seals, the stagnant water on the ground began to change again, ultimately coalescing into 4 massive water columns that flew toward the wraith. However, this time the water columns did not directly attack him. Instead, they landed around the wraith, forming a square shape that enclosed him. Although he did not understand Funingna's intentions, the unusual scene still made the wraith instinctively feel that something was amiss. His intuition warned him that if he did nothing, what was about to happen would not bode well. Sensing the impending danger, the wraith disregarded his already battered body and suddenly opened his mouth wide. From it surged a purple illusory figure that emitted an unsettling aura, sending chills down his spine. Upon witnessing this eerie sight, Funingna prepared to pause her actions to observe the situation before deciding on her next move. However, she soon noticed Kakashi's reassuring gesture, which alleviated her worries. I didn't expect Kakashi to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at this time. Did that happen so early in the original story? But I suppose her encouragement played a part in this. Watching the three tomo in Kakashi's Sharingan spin rapidly, which then formed a unique pattern, Funingna understood where her opponent's confidence came from. In this world, space-time ninjutsu is never weak, and Kakashi, or rather Obito's Kamui, is naturally no exception. Although the wraith's current state seemed rather mystical, Funingna did not believe he could disregard the power of Kamui. After all, even Kagaya Akatsuki, the progenitor of chakra, had been thwarted by an enhanced version of Kamui. Moreover, although Kamui currently only had a single eye and lacked the six paths power enhancement, Kagaya Akatsuki was still far beyond what the wraith could compare to. However, despite Funingna's trust in Kakashi and her awareness of Kamui's might, she still prepared to retreat at any moment, knowing she could evade even if Kamui did not activate. Kamui. Fortunately, Kakashi did not disappoint, but just as the wraith's soul was about to break free from his body to attack, the space where his soul resided began to warp, as if intending to absorb everything around it. The moment Kakashi activated Kamui, the wraith felt a familiar sensation similar to that of the previous masked man wielding a power that controlled space. However, at this moment the wraith had no time to ponder the reasons behind it. He had already experienced the might of this ninjutsu firsthand and certainly did not wish to endure it a second time. However, reality does not change based on the feelings of the wraith. In the very next moment after the familiar sensation arose, pain followed, and the wraith felt as if its soul was being torn apart. And indeed, a part of the wraith's soul completely vanished under the influence of the Kamui, leaving no trace behind. At this point, Kakashi had only recently awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and was not very familiar with the application of Kamui, which resulted in a slight misalignment, failing to completely envelop the wraith's soul. Otherwise, with such a strike, even if the wraith did not die, it would still be in dire straits, for even a monster that does not perish would find a damaged soul unbearable. Indeed, it is Kamui what truly is quite useful. Looking at the clearly suffering wraith, Funingna felt a mix of emotions while her hands moved faster. Since Kakashi had accomplished his task, she could not afford to slack off. Just as the wraith was recovering from the pain of the soul being torn, it noticed that a curtain of water had risen around it, trapping it firmly within. If that were all, it would not be a problem, but the wraith soon realized that even in its soul state, it could not penetrate the water curtain, and no matter how it attacked, it only stirred ripples on the surface without any intention of breaking through. The wraith was very perceptive. It could sense that the water curtain surrounding it was becoming increasingly perfect, and it could naturally deduce Funingna's intentions. In such circumstances, the long years of being sealed flooded back, driving the wraith nearly to madness. Finally, it seemed to have made a certain resolution. Uchiha Obito, I know you must be nearby. You want me to join your organization, don't you? You've seen my current situation. If you help me avoid the seal, I am willing to join you. Although it spoke with conviction, the wraith could not be certain whether the masked man claiming to be Uchiha Obito was actually present. However, it believed that with its own strength and value, the other party would not easily give up on it. Uchiha Obito. It seems his unsealing is related to Kakashi. Hearing the name Uchiha Obito, Funingna also became vigilant in her heart. She knew that Uchiha Obito was certainly a fake, but Uchiha Kakashi was not someone to be trifled with either. Very well. With the sound, a portion of space within the water curtain seemed to twist, forming a vortex similar to Kakashi's Kamui. However, the wraith felt a great difference between the two. I hope you keep your promise. After revealing himself in order to avoid any unexpected events, Kakashi said nothing more and directly extended his hand towards the wraith's soul. Feeling the pulling force from it, the wraith did not resist this time, but allowed itself to be absorbed. After all, for the wraith, it was already a deadlock. The only development left was to be sealed, so it chose to believe this masked man in hopes of a glimmer of hope. Since Kakashi appeared so close to the wraith's soul, and after revealing himself, he did not act pretentiously, but instead directly dealt with the wraith. In the case where the wraith cooperated with Kakashi, the absorption was instantaneous. Even Funingna could not interrupt it in time. Soon after, she realized that they seemed to have done a favor for each other, which left her somewhat displeased. We meet again, Uchiha Obito. I didn't expect an old man like you to still be so nimble. Truly, age has not wearied you, ha? It seems you have grown stronger during our time apart, Funingna. Tobirama paid no mind to Funingna's sarcastic remarks, as he could roughly guess her thoughts. After all, this effortless capture of the wraith was indeed greatly aided by Funingna and her companions. There's no need for uncertainty. Since we have the rare chance to meet, let me give you a first-hand experience, starting with your mask. Unlike last time, this time Kakashi and Guy accompanied him with Uchiha Hikaru flanking them. Their combined strength far exceeded that of Tobirama at this time. Moreover, Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would limit Tobirama's greatest reliance, the ability of Kamui, to phase through. Other abilities such as would release, while not to be underestimated, would not provide Tobirama with a significant advantage. After all, whether it was himself Kakashi Guy or Uchiha Hikaru, none were easy prey that Tobirama could handle at will. With the situation as it was, if they did not take action, now Funingna felt felt she could very well find a block of tofu to throw herself against, having failed to seize the opportunity presented before her. After signaling to Kakashi, Funingna ceased wasting words with Tobirama. She clasped her hands together, and a powerful jet of water surged forth, aimed directly at Tobirama's face. As expected, the water jet did not hit Tobirama, but instead passed cleanly over his head. Funingna was well aware of his abilities and was naturally not surprised. She did not expect this single strike to have much effect. What mattered was the cooperation of the others. Although Guy did not understand the meaning behind Funingna's gaze, since she had already made her move, he would naturally not lag behind. He drew out his nunchaku and swiftly moved to Tobirama's side to assist Funingna in the attack. Similarly, his attacks also passed through entirely, but it mattered not. As long as Kakashi used Kimui to redirect his attacks, as long as Tobirama maintained his phasing state, he would undoubtedly evade their strikes. Although her earlier attack appeared plain, it was actually a spiraling sphere transformed through the change of water nature. As long as it hit and Tobirama did not timely use his Anaji to alter reality, even with the enhancement of White Zetsu, he would not escape serious injury. Imagining the unfolding events, Funingna felt as if she had already uncorked the champagne. However, the subsequent developments did not occur as she had envisioned. Kakashi did not use Kimui. Thus, Tobirama remained completely unharmed. After dodging the two attacks, he quickly distanced himself. Although he did not know that Kimui could counteract, he had no intention of lingering in battle. After all, while Tobirama was confident he would not be injured facing four opponents whose strength was not vastly different from his, he also had no means to break the deadlock. Moreover, the plan to capture the wraith had already been accomplished, so there was no need to waste time here, knowing that there were many matters to plan for the Eye of the Moon project. Looking at Tobirama's gradually departing figure, Funingna no longer had any intentions of pursuit. Tobirama clearly did not wish to linger, so after missing the earlier opportunity, it was virtually impossible to keep him here. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the survival ability of Kimui could already be considered top tier in the ninja world. In a situation where strengths were similar, wanting to leave was indeed a challenging endeavor. Kakashi-sensei, was there something that just happened? If you cooperated and used Kimui, we could definitely defeat that trickster. Compared to Obito running away, Funingna was more concerned about what had just occurred. After all, they had communicated through gestures, and Funingna believed Kakashi would definitely understand her meaning. But, I've only recently mastered this ability, so my control over it is limited. Therefore, after using it on the wraith, I no longer had the capability to use it again. As he spoke, Kakashi couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Clearly, he knew that it was somewhat strange to be unable to use it after just one time. Damn it, could it really be like Funingna said, that it was because he often read Jiraiya's works? Seeing Kakashi's slightly fatigued state and recalling her own memories, Funingna realized the situation was likely as Kakashi described. Due to the short time of mastery and the substantial consumption of Kimui, he was struggling a bit. I see, I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. This time it was my misjudgment. I was a bit anxious and didn't consider your condition. Hey, are you really apologizing? Do you know how obvious the smile on your face is, Baka? Watching Funingna, who was saying sorry yet her eyes were brimming with mockery, Kakashi couldn't help but scold and laugh. Alright, since we can't find that guy, we should return to the village and report to Lord Hokage. What about you? Do you want to go back together? Since the wraith had been taken away by Obito, it was difficult to continue the pursuit. Therefore, after resting for a while, Kakashi and Guy prepared to return to Konoha. I'll pass. I finally managed to persuade Tsunade to come out and have some fun. No, I meant to come out for training. It's only been a short while since I came out. How can I go back now? Look, neither Naruto nor Sasuke have returned yet. After saying that, Funingna smiled awkwardly. For some reason, she had inadvertently expressed her inner thoughts. How could this be allowed? Since you don't want to go back, then you can stay outside, but you must be careful. That masked man gave me a very dangerous feeling earlier. And that wraith, I believe they won't give up easily. You must not encounter any accidents. Kakashi did not focus on the fact that Funingna had accidentally let something slip. He was well aware of her personality, so he naturally wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Moreover, Funingna saying she wanted to train outside was not a fabrication. From the recent battle, Kakashi could sense that she was much stronger than the last time they met, indicating she had not been idle during this period. In that case, what more was there to say? Even if she returned to the village, Kakashi felt there was nothing more for him to teach her. Even Tsunade would be the same. Sometimes having a talented disciple can also be a burden. Rest assured, I will definitely be fine. Who are you talking about? I was referring to Princess Zun. Meanwhile, in a forest far from the land of swamps, Obito slowly emerged from the vortex, and then a larger whirlpool appeared from his exposed Sharingan, revealing a dark purple phantom. This was the soul of the wraith that Obito had rescued not long ago. You surely recall the promise you made earlier, unless you require my assistance in refreshing your memory. Noticing that Wan Yao, whose soul he had just released, remained silent and merely stared back at him with unblinking intensity, as if contemplating reneging on his word, Obito's tone grew noticeably colder. He had expended considerable effort to rescue Wan Yao from the coordinated assault of Funingna and her companions, but should Wan Yao prove ungrateful, Obito would not hesitate to resume what Funingna had originally intended to do. He indeed required allies, but only those capable of meaningfully aiding him held any value. No, I pledged my allegiance the moment you saved me. I was merely reflecting upon how vastly stronger this world has become compared to the one I once knew. Whether sensing the latent threat in Obito's words or genuinely moved by introspection, Wanyao abandoned his former arrogance and acquiesced without further defiance. Humph. Rest assured, the world remains unchanged. You simply drew ill fortune in encountering a rare few who could best you. Satisfied with the reply, a faint gleam flickered in Obito's narrowed eyes, and his voice softened into a placid, almost benevolent smile. Obito cared little for Wanyao's motives in joining. He only required commitment. Nor did he fear betrayal after Wanyao regained strength. After all, Obito understood Wanyao's nature intimately. Though capable of speech, the entity remained at its core a monstrous vessel overflowing with malignant emotions, an outcast reviled by all realms. The Akatsuki, therefore, was his most fitting sanctuary. Moreover, even setting aside such considerations, Wanyao's long-cherished target, the Shrine Maiden, was no longer within his sole reach. Both Funingna and the enigmatic Uchiha posed formidable, unpredictable threats. Recalling the intelligence recently relayed by White Zetsu, a subtle smile curved beneath Obito's mask. Mr. Wanyao, you surely wouldn't prefer drifting eternally as a disembodied soul, would you? Ha 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 ha. You seem unusually cheerful. Has something occurred? Though Obito restrained himself from laughing aloud and wore a mask to conceal his expression, Wanyao's acute sensitivity to emotional resonance allowed him to detect the anomaly. Humph. Merely recalling something delightful. With an ally of your caliber now among us, how could I help but rejoice? Would you not agree? Indeed. My earlier defeat stemmed solely from being overwhelmed. I shall grant them no such opening next time. Though Wanyao sensed Obito's words were not entirely truthful, he paid them no mind. As Obito had surmised, Wanyao's thoughts were consumed entirely by the Shrine Maiden. Once she was devoured and good merged with evil, he would achieve. Watching Wanyao brim with restless eagerness, Obito was tempted to witness another humiliating spectacle, and perhaps even use him to probe the capabilities of that Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan for future confrontations. Yet prudence prevailed. The Mangekyo's nature remained unknown, and Funingna had clearly retained untapped reserves. He refused to risk losing his newly acquired asset, or worse, exposing his own abilities during a rescue. In Obito's estimation, Funingna was undeniably a prodigy. Whatever Minato Namikaze had accomplished, she very well might replicate. Thus reconnaissance would fall to others. With White Zetsu at his disposal, every action she took would yield invaluable intelligence. I know vengeance burns fiercely within you, but there is something I must clarify beforehand. Where shall we go next? To pursue those two villains. Though you're barely older than I am, you're truly extraordinary. Even Wanyao fell before you. I want to be like you. Will you teach me ninjutsu? Please, please, teach me. Sighing softly, Epsilon Ah, Funingna gazed down at Suzune, who clung to her arm, chattering incessantly. Since Wanyao's threat remained unresolved, it was inevitable he would strike again at the Shrine Maiden Suzune. On one hand, should Wanyao succeed in devouring her, his power would surge catastrophically, posing a grave danger. On the other, having grown familiar with Suzune, Funingna found herself unwilling to see her perish. Thus duty and personal sentiment alike demanded intervention. Moreover, given Suzune's unique status, sheltering her within the village proved impractical, leaving Funingna no choice but to assume temporary guardianship. One thing, however, she had not anticipated: Suzune, who had previously been aloof and impassive, the very portrait of a taciturn girl, had undergone a startling transformation. Lively. Of course, absolutely. To better prepare you against future encounters with Wanyao, I shall serve as your first instructor. But let me be clear, training under me bears no resemblance to your prior life. It will be grueling. You must not falter midway. Though puzzled by Suzune's sudden shift in demeanor, Funingna did not decline her plea. In terms of raw ability, instructing her posed no difficulty whatsoever. Beyond the few techniques Tsunade had taught her, the vast majority of Funina's abilities carried no restrictions on transmission, so when someone wished to learn, she taught without hesitation. It seems you have grown stronger during our time apart, Funingna. Tobirama paid no mind to Funingna's sarcastic remarks, as he could roughly guess her thoughts. After all, this effortless capture of the wraith was indeed greatly aided by Funingna and her companions. There's no need for uncertainty. Since we have the rare chance to meet, let me give you a first-hand experience, starting with your mask. Unlike last time, this time Kakashi and Guy accompanied him, with Uchiha Hikaru flanking them. Their combined strength far exceeded that of Tobirama at this time. Moreover, Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would limit Tobirama's greatest reliance, the ability of Kamui, to phase through. Other abilities such as would release, while not to be underestimated, would not provide Tobirama with a significant advantage. After all, whether it was himself, Kakashi, Guy, or Uchiha Hikaru, none were easy prey that Tobirama could handle at will. With the situation as it was, if they did not take action, now Funingna felt she could very well find a block of tofu to throw herself against, having failed to seize the opportunity presented before her. After signaling to Kakashi, Funingna ceased wasting words with Tobirama. She clasped her hands together, and a powerful jet of water surged forth, aimed directly at Tobirama's face. As expected, the water jet did not hit Tobirama, but instead passed cleanly over his head. Funingna was well aware of his abilities, and was naturally not surprised. She did not expect this single strike to have much effect. What mattered was the cooperation of the others. Although Guy did not understand the meaning behind Funingna's gaze, since she had already made her move, he would naturally not lag behind. He drew out his nunchaku and swiftly moved to Tobirama's side to assist Funingna in the attack. Similarly, his attacks also passed through entirely, but it mattered not. As long as Kakashi used Kimui to redirect his attacks, as long as Tobirama maintained his phasing state, he would undoubtedly evade their strikes. Although her earlier attack appeared plain, it was actually a spiraling sphere transformed through the change of water nature. As long as it hit and Tobirama did not timely use his Anaji to alter reality, even with the enhancement of white Zetsu, he would not escape serious injury. Hehe. Imagining the unfolding events, Funingna felt as if she had already uncorked the champagne. However, the subsequent developments did not occur as she had envisioned. Kakashi did not use Kimui. Thus, Tobirama remained completely unharmed. After dodging the two attacks, he quickly distanced himself. Although he did not know that Kimui could counteract, he had no intention of lingering in battle. After all, while Tobirama was confident he would not be injured facing four opponents whose strength was not vastly different from his, he also had no means to break the deadlock. Moreover, the plan to capture the wraith had already been accomplished, so there was no need to waste time here, knowing that there were many matters to plan for the Eye of the Moon project. Looking at Tobirama's gradually departing figure, Funingna no longer had any intentions of pursuit. Tobirama clearly did not wish to linger, so after missing the earlier opportunity, it was virtually impossible to keep him here. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the survival ability of Kimui could already be considered top tier in the ninja world. In a situation where strengths were similar, wanting to leave was indeed a challenging endeavor. Great. Then let's hurry up, I can hardly wait. As she watched Zyuan jog ahead to lead the way, Funingna was about to follow when she noticed Uchiha Hikari standing still nearby, his eyes downcast, lost in thought. After locking eyes with him, Funingna felt a vague suspicion arise in her heart. Since he had emerged from the seal, he had only maintained a good relationship with her, and during this time, he had been wandering around the ninja world with her, missing the chance to form deeper connections with others, at most sharing a familiar stranger rapport. Thus, noticing her only friend getting close to others inevitably made her feel a bit uncomfortable, but that was nothing. Nothing at all. How could this situation seem good in any way? Moreover, Hikari was from the Uchiha clan, who, although Funingna held no prejudice against them, she had to admit that the Uchihas were quite authoritative when it came to emotions. It was as if a word of danger slowly emerged above her head. No. She waved her hand to disperse the ominous thought, and at the same time a new idea formed in Funingna's mind. Initially, she had stayed here merely to prevent the wraith from consuming the priestess, but now it seemed necessary to linger a bit longer in the land of ghosts. Not for any other reason, but to allow her good friend from the Warring States period to make some friends and establish proper emotional connections, which would also help her feel a greater sense of belonging to this world and lessen the impact of her past. Realizing that Uchiha Hikari had just come out of the seal, and that her taking him around the ninja world was not ideal, Funingna couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, which manifested outwardly as, Hikari, I'm sorry, I didn't consider well before, but it's fine now, because I understand I will help you get along with others, just like Zyuan. Her character is quite good. I believe you two can become good friends. Let's go, we need to greet our friends. Gratitude. Stop dawdling. Moi. Before Uchiha Hikari could recover from Funingna's sudden apology, she had already moved behind him, pushing him towards Zyuan, making even Uchiha Hikari feel a bit dazed. However, despite feeling somewhat speechless, Uchiha Hikari managed to regain his composure, stepping forward without being pushed by Funingna anymore. I shouldn't have just stood by, as she suggested. If I had worked together at that time, perhaps we could have sealed that monster completely, and that would have. Although he no longer thought of those trivial matters that made Funingna feel a bit scared watching Zyuan's cheerful figure, Uchiha Hikari couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Hey, why are you standing there again? Zyuan has stopped to wait for us. Let's hurry up. Hearing the teasing voice from behind, Uchiha Hikari instinctively turned around, and Funingna's smiling face immediately caught his eye. Even Uchiha Hikari couldn't help but feel a bit dazed at her stunning beauty. Is something wrong? If there's an issue, we can take a break. It's nothing, just idly looking around. Noticing that something seemed to have been discovered, Uchiha Hikari quickly turned her head away, no longer making eye contact with Funingna. However, it was better if she hadn't done that. The moment she did, she inadvertently caught Funingna's attention, who began to poke her head out repeatedly, trying to uncover something. Uchiha Hikari clearly was not one to excel at lying, as even with her best efforts to conceal her expression, a slight flush still appeared on her face, which did not go unnoticed by Funingna. Mind your own business. Before Funingna could tease her further, Uchiha Hikari swiftly broke away and ran towards Zin, leaving Funingna alone, disheveled in the wind. Hey, wait for me. I was just joking. 3 months later, the rain-hidden village remained as persistently rainy as ever, but not far from it, numerous ninjas of varying styles arrived in pairs, some flamboyant, others cold and sinister. The only commonality among them was that they all wore red clouds on black attire, clearly members of the same organization, and their identities were evidently obvious: the infamous Akatsuki. Though it was certainly not a good reputation following the assassination of the Land of Iron's Daimyo by an Akatsuki member under strong demands from various countries' Daimyo, and due to their recent actions. With layers of pressure building up, the members of Akatsuki were inevitably facing increased strain, with reckless fools drawn in by the hefty bounty. Although these threats were trivial to their powerful ranks as outlaws, they held little respect for the Daimyo, and in fact they had a certain interest in killing these noble figures. But the crux of the matter was after such a long time, they were already well aware that the assassination of the Land of Iron's Daimyo was merely a ruse orchestrated by others. That person had it easy while the blame was placed on the authentic Akatsuki, which would irk anyone let alone those who were already unruly. In such circumstances, it was naturally difficult for such a group of people to coexist harmoniously, after all aside from the visible leader of Akatsuki, Pain, who possessed the same eyes as the Sage of Six Paths, they would not submit to anyone else. As a result, quarreling was quite inevitable. It's all your fault for causing so much trouble lately. There are far more people seeking death than before. While I'm more than happy to send them to meet Lord Jashin, even as a follower of Lord Jashin, it gets exhausting, you bastards. As he spoke, Haiden's gaze swept across the others present. Despite the truth in his words, each person he glanced at met his gaze defiantly. In a place like Akatsuki, they could do anything, but the one thing they could not allow was to appear weak, for none present were easy to handle. I already discussed the matter of hunting the bloodstained ninjas with the leader before we acted, and he agreed. If you think there's something wrong with the leader's decision, you can take it up with him. Why shout at us here? Are you afraid? What do you say, Shinno? As expected, before Haiden's voice could fade, a sarcastic voice came from the side, laden with mockery. It seems you have grown stronger during our time apart, Funingna. Tobirama paid no mind to Funingna's sarcastic remarks, as he could roughly guess her thoughts. After all, this effortless capture of the wraith was indeed greatly aided by Funingna and her companions. There's no need for uncertainty. Since we have the rare chance to meet, let me give you a first-hand experience, starting with your mask. Unlike last time, this time Kakashi and Guy accompanied him with Uchiha Hikaru flanking them. Their combined strength far exceeded that of Tobirama at this time. Moreover, Kakashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would limit Tobirama's greatest reliance, the ability of Kamui, to phase through. Other abilities such as would release, while not to be underestimated, would not provide Tobirama with a significant advantage. After all, whether it was himself, Kakashi, Guy, or Uchiha Hikaru, none were easy prey that Tobirama could handle at will. With the situation as it was, if they did not take action, now Funingna felt she could very well find a block of tofu to throw herself against, having failed to seize the opportunity presented before her. After signaling to Kakashi, Funingna ceased wasting words with Tobirama. She clasped her hands together, and a powerful jet of water surged forth, aimed directly at Tobirama's face. As expected, the water jet did not hit Tobirama, but instead passed cleanly over his head. Funingna was well aware of his abilities, and was naturally not surprised. She did not expect this single strike to have much effect. What mattered was the cooperation of the others. Although Guy did not understand the meaning behind Funingna's gaze, since she had already made her move, he would naturally not lag behind. He drew out his nunchaku and swiftly moved to Tobirama's side to assist Funingna in the attack. Similarly, his attacks also passed through entirely, but it mattered not. As long as Kakashi used Kamui to redirect his attacks, as long as Tobirama maintained his phasing state, he would undoubtedly evade their strikes. Although her earlier attack appeared plain, it was actually a spiraling sphere transformed through the change of water nature. As long as it hit and Tobirama did not timely use his Anaji to alter reality, even with the enhancement of White Zetsu, he would not escape serious injury. Imagining the unfolding events, Funingna felt as if she had already uncorked the champagne. However, the subsequent developments did not occur as she had envisioned. Kakashi did not use Kamui. Thus, Tobirama remained completely unharmed. After dodging the two attacks, he quickly distanced himself. Although he did not know that Kamui could counteract, he had no intention of lingering in battle. After all, while Tobirama was confident he would not be injured facing four opponents whose strength was not vastly different from his, he also had no means to break the deadlock. Moreover, the plan to capture the wraith had already been accomplished, so there was no need to waste time here, knowing that there were many matters to plan for the Eye of the Moon project. Looking at Tobirama's gradually departing figure, Funingna no longer had any intentions of pursuit. Tobirama clearly did not wish to linger, so after missing the earlier opportunity, it was virtually impossible to keep him here. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the survival ability of Kamui could already be considered top tier in the ninja world. In a situation where strengths were similar, wanting to leave was indeed a challenging endeavor. After the completion of his sublimation, not only did he gain an additional bloodline limit, but his other bloodline limits, such as wind release and steel release, were also enhanced to varying degrees. If he previously could only barely touch the threshold of shadow by relying on the interplay of various bloodlines, then after his sublimation, he had truly become a genuine shadow level. Moreover, due to the diversity of techniques brought by his various bloodlines, he could be considered among the more outstanding individuals, even among those of the same level. In short, Beiliuhu felt terrifyingly strong now, and thus, when confronted by Feiden's accusations, he retaliated without hesitation, sparing no face. His confidence stemmed not only from his enhanced strength, but also from his long-standing disdain for Feiden, believing that the latter's membership in the Akatsuki organization lowered their average standard. Although he wasn't particularly fond of Uchiha Itachi, he acknowledged his strength, deeming him worthy of being a member of the Akatsuki, unlike Feiden, who was akin to a foolish idiot. Perhaps it's best to let that go. Due to the infrequent meetings among the members of the organization, Beiliuhu was unaware of Feiden's almost lethal blood extraction ability. However, even if he had known, he wouldn't have been overly concerned, as with the enhancement of steel release, Feiden would struggle to obtain even a drop of blood from him no matter how hard he tried. How would I know? But I believe your guess is likely correct. After all, we have all witnessed the strength of our leader, so how could this guy dare to provoke him? As soon as Beiliuhu finished speaking, another voice immediately chimed in behind him, its tone devoid of much emotion, as if stating a fact. The one who dealt the additional blow to Feiden was naturally Beiliuhu's teammate Shin-nong. However, unlike before, Shin-nong no longer had white hair. Instead, his hair had turned completely black and his overall aura had significantly strengthened, which was certainly not due to a return to youth, but rather a result of his research achievements regarding Zero Tail. While Beiliuhu was completing his ghost blood skill, Shin-nong had also been busy with the aid of the Akatsuki's resources. He finally achieved results in his long-standing research on Zero Tail a few days ago. The completion of Zero Tail not only brought him a significant amount of chakra, but also rejuvenated his body, allowing him to reach the best state possible. After years of research finally bearing fruit, Shin-nong felt similarly to his teammate, Beiliuhu, feeling terrifyingly strong, although he was relatively more restrained compared to the latter. However, this restraint was only relative to Beiliuhu. After obtaining Zero Tail, Shin-nong also wished to showcase his strength in front of his colleagues to elevate his status. Thus, upon discovering that his teammate seemed to share a tacit understanding with him and had found what seemed to be a soft target in Feiden, Shin-nong promptly chose to team up. Although there had been some gaps between him and Beiliuhu, both Shin-nong and Beiliuhu were intelligent individuals who understood that sticking together in such situations was the better choice. Moreover, although their research directions differed, they were among the few researchers in the ninja world, making it easier for them to connect and communicate compared to others, which was an important reason for their closeness. You all. Watching the harmonious exchange between the two, Feiduan's face darkened instantly, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the enormous scythe in his hand. Anyone familiar with him would recognize this as a clear sign that he was preparing to strike. After all, for someone who takes pleasure in killing and offering sacrifices to death, the behavior of Beiliuhu and Shin-nong was absolutely intolerable. Even Feiduan, no matter how foolish he might be, could sense the blatant provocation. Things are getting interesting. Speaking of which, Brother Scorpion, who do you favor? Naturally, the other members present, aside from the indifferent Uchiha Itachi, also noticed the performance of Beiliuhu and Shin-nong, and they were all quite entertained by it. Or rather, they relished the spectacle without caring about the potential chaos. I favor those two new guys. They seem to have changed a bit compared to before, likely related to the recent events that have transpired. Scorpion's tone gave away no emotions, as if he wasn't really paying attention to the matter at hand, merely responding to his teammate's inquiry. As for whether his answer was based on an impartial perspective or influenced by personal feelings, only Scorpion himself knew. After all, during Beiliuhu's hunt for the bloodstained shinobi, Scorpion had also taken the opportunity to enrich his own stockpile. For him, puppets were always in high demand. Previously, Scorpion had refrained from making any major moves because the organization needed to maintain a low profile, but now that Akatsuki was preparing to step into the light, coupled with the intel support from Beiliuhu, such a fortuitous opportunity, Scorpion felt he would be remiss not to seize it. In fact, he did take advantage of this rare chance, reaping significant rewards. In other words, Akatsuki's rise in the shinobi world was largely due to Scorpion's contributions. Thus, Feiduan's earlier complaints were clearly not lost on Scorpion, but he was too lazy to engage with him, especially since someone else had already stepped in. However, while he might not care, Scorpion would be more than pleased to see someone teach this guy a lesson. After all, he was not exactly a nice guy himself. As expected of Brother Scorpion, just as I thought. As the members of Akatsuki prepared to watch the spectacle unfold, one individual's face appeared displeased, his emerald green eyes reflecting a dark mood. He was Feiduan's teammate Kaku. Although he usually didn't care much for Feiduan, the latter was still his teammate, and Beiliuhu and Shin-nong's blatant disregard for him was evident, leading to their unabashed behavior. For Kakazu, who was feeling quite irritable, the reason he hadn't struck first was that he had a similar feeling to Scorpion. Beiliuhu and Shin-nong seemed a bit odd compared to before. Most likely they had developed some new techniques, and acting rashly could result in a counterattack from them. Thus, it was better to let Feiduan test the waters first. After all, regardless of what happened with Feiduan's immortality, he wouldn't have to worry about any real issues, making him an excellent choice for gathering intelligence. As the two sides confronted each other, the atmosphere around them rapidly grew tense, and the sounds gradually faded, resembling the calm before a storm. Finally, unable to tolerate Beiliuhu's continued disdain any longer, Feiduan took the initiative to strike. The distance between the two was not far, and thus Feiduan rushed to Beiliuhu's front in just 2 steps, raising his scythe high above to strike down fiercely. Die. Upon realizing that Feiduan's target was not himself, Shin-nong voluntarily stepped back. This was not out of fear, but to leave the stage for Beiliuhu. After spending some time together, Shin-nong was well aware of his teammate's current strength. Although it was inferior to his own, dealing with this fool wielding a scythe was definitely not a problem. Naturally, Beiliuhu also noticed Shin-nong's retreat, but he merely glanced at it and chose to ignore it. In his view, to instill fear, the stronger should take action, which would create a better effect. As for Shin-nong, he could simply stand by and admire his own heroic demeanor. In the fleeting moments of thought, Fei Duan's scythe was already within arm's reach. At this distance, Beiliuhu could clearly see Fei Duan's manic smile, which only fueled his disdain further. I wonder if I can establish any authority by battling against such an idiot. With the same disdain on his face, Beiliuhu seemed to be rather indifferent to Fei Duan's attack, lazily raising his arm to block the scythe. Compared to the massive scythe, Beiliuhu's arm appeared quite fragile, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fei Duan thought the same way. Upon seeing Beiliuhu being so careless in front of him, Fei Duan's smile grew even more manic. He had no idea what abilities the opponent possessed or why he was responding so casually, but none of that mattered. As long as he drew blood, the opponent would surely die. Clang! Accompanied by a loud collision, the surprise on Fei Duan's face transformed his smile. Clearly, he never expected such a result. His attack was easily blocked without drawing a single drop of blood. However, according to the law of conservation of smiles, the smile did not disappear, but merely shifted, and now it was Beiliuhu's face that wore a smile, becoming increasingly apparent as he regarded Fei Duan's astonished expression. You seem to find this quite strange. It's understandable, as someone like you would not be able to comprehend. After muttering vaguely, Beiliuhu forcefully swung his raised arm, flinging away the scythe he had caught, while extending his other hand towards Fei Duan, lightning flickering. Before Fei Duan could react, countless lasers surged from Beiliuhu's palm, shooting towards Fei Duan with incredible speed. He didn't have time to evade, and was instantly struck by the lasers. Oh, this is interesting. After Beiliuhu showcased his strength, the attention of the others in the vicinity converged upon him, no longer caring about where Fei Duan had been sent flying. After all, compared to Fei Duan, who primarily relied on physical techniques for attack, Beiliuhu's abilities seemed much more troublesome. This did not imply that Fei Duan's blood-based technique was weak, but if he couldn't draw blood, it was indeed of no use. For instance, among the other members of the Akatsuki, it would be extremely difficult for Fei Duan to extract blood from any of them, especially considering his not-so-brilliant battle intelligence. Tisk, not only could he fail to inflict damage, but it wasn't impossible for his techniques to be seen through. As the onlookers pondered the abilities of Beiliuhu, Fei Duan, who had just been sent flying, returned to the scene, visibly furious. Aside from some damage to his Akatsuki cloak, he bore no visible injuries. Looking into Fei Duan's eyes filled with rage, Beiliuhu maintained an air of disdain, clearly not regarding his opponent as a threat. Unable to tolerate such contempt, Fei Duan, already furious, adjusted his stance to prepare for another attack, though this time, he was noticeably more cautious than before. Meanwhile, Beiliuhu's hands crackled with lightning, once more his display, and might significantly stronger than before, seemingly aware of Fei Duan's rapid recovery abilities and preparing for a powerful strike. It's time to stop this. I didn't bring you here to bicker among yourselves. Hearing that familiar voice, Beiliuhu, though still disdainful, watched as the lightning in his hands gradually dissipated. Although his confidence surged after performing the ghost blood technique, he felt a considerable amount of dread facing the owner of that voice. Fei Duan also heard the voice of authority. With Beiliuhu backing down, he could only reluctantly sheath his scythe, clearly abandoning any thoughts of continuing the attack. After all, while he could be reckless, he wasn't foolish. He had initiated the attack first, which wasn't justified, and now that the person spoke up to halt him, it would be foolish to persist. Leader, I am well aware of the Akatsuki's rule against internal conflict. I was merely responding defensively. The others present can attest to that. As I said, let this matter end here. Seeing the other party reiterate, Beiliuhu understood that there was no desire to continue the topic, and he could only inwardly lament Fei Duan's good fortune in escaping with his life. Pain arrived precisely at the moment when he was about to take things more seriously. Simultaneously, countless pieces of paper flew in around him, converging to form the figure of Conan. This was not the end. Seemingly in coordination, another figure slowly emerged from the shadows nearby, with green hair and black eyes, carrying dual blades, sparks of lightning dancing upon them. Upon recognizing his face, some in attendance felt a sense of familiarity, as if they knew him, but before they could think further. The space beside him seemed distorted, forming a vortex from which a figure wearing an orange mask emerged. The single eye visible on the mask revealed his identity, Uchiha. After Obito completed his usual showmanship, Kuro and Shiro emerged from underground beside him, and together with Obito's peculiar entrance, the three of them exuded a distinctive presence. Space-time ninjutsu. Few knew about Obito's abilities due to the previous plan to remain hidden, leaving most of the others unable to conceal their shock. Is this the newly recruited member, Kurochi Raya? He seems a bit peculiar. Without Pain needing to speak, Conan took the initiative to inquire about Obito. He had only mentioned bringing a new member, but she hadn't expected it to be this person. The 7 ninja swordsmen were renowned in the ninja world, possessing considerable strength, yet they still fell short compared to the Akatsuki. Conan believed that Obito was aware of this, and certainly wouldn't bring someone incompetent here. The name Kurochi Raya struck Conan as somewhat odd. She couldn't pinpoint why, but it didn't matter, as there was nothing wrong with asking. Black Ho is but a former name. His current name should be far more familiar to you all, Moryo. And upon hearing the name Moryo, everyone present instantly grasped the situation. They had originally assumed only one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist had joined Akatsuki, but their assumption was only half correct. It was Black Ho, but merely a hapless vessel whose body had been usurped. Moryo's resurrection had already spread widely across the shinobi world, and nearly every person present had heard his infamous name. Yet none had anticipated that this reviled monster would now stand among them as one of their own. Now that all members are assembled, let us begin today's main agenda. Though Obito's recruitment of a being like Moryo did strike pain as unexpected, it scarcely unsettled him. His overwhelming power was his unshakable foundation. Before him, whether shinobi or demon made no difference. He was a god, and gods were invincible. Only after pain withdrew his piercing gaze did Moryo realize, without even noticing, he had unconsciously exhaled in relief. That mere glance had carried crushing pressure. Soon afterward, Moryo came to a sobering realization. Even with this formidable new body, he stood no chance against Akatsuki's ostensible leader, if forced into open combat. Without warning, Moryo suddenly recalled his near capture and sealing by Funingna, as if this Akatsuki leader possessed the same terrifying authority to bind him once more. For far too long, the 5 great shinobi villages have plunged this world into endless conflict. Even truces yield only fleeting peace. Countless lives have already been sacrificed to the selfish ambitions of those villages. And Akatsuki's purpose is to end all such tragedies. You are well aware of this. And to achieve it, the tailed beasts, deemed ultimate weapons by the villages, are indispensable. According to intelligence, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails typically travel alone. The 3 tails remains unsealed and roams wild, making these targets comparatively easier to secure. And thus, they shall be our primary objectives. Once secured, we will swiftly consolidate forces to capture the remaining tailed beasts. This is the broad outline. Now I shall assign each pair their designated beast. Then we shall take responsibility for capturing the 7 tails. Though its Jinchuriki is closely guarded by Takigakure, that village remains little more than a minor enclave. Observing how Pain assigned tailed beasts to each member based on affinity, yet conspicuously omitted both himself and Moryo, Obito stepped forward and volunteered for the 7 tails mission. Moryo, though sensing Obito's marginalization and feeling uneasily, as if he'd boarded the wrong vessel, had no recourse. Having arrived with Obito, there was no turning back. He could only acquiesce and stand beside him. Accepted. The 7 tails mission is yours. Pain naturally welcomed Obito's offer. During this critical phase of tailed beast acquisition, every additional hand strengthened their cause. After all, any discord between them could wait until after all tailed beasts were secured. Until then, ample room for cooperation remained, a mutual understanding shared by Nagato and Obito alike. Therefore, for the sake of this world, everyone let us strive together. After a while, near the witch's manor, Master, how was my performance just now? Did I meet your expectations? Having just finished her training, Ziyuan hurriedly ran to Funingna's side, inquiring about her answer. At that moment, her eyes held nothing but a deep longing for rest. At this point, the only difference for her was a physical one. Look at how exhausted you are. You see, the training load for Guang is much greater than yours, yet she continues to persevere. Are you really going to concede defeat? Seeing Ziyuan panting and gazing at her eagerly, Funingna couldn't help but smile. Training with her was no joke, but the fact that this pampered little witch could hold on was truly heartening. Oh dear master, I just started my training not long ago. How could I possibly compare to Sister Guang? You are just being unfair. Faced with Funingna's coaxing, Ziyuan clearly wasn't falling for it. Perhaps this tactic would have worked when she first began her training, but after training alongside them for a while, she had come to understand one thing. That is, whether it was Funingna or Uchiha Guang, to possess such strength at this age was simply monstrous. Before becoming a ninja, she merely thought Funingna was impressive and that Uchiha Guang seemed extraordinary. However, after becoming a ninja, and this is truly expletive amazing. Having deeply recognized this reality, no matter how much Funingna urged her, Ziyuan's desire to relax could not be swayed. Yet it wasn't that she genuinely wanted to do nothing. It's just that aside from her, there were only 2 ninjas around. One was Funingna, and the other was Uchiha Guang. How could a novice like her who had just become a ninja possibly compete with them? Even if she burned herself to ashes, it wouldn't work. Thus, Ziyuan came to terms with it, as she would just serve as a cheerleader for her master and others. After all, if any real danger arose, they would definitely protect her, just like they did that one time. It can be said that due to the presence of only Funingna and Uchiha Guang with no other comparisons, Ziyuan had a certain underestimation of her own strength. As a witch corresponding to the monstrous creatures, the amount of chakra within Ziyuan was also quite extraordinary. Before she began her training, it was as if she possessed a treasure mountain but had no means to excavate it. Funingna's appearance was akin to handing her a pickaxe. Although she couldn't fully excavate the treasure mountain in one go, at least a path was opened for her. As for how far she could go, that depended on Ziyuan herself. After all, while the master leads one to the door, the cultivation relies on the individual. Funingna didn't consider herself a particularly good teacher, so it would mostly depend on Ziyuan's own efforts. Therefore, upon realizing that Ziyuan had a misunderstanding about her own strength, Funingna had no intention of clarifying it, allowing this delightful misconception to continue. This way, Ziyuan could grow faster and develop the ability to stand on her own. Even when facing the monstrous creatures alone, she could still resist and even conquer. After all, even if Funingna wouldn't let Ziyuan face her nightmares alone, who could predict the future? Even the fastest ninja in the ninja world has moments when they cannot keep up, let alone her. Cough, cough, I digressed. This is merely the worst-case scenario, as she would never sit idly by while the other party falls into such peril. Aside from this concern, as Ziyuan trains day by day alongside Funingna, she experiences a sense of joy akin to nurturing. After all, it is quite interesting to see the high-potential orange card she happened to encounter making progress every day. As for Ziyuan's feelings, that is another matter. At the very least, Funingna is enjoying herself, feeling a sense of bliss here that makes her forget about the outside world. However, in the current ninja world, a peaceful life is destined not to last long. Not long after Ziyuan left to rest, a slug appeared before Funingna. After its arrival, the slug said not a word, merely spat out a specially treated scroll before dissipating back into white mist. Looking at the slowly dissipating white mist before her, Funingna couldn't help but have several question marks appear above her head. Could it be? The fluidity of this series of actions was as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. Could it be that she is so unpopular? Boo-hoo. After playing the role for a while, Funingna summoned a water sphere to repeatedly wash the scroll on the ground before reaching out to pick it up and open it. The entire process flowed smoothly with not a single extraneous thought. Is the action this direct? It seems that my little butterfly has indeed caused quite an impact. It's rare to see you like this. Has something happened? Just as Uchiha Hikari, who had just finished training and walked over, heard the laughter from the girl opposite, she knew that the other party must not have caught her murmurs, as she clearly did not care, probably only hearing the last two sentences. Recently, it seems that some significant events have occurred. The 2 tails Jinchuriki, 4 tails, Jinchuriki, 5 tails, Jinchuriki, 6 tails, Jinchuriki, and even the wild 3 tails have all been attacked and captured by the Akatsuki organization over the past month, which has greatly angered the villages of Yunin, Muin, and Awang. After all, it's akin to slapping them in the face, first on the left and then on the right. Hearing the laughter from the girl across, Funingna understood that the other party surely did not take her words to heart, clearly not caring at all, probably only catching her last 2 sentences. However, Funingna felt similarly. How the various ninja villages fared had nothing to do with her. As long as Naruto, who had a good relationship with her, was safe, that was all that mattered. As for Naruto's safety, Funingna wasn't particularly worried. Although Jiraiya seemed a bit unserious most of the time, he was reliable when it came to serious matters. As long as Naruto was with him, his safety was reasonably assured. Even so, after the Jinchuriki from various villages encountered misfortune one after another, Tsunade immediately ordered Jiraiya to hurry back to the village with Naruto. Multiple Jinchuriki falling victim in a short period clearly was not something 2 individuals could accomplish. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization had previously stirred up a storm in the ninja world. Anyone with a brain could guess that there were certainly multiple powerful ninjas within the Akatsuki. And if surrounded by such individuals, even Jiraiya, no matter how strong, would find it hard to escape, and scathed, especially with Naruto a burden by his side. Due to the actions of the Akatsuki organization, my master also feels that it's too unsafe for me outside and requires me to return immediately without delay. In fact, Funingna saying it was a requirement was quite mild. It was practically indistinguishable from an order. Although it was merely words, Funingna could feel the firm attitude behind them. What? Hearing Funingna mention that she needed to return to the village, a hint of panic flashed across Uchiha Hikari's face, which had been cheerful until now. Funingna is a ninja from Konoha, while she hails from the Warring States period without any identity. She had thought about this long ago, but she didn't expect to face it so soon. What? Master, you're going back. What about me? What about me? If the wraiths come, won't I be done for? No, master, you definitely don't want to see me get killed by the wraiths, right? Right? Originally resting nearby, Ziyuan was just listening for fun, but after hearing that Funingna was leaving, she became anxious as well. Unlike Uchiha Hikari, she always spoke her mind in front of those she was close to. However, rather than fearing the wraiths, Ziyuan was more concerned about parting with her master, as Funingna was not only her master, but also one of her few friends. Before Funingna arrived in her life, Ziyuan had always maintained an emotionless demeanor due to her abilities in order to protect herself and others. But with this approach, she could never have friends. Others either respected her status or feared her abilities. Thus, her only friends were Funingna and Uchiha Hikari, who did not care about her status or fear her abilities. Although this period was tough, it was also the happiest time in her life. Unfortunately, nothing is permanent, and events do not always unfold as everyone wishes. Upon hearing Ziyuan's inquiry, Uchiha Hikari's expression remained unchanged, yet he silently looked at Funingna, waiting for her response. Hey, what's wrong with you two? It's just a change of place, yet you're acting as if we're parting for life and death. Lighten up, will you? Facing their hopeful gazes, Funingna guessed their thoughts and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, as if she was about to abandon them. How could that be? That would be underestimating their importance in her heart, as if she were a careless woman who would just play around and leave them behind. Sigh, it's truly frustrating. Change of place. Of course. What do you think we should do? Especially you with your mediocre skills. I can't even imagine what would happen if you encountered a wraith. And Hikari too, didn't I say I would always protect you? How could I leave you to run away on your own? So we'll just change places and go back to Konoha together. Is that alright? Won't we cause you trouble? Having been awake for quite some time, Uchiha Hikari was already familiar with this world. Ziyuan was fine, but he was different. Bringing an unidentified person back to the village would definitely raise suspicions. Come on, no matter how you look at it, I'm a disciple of the Hokage now. As the saying goes, one doesn't judge a monk by his looks, but by the Buddha. Even if I have no face, I should have my master's face to back me up. Moreover, even if someone truly harbors ill intentions, it doesn't matter. If that situation arises, I can always help him maintain some dignity. Funingna didn't care about Uchiha Hikari's worries at all. If it weren't for wanting to reassure him, she wouldn't even bother to speak. What kind of problems could she encounter as a disciple of the Hokage in Konoha? It would only be that someone who constantly claims to act for the sake of Konoha. Funingna didn't mind how much of that person's actions were for Konoha and how much were for herself. None of that mattered. As for the past events due to her identity, she could selectively ignore them to avoid causing a bad influence on Tsunade. After all, Danzo had a legitimate enemy in Sasuke, and once the truth was revealed, Sasuke wouldn't let Danzo off easily. Since Funingna had a good relationship with Sasuke, she naturally preferred to leave the opportunity for revenge to him. In the end, it was just a matter of how long Danzo could continue to stir things up. However, all of this hinged on Danzo not pulling any tricks. If he had any ill intentions towards Uchiha Hikari or Ziyuin, she wouldn't mind helping Sasuke take revenge in advance. At worst, she could wait until later to use Edo Tensei to summon Danzo for Sasuke to vent his frustrations. She believed that by then neither Sasuke nor Danzo would mind haha. As for why she was so confident and unconcerned about Danzo's threats, that was certainly due to the confidence that her strength brought her. Chakra Super Shadow 423055. Earlier, Funingna's guess was correct. The wraiths that had been revived had indeed become a new theatrical version. In this version, she performed excellently against the wraiths and naturally became one of the protagonists. Although the audience was somewhat puzzled as to why the actual protagonist Naruto frequently didn't appear while Funingna was running around the set, it was fortunate that Funingna left a good impression on the audience from her very first appearance. Thus, the theatrical version, starring Funingna, ultimately received positive feedback from the audience, leading to an increase in support values, providing support for those they liked in another way. Thanks to the unwavering support of numerous viewers, a significant amount of admiration has successfully elevated the level of chakra to Super Shadow, marking a qualitative breakthrough compared to before. While previously it required cooperation from others to successfully seal the wraiths, now she alone can easily deal with them and subdue them. This unprecedented power also imbued Funingna with a sense of elation. Had she not read the original work and known that many formidable foes awaited her in the future, she might truly have floated away. This mindset, however, should never be adopted until one genuinely possesses the strength to dominate the world. A degree of caution is still necessary. Many predecessors among the Transmigrators have already set such examples. Although I have no issues on my end, unlike Guangziyuan, as the priestess here might encounter some trouble if she follows me. After explaining the matters regarding Konoha, Funingna mentioned the situation in the land of demons. Due to various factors, the priestess holds a significant position here. Even though it is just a small country, abruptly taking the priestess away could still lead to adverse consequences, such as rumors circulating that Konoha ninjas have abducted the esteemed priestess from the land of demons. If such rumors were to spread, she would be in serious trouble. Wait, why does that feel somewhat familiar? It's fine. During the time you both stayed here, although the others in the priestess's residence did not explicitly state it, they privately expressed goodwill towards you. They believe you not only saved me in this place, but are also a genuinely good person, quite different from most ninjas they have encountered before. Therefore, if you wish to take me along for my safety, they will surely have no objections. Although it sounds somewhat like a deduction of a 3-bedroom apartment, Ziyuan's tone was earnest, clearly not fabricating, but genuinely expressing the local sentiment towards Funingna. It seems they have a lot of faith in me. In that case, I will prove their trust is well placed. You shouldn't just stand there, go back and prepare, say your goodbyes, and we need to hasten our departure. Listening to Ziyuan's righteous praise, Funingna's previously wandering thoughts returned to focus as she arranged for future matters. Speaking of which, this is your first time leaving the land of demons, right? How does it feel? There are no outsiders here, so you can express yourself freely, huh? Although Ziyuan's special abilities have advanced rapidly during this time, she still lagged behind Funingna and Uchiha Guang, so during their journey, it was the two of them who adapted to Ziyuan's pace. This feeling was manageable for a short time, but as it dragged on, Funingna began to feel restless and prepared to find some amusement from her adept disciple. As for why she didn't seek out Uchiha Guang, please, they had known each other far longer than Ziyuan. Coupled with some personal factors on Uchiha Guang's side, the two had become too familiar by now. In other words, Funingna had already understood Uchiha Guang completely. Even Uchiha Guang herself might not understand her as well as Funingna did. Once understood, it was like playing the accordion. Indeed, since leaving the land of demons and no longer needing to be mindful of my identity as a priestess, I have encountered many things I have never seen before. And as Funingna listened with delight, Ziyuan suddenly halted mid-sentence, drawing the attention of the other two with this unusual behavior. Both of them knew that Ziyuan's unusual behavior was not without reason, and they immediately focused their attention on sensing any potential anomalies around them, yet neither Funingna nor Uchiha Hikari detected any issues. I sensed the presence of the wraith, it must be nearby, and I. Noticing the puzzled looks from the two, Ziyuan began to explain the reason, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud explosion. There was no need for Ziyuan to elaborate further. Funingna and Uchiha Hikari turned their heads simultaneously towards the source of the sound and saw a massive explosion accompanying it. Undoubtedly, a fierce battle had erupted over there, and one of the parties involved was likely the Wraith. I regretted letting it escape last time. I didn't expect to encounter it again so soon, so let's finish what we couldn't accomplish last time. After receiving confirmation from Ziyuan, Funingna immediately made her decision to resolve the threat of the Wraith right here. Helping Ziyuan gain the ability to confront the Wraith was merely a precaution. If they were to face it, Funingna's first choice would naturally be to take action herself. After all, unlike Sasuke, Ziyuan did not possess the obsession to deal with the Wraith herself. Just like last time, if someone could assist her in confronting the Wraith, she would gladly welcome it. However, this time Kakashi Sensei and Guy Sensei were not here, and I couldn't be of much help now, so perhaps we should avoid the fight for the time being. Upon hearing Funingna's intent to confront the Wraith, Ziyuan's eyes initially lit up, but in the next moment, she became hesitant, worrying whether they could truly handle the Wraith. She didn't want her two closest friends to be harmed because of her issues. It may sound a bit ridiculous, but this is how Ziyuan felt during this time. She had also come to understand that Uchiha Hikari was indeed a formidable ninja, but her perception was merely that he was very strong. Since she had only recently started her training and had not encountered many ninjas before, coupled with Uchiha Hikari's humble nature, Ziyuan lacked a comprehensive understanding of Uchiha Hikari's abilities. Funingna's situation was quite similar. Ziyuan's impression of her strength was still based on their previous encounter with the Wraith, where although the Wraith was not their opponent, they had the assistance of Kakashi and Guy. Now the two seniors were replaced by Uchiha Hikari. Although they did not conceal his past, they also did not elaborate much, especially considering his deceptively strong appearance. Thus, Ziyuan believed that the help provided by Uchiha Hikari, this old lady strike thruff, peer, would likely not be on par with that of the two adult ninjas Kakashi and Guy. Rest assured, how could the Wraith be? In any case, just trust your master. If I truly had no confidence, I would have fled with you too long ago, wouldn't I, Hikari? Uchiha Hikari simply nodded in agreement, not saying anything. She regularly sparred with Funingna and was well aware of her current strength. One could say that as long as the Wraith's strength had not undergone any explosive increase during this period, the outcome would only be one of crushing defeat before them. The dangerous scenario Ziyuan envisioned was simply impossible. Seeing the light, Ziyuan had no further objections. After all, she was being aided, and persisting in refusal would only make her seem overly fastidious. If there are no objections, then let us depart. Having spoken, Funingna prepared to move, only to notice Ziyuan reaching into her robes and producing a small bell which she extended toward Funingna. Sensing Funingna's bewilderment, Ziyuan promptly offered an explanation. This belonged to my mother. She told me it could protect me in times of peril, but I know full well I'll be of no use in this battle, so I'd rather entrust it to you first. Without waiting for Funingna's reply, Ziyuan pressed the bell firmly into her hand. Watching Ziyuan hastily retreat, as if fearing rejection, Funingna could not help but sigh wryly. It seemed her disciple harbored little confidence in her. After carefully attuning her senses, Funingna discerned latent power resonating within the bell, an undeniably useful artifact. She wondered how Ziyuan's mother had forged it. Since it was entrusted to you by your mother, you ought to keep it yourself. Moreover, I require no such trinket to safeguard my safety. The one who truly needs protection is Yukai. Having grasped its nature, Funingna firmly returned the bell to Ziyuan's palm, murmuring as she did so. Surely it was self-evident among the three of them who needed the bell most, even alone Funingna and Uchiha Hikari could face Yukai without difficulty. Only Ziyuan remained vulnerable to unforeseen peril. Once the bell was restored to its rightful owner, Funingna, fearing further protest, immediately set off toward the source of the clamor, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. As Funingna departed, Ziyuan turned toward Uchiha Hikari beside her. Meeting her gaze, Hikari instantly divined her intent and spoke before Ziyuan could utter a word. Do not look at me either. Compared to us, you are the one who needs it most. But words are futile now. Soon enough you will understand. Let us go swiftly. If we delay any longer, Yukai may already be subdued by her. Gazing plaintively at Hikari, Ziyuan evoked a quiet pang of resentment within her. Really? Racing ahead like that, leaving all the complications behind, when she too longed to fight side by side. Before long, Funingna arrived upon the origin of the commotion. Yukai stood there. Though clad in a new vessel, his unmistakable aura allowed her to recognize him instantly. The figure confronting him was even more readily identifiable. A colossal six-winged beetle soaring through the sky, none other than the Seven Tails. In that instant of recognition, Funingna deduced the situation. After Yokai's rescue by Obito, he had indeed joined the Akatsuki, as she had anticipated. His signature Akatsuki cloak confirmed it beyond doubt. Coupled with the recent assaults on other tailed beasts, the reason for this clash between Yukai and the Seven Tails became glaringly apparent. But where are the others? It was common knowledge that Akatsuki operatives moved in pairs, yet Funingna detected no trace of a second member. Either Yukai possessed extraordinary audacity acting alone to capture a tailed beast, or he excelled at concealment, so thoroughly that she remained unaware. Funingna leaned strongly toward the latter. She doubted Obito would risk releasing Yukai unaccompanied after rescuing him at such cost. Both Obito and Zetsu were masters of stealth. Funingna surmised they now observed the battle from the shadows, waiting perhaps until the tide turned against Yukai before revealing themselves. Whether Yukai or a tailed beast, their combat unleashed devastation on a cataclysmic scale. entire swathes of land had already been reduced to barren wasteland. Though their clash raged fiercely, Funingna found herself astounded the Seven Tails was clearly faltering. Even its complete tailed beast form teetered on the verge of collapse. To her, Yukai was merely tenacious, difficult to kill, yet otherwise unremarkable. How then had a half-formed entity reduced a sovereign tailed beast to such a state? She had originally planned a covert strike to deliver a decisive blow, but that opportunity had vanished. Not that it mattered, in open combat Yukai stood no chance against her, even accounting for the need to monitor Obito's whereabouts. At the battlefield's heart, the Seven Tails crashed heavily from the sky, its massive frame scorched black, trembling uncontrollably. Tailed beasts are troublesome, but before me your resistance ends here. The cause of its ruin stood before it, Yokai advancing slowly, twin blades gleaming with crackling black lightning, so ominous that merely gazing upon them sent chills down the spine. I must not slay you yet. Then I shall merely render you immobile, for now. As he spoke, Yukai crossed the blades before his chest. Infusing them with his unique chakra, the black lightning erupted violently, its sheer oppressive force sending a wave of dread across the Seven Tails' consciousness. I am sorry, Isekai'd. That man's ability is too uncanny. I cannot save you. It is all right. I sense you have given your utmost to aid me. Who knew my scales powder would prove useless against that fiend? To have fought alongside you until now, it brings me true joy. Within the spiritual realm, the Seven Tails voiced its remorse to Isekai'd. Though sealed, Isekai'd's gentle disposition, shaped by years of shared existence, had gradually softened the beast's resentment, transforming their bond into genuine friendship. Earlier, the Seven Tails had vowed to protect her, yet fate had pitted them against an adversary whose nature fundamentally countered its strengths. Its scale powder, excellent at inducing paralysis and obscuring vision, proved nearly ineffective against Yokai, a demonic entity impervious to such effects. Paralysis held no sway over him, his heightened perception rendered visual reliance unnecessary. He fought flawlessly, even in total darkness. Moreover, the body Yukai now inhabited, Kakuzu's former vessel Kuratsuchi Raiga, and his legendary blade the Lightning Blade Raiga, granted him formidable lightning-natured techniques amplified exponentially by Yokai's vast chakra reserves. The resulting lightning technique surpassed even Kuratsuchi's original mastery, so potent that even a tailed beast struggled to withstand them. And among all tailed beasts, the Seven Tails suffered most acutely. As the accumulation of energy came to an end, the chakra gathered from the three seafood creatures converged into a singular point, then shot forth a nearly 10-meter-long azure light cannon towards the already distant Wang Liang. At the moment the attack was released, Wang Liang, who had already created a distance of several kilometers, suddenly felt a chill of impending doom. There was no way to evade this strike, and if he continued to run heedlessly, he would surely perish. At this moment, every sense of Wang Liang was urging him to respond quickly. In such a critical moment, he was not one to hesitate. He promptly halted his retreat and faced the incoming light cannon heat. Previously, due to not being in his original body, Wang Liang had refrained from using too much power for fear of his body collapsing under the strain. Thus, he had been holding back during the earlier battles. However, now at this life-and-death juncture, Wang Liang could care less. He casually discarded the already useless Thunderblade, and at that moment the black chakra, representing Wang Liang, surged out from his entire body, swiftly enveloping him. It was as if he had added a layer of black filter over himself, and within that darkness there were hints of red, a sign that his body was beginning to crack under the strain. The effects of Wang Liang's full power eruption were also evident, akin to cosplaying. As Funingna, he too fashioned a black light cannon, clearly preparing to clash against her. Seeing Wang Liang's choice, Funingna couldn't help but chuckle. This method of response was certainly sound. Regardless of whether the clash was successful or not, it would at least diminish some of the power, increasing her chances of survival. However, there was a rather enigmatic saying that those who clashed on the left side historically lost, and coincidentally Wang Liang had retreated in that very direction. Perhaps this was fate. From the moment Wang Liang sensed the threat to the moment he retaliated, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, and during that interval the light cannon from the three seafood creatures finally arrived at its destination. With a whoosh, Wang Liang, who had begun to gasp for breath, finally launched his counterattack. The two forces collided at a distance of mere inches, resulting in a massive firework explosion. However, considering the charge time and chakra levels, Wang Liang found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, after a brief moment of stalemate, the blue energy completely overpowered the black. It was as if an unstoppable force pushed the black back, completely engulfing Wang Liang in a torrent of blue, followed by a deafening explosion that created a massive mushroom cloud, which remained awe-inspiring even when viewed from several kilometers away. That black Zetsu should have succeeded, but I hope Wang Liang doesn't end up dragging himself down with it. From a distance, the mushroom cloud was also clearly visible to Dato. Although he had great confidence in black and white Zetsu's ability to escape, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he's worried about black and white Zetsu's safety. In fact, Dato would be more than happy to see that tool used by Uchiha Madara to surveil him perish. It's just that the current situation wasn't favorable. Even though black and white Zetsu had become estranged from him, they could still be considered an asset. If they truly perished alongside Wang Liang, his future plans would become exceedingly difficult. Gazing at the spot where Wang Liang had stood, Funingna blinked thoughtfully. Although Wang Liang was now completely gone, she had a lingering sense that he had not perished. As the saying goes, all worries stem from insufficient firepower. If that's the case, then it would be better to plow through that area thoroughly. After all, this was just one more time. Subsequently, the situation caused Dato, who was watching from a distance, to twitch his eyes. After Wang Liang was eliminated, the three seafood creatures showed no signs of stopping. Instead, Funingna erupted with chakra once more. The previously near 10-meter-long light cannon had now nearly doubled in size, giving the impression that she intended to continue attacking the fallen. Humph. In the face of Funingna's provocation, Wang Liang remained silent. The lightning blade crackling with thunder had already revealed his current intentions. Even a clay figurine would have some fire left in it, let alone him. Moreover, based on their previous encounters, Funingna was clearly more skilled in ninjutsu. Yet now she chose to abandon her advantage and engage him in physical combat. Although it felt somewhat belittling, it also presented a chance for revenge. You, a monster, are making ninjutsu look like this. What will the 7 ninja blades think? As the lightning appeared, the surface of Murakumo also shimmered with a deep blue hue. The lightning currents that had originally flowed along the blade's edge seemed to vanish after Murakumo underwent enchantment. Wang Liang had initially chosen to selectively ignore Funingna's trash talk, but after Murakumo's enchantment, he couldn't help but frown. His perception was extremely keen, which allowed him to sense that the lightning currents that had just spread were not being countered by the water chakra enveloping Murakumo, but rather felt like they were being completely consumed. Although the two phenomena seemed quite similar, a subtle sense of foreboding arose within Wang Liang. The last time he had almost been sealed by his opponent, but he did not have this feeling. If he were truly sealed by his opponent this time, wouldn't the constant erosion potentially lead to his complete demise? Previously, Wang Liang had never considered the possibility of his own death. At most, he thought he would be resealed and await someone new to liberate him. However, now that the issue of death had truly appeared before him, whether he admitted it or not, Wang Liang was indeed feeling somewhat flustered. Looks like you seem to have sensed it. This is the gift of our long-awaited reunion. How do you like it? The eyes are the windows to the soul. Although Wang Liang was a monster, this still somewhat applied. At least Funingna could clearly see the panic reflected in his eyes. To be honest, she hadn't expected such a strong reaction from him. It seemed that even monsters fear death. Previously, he was so arrogant about wanting to destroy the world simply because no one made him feel threatened. Looking for death. Seeing Funingna's mocking expression, Wang Liang seemed to be enraged. A massive surge of chakra erupted from him, and the black lightning coiling around the blades surged wildly, instantly filling Funingna's line of sight and overwhelming her. Faced with such a rapid assault, an ordinary ninja would likely be killed before they could even use a substitution technique. Yet Funingna calmly raised her right hand. In the next moment, a curtain of water enveloped her, completely sealing off the black lightning outside. You're really too cowardly. During the time Funingna was defending against the lightning, Wang Liang did not take the opportunity to continue attacking. Instead, after his initial explosion, he immediately withdrew, leaving Funingna momentarily stunned. To be fair, it was indeed true that he was a monster. He had no sense of shame at all. If it were someone of similar strength, even if they wanted to retreat, they probably wouldn't run away so decisively. After all, those with such power were all elite figures from their respective villages. Even if they didn't speak about it, they certainly had their own pride and wouldn't act so shamelessly. Wang Liang is not a human. Then it's nothing. Although she found it absurd, Funingna would not let him escape so easily. During this time, she had developed an eroding technique through her deep understanding of chakra's nature, specifically to deal with opponents like Wang Liang, who possessed immortality. She would not let him slip away so easily. However, before Funingna could pursue, the ground nearby suddenly began to tremble, and then countless terracotta warriors rose from the earth, intercepting the path between the two. A distance had already been created between the two, and with the numerous terracotta warriors obstructing their way, it was evidently becoming increasingly difficult to catch up directly. Originally, Funingna had planned to hone her physical skills through the battle with the wraith, but given the opponent's underhanded tactics, that was clearly no longer possible. In that case, she could only change her approach. Surveying the approaching terracotta warriors around her, Funingna did not attack. Instead, she sheathed her sword, joined her hands together, and in the next moment, a terrifying chakra erupted around her. At that moment, it seemed the movements of the terracotta warriors had slowed for an instant, but no one was paying attention to them now, for suddenly countless streams of water surged from the ground beneath Funingna's feet, spreading out to form a circular lake several kilometers wide. Then 3 massive figures, each around 10 to 20 meters tall, emerged from the lake. It was Brother Octopus, Mr. Krabs, and it's Miss Crabberay, Lord Uther, and Lady Hawaima. Funingna believed it was better to use proper titles for the first formal appearance of the 3 little ones. Hehe. After the 3 seafood beings appeared, they did not hesitate. They immediately locked onto the retreating wraith and began to gather power, a substantial amount of water attribute chakra coalescing in front of them. Upon being targeted, a strong sense of danger surged within the wraith. He was supposed to be immortal, so how could this happen? Though he was filled with confusion, the wraith knew that this sense of danger was undoubtedly brought by the 3 newly summoned beings. So he quickly commanded the terracotta warriors to attack them, not seeking to inflict damage, but just to disrupt their charging. However, Funingna would not allow his intentions to come to fruition. While the three seafood beings were gathering power, Funingna created a massive water ball and sent it soaring into the sky. The water ball scattered like a celestial maiden showering flowers. Whenever a terracotta warrior approached, it would shoot out a high-pressure water jet, instantly shattering them. It is worth mentioning that typically terracotta warriors would quickly heal from damage under the influence of the wraith chakra, but this time was different. After being shattered by the water jets, they would still heal, but at a significantly reduced speed, to the point where it could almost be said they wouldn't heal at all. After accomplishing all this, Funingna did not immediately pursue the wraith. Instead, she casually gazed around, as if waiting for something. This is troublesome. Feeling the immense chakra nearby that sent tingles down his spine, Obito's expression turned serious. He had not expected Funingna to grow so much stronger in just a short time. This chakra now clearly surpassed his current level. She was truly a genius akin to a monster. After all, he was a Uchiha, and had also fused with Hashirama's cells. If I had known, I would have joined forces with that fool wraith for a quick finish instead of trying to have fun by going solo. Now look what happened. Watching the wraith appear somewhat flustered as he felt the threat from afar, Obito couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Didn't he like to fight alone? So why was he running away now? After mocking the wraith, Obito began to contemplate what to do next. Even though he disliked the wraith, he was still one of his subordinates and a future asset in his conflict with Nagato. He could not allow the wraith to be sealed here. However, although Funingna appeared nonchalant, Obito would not be deceived by appearances. He knew she was being cautious of him. Whether it was her not pursuing the wraith or her scanning the surroundings, it was all to monitor his movements. This made Obito feel very uncomfortable. If Funingna had gone after the wraith, he could have attacked those summoned beings to interrupt their charging. But the water ball in the air posed no threat to him. Obito was confident that Funingna had not noticed his presence, so she must have been waiting there because of a possible threat. How much does she value me, this guy? While feeling good after imagining a scenario, Obito did not forget the main task. He signaled to Black Zetsu beside him. Before White Zetsu could express confusion, Black Zetsu gently nodded, and then his body slowly merged into the ground. Moi. Obito's muttering made Funingna, who was searching for his trace, suddenly feel a chill, but she could not locate the source of the chill. Just then, the three seafood beings had almost finished charging, and Funingna immediately signaled for them to strike hard. Since she could not find the culprit, she decided to pin it on that wraith fellow. After all, he was not a good person either, and Funingna felt no guilt about it. As the accumulation of energy came to an end, the chakra gathered from the three seafood creatures converged into a singular point, then shot forth a nearly 10-meter-long azure light cannon towards the already distant Wang Liang. At the moment the attack was released, Wang Liang, who had already created a distance of several kilometers, suddenly felt a chill of impending doom. There was no way to evade this strike, and if he continued to run heedlessly, he would surely perish. At this moment, every sense of Wang Liang was urging him to respond quickly. In such a critical moment, he was not one to hesitate. He promptly halted his retreat and faced the incoming light cannon Hedon. Previously, due to not being in his original body, Wang Liang had refrained from using too much power for fear of his body collapsing under the strain. Thus, he had been holding back during the earlier battles. However, now at this life and death juncture, Wang Liang could care less. He casually discarded the already useless Thunderblade, and at that moment the black chakra, representing Wang Liang, surged out from his entire body, swiftly enveloping him. It was as if he had added a layer of black filter over himself, and within that darkness there were hints of red, a sign that his body was beginning to crack under the strain. The effects of Wang Liang's full power eruption were also evident, akin to cosplaying. As Funingna, he too fashioned a black light cannon, clearly preparing to clash against her. Seeing Wang Liang's choice, Funingna couldn't help but chuckle. This method of response was certainly sound. Regardless of whether the clash was successful or not, it would at least diminish some of the power, increasing her chances of survival. However, there was a rather enigmatic saying that those who clashed on the left side historically lost, and coincidentally Wang Liang had retreated in that very direction. Perhaps this was fate. From the moment Wang Liang sensed the threat to the moment he retaliated, everything transpired in the blink of an eye, and during that interval the light cannon from the three seafood creatures finally arrived at its destination. With a whoosh, Wang Liang, who had begun to gasp for breath, finally launched his counterattack. The two forces collided at a distance of mere inches, resulting in a massive firework explosion. However, considering the charge time and chakra levels, Wang Liang found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, after a brief moment of stalemate, the blue energy completely overpowered the black. It was as if an unstoppable force pushed the black back, completely engulfing Wang Liang in a torrent of blue, followed by a deafening explosion that created a massive mushroom cloud, which remained awe-inspiring even when viewed from several kilometers away. That Black Zetsu should have succeeded, but I hope Wang Liang doesn't end up dragging himself down with it. From a distance, the mushroom cloud was also clearly visible to Dato. Although he had great confidence in Black and White Zetsu's ability to escape, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Don't get me wrong, it's not that he's worried about Black and White Zetsu's safety. In fact, Dato would be more than happy to see that tool used by Uchiha Madara to surveil him perish. It's just that the current situation wasn't favorable. Even though Black and White Zetsu had become estranged from him, they could still be considered an asset. If they truly perished alongside Wang Liang, his future plans would become exceedingly difficult. Gazing at the spot where Wang Liang had stood, Funingna blinked thoughtfully. Although Wang Liang was now completely gone, she had a lingering sense that he had not perished. As the saying goes, all worries stem from insufficient firepower. If that's the case, then it would be better to plow through that area thoroughly. After all, this was just one more time. Subsequently, the situation caused Dato, who was watching from a distance, to twitch his eyes. After Wang Liang was eliminated, the three seafood creatures showed no signs of stopping. Instead, Funingna erupted with chakra once more. The previously near 10-meter-long light cannon had now nearly doubled in size, giving the impression that she intended to continue attacking the fallen. Since Funingna was not inclined to listen, Obito could only sigh lightly before swiftly beginning to form seals. After all, if the wraith did not perish in the initial attack and instead fell victim to a subsequent strike, it would truly be a futile endeavor. Fire release Storm Dance. Although he rarely employed ninjutsu in everyday life, given his formidable strength, any ninjutsu in Obito's hands would not be weak. The Storm Dance, particularly suited to his Sharingan, was no exception. With the assistance of Kamui, a massive fire serpent coiled around his body and swiftly lunged toward the three seafood creatures. The intense heat radiating from the fiery vortex made it nearly impossible for Funingna to overlook. However, Obito was not concerned about this issue. He did not believe that using some concealed ninjutsu could evade Funingna's perception. Thus, rather than sneaking around only to be discovered, it was better to attract attention from the very beginning. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Finally you've come out. Funingna understood that the water sphere in the sky alone could not withstand the full power of Obito's ninjutsu. Consequently, she drew her hand from the corpse whip, ready to personally counter this fire release. Just as the water chakra began to gather, Obito's attack came again, but this time the target was not the three seafood creatures, but Funingna herself. Wood release cutting technique. Although released later, it arrived before the fiery vortex. Distracted by the storm dance, Funingna only noticed the sound of the wooden spear slicing through the air after it had already concealed a deadly strike in the shadows, and at this moment the wooden spear was already perilously close to her. The name of wood release was well known, and Funingna had no desire to personally test its power. She swiftly turned to evade, which played right into Obito's hands. He never expected this long-range sneak attack to actually injure her. His objective was merely to prevent Funingna from defending in time. Although Funingna ultimately managed to block at the last moment, her hasty defense could not completely counter the ferocious fire vortex. A large amount of water vapor billowed up, and the three seafood creatures were thrown into disarray by the impact. Most importantly, the corpse whip that had been attacking the wraith finally came to a halt. During this time, another figure rushed toward the now exposed Obito, followed by a flash of fire, clearly indicating a conflict had erupted. It seems he has run away again. Upon arriving, Funingna only saw Uchiha Hikari scanning the scorched earth along with Ziyuin rushing in from another direction, but there was no sign of Obito. Indeed, his abilities are rather troublesome. Even with the flaws in his ninjutsu that you previously informed me about, I cannot do much against him when he is intent on avoiding conflict. That's a minor issue. That guy has managed to play tricks in the ninja world for so many years thanks to that ability. If it were that easy to catch him, he would have long since perished by the roadside. From what we just saw, even without that ability to ignore attacks, he is certainly not as simple as you say, Funingna. At the very least, he must be stronger than those by the roadside. Seeing Funingna's nonchalant attitude, Uchiha Hikari earnestly spoke well of Obito. Observing Hikari's serious demeanor, Funingna's expression turned quite intriguing. Through prolonged contact, both Hikari and Ziyuin had learned some new vocabulary from Funingna. However, while they could understand the meanings, their application still felt somewhat awkward at times. As the saying goes, insults from enemies can be seen as compliments, so this could be viewed as Funingna praising Obito, but Hikari mistakenly believed he was mocking Obito. Wasn't this a pure misunderstanding? At least that was how Funingna felt. Sorry Obito, this is the last time. In the end, facing the serious light, Funingna still yielded, but this did not mean she had nothing to say, as she simply felt it was inappropriate to embarrass others from behind, so she chose to concede. After all, if one is to embarrass, it should be done openly. What is the point of doing it behind someone's back? Master, you are truly amazing to have dealt with that wraith so swiftly, just as expected of you. As the conversation about Obito concluded, Ziyuin, with a face full of excitement, ran over. However, Funingna took a step back to evade her embrace and pretended to inquire with a serious tone. To prove that you are not the ninja who just attacked, let's mention the code we agreed upon before we set off. Huh. Ziyuin had yet to react to Funingna's evasion when she was left somewhat puzzled by the subsequent question. What code? Did they discuss any code before setting off? She had no recollection of it at all. Masked man, you were quite fast earlier, but I didn't expect you to dare return. Do you not take us seriously? Just as Ziyuin was taken aback, Funingna offered no chance for her to respond, defining her identity in the next moment, while also retrieving her previously discarded Murakumo from the side appearance of the octopus. Seeing the approaching blade, Ziyuin finally grasped the situation, yet she could not fathom why Funingna and Uchiha would fail to recognize her identity. At this moment, Ziyuin's thoughts raced, constantly pondering how to make the other party believe her. Right, I had shown Master the bell my mother left me. This should certainly work. Just as Ziyuin had a flash of inspiration and prepared to take out the bell to prove her identity, she suddenly heard a faint laughter. At this moment, Funingna remained expressionless, and the laughter certainly could not have come from her. Then it must be. Due to the immense pressure exerted by Funingna's Yuen had focused all her attention on her, only shifting her gaze upon hearing the laughter, and immediately discovered its source. Seeing the smile on Uchiha Koe's face behind her, Ziyuan understood the situation. After a brief moment of confusion, there was no code at all, it was simply Funingna playing a prank on her. She should have realized this earlier. With the other party's strength, how could they not recognize her? The more Ziyuan thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and then the water element could not help but surge forth, charging directly towards Funingna, along with the blade of Murakumo. Indeed, facing Ziyuan, who charged back, Funingna quickly moved Murakumo aside, tossing it back into the octopus, and after Ziyuan reached her, she received a light punch, and suddenly there was another person beside her. Though she felt no pain, as Ziyuan had not exerted any force compared to that, it was the overwhelming water element that had more lethality, and Funingna could feel a part of her clothing had already gotten wet. To her conscience, she had only intended to tease her disciple a bit due to the lack of confidence Ziyuan had in her as a master, who knew the reaction would be so intense. Oh no, she had inadvertently made her disciple cry while teasing her. What should she do now? Seeking advice online. Feeling the bottomless water element from her disciple, Funingna quickly turned to her good friend, signaling for help. However, upon seeing Funingna's pleading gaze, Uchiha Ko merely snorted coldly, then turned to look elsewhere, showing no intention of helping her. Funingna Ko, why are you so heartless? Don't you love me anymore? Boo-hoo-hoo. They surely can't be bad people, right? Don't worry, I promise I won't act like that again. That Seven-Tails Jinchuriki is still waiting over there, and I bet they're getting anxious. Let's go over there first. After coaxing Ziyuan to calm down, Funingna quickly shifted the topic to the Seven-Tails not far away, unwilling to revisit the unpleasant memories from just now. As they approached, Ziyuan, whose face was tinged with a hint of resentment, and whose eyes were slightly red, came to the Seven-Tails. No, at this moment the Seven-Tails had already reverted from its tailed beast form, returning to the Jinchuriki state. Funingna vaguely remembered the other party's name. It seemed to be something like Fong. Seeing several life-saving benefactors approach, Fong, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly sprang up and dashed over to Funingna, bowing deeply. Thank you so much for saving me just now. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely been captured by that bad guy shrouded in dark energy. I truly appreciate it. Hey, aren't you afraid I might have the same intentions as the person before? Who knows, I might try to capture you next. Looking at the rather familiar girl across from her, Funingna's gaze turned playful as the feelings she had just suppressed reignited. How could that be? I trust you completely. After all, you even defeated that guy from before. If you wanted to capture me, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. After saying this, Fong let out a helpless sigh, but soon a smile returned to her face, and she gazed intently at Funingna, continuing, Moreover, you are so beautiful, simply the prettiest person I have ever seen in my life, so I believe you must not be a bad person. Ahem. Seeing Fong's eyes seemingly sparkling, Funingna quickly coughed twice to interrupt her, marking the end of that topic. Though it was a compliment directed at herself, she felt it was better to discuss more serious matters at this time. Thank you for your trust. I am a ninja from Konoha, a disciple of the 5th Hokage Tsunade. As you said, I certainly won't harm you. In fact, the Akatsuki organization, which is currently capturing tailed beasts across the ninja world, is our common enemy. I knew it. You are so beautiful, it's obvious you would be someone who could become my friend. How could you possibly capture me? Hello, my name is Fong, a ninja from Takigakure. After a brief self-introduction from both sides, Fong immediately declared Funingna and her companions to be her friends, just as she had said. Faced with the overly familiar Fong, neither Uchiha Hikari nor Ziyuan were adept at handling such situations, so they could only nod in agreement, hoping she wouldn't continue to bother them. In the subsequent conversation, Funingna also understood the circumstances that led Fong to confront the wraith. Not long ago, the wraith suddenly led a group of ninjas to invade Takigakure. Though it wasn't explicitly stated, the intentions of the Akatsuki organization, which had already made a name for itself in the ninja world, were well known. Upon recognizing the wraith's identity through the Akatsuki cloak, the higher-ups of Takigakure immediately understood the attackers' motives. However, understanding the situation did not change the fact that there were no ninjas in Takigakure capable of matching the wraith. Fong possessed the ability to fight, but she was prohibited from engaging in battle by the village leader and was arranged to be escorted to safety by the village's jonin. The mere fact that Fong could appear here proves that she certainly did not act according to the plan, and the reality indeed aligns with this assertion. The Akatsuki's goal is the tailed beasts, while those who have perished are the ones protecting her. She cannot stand by and watch her comrades in the village die because of her. The subsequent events were straightforward. After Fong manifested her tailed beast transformation and boldly fled, even though Wang Liang knew her intent was to divert him, he did not mind, as his purpose for this trip was precisely the tailed beast. After roughly understanding the situation, Funingna let out a gentle sigh. This matter is both right and wrong. Protecting one's comrades is certainly not a problem, but viewed from a more pragmatic perspective, it seems a bit reckless. The importance of a Jinchuriki to a village is unquestionable, and from their earlier conversation, Funingna could also discern that the other members of Takigakure interacted with Fong rather well, unlike some other ninja villages that harbor malice toward Jinchuriki. This also indicates that in Takigakure, she does not exist merely as a weapon, but as a comrade, which should be the reason why Fong is willing to divert Wang Liang by herself. After all, if one is treated as a monster every day in the village, how many would be willing to engage in such selfless acts? After chatting for a while, a few people rushed over from a distance, all wearing headbands similar to Feng's. The leading individual looked particularly anxious, and their identities were naturally apparent. Through a brief conversation, Funingna learned about the newcomers. The young person at the forefront turned out to be the village head of Takigakure, and the two accompanying him were also elite ninjas from the village. Although they did not seem particularly strong on a personal level, the fact that they dared to participate in supporting Feng suggests they are among the top fighters in Takigakure. Otherwise, those lacking in strength might lose their fighting spirit upon merely encountering Wang Liang. Not only would they be unable to help, but the resulting fear and other negative emotions would also empower Wang Liang, and that would truly be disastrous. I apologize for troubling you all, though I am immensely grateful for your help. Without your assistance, Feng would likely be in grave danger by now. The Akatsuki organization is capturing tailed beasts throughout the ninja world, likely plotting some world-altering scheme, so assisting you also serves our own interests. There's no need to think too much about it. Watching the village head reprimand Feng, and then turn back to express gratitude, Funingna merely waved her hand. She indeed thought the same, and her intention in intervening was simply to help Ziyuan resolve the threat posed by Wang Liang. Saving Feng from danger was merely a byproduct, so she did not wish to become overly entangled in this matter. You may think that way, but it has indeed been a great help to me. Feng is a very important companion to me. Alright, I accept your thanks. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. If we linger here any longer, my master will surely scold me upon my return. As Funingna and the others prepared to leave, the village head displayed evident hesitation, seemingly thinking about something very important. Finally, just as the group was about to depart, the village head spoke up, and upon hearing this, Funingna tilted her head, slightly, seemingly not surprised. Could I ask you to allow Feng to accompany you to Konoha? Of course, I do not ask this of you for free. You may request anything you need in return. Oh. Although Funingna paused her steps upon hearing this, she did not immediately respond, merely gazing at the other with a half-smile. Meeting Funingna's gaze, the village chief felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite her calm demeanor, she inexplicably exerted immense pressure upon him. Yet even so, he could not retreat at this moment. Ever since the tailed beasts of the various ninja villages had been captured one after another, he had been worried about the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization. Today, that worry had transformed into reality. The Akatsuki truly lived up to their formidable reputation in the ninja world. Just a single formal member, accompanied by a group of somewhat peculiar ninjas and some unknown terracotta warriors, posed an insurmountable challenge for their entire ninja village. If it had not been for Isekai'd actively drawing the tailed beast away, the result for Takigakure would likely have been devastating. One could say that even though Takigakure was already among the top tier below the 5 great ninja villages, they were utterly powerless against a powerhouse like Wraith, without someone of comparable strength to restrain them. This was merely the result of Wraith acting alone, considering the intelligence reports members of the Akatsuki typically operated in pairs. If another member were to join forces, he could hardly imagine what the outcome of today would have been. In fact, due to Wraith's overwhelming display of power, the village chief of Takigakure had somewhat overestimated the overall strength of the Akatsuki members. Wraith's individual strength was already among the top tier within the organization. In a direct confrontation, only the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, could be relied upon to completely subdue him with certainty. Others like Obito and Uchiha Itachi, while having a significant chance of victory if a conflict erupted, still fell short of being able to fully suppress him in a direct face-off. However, the village chief of Takigakure was unaware that he likely perceived the other members of the Akatsuki as equally formidable as Wraith. Even if Wraith were to fail this time, others would still come to clean up the mess afterward. And next time they may not be as fortunate to have Funingna happen to pass by. In summary, while Isekai'd had a good relationship with him, and the Seven Tails was an important part of Takigakure in the increasingly brazen days of the Akatsuki, the tailed beasts had begun to feel like a hot potato. The tailed beasts were indeed powerful, but what use was that? The Akatsuki was clearly intent on collecting all the tailed beasts. Having failed this time, the next group might consist of 2-man teams, or even more. If such a situation were to occur, Takigakure would surely lack the capacity to resist. Thus, rather than forcing Isekai'd to stay and inviting stronger enemies, it would be better to seek a new path for him. This was for both his sake and that of Takigakure, and the chance encounter with Funingna seemed to present the best opportunity for his entrusted future. Her identity as a disciple of the current Hokage meant she could look after Isekai'd when he arrived in Konoha, and given her young age, he could ascertain through their recent interaction that she was a decent person, ensuring Isekai'd would not fall into a wolf's den right after escaping a tiger's lair. Moreover, and most importantly, she was strong enough. He had already experienced Wraith's power while in Takigakure, and even Isekai'd, who had a good relationship with the Seven Tails and could transform at will, was not a match for him. Such experiences were already sufficient to prove Wraith's strength, yet despite being such a powerful individual, he seemed to have no means of resistance against Funingna's overwhelming force, rendered completely unaware of his fate. This level of strength is certainly more suitable for protecting Feng than that of their Takinan village. Moreover, the other party is a disciple of the Hokage backed by Konoha. Such an identity would likely give even the Akatsuki pause. However, one thing surprised the leader of Tekinen village. Facing the gift of the Seven Tails, Funingna seemed rather indifferent. Logically speaking, the tailed beasts are of paramount importance to every village. Back when the first Hokage Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts, Tekinen village had to pay a hefty price to acquire one from the 5 great ninja villages. Thanks to the relatively mild temperament of the Seven Tails, there have been no major issues during Feng's generation, allowing Tekinen village to become one of the top villages beneath the 5 great ninja villages. Now, however, they wish to offer the tailed beast away, yet this Konoha ninja appears to be rather unconcerned. Without lamenting the changes of the times, even if the other party might have guessed his thoughts, he could not afford to stop now. Although Feng seems somewhat disheveled because of this, she has a good relationship with the tailed beast inside her. During battles, the Seven Tails is willing to assist her, making her quite formidable. As long as you do not bully her, she will certainly help you when you encounter difficulties in the future. If she were truly strong, you wouldn't be making this request. By saying all this, you are merely aware that if she follows me back to Konoha, she is unlikely to return. Seeing his thoughts laid bare, the leader of Tekinen village could not help but sigh. Yet he did not feel disheartened, for he heard a twist in Funingna's next words. However, the threat posed by the Akatsuki is now evident. Our village also possesses a tailed beast, and I naturally need to consider the future. Instead of letting the Seven Tails wait here like a fish on a chopping board for the Akatsuki to strike, it would be better for her to return with me to Konoha, thus adding another layer of strength. If you are without a tailed beast, the Akatsuki will likely lose interest in attacking your village, which can be considered a win-win situation. I express this in hopes of an open and honest exchange, as I am not particularly skilled at reading comprehension. Though he had never heard such terms before, the leader of Tekinen village could infer their general meaning through their literal sense, and Funingna's earlier words leading him to sigh deeply in relief. I understand. Although we have just met, Miss Funingna gives me a sense of trust. Perhaps this is a desperate measure from a cornered position, but I still ask that you look after Feng. As a token of gratitude, if there is anything I can assist you with in the future, while the village may be unable to promise, I personally will do my utmost to help. This statement expresses the leader's stance that he is not entrusting Feng to Konoha, but rather to Funingna personally. After all, while Funingna gives him a very good impression as the village's leader, he is all too aware of the darkness that exists within a village, especially one as large as Konoha. Some things Funingna may not do, but others in the village might not share the same restraint. Haha, of course. Although this fellow just claimed to be a friend on his own, I do not mind it. Since we are friends, I certainly cannot remain indifferent when problems arise. Funingna can roughly guess the leader of Tekinen village's concerns, and she does not dwell on it too much, especially since Konoha is clearly burdened by the presence of Danzo, the notorious villain, as she had contemplated related matters before with Zuen and Uchiha Itachi. It's nothing more than having one more Jinchuriki. With both Itachi and Zuen present, it's merely a minor addition. I'm truly glad you think this way. Lord Shemu, is it really alright to let Feng go with that Hokage's disciple to Konoha? After Funingna and her companions departed, the Jonin from Tekinen village, who had been standing beside him, finally could not hold back and asked, I cannot guarantee this is the best choice, but I trust her. This is not only because she saved Feng earlier, but I have also heard tales of her from other Konoha ninjas before. Upon hearing Shemu mention past events, the Jonin, who had just spoken, revealed a knowing expression as buried memories began to surface. Not long ago, an experienced Jonin from Tekinen village defected and colluded with the Rain village to seize the village's secret treasure, Hero's Water. Of course, this scheme ultimately failed, not only due to their efforts to fight back, but also thanks to the indispensable assistance of a Konoha ninja. That ninja was none other than the renowned Sharingan Kakashi. He had arrived at Tekinen village due to an escort mission assigned by Shemu, and logically speaking, his task should have ended upon arrival. However, after learning the full scope of the situation, Kakashi chose not to withdraw, but instead sided with Tekinen village. With his help, the conspiracy was successfully dismantled, and even the defected Jonin Yunyen met his demise beneath Kakashi's Raikiri, marking him as the MVP of this battle. And shortly after, he learned from Kakashi about his disciple Funingna, and frankly admitted that his willingness to offer such unnecessary assistance was indeed influenced by her. Previously, he would have left immediately after completing his tasks, but who could blame him for being influenced by his disciple's fantasies? Though he lacked the ability to change the world, he would still attempt to assist with the matters at hand. After all, he could not lose face as a master with his disciple in such a state. Indeed, if what Kakashi said is true, then allowing Feng to accompany her is undoubtedly the best choice. I only hope the villagers can come to the same realization. After reminiscing about the past, the accompanying Jonin agreed with Shimuki's decision, or rather, even if he disagreed, what could he do in the absence of a better solution? What I mean is, we must make a choice now. The Akatsuki's actions suggest that I have a premonition of an impending great war in the ninja world, and amid these monstrous ninjas, it is impossible for us to remain aloof. Indeed, I previously thought that a Jinchuriki like Feng had the greatest destructive power, but now I see how naive I was. Following Shimuki's gaze, the accompanying Jonin also spotted the target of the earlier wraith's attack, and couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. In a vast plain, a section of several kilometers had inexplicably sunk devoid of anything, with only the ravaged earth indicating that a fierce battle had occurred here previously. Alright, let's head back. There are many matters that require our attention. Besides, this is a good thing. The stronger she becomes, the safer foam will be over there. That's true. On the other side of the sunken area, I'm pleased to see you again. To be honest, that young leaf ninja's strength was indeed surprising. I thought you had perished, but fortunately our comrade is very reliable and saved you just in time. Although he had just escaped in a rather disheveled manner, it did not affect Obito's demeanor as he spoke confidently to the somewhat weakened wraith. Nevertheless, these thoughts echoed in Obito's mind. He had genuinely worried that wraith might encounter trouble, for though wraith was said to be immortal, that only held true under normal circumstances. If he were to suffer unbearable harm, death would indeed be inevitable. At most, he would resurrect after absorbing enough negative emotions like a tailed beast after several years. But what use would that serve? According to their plans, everything should be completed within the next 2 years. Waiting another decade would mean the situation would be beyond saving. By then, if Wraith were to resurrect, the only difference would be that if he succeeded, Wraith would be entirely eliminated, and if he failed, Funingna and the others would undoubtedly ensure Wraith's demise. In summary, if Wraith truly died here, it would signify the end of his role, and Obito would need to seek out new allies. It would be a complete loss for both sides. Although Obito spoke rather casually with a tone that felt provocatively annoying in the past, he would have refuted Wraith even knowing how difficult it was to deal with him, but he chose not to respond this time. Partly because Kuro and Shiro had indeed saved his life, though after the attack the body occupied by Wraith had only managed to withstand for a brief moment before turning to ashes. Just as his soul was about to follow suit, Shiro appeared and allowed his soul to temporarily attach to it, thus saving his life. What surprised Wraith was that this typically unassuming information officer, seemingly frail and lacking combat prowess, had not been instantly obliterated when faced with an attack even he could not withstand. Though it was a struggle to hold on, he managed to endure, and following that the situation became simpler, Obito intervened to interrupt the attack, and Kuro and Shiro seized the opportunity to make a clean getaway. Moreover, although he survived with absolute assistance, his current state was far from good, and even his soul felt a sense of instability. In such circumstances, Wang Liang could only suppress his anger, as he would still need assistance from Daito in the future. What if? As a magical creature, Wang Liang was extremely sensitive to negative emotions, and he could vaguely sense Data's malice towards him, though he chose to hold back due to reality. This time it was indeed thanks to his help. Without him, I fear I would have been unable to converse with you peacefully here. So, because you insisted on playing a cat mouse game alone, you dragged it out for so long that ultimately the Seven Tails were not captured successfully. You should know that I was the one who took the initiative to take responsibility for the Seven Tails, and now that the Seven Tails are lost, how do you expect me to face Nagato? Upon hearing this, Daito simply let out a displeased laugh, clearly unappreciative of the other's gratitude, thinking that sweet words could brush past the matter. Moreover, to be honest, the failure regarding the Seven Tails was already a foregone conclusion. Although Daito regretted not acting earlier, pondering over it now was futile. He could only take this opportunity to suppress Wang Liang to ensure he obeyed in the future. This incident was indeed my fault. I will be more careful in the future. Furthermore, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Since that guy appeared here with the priestess, it means they will no longer stay in the land of ghosts. As she had been there, I couldn't reclaim my body. Now that my physical form has been destroyed, this is a perfect opportunity for me to complete myself. Once I regain my physical body, I can better assist you in collecting the tailed beasts, starting with the Seven Tails. I promise I will not take so long next time. That is merely advantageous for you, isn't it? Observing Wang Liang's earnest demeanor, Daito couldn't help but curse inwardly, realizing that this creature was solely focused on itself. Though somewhat dissatisfied, Daito did not express it. After witnessing Funingna's earlier performance, he indeed needed to further enhance his own strength. Alright then, I look forward to you reclaiming your body and retrieving the Seven Tails from Funingna. Originally full of confidence, Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback by Data's ambiguous expectation, which could be interpreted as sarcasm, and after a few seconds of silence responded begrudgingly, "If it's that water-playing guy, I feel we still need to think long-term." Wang Liang, am I really going to fight Funingna? Humph. Seeing Wang Liang's dwindling momentum, a smile appeared on Data's face beneath his mask. It seemed that even after regaining his physical form, Wang Liang still held considerable apprehension towards Funingna, indicating that he wouldn't exceed his control. However, while he didn't have to worry about Wang Liang, Funingna had unknowingly become a significant obstacle to the Moon Eye plan. Daito even had a premonition. If given a bit more time, she would become more difficult to deal with than the combined Kage of the 5 great ninja villages, and there was no chance for negotiation between them. With the 7 tails and the 9 tails by her side, what on earth should he do? Forget it, I'll just report everything here to Nagato. I can't handle this headache alone. After much thought, Daito ultimately decided to pass the responsibility to Nagato. Since he was the apparent leader of the Akatsuki organization, the matter of collecting the tailed beasts should also receive his full attention. Konoha Village. Oh, you're finally back. Lady Tsunade has been mentioning you frequently during this time, saying that she will take good care of you once you return to heal the hardships you've faced outside. Before even reaching Konoha, Funingna spotted a striking white-haired figure from a distance. It was Kakashi. Not only did he not bring her any good neuse, but he also wore a look of schadenfreude. Really, he showed no sense of responsibility as a teacher. She recalled that in the original story after Naruto returned to the village in the Wind Chronicle, Kakashi seemed to have played a bell-snatching game again with the other two members of Team 7, Sakura and Naruto, under the pretense of testing their progress. Now should she also join in the fun? After all, it had been such a long time since they last met. Kakashi-sensei must want to know about the progress of his proud disciple. Yes, that must be it. Ahem, speaking of which, I had anticipated that Miss Hikari and Princess Zuin would return with you, but this one, if I recall correctly, is named Isekai'd, right? Why has the Jinchuriki from Takigakure come here as well? As Funingna pondered how to repay Kakashi, he seemed to sense something amiss and quickly changed the subject. In fact, he had noticed Isekai'd from the very beginning. During the mission to Takigakure, he had learned of Isekai'd's true identity as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, an important figure indeed. In the ninja world, who does not know the role of the tailed beasts? They are now the #1 target of the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, setting those aside, if a tailed beast were to go berserk, considering their destructive power, it would inevitably lead to significant casualties. But if that were the case, why did Kakashi not pay too much attention to Isekai'd at the beginning? It was because he knew Funingna would not engage in reckless actions, and he understood her strength as well. Even if something were to happen with the tailed beast, with the cooperation between him and Funingna, subduing a seven tails should not be an insurmountable task. It would certainly result in a chaotic slaughter. You mentioned Isekai'd, and it seems you two are acquainted. Let Isekai'd explain it to you himself, and we'll talk about other matters afterward. All right. With that said, Kakashi realized that his plan to redirect their attention was futile, so he straightforwardly began discussing serious matters with Isekai'd. Although he knew that there would be no issues with Isekai'd's arrival in Konoha, some questions still needed to be asked. Considering Funingna's unpredictable nature, it seemed that the subsequent report to Tsunade would also fall to him. So what a thankless task. Oh, everyone's here. Were you waiting to welcome us back? Ha ha ha, no need for that, no need for that. I must say you are all too polite. Just as Kakashi sighed, another somewhat frivolous voice came from behind, and everyone turned to look. Well, with one blonde and one white-haired figure, it was clear who they were. The moment Funingna caught sight of Naruto, she suddenly felt something. Indeed, the projection that had been stagnant in her mind for so long finally showed signs of movement. At the most prominent position in the center of the image, the words, Wind Chronicle, appeared, and then the scene began to unfold in the form of memories, quickly recounting everyone's experiences during this time in the simplest manner. However, the main focus was still on Funingna, Naruto, and Sasuke. The other characters who had more screen time were Kakashi, their Team 7 teacher, and Guy, who had been dealing with the troublesome creatures together with them. Afterward, it seemed that there were no other noteworthy events to record. Other characters merely made brief appearances, marking the conclusion of the experiences during this time. I didn't expect the Akatsuki organization to have so many members, and they all look quite impressive. They are likely the main antagonists of the Wind Chronicle. Indeed, but what concerns me most is the leader of the Akatsuki. If the members are already so strong, the one who can control such formidable rogue ninjas must be even more powerful. Looking at his eyes, they probably possess a special ocular technique similar to the Sharingan, and since it's a prominent feature, its effectiveness could be quite formidable, likely not inferior to Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Funingna realized that most of the audience's attention was focused on the newly appeared Akatsuki organization, and the topics of discussion revolved around them, while the main characters like Naruto and Funingna had become supporting roles. But she understood that this was quite normal. As an organization that had introduced countless mysteries since the first part, combined with an aura that clearly represented a powerful antagonist, it was only natural for them to attract attention. Compared to her and other older characters, if the new force made its debut without anyone discussing them, that would indeed be a failure. After all, even if the audience liked them, the plot would be hard to develop without new characters. As the scene shifted, she wasn't neglected for long. The screen showed Akatsuki members successfully capturing tailed beasts one after another, and soon the camera focused on the entity still wielding the Black Hoe Thunder Fang. This guy carrying two swords is quite fierce. While others are capturing Jinchuriki, when they are alone, he directly barged into another village with a group of subordinates. I remember he appeared with that masked man earlier. Where is the masked man? Why is he solo while others are paired up? Did they have a falling out? That's because the other teams were capturing tailed beasts from the 5 great ninja villages, so they had to take advantage of the Jinchuriki being isolated. But the 7-tailed Jinchuriki is from the Takigakure, which is a minor village, so there's no problem with a direct attack. Didn't you see him summoning a stone golem? This person should be the same entity from the previous movie that aimed to destroy the world. At that time, the masked man rescued him, and he subsequently joined the Akatsuki. Given his reputation for world destruction, dealing with a small village is certainly not an issue. Wow, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of that. I was wondering how he could deal with the 7-tailed beast on his own. Oh, it turns out he's not human either. Oh, what a pity for such a cheerful girl. Oh, I guess she'll end up like the other Jinchuriki. Watching the 7-tailed beast gradually fall into a tough battle, and then being struck to the ground by the entity with lightning, the audience began to lose hope and started to sigh. To them, this was just like the previous Jinchuriki. It was merely an introduction to the background, and the main plot would undoubtedly still focus on the protagonist Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Just as the audience sighed, the camera suddenly panned to a distance where a person was observing the situation from behind a large tree. Hey, wait, not to mention why Funingna is here. Doesn't this mean that this Jinchuriki still has a chance? After all, she was given screen time, and with her personality, she wouldn't just stand by. It's possible, but since the previous Jinchuriki all ended in failure this time, might not be any different. After all, the masked man who took away the entity has not shown himself yet. That person gives off a scheming vibe, perhaps watching in the shadows waiting for Funingna to act before striking, and if Funingna gets injured and can't win, she would have to retreat. After all, while Funingna is undeniably a good person, she is also rational and makes appropriate choices based on the situation, as can be seen from her previous experiences. Oh, you really understand me. Seeing the barrage of comments floating by, Funingna couldn't help but admire the accuracy of the person's insights. If things developed as he said, even if she was unwilling, she would choose to retreat strategically. Preserving her strength for future battles is wiser than risking everything to show off heroism in a moment and potentially losing herself. She would rather wait until she became stronger to take revenge for Fone. However, this situation presupposes that she cannot defeat Obito and the entity, but this barrage cannot predict her potential leap in strength, so the unfolding events will differ significantly from what they expect. Whoa, this situation doesn't seem right. The entity was so fierce just now against the seven-tailed beast, and now after just a few exchanges with Funingna, it runs away. Could it be that Funingna holds some secret that makes it unable to fight? Who knows? The entity's change in behavior has been too fast. It bullies the weak, but runs away from the strong, showing no regard for face at all. Fun fact, the entity is not human, it's a monster, so it has no face. Watching the entity's cowardly retreat, the audience immediately expressed their discontent, as the entity's earlier antics of toying with foam were already unpopular. Now its performance showed no semblance of a strong figure, making it hard for anyone to feel favorably towards it. In such a dire situation, ridicule was inevitable. However, the audience's sarcastic comments did not last long, as Funingna's display soon indicated that the entity's retreat might have been the right choice. Although I knew Funingna's jutsu was powerful, and she would only grow stronger with time, the tone of this fight seems a bit off. If the previous encounters were intelligence wars between ninjas, this feels more like Funingna bullying ordinary people in a giant mech, changing the environment as she fights. My apologies, entity. Oh, I misjudged you earlier. In this situation, anyone would have to run. Ordinary people really shouldn't engage with someone who seems to be cheating. Amid the numerous sentiments of I misjudged you from the audience, the entity also disappeared under the barrage of 3 seafood projectiles, leaving the audience with mixed feelings. Sigh, I didn't expect that such a stylish Akatsuki member would already be taken out before the Wind Chronicle officially began. I was still wondering how the Akatsuki would handle so many strong figures. Now it's reversed. The Akatsuki must seriously think about how to deal with Funingna. To capture the nine-tailed beast, she is definitely a challenge that cannot be ignored. Now I'm curious as to why it's called Wind Chronicle. Shouldn't it be Funingna Chronicle? This performance is definitely more impressive than any of those shadows. What Funingna Chronicle? You the one in front, are you trying to harm Funingna? If it's called Wind Chronicle, and the wind dies, then if it's called Funingna Chronicle. No way, brothers, the topic seems to be getting a bit off. Funingna, who was originally enjoying the barrage, paused for a moment, wondering what Funingna Chronicle meant. Can that even be changed? Though it is only a bit of teasing. What if by some chance? Okay, you half guessed it, brothers. That masked man was indeed lurking nearby with ill intent, but he probably did not expect the wraiths to fall so quickly. Before he could find an opportunity to strike, Fufu had already sent them away. Wait, that cannot be right. If that was the case, why did he not simply withdraw? Why did he linger to make contact? Strange. That light. No, I should call her Yujibo Guang. From the film version, I thought she was just a decorative presence because she hadn't acted, yet she turned out to be formidable. Look at her eyes, not an ordinary Sharingan, but a Manjikyu like Yujibo. Yes. One wonders whose Manjikyu holds the greater power. The masked man unsurprisingly was nearby. The crucial point was Yujibo Guang's dazzling display. In the brief clash with Dai, two both revealed their Manjikyu Sharingan, which immediately became the focus of discussion. To be fair, Dai Tu's Kamui is also astonishingly powerful. He showed no small measure even in the final battle with Huiyi, but that performance was bolstered by Dai Tu's residual 6-paths power. So in Funingna's eyes, who is strongest? She still sides with her Guang. After all, Guang's 8,000 spears was barely put to use. He placed in the hands of a ruthless villain. Its unrestricted imprinting could wreak staggering havoc upon the ninja world. Wait, did I forget something? For heaven's sake, Fufu is so petty. Knowing full well Ziyuan was serious, she still tried to frighten her, putting on that solemn face. With acting like that, she could become an actress. Oh, my wife Guang is kinder. She laughed aloud to warn Ziyuan. If not for that, Ziyuan would have nearly burst into tears. Guang is perfect in every way, only that when she has nothing to do, she becomes the greatest trouble. What do you mean she's petty? Ridiculous. Oh, Funingna, long time no see. You seem to have grown a little taller. Humph. Funingna, immersed in the projection, snapped back at the sound. Seeing Ziyi opposite her smiling and gesturing toward her, she could not help but laugh out loud, though it was laced with irritation. Hadn't she noticed whether she had grown? Indeed, she had grown a bit, only a centimeter or two. She could not understand it. She ate well every meal, yet she did not grow. Could it be that transmigrating into Funingna did not alter her height? She certainly did not want that. Master Ziyi, rather than my height, my improvement in strength is more conspicuous. I wonder if you have some time lately to instruct me. At the word instruct, Funingna noticeably intensified her tone, and Yi felt it keenly. Though she still wore a sweet smile, there was a dangerous edge beneath it. The last time he had a similar foreboding was when he peeped at gang show bathing and ended up beaten half to death. This time the sensation was even more potent. With a sense of danger rising over his head, Yi was about to call to his pupil to change the subject, only to find that Ming Run had silently slipped far away, without him noticing, making it impossible to summon him back. As soon as Naruto set off, Kakashi followed closely behind, inquiring about Naruto's recent experiences in a seemingly earnest manner. This harmonious scene left Jiraiya, who had just opened his mouth to speak, momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Ahem, let's talk about teachings later. After all, we've been on the road for so long, and it's time we rested, don't you think? Hehe. By the end of this statement, even Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle, for both he and Funingna were not looking ragged at all. They appeared to be in good spirits. Claiming the need for rest was merely a pretext, yet at this point, he could only try to salvage the situation, for the legendary Sage of Toads couldn't possibly refuse the inquiries of his juniors, could he? That would be impossible. Since Master Jiraiya has said, so let's wait for the next opportunity. Seeing Jiraiya awkwardly diverting the topic without success, Funingna nodded in agreement. Since their purpose was already achieved, it was best to let it slide. After all, she couldn't really beat up her master's comrade. Even thinking about it felt inappropriate, so she decided to let it go. Hey, have Jiraiya and Funingna finished chatting. Then let's hurry up. Hokage-sama has mentioned that after your return, I should bring you to see her right away. Noticing that the conversation was over, Kakashi's voice timely interjected, seemingly unaware of what had just transpired. Haha, it seems that after not seeing each other for a while, Tsunade has missed me. Since there's no time to waste, let's go. Originally, Jiraiya was somewhat displeased with Kakashi's earlier indifference, but this irritation dissipated instantly upon hearing Kakashi's subsequent words urging him to set off without delay. Jiraiya-sama, perhaps I wasn't clear in my earlier words, leading to a misunderstanding. Hokage-sama only requested Funingna to accompany me. There were no other requirements for anyone else. Others. Let's go, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't expect my master to be in such a hurry to find me. We shouldn't delay any further. Ignoring Jiraiya, who was petrified in place, the group followed Kakashi into the village, leaving Naruto anxiously pacing around Jiraiya like a restless spirit. Let's go together, Naruto. Allow Jiraiya-sama to rest here for a bit. He will catch up once he has recovered. Upon hearing Funingna's suggestion, Naruto instantly felt a sense of relief and quickly followed his steps light, showing no signs of reluctance towards Jiraiya. Navigating through the bustling streets, Kakashi led the group to the Hokage office. However, he showed no intention of entering with Funingna, opting instead to wait with the others. Following the principle of proximity, Funingna did not use the front door, but jumped directly through a window of the office building. The moment she entered, hidden Umbu surrounded her. Upon recognizing her appearance, the vigilant Umbu members let out a sigh of relief. If she had been an enemy bold enough to intrude upon the Hokage's office, they would have been the ones to be most concerned. You can all go down first. At that moment, Tsunade, seated at her desk, looked up upon seeing Funingna, waving her hand to signal the surrounding hidden Umbu to retreat, while tossing a letter towards Funingna. After being away for so long, you haven't even sent a few letters. If I didn't know better, I'd think you've forgotten your master. How could that be? You've treated me so well, how could I ever forget you? I think of you every day while I'm out, it's just that I haven't been able to send many letters. Faced with Tsunade's teasing, Funingna naturally couldn't admit to it. Unfortunately, Tsunade seemed unimpressed by her flattery, wearing an ambiguous smile, as if to say, you can say whatever you like, I'll see if I believe you. Alright, enough with the unnutritious talk. If you really cared, it wouldn't be a problem for the slug to deliver letters every day, it's just that you're too picky. Hehe. Seeing her thoughts exposed, Funingna smiled sheepishly. But it wasn't her fault. The slug was slimy, and just the sight of it gave her goosebumps. How could she actively summon it? Clearly the contract was with the top-tier summoning creature, the slug of the three great holy lands, yet her lack of effort in utilizing it was something only Funingna could manage in the ninja world. Any other person, if not raising the slug, would at least not treat it as if it didn't exist, merely maintaining a nominal contract with no further action. Alright, I know what kind of person you are. I can't be bothered to argue. You've seen that letter, or what do you think? Well, it's certainly good news. After all, the various incidents from a while back have proven the threat posed by the Akatsuki organization. Holding a 5 Kage summit to unite against them is indeed the best choice. Upon hearing this, Funingna set down the letter in her hand, providing her perspective. The letter was sent from the Cloud Village, reflecting Raikage's intentions. Not long ago, the 2 Tails from Cloud Village had been captured by the Akatsuki organization, while the 8 Tails belonged to Raikage's brother Killer Bee. To protect his brother from a similar threat, it was only natural for Raikage to convene a 5 Kage summit to discuss countermeasures against the Akatsuki, especially considering the power they had recently displayed, which was clearly beyond what a single ninja village could handle. As everyone knows, the Akatsuki operates in pairs, and the fact that 5-tailed beasts were ambushed in a short span underscores that there are no fewer than a dozen experts within the Akatsuki capable of confronting tailed beasts. With such individuals attacking together, it would already be insurmountable for the 5 great ninja villages to withstand, compounded by the formidable leader rumored to exceed the strength of other members, posing an even greater threat. Given this, it is indeed understandable that Raikage would decide to form an alliance. However, that said, can the 5 great ninja villages genuinely set aside past grievances and unite swiftly? Of course not. Tsunade answered immediately to Funingna's question, clearly having anticipated this. Although it's difficult, we must attempt it. Just as Raikage worries about his brother, I'm also concerned about that Naruto guy, and the 7 tails brat you brought back. This means that Konoha will have the most tailed beasts. Since the Akatsuki aims to collect tailed beasts, they will undoubtedly focus on us. While we can keep them at bay, the threat of the Akatsuki attacking directly in the village is also something we must consider. After all, they are a group that has even killed feudal lords. Tsunade's intention was quite simple. She did not believe that the 5 great ninja villages which had previously been at odds could set aside their grievances and work together. However, given the current situation in the ninja world, even a treacherous alliance was better than each village fighting separately and being defeated one by one. The Raikage who proposed this suggestion likely had similar thoughts. Contrary to his rugged appearance, he was evidently someone who understood the situation well. However, while I have this idea, the attitudes of the other Kage and the location for the 5 Kage summit will need to be negotiated. I hope the remaining Kage can recognize the threat posed by the Akatsuki in a timely manner. After discussing serious matters, Tsunade's expression visibly relaxed. Her previous focus on the Akatsuki shifted to Funingna. Looking at the other person whose appearance was almost identical to when she had left the village, Tsunade's eyes flickered slightly, as if she was contemplating something. After a moment, she softly spoke. You've been out for quite some time. You haven't forgotten the techniques I taught you, have you? Of course not, master. I've been diligently improving my taijutsu outside, not slacking off at all. Facing Tsunade's suspicious gaze, Funingna appeared quite calm, showing no signs of embarrassment. Yet despite her words, Funingna felt uncertain inside. It was true that she had been improving her taijutsu, but that was merely practicing the basics. As for the strange strength in ceiling and a series of extended abilities that Tsunade had taught her, she had rarely dedicated time to practice after becoming familiar with them. Most of her energy was still focused on her own ninjutsu and taijutsu. Currently, she was playing a word game based on Tsunade's abilities in taijutsu, trying to muddle through in front of her master. Are you sure? Though Funingna's words sounded convincing, Tsunade was not someone to be easily fooled. Having been Hokage for such a long time, she was already wary of Funingna's habit of saying half-truths to mislead others, and she quickly caught onto her improper wording. Looking at her master's slightly amused expression before Funingna could find a way to explain, Tsunade suddenly threw a punch at her, though the speed was not very fast. Seeing this, Funingna was puzzled at first, but soon understood her intent and quickly adjusted her stance to match her master's. Though both their speeds were not very fast, the tremendous sound generated at the moment of impact and the gust of wind that blew papers off the desk highlighted the immense power contained within this seemingly ordinary attack. After one strike, the two retreated a few steps in sync. White mist began to rise from their fists where they had just collided, and the damage from the impact rapidly healed during this time. The only difference was that after the two fists connected, the hair on Funingna's forehead was temporarily blown up, revealing a diamond-shaped mark similar to Tsunade's on her smooth forehead. However, while Tsunade's mark was purple, hers was blue. It seems you haven't forgotten my techniques. Alright, I'll let you off this time, but remember not to slack off in the future. Looking at the mark on Funingna's forehead, Tsunade nodded lightly. This mark indicated that the in ceiling had been successfully cultivated, and given the control Funingna displayed, she should be able to use the subsequent abilities proficiently. Initially, when she first met Funingna and saw that there was no mark on her forehead, she had thought the girl had not practiced the in ceiling at all. After all, considering Funingna's previously displayed talent, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had been slacking off, as even a little practice should have led to some results. Yet Funingna had shown no signs of having cultivated it, which had caused Tsunade to feel somewhat angry at that time. Knowing that Funingna was exceptionally talented and had developed many of her own ninjutsu, it was still unacceptable to treat her abilities as if they didn't exist at all. No one likes having their most valued abilities ignored, especially when the person is their own disciple. However, looking at the situation now, Tsunade realized she had misjudged Funingna and felt a twinge of guilt inside. But why did you hide the mark of the in ceiling? Is it to conceal your abilities and catch the enemy off guard at a critical moment? Not at all, it's just that I feel the mark is not very aesthetically pleasing, so I hid it. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Funingna's answer was clearly somewhat inappropriate. But did she not realize her response was unsuitable? Of course she did. It's just that always maintaining a bland demeanor makes it hard to evoke any emotions. Sometimes being unpredictable and quirky is what draws more attention. While teasing Tsunade's emotions was amusing, Funingna's current target was not her, but rather the audience from another realm. To gain more favor points, she had to reluctantly put on a dismissive air to attract more attention. In this already skewed narrative, Funingna's mind projected the scene of the office, clearly indicating that her conversation with Tsunade, rich in crucial information, deserved to be projected. Such scenes that fill out the world background are indispensable for most stories. Haha, that's interesting. I just thought of many reasons, but I didn't expect Fu to choose the most simple and unadorned one. It's too ugly. Yes, indeed, it seems like something she could come up with. But even if I really think it's ugly, I shouldn't say it in front of Tsunade. If I were in her shoes, I would feel embarrassed too. It's just too disrespectful. While observing the barrage of comments, Funingna did not forget to steal a glance at her master. Sure enough, just as the comment said, Tsunade still wore a smile, but anyone could tell that what was about to happen next would not be good. You say that Mark is ugly, so does that mean I'm ugly too since I have to bear it? Answer me. How could that be, master? If it were someone else they might be affected by it, but you are different. Your beauty remains untouched by the mark, even making you look even more beautiful. That's right. Well, if you have nothing else, I will take my leave now. It wouldn't be good to keep them waiting, right? As she spoke, Funingna slowly retreated towards the door, noticing that Tsunade did not make any attempt to interrupt her as she reached the doorway. Funingna no longer hesitated and swiftly fled the scene, leaving Tsunade deep in thought as she watched her depart. Could it really be that unappealing? Though she did not voice it, Tsunade couldn't help but ponder Funingna's earlier words. Although she had never heard such opinions before, she had to consider whether it was due to her esteemed status that no one dared to express such thoughts. TCH, what an annoying little brat. She comes back and puts me in a bad mood. How could that mark be ugly? It looked quite beautiful on her, really shows a lack of taste. Recalling Funingna's expression, Tsunade found her own answer. She would not be swayed by others' opinions, she would only trust her own conclusions. Yes, that's right. This is hilarious. Fufu made her master lose confidence. I'm dying of laughter. But I think Fufu looked quite good with the mark just now. Why does she think it's ugly? Surely she isn't just trying to provoke Tsunade's emotions. Don't think like that. Maybe the interaction between Tsunade and Funingna is just like this. Perhaps they are both enjoying it. Enjoying it. Do you want to take a look at what you're saying? I can believe that Fufu is enjoying it, but as for Tsunade, didn't you laugh while writing that? After a while, Tsunade's previously stirred emotions gradually calmed down. She walked to the window, watching Funingna and the others laughing, and gradually walking away, many thoughts flashing through her mind. The shrine maiden from the land of demons and that girl named Hikari were not much of a concern, but that Jinchuriki with 7 tails. After a moment, as Tsunade's matters settled, the hidden Umbu re-emerged. Say, go call Danzo over for me. Make it quick. Although Tsunade did not mention any specific issue, due to the nature of their work and often being near the Hokage, the Umbu had some understanding of Danzo, who claimed to be the root of Konoha. While not very positive understanding. Nevertheless, both the Hokages and the elders' matters were not something they could interfere with. After one of the Umbu received the order, the surrounding Umbu quickly dispersed and the office regained its calm. I hope his identity as Hokage will make him more restrained, or otherwise sigh. Although Tsunade did not particularly like Danzo, he was still a member of Konoha. In this era of uncertainty, having one more ally was certainly better than internal strife. But Tsunade also knew Funingna's character well. If she acted against those around her, there was no way she would consider the fact that they were also ninjas of Konoha. Perhaps she would just give them a quick end out of compassion for being from the same village. Lord Hokage, Elder Danzo has arrived. Elder Danzo, we are both aware of many things. The reason I called you here is to remind you at this time not to make any unnecessary moves. Forget about your past actions for now. I hope you won't create any embarrassing situations again. I am different from that old man, I will not tolerate you without reason forever. Tsunade, are you really this trusting of a Jinchuriki from another village roaming around Konoha? Are you so confident that your disciple can keep an eye on her? Are you really hoping for another Nine Tails incident to happen in Konoha? Hand her over to me, that would be the best choice. I will ensure she serves Konoha for eternity. Elder Danzo, I am not here to discuss this with you, but to inform you. You must understand I am the Hokage. Tsunade, you are as indecisive as Saratobi. No, you are even more so. One day you will regret this. Bang. Please make another trip for me. Goodbye. Waving her hand to send the Umbu away, Funingna then looked at the letter sent to her. The ink on it had not completely dried, clearly written not long ago. To serve Konoha, or rather to serve you, how amusing. The letter detailed the conversation between Tsunade and Danzo from a short while ago, along with Tsunade's warning for her to be cautious. Funingna was not surprised by this. Or rather, she had long suspected what would happen upon returning to the village. However, Danzo's thick-skinned nature still made her unable to resist scoffing. What's wrong? You seem to be dealing with something unpleasant. Hee, it's nothing. It's just that with more people in the village, there will inevitably be some who want to disrupt the unity. In plain terms, someone is secretly coveting you. But you don't need to worry. During this time, try to stay with me or Hikari to avoid being alone. That way nothing will happen. As she spoke, the envelope in Funingna's hand was enveloped in deep blue chakra, and then it instantly disappeared as if it never existed. Facing Isekai'd, who came over, Funingna briefly recounted the situation. However, since it was her own letter, she also wanted to keep her more vigilant. Hence, Tsunade did not conceal her views on Danzo in the letter, laying everything out plainly. Such candid words were naturally not suitable for everyone to read. Is that so? Alright then, I will leave my safety to you and Miss Hikari. Although Fone was well protected by the village chief in the Takinan village, that protection did not allow her to immerse herself in a beautiful fantasy world, though she was fully aware of the matters concerning the tailed beasts. She knew that Jinchuriki were often met with wariness from others, and that many would covet them, and clearly the person Funingna mentioned was one of those who coveted the tailed beasts. But it didn't matter, as she believed that these few friends she had just met would not harm her. With their help, she need not worry about the threats lurking in the shadows. Hey, what about me? I can protect Fone too, you know. Seeing Funingna, Uchiha Hikari, and Fone beginning to enact a somewhat terrifying camaraderie within the ninja world, Ziyuan could no longer remain silent. Clearly she had arrived first, so why was the situation developing like this? If you want to do what you just said, you should wait until you completely master your own power. Otherwise, with your current half-empty bottle of skills, if you really encounter danger, you'll probably have to rely on Feng to protect you. That's me, master. Can't you not hit me with such harsh words so quickly? I know my own level, but now that the atmosphere is like this, I want to fight alongside you. And in the future, I will definitely work even harder to fulfill what I've just said. I indeed heard you say that you would work harder. Don't worry, we will help you realize that wish, right, Hikari? Of course. Since Ziyuan has said that, I will naturally do my best. A Master Hikari, actually I suddenly feel like I don't need to work so hard anymore. With you all here, it's definitely going to be fine. Looking at the four people around Funingna chatting and laughing, Naruto wanted to say something many times, but in the end he still stopped under some special emotions, perhaps due to shyness or something else. Should I say that Funingna truly deserves her reputation? During this time of training outside, she has made so many seemingly powerful new companions. With such a brilliant presence, does she really still need a friend like me? In the short time from meeting to traveling together, the villagers they encountered along the way did not speak plainly, but their eyes clearly showed a lack of goodwill. Oh, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was quite ostracized. Such a person. What are you thinking, Naruto? I've noticed along the way that it seems you really miss me following me all the time, which truly moves me. However, being moved aside, you can't forget that Funingna is also your companion. Favoring one over the other is not a good behavior. Unlike the fun-seeking Funingna, Kakashi also realized that Naruto seemed a bit too easy to read, with his thoughts almost written all over his face. Moreover, that was not all. It seemed that Naruto did not even notice Funingna frequently looking back, remaining immersed in his own emotions, which left Kakashi somewhat speechless. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, Naruto was also his disciple, and now that his disciple was stuck in a dead end, it was time for him, the master, to take action. Kakashi-sensei. Hearing the teasing voice beside him, Naruto came back to his senses and turned to look at Kakashi beside him. Under his encouraging gaze, Naruto turned back to look at Funingna ahead. At the same time, he glanced over. Furina also happened to turn her head again, locking eyes with him. Not giving him a chance to ponder how to speak, she took the initiative to say, "Hey Naruto, why are you and Kakashi-sensei lagging behind? You two aren't trying to isolate the only beauty of Team 7, are you? If that's the case, it'll be very sad. How could that possibly be the case? You, me, and that guy Sasuke, we have always been the best of companions." Unlike Kakashi, who sensed Furina was teasing them, Naruto felt a similar sensation, but overwhelmed by the intense emotional turmoil, he did not dwell on it too much. His thoughts poured out without hesitation. "I'm glad to hear you still think that way. But Kakashi-sensei, why do you still look so embarrassed? Are you trying to isolate all of us? Tisk, that's really scary." Having resolved Naruto's shyness, Furina immediately shifted her firepower to Kakashi, who was trying to lower attention by looking around. After hearing his name from Furina's lips again, Kakashi finally let go of his worries. Cough, cough. This sudden hat was truly unexpected. Kakashi hadn't thought he would get dragged into this. He just wanted to encourage Naruto, since he sensed something was off. "No way, Furina. Kakashi-sensei has always been our best companion, he just has a hard time expressing it. Just now he was encouraging me, right, Kakashi-sensei? The one who has the hardest time expressing themselves is you, isn't it?" Seeing Naruto's earnest demeanor, Kakashi felt a mix of emotions, both gratified by Naruto's view of him and helpless that Naruto was so easily stirred by Furina. Clearly she was teasing him. Couldn't he see that? Why was he joining in the laughter? What was he supposed to do in this situation? Naruto is right. It's indeed because I have difficulty expressing myself that this misunderstanding arose. I will pay more attention to it in the future. Ultimately, to quickly bypass this topic, Kakashi chose to follow Naruto's words, thereby cutting off Furina's opportunity to extend the conversation. "See, Furina, I told you Kakashi-sensei was just embarrassed. Once things are clarified, there won't be any issues. The one who has the least right to say that is you, isn't it?" Watching Naruto rush excitedly to Furina's side, shouting and making a fuss, even Kakashi, who had endured many of Furina's trials, felt a bit awkward. Indeed, this aspect showed that Naruto was a talented individual. No matter how hard Furina tried to outsmart him, he was always one step ahead. Naruto originally thought they would be the best of companions forever, but upon returning, he found Furina surrounded by a group of people, and it felt like the sky was falling. Fake protagonist training hard with a lecherous old man, but ended up just training. Real protagonist cultivating alone while solving various world crises and encountering beautiful women along the way. Naruto should really thank Tsunade. He only went out for a short time, and now Furina has 3 more people around her. If Tsunade hadn't brought her back by the time they met again, she would probably be surrounded by even more people, and her wings would be all tangled up. Kakashi never expected the heaviest blow would come from the very Naruto he had just encouraged. The enemy was within. Furina Konoha encountered a talented individual, and despite trying her best, she couldn't defeat him. Kakashi's expression of both pain and humor genuinely amused him. If it were Furina, he knew she would have done it deliberately and could exchange banter, but facing Naruto's sincerity left Kakashi speechless. Favorability 1111. Favorability 742304. With the broadcast of Shippuden, Furina's favorability, which had been steadily growing, finally began to rise rapidly again, and with it came her confidence. Due to some disruption in the plot, the current Shippuden was not exactly as Furina remembered it. had little resemblance to her memory. This also indicated that she would have to face various unexpected situations in the future on her own. In such circumstances, having a golden finger was indeed reassuring, but apart from her, no one else had that. Alright, let's end the jokes here. I had a chat with the teacher earlier. Due to the Akatsuki organization's issues, Naruto, you can only stay in the village and cannot go out for a while. You should know this, and we can't waste time. After all, no one can guarantee that unexpected situations won't arise in the future, so you must train hard and get stronger as soon as possible. Of course, during this long absence, I've also become much stronger than before. I will definitely surprise you this time. When it came to the topic of becoming stronger, Naruto's smile clearly grew wider. It seemed that he had not wasted his time during this period with Jiraiya, which gave him the confidence to say so. Furina, upon hearing this, revealed a meaningful smile, and the expressions of Hikari and Ziyuan beside her also changed slightly, as if they had thought of something delightful. I originally wanted to consult with Jiraiya first, but since you were so confident, let me see your progress during this time first. Looking at Furina's smile and the unusual expressions of Hikari and others combined with his past understanding of Furina, Kakashi seemed to have guessed something, and his visible eye slightly curved. Oh right, Kakashi-sensei. Tsunade-sensei said that to better cope with future situations you must also work hard. So when Naruto trains you can't be absent either. Upon hearing that there was something concerning him, the slight smile that had just appeared on Kakashi's face instantly vanished, and he involuntarily widened his eyes. Was he really going to train alongside his student? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? For a ninja of my age, the significance of training is not that great, and I also have daily exercises on my own, so there's no need for that. No, Kakashi-sensei. Precisely because of that you need to train with Naruto. You should know that you were promoted to Jonin at just 12 years old. That is still the fastest record for promotion to Jonin. The problem lies here: you were already a Jonin at 12, yet until now you are only slightly stronger than other Jonin. Without your special abilities you are almost completely no match for Tsunade-sensei or Jiraiya. Isn't that quite strange for a genius who became a Jonin at 12? So it's clear that you have been slacking off for a long time, and now we just need to make up for the effort you didn't put in back then. Faced with Funingna boasting about her glorious past, Kakashi felt indifferent, while Naruto's face was filled with astonishment. Kakashi-sensei was already a Jonin at the age of 12. How come I never knew about this? Many people are aware of this. If you had paid a bit more attention before, you would surely have known. Your ignorance only proves that you never cared about this matter. Oh, I see. So Kakashi-sensei was that impressive, already a Jonin at my age. No wonder Funingna would say that. Kakashi-sensei, you mustn't slack off from now on. Alright. As Funingna and Naruto busied themselves planning their future training, Kakashi found it somewhat amusing, but did not resist. Thinking carefully, Funingna's words were indeed correct. Ever since Obito's death, he had been escaping from himself, and his standards for himself had declined significantly compared to his childhood. He had been negligent for too long. In the past, his strength might have sufficed, but now he felt his own inadequacy without anyone needing to tell him. Against those renowned members of the Akatsuki, he had no confidence in defeating any of them. Moreover, putting that aside, when he inevitably faced the Akatsuki in the future, he couldn't afford to hold back Funingna and the others. He had heard that the opponent had easily defeated a member of the Akatsuki before. Alright, let this dormant person ignite once more. As he spoke, the dead fish eyes of Kakashi disappeared, replaced by a serious demeanor. This time he was not just joking. 1 month later, at the training ground, watching several clones of Naruto collaborate to gradually form the shape of a Rasengan Shuriken, a hint of surprise flashed in Funingna's eyes. Wow, impressive. I didn't expect you to master your wind attribute chakra transformation to this extent so quickly. Although you're still far behind me, it's probably just a matter of time before you combine chakra transformation into the Rasengan. I told you I would surprise you. It won't be long before I completely perfect this technique, and when that time comes, Kakashi-sensei and the pervy sage will definitely take notice. Hearing Funingna's encouragement, Naruto couldn't help but smile. A month ago, he was severely reprimanded, making him feel like he was just boasting, but now he had finally regained some ground. Funingna did not pay much attention to Naruto's joy, but what concerned her was that this technique was something Naruto mastered after 3 years of training and some additional time. Wasn't it too early for him to be so close to mastering it? Could it be because of her influence? Although somewhat surprised, Funingna didn't dwell on it. With her integration of chakra transformation into the Rasengan, as an example, it wasn't impossible for others to learn it ahead of time. Moreover, the subsequent aspects of the Rasengan Shuriken were even more important. This technique was indeed powerful, but it also posed great risks to oneself. It was absolutely necessary to have Sage Mode to support it. I believe it will make a significant impression on them. However, I need to remind you of one thing: the wind attribute focuses on cutting and slashing, which is quite different from the water attribute. Using it on a large scale could potentially harm you, and you should be able to sense that yourself. Looking at the numerous small cuts on Naruto's palm after the Rasengan Shuriken's form dissipated, Funingna spoke affirmatively, alleviating the need to fabricate another reason to remind him. That is indeed the case. What should I do to avoid that? Funingna, do you have a solution? Following Funingna's lead, Naruto naturally inquired. For some reason, he felt as if this issue was trivial to her, as if she surely had a solution. Of course, There is a technique called Sage Mode that can significantly enhance various aspects of yourself, reducing the backlash of your technique on your body. Additionally, it can elevate the power of your technique to another level, just like this. After giving a brief introduction, a faint blue hue appeared around Funingna's eyes, adding a touch of mysterious beauty to her. She was preparing to let him experience the effects of Sage Mode. However, just as Funingna was about to demonstrate, a shadow of an umbu suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon seeing the arrival, the blue orb she had condensed at her fingertips also vanished. Looks like it's time. Let's call it a day. I need to meet with Tsunade Zensei and the other Kage from different villages. As for Sage Mode, you can go find Jiraiya. He can also use this technique and is likely to be more suitable for you than I am. After giving her instructions, Funingna departed with the umbu. After the two figures completely vanished, Naruto retracted his gaze and stretched out a hand, mimicking Funingna's earlier actions to gather the Rasengan at his fingertips. However, for Naruto, who needed clones to assist him even to perform the Rasengan, gathering it at his fingertips felt incredibly out of reach. The subsequent infusion of chakra transformation was even more of a pipe dream. Hide it. For some reason, after failing the attempt, Naruto felt as if someone was insulting him from somewhere. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the person who was scolding him, as if they had appeared out of thin air in his mind. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes flashed as if he had remembered something. Right, Ninetales, it must have been you who was insulting me just now, right? As he thought this, Naruto was suddenly engulfed in darkness. When he regained consciousness, he looked up to see a huge iron gate, and behind the gate a massive figure. So what if it was me? The way you just acted makes calling you an idiot an insult to idiots. Hey Ninetales, I was just trying. It's not as terrible as you say. Besides, don't you know there are many bad guys in the ninja world trying to capture you? I'm protecting your safety, so you can't say that about me. Protecting my safety? You mean sealing me within your body protects me? If you really want to protect me, then open this seal. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense. However, although the Ninetales appeared dismissive of Naruto's protection, the matter weighed far heavier in his heart than Naruto could ever imagine. Though sealed within Naruto's body, he was not unaware of the outside world. He could also sense everything Naruto heard and saw. Previously, the Ninetales did not pay much attention to this. Occasionally, watching the other villagers ostracize Naruto satisfied his desire for revenge. However, this routine changed recently, when that water-playing brat, seemingly more talented than the Fourth Hokage, started spreading threats of the Akatsuki organization in front of Naruto. Every day, he talked about how the Akatsuki was going to collect all the tailed beasts to create a doomsday weapon, advising Naruto to be cautious. He also mentioned the Akatsuki leader possessing the legendary Rinnegan, something Naruto was completely unaware of. Hearing all this made Naruto feel nauseous, yet it never stopped, and he couldn't figure out who the brat was really addressing. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intent, but the listener has purpose. Naruto did not know what the so-called doomsday weapon made from collecting tailed beasts was, but the Ninetales was all too aware of what that weapon entailed. Moreover, with the frequent mentions of the Rinnegan by Funingna, the name of the Ten Tails had hardly left the Ninetales' mind lately, making it difficult for him to find rest. The Ninetales deeply suspected that the other party definitely knew something, yet refused to say anything, merely hinting at it every day before them. Wasn't that just scaring the fox? Thus, although somewhat dissatisfied with the threat, so evident, the Ninetales still begrudgingly controlled his chakra, so it would no longer affect Naruto's daily training. After all, the worst-case scenario was merely being sealed again, he still retained his consciousness. But if he were to return to the Ten Tails' body, that would indeed be the worst outcome, something he was unwilling to contemplate. Funingna said that I absolutely cannot open your seal until we become comrades capable of fighting alongside each other, so you might as well give up on that idea, Fox. Why do you listen to that water-playing brat and everything? Don't you have your own thoughts? A person without self like you can never be my comrade, humph. Listening to the Ninetales' mockery, Naruto was not angry at all. He still wore his usual smile, as if trying to win him over. I heard Funingna say that she believes we can become comrades in the future, so I will strive to earn your recognition, just like I will earn the recognition of others in the village. Seeing that Naruto seemed to have not taken in a single word, the Ninetales lost interest in continuing the conversation and simply kicked Naruto out of that place. Although he was kicked out, Naruto did not mind, at least compared to before. The Ninetales was now willing to say a few words to him, which was a significant step from 0 to 1. He believed that one day he could achieve what Funingna said, getting the Ninetales to recognize him as a comrade, and by then, with the Ninetales' assistance, he would surely become as strong as him. With a beautiful vision for the future in his heart, Naruto felt that the fatigue from his recent training had faded, almost eager to find Jiraiya and learn that Sage Mode right away. By the way, where could Master Jiraiya be right now? Where else could that perverted old man be? The women's bathhouse, of course. Where else would he go? Oh right, thank you, Ninetales. Once I finish training in Sage Mode, I will definitely protect you from being captured by that Akatsuki bunch. I'm here, Master. Have they arrived yet? Not yet, but the time is getting close. They should be arriving soon. During their casual chat, some familiar figures started to arrive one after another. The Raikage of Kumogakure A and his brother Killer B Inoki of Awagakure and the accompanying Karatsuchi. From Kirigakure was the newly appointed Mizukage Terumi, Mei, who had just concluded the blood fog incident, accompanied by Ao and Chijuru. Representing Sunagakure was Chiyo. With the fourth Kazekage deceased, the village was left in a state of instability, and Chiyo found it hard to find a suitable successor for Gaara, who was still too young. Ultimately, Chiyo, who was on the verge of retirement, had to come out of retirement to temporarily take on the role of Kazekage until someone qualified could take over. Accompanying her were her brother Izo and Gaara, whom she was preparing to train as the next Kazekage. In addition to the 5 great shinobi villages, there was also the samurai leader from the land of Iron Mifune, who was accepted by the other Kage as the host for the 5 Kage Summit. Originally a neutral nation, the Land of Iron would not typically involve itself in such conflicts, but after the Akatsuki captured the tailed beasts, it was clear they would not stop there. The entire world could very well be their target. Moreover, given that an Akatsuki member had previously attempted to assassinate the feudal lord of the Land of Iron, Mifune had no choice but to take action. Thus, he accepted the invitation to host the 5 Kage Summit without much hesitation. Accompanying him was a familiar face for Funingna, her good friend Shizune, who was now dressed in samurai attire, having been sheltered by Mifune after the massacre. In addition, elite ninjas from each village had come to Konoha, preparing to jointly hunt down those notorious rogue ninjas in the shinobi world. This was precisely why the location for the 5 Kage Summit was chosen to be Konoha. Having numerous elite ninjas on their territory posed a threat to any village, especially since they had previously been fierce adversaries. Furthermore, to protect the Jinchuriki's safety, the plan was to concentrate all Jinchuriki in one village, which would evidently become the primary target of the Akatsuki, drawing all their firepower. Every shinobi village was reluctant to accept such a hot potato, but with a great enemy at hand, one village ultimately needed to step forward. The reason it ended up being Konoha was that as the victorious nation from the recent shinobi wars, it was stronger in every aspect. However, Tsunade was not concerned with these past matters. As Hokage, she would not let her village suffer losses for the sake of insignificant fame. What truly made her willing to agree was Funingna and the maple she brought back. After all, other shinobi villages either had no tailed beasts left or only had one, while Konoha still possessed 2 tailed beasts, so it had to bear more risk. Moreover, there is the existence of Funingna. During this time since her return, Tsunade has also noticed that her disciple seems to have surpassed her, which indeed brings her a mix of joy and discontent. The joy comes from the fact that her disciple has outshone her, which brings her considerable comfort, while the discontent arises from the realization that she seems to have only taught Funingna her own ninjutsu and has not provided much guidance beyond that. Funingna's current achievements can be said to be entirely due to her own efforts, with her master having little involvement in her success. To put it simply, it does not matter who her master is, the impact would be minimal. Aside from a few ninjutsu techniques, even if a dog were placed in Funingna's master's position, it would make no difference. Upon realizing this, Tsunade felt a surge of emotions, and without any verbal exchange, she found a sense of shared understanding with Kakashi. Putting aside the previous topic, Funingna's current strength is precisely why Tsunade dares to make Konoha a gathering place for Jinchuriki. Even if an attack were to occur, having Funingna present would minimize the potential losses. Furthermore, her agreement to let Konoha be the target did not come without cost. Since Konoha has made sacrifices during the subsequent siege against the Akatsuki, the other ninja village's shinobi would need to play a supporting role, while Konoha would only provide backup. As Funingna noticed her acquaintance Shizui, the latter also noticed her beside Tsunade and waved at Funingna while moving forward. I really didn't expect you to be the Hokage's disciple when I saw you and your friend wandering around back then. It took me by surprise. But why did you hide it from me? Aren't we good friends? Ahem, weren't you the one who didn't ask me back then? Recalling her earlier explanation of being a wanderer, Funingna felt a bit embarrassed. She had just wanted to brush it off with a casual explanation at the time, but now it seemed the boomerang had come back to hit her. By the way, why did you come here with the general of the Land of Iron? Noticing the evident signs of training on her companion's arms, Funingna asked the question that had been on her mind. That's right. Ever since that day, Lord Mikazuki took me in and accepted me as his disciple. He even said I seemed to have quite a talent for being a warrior. Ignoring Funingna's change of topic, Shizui continued showcasing her arms to Funingna, though her slender arms lacked any persuasive power. Congratulations. It seems you might soon take over the position of the general of the Land of Iron. This was not just Funingna flattering her. In her perception, Shizui was roughly at the level of a chunin. Although still behind the others present, it was a significant improvement compared to their first meeting. In fact, when compared to their first encounter, her progress could be described as remarkable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say she is exceptionally talented. After chatting for a while, everyone entered the house and took their seats to formally discuss matters concerning the Akatsuki. However, the harmonious discussion did not last long before an argument broke out. Enough, Sachikage, are you joking? According to the current intelligence, the Akatsuki has at least a dozen members, and your Awagakure is only responsible for one. What about the rest? The first to argue were Inoki and A, as the conflict between the Cloud and Rock villages had always been bitter, especially since the death of the Third Hokage at the hands of Awagakure. Thus, for A to sit here and negotiate with Inoki was already an act of restraint, but after this incident, he could no longer hold back. Why not? Our Awagakure is already weak, and I must personally intervene to handle a single Deidara. Besides, it seems you misunderstand my point. We Awagakure won't just deal with Deidara and then step back. Other shinobi from Awagakure will assist you in dealing with other Akatsuki members, though I cannot guarantee we will capture them. Faced with as inquiry, although Inoki's expression remained unchanged, his tone was clearly displeased. To be honest, he originally did not want to participate in this alliance against the Akatsuki. After all, Awagakure had already lost the 4 tails and the 5 tails, and while it may sound harsh, it also meant he was free of burdens. Therefore, compared to the time-consuming and laborious task of confronting the Akatsuki, he actually preferred to watch from the sidelines, waiting for the other ninja villages and the Akatsuki to both exhaust each other before he would swoop in as a fisherman. However, while the idea was good, reality did not allow him to do so. Villages like Konoha, Kumogakure, and Sunigakure still had tailed beasts and were participating in the alliance. What Inoki did not expect was that even Kirigakure, which had also lost its tailed beasts, would join the alliance. Additionally, even the neutral land of Iron was getting involved. This put him in a difficult position. If he did not participate, Awagakure would be isolated while other notable ninja villages joined the alliance. In that case, whether the Akatsuki or the Ninja Village Alliance emerged victorious, it would not bode well for Awagakure. If the alliance won for the sake of future interests, Inoki believed they might take the opportunity to turn against Awagakure. After all, when the time came, it would be easy to find reasons claiming that Awagakure's non-participation in the alliance was collusion with the Akatsuki, and there were plenty of justifications to be made. Facing an offensive from other ninja villages, Awagakure would find it hard to resist, and it was not impossible for Awagakure to fall under his watch. Moreover, if the Akatsuki ultimately triumphed, there was no need to say more, collecting all the tailed beasts and then stopping. Impossible. Anyone with a normal brain would not think that way. By that time, even if they were to remain in a corner, they would likely have to either submit or face death. None of these outcomes were acceptable to Inoki, so after contemplating from various angles, he chose to participate in the alliance. This way he could naturally avoid all the aforementioned problems, and he could take the opportunity to bring his disciple back. His relationship with Deidara was not bad, it was just that the latter often caused explosions in the village, which led to him living outside. Originally, he just wanted to wait until Deidara matured a bit before bringing him back, and then teach him, so that he could step down and let Deidara take over as the 4th Hokage. However, little did he expect that the damned Akatsuki would take advantage of his inattention and abduct Deidara, who is now causing explosions everywhere, and even killed the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure. How that kid is quite impressive. Unlike the Earth Shadow, whose mind teemed with hidden calculations, the Water Shadow, Meitarumi, and Chiyo of Sunigakure held far simpler intentions. Earlier, Ao of Kirigakure, empowered by his Byakugan, had reached a startling revelation: their 4th Mizukage had long been under covert manipulation. This discovery finally explained Kirigakure's brutal Bloody Mist era. Yet before Meitarumi and the others could act upon this knowledge, the 4th Mizukage met his abrupt end. One day, the 4th Mizukage suddenly departed the village with a handful of attendants, citing no clear reason. Meitarumi and her allies, who had long sought to reform Kirigakure, saw it as an opening. But events unfolded contrary to their expectations. After traveling only a short distance from the village gates, the Mizukage was ambushed. Before Meitarumi's very eyes, he suffered a catastrophic explosion, offering scarcely any resistance, and was left gravely wounded, utterly immobilized. Surely this was absurd, a jest. Who was the 4th Mizukage? A master who wielded the power of a tailed beast at will, the undisputed apex of Kirigakure for decades. Meitarumi and her faction had spent years preparing themselves mentally and strategically before even contemplating action against the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. Yet what was this? True, the explosive technique of that Awagakure defector was devastating, but for Yagura to fall so effortlessly seemed preposterous. Still, Meitarumi and her peers were no fools. Linking this collapse with prior evidence of Yagura's manipulation and Akatsuki's systematic pursuit of tailed beasts, they concluded that his swift defeat, though shocking, was tragically plausible. Having pieced together the truth, Meitarumi naturally refused to allow Akatsuki to spirit away the 3 tails unchallenged. Yet barely had she and her chosen comrades, Haku Chijuro and several other like-minded jonin, launched their counteroffensive when Sasori, concealed in the shadows, struck without warning. Though they reacted swiftly, several shinobi sustained minor lacerations, enough for a master poisoner like Sasori to seal their fates. As her comrades fell one by one, Meitarumi, formidable as she was, could not withstand the combined assault of 2 cage-level adversaries, Sasori and Deidara. Ultimately, Sasori and Deidara withdrew, not out of defeat, but from caution, fearing the imminent arrival of relentless reinforcements. Reluctant as she was, Meitarumi had no choice but to let them go. Amidst these upheavals, Kirigakure, long ruled by blood-soaked tyranny, descended into chaos. To restore order, Meitarumi had no recourse but to reveal the full truth to the village. In doing so, she redirected collective fury, shifting all blame onto Akatsuki, the true architect of their suffering. Thus, Kirigakure did not remain aloof as Inoki of Awagakure had anticipated. Instead, it joined the alliance against Akatsuki without hesitation. Sunigakure's decision was even more straightforward, having renewed its alliance with Konohagakure following Orochimaru's failed invasion, and with Gaara, their sole beacon of hope. Marked as Akatsuki's prime target, their alignment was inevitable. Joining the coalition against Akatsuki was therefore not merely logical, it was imperative. Though the alliance coalesced under Akatsuki's looming threat, once called upon to contribute real effort, each member village harbored its own agenda. each hoping to eliminate the menace at minimal cost. Yet if every party pursued this self-serving calculus, success would be impossible, for Akatsuki's members were neither blind nor foolish. With the 5 great shinobi villages now united, Akatsuki could no longer afford its former recklessness. Moreover, its strength had grown, amplified by Furina's unforeseen intervention. Such an organization, even united, the 5 villages would find formidable, and now fractured by mistrust and hidden motives, their odds grew slimmer still. Yet the other Kage remained oblivious. In their view, Akatsuki had succeeded only through stealth and treachery, capturing Jinchuriki by ambush alone. Face-to-face in open battle, a mere dozen or so Akatsuki operatives stood no chance against the might of any great village, let alone all 5. Their sole concern was the price of victory. After all, although they are confident that they can eradicate the Akatsuki organization based on intelligence, the organization basically consists of shadow-level experts, and to encircle such powerful foes, it's quite difficult to deploy Chunin and Jinin. Even if they forced themselves into battle, they would merely be cannon fodder. Therefore, if a decision is made to take action, the personnel must essentially start from the Jonin rank. Only then can they be of use in the confrontation with the Akatsuki organization. However, the crux of the problem is that Jonin are not something to be taken lightly. Each ninja village has a limited number of them, occupying only a small portion of the total ninja population. Thus, each Jonin is extremely valuable to their village. If too many were to perish in the conflict with the Akatsuki, even if the mission ultimately succeeds, the aftermath would still be dire. This is also the fundamental reason for the differing opinions among the Kage, or rather it's not so much a disagreement as it is a desire to maximize their own interests, in which regard they are quite united. Until the threat of the Akatsuki organization is clearly understood, this issue is entirely unsolvable, resulting in subsequent meetings becoming utterly wasteful. No matter how grandly the various Kage speak, when confronted with vital interests, no one will choose to back down. All finally over. Yawning, Funingna stretched and walked out of the meeting room. Listening to those people drone on for so long nearly put her to sleep. Had she known it would be so dull, she wouldn't have come. She could have done something more worthwhile with her time. However, it can't be said that this trip yielded no benefits. At least she learned that her old friend Chais had come to Konoha as well, which was unexpected. When she returns, she can let Chais meet with Hikari. It would surely delight her to see an old friend here. Thinking of this, Funingna stepped towards Chais, ready to take action, but just as she was about to speak, a somewhat hurried figure approached her. Kakashi-sensei, is something wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Do you need my help? Seeing Kakashi looking a bit anxious, seemingly with some unspeakable concerns, Funingna could roughly guess that something bad had probably happened. However, she was still speculating about Kakashi, wondering if Obito had quietly taken his eye. She couldn't help but think about what Kakashi's expression would be upon learning that Obito was alive. Certainly quite a spectacle. But this thought vanished the moment Kakashi leaned in to whisper, and her own expression darkened, losing the earlier cheer. I saw Danzo and his root members fighting against Isekai'd, Hikari, and Miss Cheyenne when I passed by the training ground. The reason is likely related to the 7 tails. Kakashi was very succinct, only saying 2 sentences, but that was already enough for Funingna to understand what was happening. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for informing me of this matter in time. Please hold on a bit longer, I will arrive shortly. After receiving Funingna's response, Kakashi transformed into a cloud of white mist. Clearly only a shadow clone had come to deliver the message. His real body was likely already assisting. I'm sorry, Chais, but I've suddenly encountered some personal matters. They'll come find you with Hikari later. Having calmed down after the initial anger, Funingna felt a sense of relief. With Hikari and Kakashi there dealing with Danzo, and his root members should pose no problem. Moreover, she had informed Hikari about Danzo's most crucial abilities, including the Kodo Amatsukami and Izanagi. The most critical ability, Kodo Amatsukami, is still a Mangekyo Sharingan, and considering the vigilance, Danzo, who is not the original owner, will likely be unable to utilize it. However, although she felt somewhat reassured, Funingna's killing intent toward Danzo had not diminished in the least. Initially, she had intended to leave him for Sasuke to resolve their grudge, but she never expected him to act so recklessly, daring to attack Isekai'd while all 5 Kage were gathered in Konoha. It's important to understand that the current emphasis on tailed beasts is far greater than before. This could easily turn into a common enemy for all villages, and even Konoha might be viewed with hostility by others. Know that old Danzo wouldn't be planning something like this, would he? Although the fragrance of flowers and birds filled her heart, Funingna's feet did not stop. After explaining to Chais, she quickly headed in the direction Kakashi indicated. Hokage, that disappearing clone just now was Kakashi with the Sharingan, right? Why did he only exchange a word or two with your disciple before she hurriedly left? Is something serious happening, or is she preparing for our welcoming ceremony? The various Kage who came out one after another couldn't help but feel that Konoha had given rise to a new genius, marveling at the talent emerging from this village. Don't worry, Tsuchikage. Even if the entire Akatsuki were to attack with all of you here, it wouldn't be a big deal. This is merely a personal matter between Funingna and Kakashi. However, the welcoming ceremony you mentioned will certainly take place. Since all of you have traveled from afar, I will naturally extend my hospitality. In just a few sentences, Tsunade brushed the matter aside and categorized it as a personal issue between Funingna and Kakashi. Even though Inoki knew the reality was far from that, he couldn't say anything further without evidence. After all, as Tsunade stated, this is Konoha, and she is the host here. They as guests still need to give her some face. This is also why neither Reikage nor Mizukage spoke up to support Inoki. Tsunade had already made her decision, and their agreement wouldn't change anything. In fact, it would only make them lose face. Even a fool knows what choice to make. Come on, young lady, the next event is a banquet for everyone. Understood, Hokage-sama. Upon hearing this, Chise quickly turned to Tsunade and then glanced at Sanbyu nearby. Seeing her nod gently, Chise understood and promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Haha, it's rare for all the Kage to gather peacefully, as should we play a couple of games together. I haven't gambled with the other Kage yet. I have long heard of Tsunade's reputation in gambling. Today is a rare opportunity, so why not give it a try? What do you all think? Although I haven't played much, since everyone is interested, I will join you. Watching from the shadows, Uchiha Itachi's Isekai'd and Kakashi could not help but sigh deeply. After realizing Uchiha Itachi's remarkable strength during their interactions, Kakashi often sought to practice with them. However, due to the mysterious identity of the other party, he remained somewhat vigilant. But this vigilance was merely a necessary response that every ninja should have when facing a powerful and mysterious foe. He trusted Funingna, believing she would not misjudge a person or bring someone who could threaten the village back to Konoha. Thus, as time went by, he sought Uchiha Itachi mainly for training matters, while also keeping an eye on the esteemed witch of the land of demons and the Jinchuriki of Takigakure. Along with chatting occasionally with Naruto and Funingna, this ordinary routine had been Kakashi's life lately, but today it seemed that something had gone awry. As his gaze fell upon Danzo the mastermind and his core subordinates Yamashiro Aoi and Yamanaka Ino, Kakashi began to suspect the current situation. Although he was worried about the safety of the few, Kakashi chose to continue observing in the shadows since Danzo had yet to take action. After all, even though it appeared that Uchiha Itachi and the others were being besieged, they still held the upper hand, as evidenced by the several fallen root members around them. In this battle, Ziyuan had not practiced for long, and Kid, relying only on the tailed beast cloak, was not particularly strong. Her greatest role was to protect Ziyuan. With both of them in such a position, Uchiha Itachi was naturally the main force in this battle, with the fallen root members lying at her feet. Even if he needed to guard against another god, Uchiha Itachi was already capable of handling the besieging root members with ease, and occasionally more root members would fall. Seeing the unfavorable situation ahead, Danzo felt a surge of impatience. Although he had anticipated that the one named Itachi would possess some strength, he never expected her to be this powerful. You all join in as well. As Yamashiro Aoi and Yamanaka Ino also made their moves, Kakashi, who understood their abilities, no longer hid and swiftly intervened to intercept their attacks. Upon seeing Kakashi, although the fighting did not stop, everyone involuntarily slowed down. Each person present was well aware of Kakashi's identity. His appearance here represented something significant. Elder Danzo the Hokage has already stated that Miss Kid is a friend temporarily residing in Konoha. Please prioritize the bigger picture and refrain from actions that could harm the friendship between our villages. While remaining vigilant of the surrounding root members, Kakashi continuously urged Danzo to abandon his actions despite his strong aversion to Danzo's current maneuvers. Due to various reasons, he did not particularly like Danzo, but in this tense situation within the ninja world, he did not wish for any Konoha ninja to act out of selfishness against the Jinchuriki of other villages. This would only make the already tenuous alliance even more unstable. Although Kakashi's thoughts were noble, Danzo could not view the problem from the same perspective. Even if the alliance successfully defeated the Akatsuki, what would it matter? Aside from solidifying Tsunade's position, it would serve no purpose. In Danzo's eyes, Tsunade, while possessing decent strength, was not suited to be Hokage. Under her leadership, Konoha would have no promising future. Given this, the question arises, who is suitable to be Hokage? Of course, that would be Danzo himself. Only under his leadership and with his methods could Konoha prevail in the subsequent competition with other ninja villages, leading Konoha towards a glorious future. On the path of guiding Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails was a crucial asset that he needed to utilize. In other words, from his perspective, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki from the outer village was inherently an unstable factor. Having control over her was also a contribution to the peace of Konoha. Thus, in this starkly differing circumstance, whatever Kakashi said was futile. Or rather, once Danzo decided to attack, he could not afford to hold back. By controlling the Seven Tails Jinchuriki here, even if Tsunade or others wished to pursue the matter later, they would have to consider this point, allowing him to continue to maneuver from within. Kakashi, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Shouldn't you observe the current situation? The ones lying on the ground around us are your companions in Konoha. Now you wish to protect the very outsider who just attacked your comrades, especially that mysterious ninja. She possesses formidable strength, yet previously left no trace in the ninja world. Her origins are unclear, and her contact with the tailed beasts clearly indicates ill intentions. My current task is to ensure the safety of the tailed beasts. If you still recognize your identity as a Konoha ninja, then join me in capturing her. Danzo's words were filled with righteousness, as if everything he said was the absolute truth. He did not expect Kakashi to side with him. It was sufficient that the two of them did not assist each other. Then it'll be presumptuous, Elder Danzo. Kakashi gave his answer quickly, not thinking too much. After his previous interactions with Uchiha Itachi and others, he had already formed his own conclusions. They were friends and companions of Funingna, and during their time together he recognized this fact. Therefore, as a teacher, it was his duty to protect his disciples' companions. Obstinate and unyielding. Stop delaying and attack together. Upon hearing Kakashi's unclear response, Danzo's expression darkened. He ordered his root members to continue attacking while also beginning to free his arms from their restraints. Initially, dealing with merely Itachi was challenging enough, and now, with Kakashi stirring the pot, Danzo knew that if he did not take action personally, success would be out of reach. Upon Danzo's command, Yamanaka Ino took off his gloves, revealing hands that turned purple. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kaze stepped back slightly, using the bodies of other root members to obscure his presence. The two individuals I just stopped are both Jonin. One is from the Yamanaka clan, and I want to elaborate on their abilities. Just be sure not to let him touch you. The other is from the Yamashiro clan, and you should also be aware of their secret techniques. If hit, it will be difficult to break free from their control due to insufficient strength. With that, Kakashi faced Yamanaka Ino once more. Thanks to Funingna's relentless urging during this time, his talents had been realized and his strength had grown significantly. Thus, even though the opponent's abilities were quite formidable and many root members assisted from the side, Kakashi did not feel much pressure. It should be noted that even within the root, Yamanaka Ino had some renown. Facing him, while still being besieged by numerous root members, and remaining so relaxed, Kakashi could not help but feel a hint of pride. However, just as this thought emerged, he caught sight of Uchiha Hikari's figure, or rather 3 figures. At this moment, the 2 shadow clones of Uchiha Hikari were almost overwhelming the remaining members of the root, while his main body was engaged in combat with the recently cautioned Kamizuki Izumo. Although Kamizuki Izumo was not weak, he clearly struggled in the battle against Uchiha Hikari, finding it difficult to cope, and after a brief exchange he appeared quite disheveled and not in good condition. Cough. After witnessing this, the slight sense of pride that had just risen within Kakashi instantly vanished, and he turned more serious in dealing with his opponent. To be honest, if he had sufficient chakra, Kakashi could also utilize shadow clones like Uchiha Hikari, and he too could achieve similar feats. However, on the other hand, while Kakashi might be capable, it was unlikely that he possessed the same amount of chakra as Uchiha Hikari. During their brief exchange, Danzo also released the restrictions on his arm, and upon noticing his pale right arm, everyone present could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Upon seeing the Sharingan on Danzo's arm, countless speculations surged in Kakashi's mind, none of which painted a positive image of Danzo. In contrast to Kakashi's conjectures, Uchiha Hikari appeared much simpler. Upon seeing Danzo's Sharingan, her previously calm demeanor changed for the first time. Sometimes the intent to kill cannot be hidden, and Uchiha Hikari was in such a state now. Adjusting her position, Uchiha Hikari took advantage of Kamizuki Izumo's body. As cover unseen by others, her eyes flashed red, and the next moment Kamizuki Izumo suddenly froze in place, then was severely injured and fell to the ground. After using the 8,000 spears to seal and instantly kill the disoriented Kamizuki Izumo, Uchiha Hikari wasted no time and immediately shifted her target towards Danzo. Although Uchiha Hikari did not particularly like and even somewhat loathed the Uchiha clan for using their own kin as weapons in battle, she still found Danzo's actions unacceptable even as someone of Uchiha blood. Feeling the terrifying killing intent approaching, Danzo was somewhat surprised. After all, the opponent looked quite young, and such killing intent was not something one could possess from simply killing 1 or 2 people. Yet despite the surprise, Danzo, being an experienced player, was not easily shaken. He had already begun preparing his ninjutsu the moment the opponent made a move. Wind release vacuum bullets. Facing the numerous wind projectiles resembling bullets, Uchiha Hikari did not choose to evade. The next moment, the katana in her hand suddenly ignited with flames, occasionally unleashing a massive fiery slash. Thus, the vast majority of the wind projectiles were intercepted, and the few remaining posed no threat to Uchiha Hikari as the distance between her and Danzo continued to close. Danzo noticed this and promptly ceased his ninjutsu, instead drawing a kunai with multiple wind chakras swirling around it to form a sharp wind sword. Danzo did not mind engaging Uchiha Hikari in a taijutsu confrontation. In fact, he did not believe her taijutsu could surpass his own. Before obtaining the Sharingan, he had always been renowned for his wind release and taijutsu, and even though his abilities had diminished somewhat with age, he still believed he could outperform a young girl. With the clash of the wind sword and the fiery blade, both sides began to engage in a physical confrontation, while on the other side, Kakashi suddenly let out a sigh. Danzo's actions can hardly be considered for the sake of the village. After repelling Yamanaka Ino, Kakashi pulled back his eye patch, revealing the Sharingan his deceased friend had once gifted him. He was known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, and it could be said that it was only now that he had resolved to fight seriously. Naturally, Yamanaka Ino, his opponent, was aware of this. Sorry, I can only follow orders. I will give it my all from here on, so be careful, everyone. As a former Umbu captain, Kakashi had some knowledge of how Danzo controlled the root, which is why he needed to defeat his opponent quickly and assist Uchiha Hikari in dealing with Danzo. After using lightning release combined with genjutsu to subdue the last Yamanaka Ino, Kakashi let out a gentle breath. At this point, a pile of bodies lay around him. Because he had not killed them, even though Kakashi's strength far exceeded theirs, he still had to exert considerable effort in dealing with them. Meanwhile, the two shadow clones of Uchiha Hikari had already vanished, and the numerous members of the root opposing her lay sprawled on the ground just like those facing Kakashi. They didn't die, eh? Noticing that the fallen members of the root were alive, Kakashi could not help but be surprised. He had also sensed Uchiha Hikari's killing intent just moments ago, and though he did not know why she was so angry, it was surprising that she had held back in such a situation. This situation further confirmed Kakashi's earlier judgment. If Uchiha Hikari truly had a problem, would she intentionally hold back in a situation where killing was justified? Kakashi felt that this was unlikely from what he knew of Funingna. In such a situation, even if Uchiha Hikari had killed everyone present, she would undoubtedly side with her. While feeling emotional, Kakashi found Uchiha Hikari and Danzo engaged in combat, and to his astonishment, the long-reputed Danzo was being pressured by Uchiha Hikari. Not only did he have several visible injuries, but 3 of the Sharingan on his arm were also inexplicably closed, while Uchiha Hikari, despite having some wounds, clearly appeared to be in a much better state than Danzo. Nani? Before Kakashi could react, Danzo, who had given up on taijutsu and was resorting to ninjutsu, was suddenly decapitated by Uchiha Hikari as she closed the distance, and the ensuing events left Kakashi dumbfounded. The already deceased Danzo unexpectedly appeared from a void the next moment, as if the person who had just been decapitated was not him at all. Seeing this bizarre scene, Kakashi temporarily abandoned the idea of joining the fight. Although Danzo's ability was indeed strange, the current situation still favored Uchiha Hikari. Thus, there was no need for him to intervene immediately. Observing and deciphering the opponent's abilities was also part of the battle. In the short time that followed, Danzo was again killed by Uchiha Hikari using taijutsu and ninjutsu, but without exception, he would always revive in a new location after being killed. While Kakashi was astonished by the other's immortality, he also noticed another change. Approximately 40 seconds had passed since he first began observing, and one of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm had closed. Now 4 of them were closed. Could this ability be related to the closed Sharingan? As Kakashi pondered this, Danzo raised his arm to check the number of closed eyes on his Sharingan. He then ceased his aggressive tactics and began forming seals once more. In their previous confrontation, Danzo had realized that he had made a significant misjudgment. Although the opponent appeared young and was a woman, the physical prowess she displayed far exceeded his expectations. The injuries on his body were inflicted during their initial encounter before he activated his Anaji. They were not the result of exquisite skill, but rather sheer speed and ferocity, the most suitable methods for killing. Moreover, the opponent was exceptionally cautious. After he activated his Anaji in an attempt to trade his life for injuries, Uchiha Kagami offered him no chance to inflict effective damage, resulting in only minor wounds. Faced with such a powerful opponent who lacked the arrogance of a genius, Danzo felt immensely troubled. As a result, he could no longer afford to worry about attracting attention. Summoning Jutsu. As the white smoke dissipated, a gigantic summoning beast resembling an elephant appeared beside Danzo. Following his command, the elephant immediately unleashed a wind release attack towards Uchiha Kagami, forcing her to be drawn towards its mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Though Uchiha Kagami was somewhat taken aback by the pull, she remained calm. Borrowing the wind's momentum and bolstered by her immense chakra, the great fire annihilation quickly enveloped the area in flames. If Danzo insisted on having the summoning beast continue its consumption, he would first need to warm up a bit, and such a scenario was one he would not allow to unfold. He did not want his summoning beast to disappear right after it appeared. He quickly signaled for the elephant to cease its consumption and to coordinate its attack with his wind release to fend off the approaching inferno. Wind release, vacuum wave. After successfully using wind release to cut through the great fire annihilation and create an opening to evade, Danzo dared not let the elephant continue its consuming ability. Instead, he commanded it to attack in conjunction with his wind release. Wind release, vacuum wave. As Danzo employed the same technique once more, the elephant opened its mouth again, but this time it did not consume. Instead, it expelled wind similar to wind release, great breakthrough, merging the vacuum wave into countless small wind blades that surged towards Uchiha Kagami from all directions. Although the previous blunder was somewhat perilous, the cooperation between the elephant and Danzo proved effective, generating a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Amidst the intense barrage, even Uchiha Kagami found it difficult to evade completely. Before long, she acquired numerous small wounds. While the vacuum wave itself could be dodged, evading the elephant's wide-ranging attack was a different matter. Am I going to have to use the Sharingan? The elephant continued to blast wind outward, making it hard for Uchiha Kagami to approach, thus hindering her ninjutsu's effectiveness. Without using the Sharingan, she had already exhausted much of her ability. With ordinary means, the current situation was unsolvable. Since she had previously used the Sharingan while disguised in the Land of Iron as a member of the Akatsuki, the sudden appearance of a clan member after the Uchiha massacre would be hard to explain. To avoid raising suspicion, Furina had advised her to minimize the use of the Sharingan in the village before returning. If she had to use it, she should do so discreetly. However, ultimately, these were merely Furina's suggestions. If she encountered an enemy, especially someone like Danzo, there was no need to hold back. Any consequences would fall on her. Uchiha Kagami had kept these words in mind. Her previous abstention was merely due to concern over causing trouble for her opponent, but now in this desperate situation, she had no choice. Uchiha Kagami was not a rigid person, as she would not stubbornly refuse to use the Sharingan unto death. Moreover, eliminating her opponent would also prevent information from leaking. However, just as she prepared to act, the elephant in the distance suddenly let out a terrible scream. Upon closer inspection, the space around the elephant's neck had abruptly twisted. Having endured such an attack, the summoning beast could no longer maintain its form, and in the next moment it transformed into a cloud of white mist and vanished, leaving only Danzo on the scene. Though the disappearance of the summoning beast caused Danzo's mood to sink once more, he no longer had the energy to care about that. He fixed his one-eyed gaze intently on the newly emerged figure in the distance, or rather on the opponent's scarlet left eye adorned with peculiar patterns. Hatake Kakashi, are you preparing to betray Konoha with your actions? So this is Kamui. It certainly seems quite formidable. In contrast to Danzo's impatience, Uchiha Kagami smiled. This was not her first time witnessing Kakashi's abilities, as she had seen him use them against the spirits during her first encounter. However, she had not participated in that battle, and instead observed from a distance, which made her understanding of Kamui far less profound than this time. Previously, when Furina praised her Mangekyo abilities, she had mentioned Kakashi and the masked man's Kamui as impressive as well. Initially, she had felt some discontent, but as she experienced more, she gradually realized Furina had spoken the truth. Whether it was the troublesome Mangekyo of the masked man she faced earlier or Kakashi's unstoppable Kimi, now all of these demonstrated that Furina was not exaggerating. I have a good relationship with this Miss Kagami. I'm merely assisting you because I see that you wish to have a multifaceted battle. Of course, if you prefer a unknown match, I can withdraw. Kakashi paid no mind to Danzo's doubts, and simply offered a casual excuse for his earlier actions, glossing over the matter. His casual attitude seemed quite infuriating, at least to Danzo. Is this how it is? No problem then. Of course, Kakashi-senpai, you need not concern yourself with what follows, I leave that to me. Though Kakashi spoke convincingly, it was evident to any sane person which side he was leaning towards. Danzo had been under pressure and being beaten until the summoning beast was called, which had temporarily turned the tide. Now that the summoning beast had been sent away by Kakashi's Kamui, the subsequent situation was already foreseeable. Are you sure you don't need my intervention? I could actually help you. No need, Senior Kakashi. I understand that it is not appropriate for you to engage with him, so it's fine for me to handle this alone. This is also the outcome I desire. As he spoke, a trace of crimson brightness flickered in Uchiha Hikari's eyes, fixed intently on Danzo, whose expression was growing increasingly grim. I see, then I'll leave it to you. Upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan that resembled the pattern of his own left eye, Kakashi instantly understood why Hikari was so insistent and why his killing intent towards Danzo was so intense. Unlike himself, who had inherited a friend's eye, Hikari, no Uchiha Hikari, was a true member of the Uchiha clan, and it was only natural for him to feel enraged upon seeing Danzo's arm. Now that Hikari, as a member of the Uchiha, was determined to personally end this, Kakashi naturally would not act thoughtlessly, at most stepping in to assist when Hikari was at a disadvantage. However, that was merely a thought. Before Hikari utilized the Sharingan, Danzo was not his opponent by any means, and what would happen now that he had activated the Mangekyo was clear. I've observed his abilities just now. It appears he sacrifices one eye to gain a temporary immunity to damage. You can buy some time. Understood. Hearing Kakashi's reminder, Uchiha Hikari nodded slightly. In the recent battle, she had come to a conclusion similar to Kakashi's, and her analysis was even more precise than his. Sacrificing one eye grants the ability to alter reality for a duration of about 1 minute. Upon discovering this, Uchiha Hikari began to contemplate ways to counter it. She knew Danzo still had another Kamui which he likely intended to save for dealing with others. For instance, Funingna, but if she were truly cornered, say all of her Sharingan were exhausted with no other means left, Danzo would certainly not allow himself to die with the other Kamui in reserve. Thus what she needed to do was to eliminate him while he still believed he had not yet reached a dead end. Uchiha Hikari had already devised a plan for this, and the reason she activated the Sharingan was because it was an indispensable part of that plan. The ensuing battle unfolded just as Kakashi had anticipated. After activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Hikari found Danzo completely unable to defend himself. The sharp blades relentlessly reaped Danzo's life. Each time he managed to evade death using Izanagi, he would soon perish again in the brief interval that followed. Kakashi could only think one thing: efficiency. Amaterasu. Tsukuyami. During the battle, Uchiha Hikari did not forget to utilize the engraved Mangekyo techniques to confuse Danzo, misleading him into mistakenly believing that Amaterasu and Tsukuyami were her original Mangekyo abilities, thereby lowering his guard against the Mangekyo. Huff huff. After being engulfed by Amaterasu and then resurrected despite having the ability to avoid all unfavorable situations including fatigue during Izanagi, he still could not help but gasp for breath. Is there only one left? Raising his arm and looking at the eye that had closed again along with the only remaining Sharingan on his arm, Danzo's mood plummeted. In the recent battle, he had clearly recognized that Hikari's combat experience was exceptionally rich, and his Izanagi ability had likely been fully understood by her. With her overwhelming power and cautious style, turning the tide, with just 1 minute remaining, was nearly impossible. Although he still had his final trump card, Kamui, not to mention that using Kamui against Uchiha Hikari would leave him unprepared for dealing with the even stronger Funingna. Speaking of Hikari's Mangekyo during their brief exchange, just now Danzo had already felt her immense ocular power. She possessed a Mangekyo and Kimui was also a Mangekyo. He only had one, and being a non-Uchiha, he could not fully unleash the power of the Sharingan. Given the balance of power, could Kimui truly achieve the effect that Uchiha Shursui spoke of completely controlling Uchiha Hikari, a righteous member of the Uchiha clan? Danzo could not be sure, but at this crucial moment, he could only try his best, just as he contemplated how to use Kimui in the last minute. Uchiha Hikari, who had previously remained silent while attacking, surprisingly spoke for the first time. Although I am not acquainted with the Uchiha clan here and have no interest in them, it does not mean I will turn a blind eye to your atrocities. You who have stolen the power of the Uchiha are undoubtedly the true villain behind the Uchiha massacre. Moreover, you even attempted to target Funingna, so today I will certainly kill you. Although Kakashi did not understand why Uchiha Hikari suddenly began speaking to Danzo at the last moment, he was not worried about any unexpected developments. Firstly, Uchiha Hikari had already demonstrated strength powerful enough that Danzo cornered could not pose a threat. Secondly, he had received news from his clone. I admit that the Uchiha massacre is indeed related to me, but I have never killed a single Uchiha. If you seek revenge, you should go after Uchiha Itachi, who has already defected from the village. Moreover, the Uchiha intended to rebel, and to prevent the village from suffering tremendous losses, I had to plan accordingly. Using the Uchiha's power afterward was merely to better protect the village. Although he did not understand why Uchiha Hikari suddenly spoke at that moment, Danzo was glad he needed to observe more to find a better opportunity to use Kimui, so he temporarily deactivated his Anaji and began to engage in verbal sparring. Furthermore, as you know, I have been accompanying the Hokage as an advisor to manage the village for decades, so I do have some reputation within the village. Killing me here might not bring you any trouble, as you can always leave the village at any time or even join the Akatsuki. However, your friend Funingna is different. Having grown up in Konoha, she must be deeply attached to this place. If you kill me, what will the villagers think of her? Being unable to discern a person's character, bringing a criminal back to the village, and taking advantage of the situation to eliminate an elder who had worked for the village for decades would surely lead the villagers to despise her foolishness, even if they did not voice it outwardly, causing a heavy blow to the village. Although Uchiha Hikaru initially planned to feign an attack to lower the opponent's guard for a decisive strike, he never intended to heed the words that came from the opponent's mouth. Yet she knew that such actions by Danzo would inevitably tarnish his reputation in the village, and there would be no one to avenge him after he was eliminated. However, when Danzo mentioned Funingna, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation in her heart, well aware that he would support her in eliminating this blasphemer of the Uchiha clan. Still, she worried that this might have a negative impact on her friends, even if this so-called negative consequence was merely a fabrication by Danzo. Yet she couldn't simply ignore it. Even though Uchiha Hikaru concealed his hesitation, well, Danzo, who was deeply entrenched in the art of intrigue over the years, noticed this subtlety. To be honest, he hadn't expected his words to have such an effect. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected outcome, upon realizing it was effective, Danzo immediately prepared to continue manipulating her emotions just as he had with other Uchihas before. I didn't expect Elder Danzo to care so much about my situation in the village. This is truly touching. However, just as he was about to speak, another voice, seemingly from nowhere, caused his expression to change dramatically, prompting him to quickly complete the last seal reserved for his Anaji. Sure enough, the moment the voice faded, a hand appeared over Danzo's right eye, and he immediately felt a sharp pain there. When he came to his senses, Danzo discovered that his eye was now vacant. The eye of Shursui, which he had always considered his trump card, home to the ultimate illusion technique Kodoeme Tsukumi, had vanished without a trace. Though he was astonished at how the opponent knew his secret and executed a lethal strike to extract it, Danzo was not worried, as he had already activated his Anaji the moment the voice appeared. Everything unfavorable would be reversed. You are still too arrogant, Funingna. Although I don't know how you discovered my eye, your speed was quite fast. If you had attacked without making a sound, you might have succeeded. But now... Just as he was speaking, Danzo suddenly felt something was off. Why hadn't his Anaji activated after such a long time? His right eye remained vacant. What are you thinking? Or what are you expecting? Open your eyes and see clearly who the truly arrogant and oblivious one is. Until Danzo realized something was wrong, Funingna, toying with Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi stored in the nutrient solution container, finally stopped, her sarcasm evident. No matter how one viewed it, Danzo had been a ninja for decades and was considered one of the strongest in the ninja world, yet he didn't even know the activation time of his crucial ability as Anaji. Originally, when she saw him misled by an illusion during his battle with Sasuke in the anime, she thought it was simply a forced plot twist, for in life and death situations few dared to be careless, especially someone like Danzo. Yet now Danzo had once again fallen for the same trap at the hands of Uchiha Hikaru, which was quite amusing. This was not an anime, but reality. The fact that he could make such a mistake only proved that he had been too engrossed in various schemes for years, neglecting the most crucial aspect of a ninja, combat. And now he was reaping the bitter fruits of that negligence. While Danzo and Uchiha Hikaru were just beginning their verbal spar, Funingna had already arrived. However, she didn't act immediately. Instead, she waited until she confirmed that Uchiha Hikaru was temporarily safe before searching for an opportunity, which she soon found. Although Uchiha Hikaru's illusion targeted Danzo, others were unaware of the underlying details, but Funingna knew the plot and remembered the encounter between Sasuke and Danzo. Thus, upon seeing that the Sharingan on Danzo's arm had already closed, yet he was still preparing to complete the 2 seals for Izanagi ready to form the final seal, Funingna guessed Uchiha Hikaru's plan. Just like Sasuke using an illusion during combat to mislead Danzo into thinking he still had another chance to activate Izanagi, thereby delaying the use of Kodoame Tsukumi, the ultimate technique. And she would seize the information gap to deliver a fatal blow, not allowing him the chance to use Kodoame Tsukumi. As for whether Danzo would use Shizui's eye to activate Izanagi, that would be utterly ridiculous. If that were the case, it would be like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. To forsake the capability of Kodoame Tsukumi, which could reverse the situation in favor of using the Kodoame Tsukumi to activate Izanagi for a mere minute of survival, was utterly pointless. Danzo could not possibly achieve a counterattack in that minute. If he truly attempted that, not only would he be foolish, but Funingna would also have to question whether he had any sense left. Fortunately, Danzo was still rational enough to know not to play such a game, which allowed Funingna to acquire Shizui's eye without Danzo dying alongside it, as in the original story. Thus, it was not in vain that she had enhanced her speed this time. Speed Super Shadow, 85 million. Sorry Hikaru, I'm late, and let you suffer so much injury. Looking at the numerous small wounds on Uchiha Hikaru's body, though they were not fatal, the pain was inevitable. Thinking of this, Funingna couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy and quickly began to use medical ninjutsu to heal him. It just looks a bit severe. In fact, I'm fine, and he's still there. It's fine. The outcome is already decided, so let him live a little longer. Moreover, compared to him, you are far more important to me, said Uchiha Hikaru, and he refrained from further persuasion. For a ninja from the Warring States period, allowing an opponent to remain unscathed was absolutely unacceptable, yet internally Uchiha Hikaru felt a change this way seemed not so bad. Huff huff. Sometimes ignoring someone can hurt more than mocking them, but at that moment Danzo couldn't care less about Funingna's indifferent demeanor. Besides the Sharingan, he had also implanted Hashirama's cells. Initially, both sides' powers were balanced, allowing him to use wood release as well as the effects brought by the Sharingan. However, now that Shizui's eye had been taken, the 10 Sharingan on his arm had been completely consumed, and coupled with the significant chakra consumption during the preceding battle, he could no longer maintain the balance of Hashirama's cells. Thus, he was now at the end of his rope. In an instant, the once pale right arm of Danzo had vanished, replaced by a rapidly growing tree from his right side, which soon transformed into a towering ancient tree. This ability to cultivate forests would surely invoke envy in anyone who saw it. It seems this is where it ends, saving me some effort in the process. After the treatment, watching Danzo, who was gasping for breath as he connected with the tree, Funingna couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. He chose to implant the cells of Hashirama for power only to be backfired by that very power. Isn't this a form of irony? I never expected it to come to this. You can kill me if you wish, but I advise you to consider the consequences of doing so. After all, I have contributed much to the village, and everyone knows it. Realizing his situation as the 2 figures of Funingna approached, Danzo understood he had no chance to escape. However, as he had not yet become Hokage and did not wish to die, he could only hope to negotiate verbally for a glimmer of survival. Yet the threats he expressed through outlining the pros and cons might hold some truth. However, this tactic does not work on everyone, and coincidentally, Funingna despises threats the most. I never expected Elder Danzo to be so humorous, even in such a situation, speaking words that elicit laughter. Your contributions to the village. Undeniably, there might be some, but those things you've done that I do not wish to recount. Were they truly for the village or for yourself? Or perhaps you've repeated your slogans so often that you've successfully brainwashed yourself. In the face of Funingna's unabashed ridicule, Danzo's expression bore little anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Did he not know what Funingna was saying? Of course he did, but this is merely a misunderstanding stemming from our adversarial relationship, and as you mentioned, it is undeniable that my actions have also contributed to the village. One must admit Danzo may lack other skills, but his audacity is indeed unparalleled. Even when Funingna had pushed the conversation to such an extent, he still had words to say. It seems you have misunderstood something, or is it entertaining to play dumb? The contributions I mentioned refer to your time fighting for Konoha as a ninja during the previous wars, not the deeds you carried out for your own selfish desires. For instance, take the case of the late White Fang of Konoha, a hero, and one of Konoha's strongest at the time. Why did he commit suicide? It's truly hard to guess. If not for the inaction of certain individuals, or the tacit approval of some, or even the incitement of others, how could he have taken his own life? Because he abandoned a mission to save a comrade, resulting in a disastrous loss for the village. When you say such things, don't you find it amusing? Just because his strength and reputation made him a strong contender for the Hokage position, it gave you a sense of threat. So someone who instilled fear in other ninja villages met such an end. I would like to ask Elder Danzo, who claims to contribute wholeheartedly to Konoha, how much. I also lament the matter of White Fang, but his death has nothing to do with me, nor do I wish for his demise. Watching a figure approaching in the distance, Danzo's expression changed repeatedly. He deeply suspected that Funingna was being deliberate, but since the other party had nearly exposed all his secrets, even he could not think of any rebuttals. Oh, Kakashi sensei, you're here too. I am currently discussing with Elder Danzo about his past contributions to Konoha. Would you like to join us? Kakashi knew that Funingna mentioned White Tooth because he was here, although he was somewhat puzzled about how someone of her age could know about White Tooth's past experiences. But none of that mattered anymore. As the son of White Tooth, what he cared about most now was the matter itself. Previously, he had many memories of his father's death, but most of them leaned towards emotional aspects without deep contemplation on why his father had died. Or rather, he might have had vague speculations, but his subconscious subtly reminded him not to delve too deeply, and thus he lived in a state of muddled ignorance. Yet no matter how he tried to avoid deep thoughts or deceive himself with Funingna bringing up old matters again, despite her sarcastic tone, the message was simple, and Kakashi easily understood it. In fact, this matter was not particularly complicated. With Kakashi's intelligence, he could deduce it, but there had always been something called will of fire obstructing his further thinking. There might have been issues within the village regarding White Tooth's death, but for the sake of the village's peace, and to prevent it from suffering harm, he could only continue to ignore these problems. Since you're interested, teacher, just watch and see how much Elder Danzo truly loves the village. Humph. Upon hearing Funingna mention how much she loved the village again, Danzo's already dark face darkened further. The conversation had reached this point, and they could be sincere with each other, yet she insisted on continuing to disgust him, or rather to mock him. Forget it, let Kakashi-sensei think about White Tooth's matter himself. I don't want to waste more breath with you. Just as you said, since everything you did was for Konoha, then shouldn't the consequences of those actions also be borne by Konoha? For example, my friend, according to your reasoning, the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Konoha, so it would be only natural for the remnants of the Uchiha to seek revenge on Konoha, right? If that's the case, Konoha's demise would indeed be because of you, Elder Danzo, who devoted yourself entirely to Konoha. How will you face the first Hokage and the second Hokage after death? Funingna. Upon hearing the mention of revenge against Konoha, Uchiha Hikaru was about to explain, but was immediately stopped by Funingna, raising her hand, her face filled with mockery, as she awaited Danzo's next response. That's just sophistry. She has a good relationship with you, so she definitely won't act against Konoha. Even if we were to speak of this matter, I would only regret not having eliminated all the Uchiha which led to this situation occurring. Sai, I was curious how you would continue to explain, but it seems this is how it ends. How boring. Seeing Funingna's disappointed expression, Danzo, who had been prepared to face death, couldn't help but twitch his face again. Indeed, this vile person was just entertaining herself. Rather than being a clown for others' amusement, it would be better to be liberated sooner. Although Danzo had recovered some strength during their back and forth, Funingna appeared indifferent, yet he still had no confidence in escaping and not even a chance to use the seals on his body. This feeling of helplessness, merely standing there, was something even his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had never made him feel. Previously, only two people had made him feel this way. One was the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama he had seen when he was very young, and the other was shinobi world Azura Uchiha Madara. Perhaps this feeling was influenced by his severely injured state, but the mere existence of this feeling itself proved something. This guy is the killer of the Uchiha clan's extermination. So how about taking him down yourself? Since Danzo no longer intended to continue explaining, Funingna was not prepared to waste any more time. Even though I was once a member of the Uchiha, you know my past, so I have no fondness for the Uchiha clan. If I wanted to kill him, it would simply be because I dislike him. However, I also know that his status in the village is significant, and if killing him would cause you trouble, then it is possible for me not to kill him. Although Danzo's words during the previous battle had no effect at the time, when the dust settled, Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but recall those words. Watching Funingna and Uchiha Hikaru, who seemed to be discussing something, Danzo's previously vacant gaze reignited with a glimmer of hope. Although their conversation had distanced them, and their voices were soft, Danzo, lying on the ground, could not hear what they were saying. However, if they intended to kill him, there was no need for such lengthy exchanges. In this way, there was a glimmer of life. Although Danzo had already prepared for death after Funingna's mocking remarks, it was clear that Funingna did not appear to be someone who would let him go. However, their current exchange, their hesitation, signaled a clear turning point. If he could avoid death, Danzo certainly did not wish to die, especially in such a humiliating manner. That's all. Barring any unforeseen developments, Danzo is the one who murdered your father, Sensei Kakashi. Do you wish to exact vengeance upon him yourself? Kakashi had not expected Funingna to immediately turn the question back to him upon her return. He had indeed contemplated what she'd just stated, but acting upon it personally was another matter entirely. For a moment, he truly could not bring himself to decide. I'll decline. After all, Lady Hikari holds her own grudge against him, and it was she who ultimately brought him down. As for myself, I contributed little. Thus, the final decision rightly belongs to Lady Hikari. Since Sensei Kakashi raises no objection, let us begin. Though Funingna's tone betrayed no fluctuation, Danzo instinctively sensed peril, a visceral intuition honed over decades as a shinobi, one that had rarely, if ever, deceived him. Yet alas, while his instinct remained unerring, it offered him no reprieve. His current state simply lacked the vitality required to mount an effective response. A flash of steel cleaved through air and flesh alike. Danzo and the colossal tree fused to his body were severed in an instant. Only after searing agony erupted across his frame did the whistle of the blade slicing through space finally reach his ears. But severing the bond was merely the prelude. Funingna was no benevolent savior. Before Danzo could even react, torrents of water materialized around him, swiftly coiling, converging, and sealing him within a perfect spherical prison reminiscent of the water prison technique. There, we're ready, Hikari. Imprint him. Since Elder Danzo has declared his unwavering devotion to Konoha, let us spare his life, for now, and allow him to serve the village in another more enduring way. See, Elder Danzo appears quite delighted. Following Funingna's gesture, Kakashi peered through the watery barrier, and there unmistakably stood Danzo, face flushed with agitation, lips moving rapidly in silent fury. Even without sound, his expression spoke volumes, utterly at odds with Funingna's serene assertion. As Uchiha Hikari stepped forward once more, her Mangekyo Sharingan blazing into view, Kakashi remained uncertain of the imprint's precise function. Yet Funingna's words stirred a quiet, unsettling suspicion within him. Could it drain chakra from the marked? Or perhaps exert direct control over them? Whichever it is undeniably formidable. Even as Kakashi pondered, Hikari completed the imprint. From start to finish, the entire sequence unfolded without a single telltale flicker. So seamless, so silent, it might as well have never occurred. Yet Kakashi knew that something profound had transpired. He simply hadn't perceived it. And what followed confirmed his certainty beyond doubt. With but a subtle rotation of her Mangekyo, Hikari stilled Danzo mid-rage inside the aqueous sphere, as though bound by an invisible seal. His pupils shimmered faintly violet. Then slowly Danzo raised his sole remaining hand and struck his own face with brutal force. Slap. Though no sound escaped the prison, Kakashi mentally supplied it with perfect clarity. Even the livid imprint blooming across Danzo's cheek bore witness to the blow's ferocity. Oh dear, Hikari, are you avenging me? How profoundly touching. It's just that I find him unpleasant. I understand. Funingna gently raised her hand, and in the next moment the water sphere that trapped Danzo suddenly shot vertically upwards, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Are you preparing something? Seeing the water sphere vanish, Kakashi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Maintaining the water sphere in the sky must consume chakra, and although Funingna had an abundance of chakra, it shouldn't be wasted like this. I just thought of a very suitable place for him, or I will take him there shortly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded and did not press further. In a situation where it was clearly impossible to spare Danzo, where he would go next was no longer the most important matter. What do you plan to do next? If you need to deal with him first, I could return to explain the situation to Lord Hokage. I believe Lord Hokage will understand the context after hearing everything. No need, Kakashi-sensei. If we're going to kill him, then that's that. Just mentioning what I've said is enough to take his life. There's nothing to explain. You just need to tell Tsunade-sensei what happened here, and I will handle the rest personally with her. You don't need to worry about it. Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Funingna interrupted him, her tone resolute, as if she already had absolute confidence in her plan. I understand, Kakashi replied, not insisting further. Given his understanding of Funingna, he knew that since she said this, she must have a plan for the upcoming handling. In that case, he wouldn't interfere. Where's this? Under Funingna's guidance, Uchiha Itachi's Yuen Feng and the others followed her to the edge of a cliff below, which lay a serene body of water. No matter how they looked around, they could still see nothing unusual. Everything seemed to be just an ordinary river. Stop looking. There's nothing special here, it's just an ordinary river. It's just that someone once jumped into the river to end their life, and that person was the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo. With that said, everyone understood Funingna's reason for bringing Danzo here. The thought of imprisoning Danzo in this place felt like a dark humor. Okay, you've reached your destination. You can go down now. Under Funingna's control, the water sphere containing Danzo quickly descended from the sky, targeting the surface of the water below the cliff. Although the descent was rapid, it did not create the huge splash one might expect. The moment the water sphere touched the surface, it seemed to merge into it, causing not a single ripple, as if nothing had happened. I hope Elder Danzo will like this place I specially found for him. After all, we put in quite a bit of effort to find it. As she spoke, the water sphere fully integrated with the surface, and Funingna began to form seals again, laying down a vast sealing technique based on the river to ensure that no one could disturb Danzo's peaceful life here. Such thoughtfulness, she truly lives up to her reputation. I believe Danzo will be moved by her attention to detail. Finally done. We've delayed for so long, I need to hurry back. After all, Kakashi-sensei must have already spoken with Tsunade-sensei, and I can't keep her waiting. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Funingna found Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the elders Mito Minyin and Tanami Kamachi gathered in the small room. As her gaze swept over the two elders who usually kept themselves hidden, Funingna couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, as she had initially thought it was a private conversation between her and Tsunade, not expecting these two to also be present. Predictably, their presence would not herald anything good. Indeed, just as Funingna stepped into the room, and before Tsunade behind the desk could speak, Tanami Kamachi, positioned to the side, took the initiative to launch an attack. Why is it only you who has come? What about that Uchiha who attacked Elder Danzo? Could it be that he knows he has done wrong and dares not show his face here? What nonsense is this elder speaking? I wonder where you heard such news, as it is far from the truth. Danzo intended to do harm to the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from Takigakure, and that Uchiha merely acted out of righteousness to stop him. Please get your facts straight before you speak, alright? Faced with Tanami Kamachi, an NPC that barely registered in her memory, Funingna found herself unwilling to waste more words on her. As a disciple of the second Hokage, she had always been one to follow behind others waving flags and shouting slogans. Despite being at this point, she still twisted the truth for a bit of power, which could only be said to make her less than even Danzo. Seeing Funingna show no respect for her status as an elder, and even regard her with disdain, Tanami Kamaki's expression turned somewhat ugly. In her position, anyone who spoke to her previously did so with politeness, even the third Hokage and Danzo, yet now this junior Funingna dared to mock her, which was a great humiliation. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am slandering you? Even if Danzo has some disgraceful past, it does not erase his contributions to the village. Do you think you can simply gloss over the matter with such a simplistic explanation? Gloss over? Listening to Tanami Kamaki's righteous words, Funingna couldn't help but chuckle. She wasn't sure if her opponent was clever or foolish. If she was clever, she would know not to provoke someone who dared to challenge Danzo. If foolish, it was in still using the will of fire to morally bind her, thinking that such nonsense would apply to her, as well, just like the Konoha White Fang. I initially thought that anyone who could sit in this position should be a wise person, but it seems you are far inferior to even the third Hokage, let alone Danzo. Danzo's actions are well known, and everyone present is quite aware of them. I don't know what your purpose is in saying all this. In the past, I might have debated these matters with you, but your attitude is very unlikable to me. Now I just want to know, what is your reliance for causing trouble here? Hearing this, Tanami Kamachi was about to retort against Funingna's disrespectful attitude towards her elders, but before she could say anything, Funingna had already approached her side, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, her movements soft, as if she were brushing dust off her clothes. Startled by Funingna's smile, so near Zhuanqin Xiaochun's eyes flew wide. She had not the faintest inkling of how Funingna had closed the distance. Only when a hand came to rest upon her shoulder did she finally snap to awareness. This meant that had Funingna wished it, she would have been dead in that bewildering instant. Though Funingna spoke no word, Zhuanqin Xiaochun read the menace concealed within the gesture, and the retort poised at her lips died away. Hey, everyone, don't get carried away. We are comrades from the same village. There is no need for violence. Let us speak civilly. Noticing the charged atmosphere, Xiao hurried to smooth things over, stepping between Funingna and Zhuanqin Xiaochun to forestall any further conflict. Funingna made a soft sound, and showing no intent to trouble Xiao, withdrew her hand and took 2 steps back, leaving Zhuanqin Xiaochun panting from the earlier episode. Let us make things plain here. Leaving aside my relationship with Feng at a moment when the threat of the Shao organization looms large, Tuanzang's assault on the Seven Tails, how will the other ninja villages regard my? When such an affair erupts, can an alliance already rent by distrust still stand shoulder to shoulder? Such selfish, heedless conduct. Calling Tuanzang a mole for the Shao organization would not surprise me. Killing him might even be seen as a means to forestall similar betrayals. Having said this, Funingna glanced at Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who was slowly recovering and seemed about to speak, then pivoted her words to address her directly. You have spoken at length. Do you suppose I am here to argue philosophy with you? To have you pick apart every angle so you might bargain for your own advantage? Regrettably, that is not my intention. I am merely informing you. If you insist on distorting truth, you know what befell Tuanzang. I care nothing for rank or title. With those words, Funingna closed her eyes. In the next breath, a vast surge of chakra erupted, and everyone present instinctively braced themselves. As Funingna's intended target, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, broke out in a cold sweat. The hairs on her arms stood on end, and her body trembled slightly. In her youth, Zhuanqin Xiaochun had been fairly formidable, but age and a long absence from battle had taken their toll. Merely remaining upright beneath Funingna's pressure now demanded the last of her strength. We can speak civilly about this, Funingna. Xiaochun and Tuanzang were both disciples of teacher Feijin, so learning of his death would naturally stir strong emotions. That explains her earlier behavior. We can calm ourselves and sit down to discuss matters rationally. Besides, you know the village forbids striking a comrade, while Tuanzang erred, and that is understandable. Xiaochun harbored no true malice. As Zhuanqin Xiaochun faltered, Shuhu Minyan, who had been concealed nearby, could no longer hold his silence, and spoke up. He and Xiaochun had always stood together. He knew her condition all too well, and if he did not intervene, she would soon collapse. Elder Shuehu, now you are suddenly composed. Yet if you knew all of this, why did you remain silent before? Must it come to such a state to loosen your lips? Under the gaze of Funingna, Mizuho Minin felt an overwhelming pressure suddenly increase. Now he understood what it felt like to be the primary target of Zhuanqin Xiaochun's focus, making it hard to entertain thoughts of resistance. Funingna, what Elder Mizuho said is true. The reason we gathered so many people here is to discuss the past crimes of Danzo. Elder Zhuanqin is merely agitated due to the death of his companion. Seeing Mizuho Minin trying to mediate, Jiraiya had no choice but to step in and take on the role of a negotiator, simultaneously casting knowing glances at Tsunade beside him. Jiraiya is right. The purpose of our gathering is this. If you ask me, Danzo deserves to die. This man not only led to the downfall of the Uchiha clan for his own selfish interests, causing significant damage to the village's strength, but he even desecrated my grandfather's corpse for the sake of would release power. Even if the old man were still alive, I would certainly confront him about this. Upon hearing Tsunade's clear support, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Although he also believed that Danzo's actions were wrong, after all, he was still an elder of Konoha. Now is it really going to be brushed aside so easily? As the current Hokage, Tsunade's strong support would basically seal Danzo's fate. Not only would he escape the charge of attacking an elder, but he would also be seen as having eliminated a threat to Konoha. As expected, teacher Tsunade knows right from wrong. Funingna had not anticipated Tsunade would support her so strongly. After all, as the Hokage of Konoha, if she were to eliminate Danzo, it would at least warrant a reprimand similar to what would happen to Sasuke. She never expected it would turn out this way. In that case, I seem to have misunderstood the two elders. I sincerely apologize. As Funingna spoke, both Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Mizuho Minin felt the immense pressure dissipate, and the previously oppressive atmosphere in the room also vanished. Although Funingna had withdrawn her chakra, both Mizuho Minin and Zhuangqin Xiaochun chose to remain silent, as the favor shown to Tsunade might not extend to them. Oh, it seems you have completely surpassed me now. Yet I haven't contributed much to this at all. I truly don't know whether to feel gratified or disappointed. Haha, I can deeply empathize with your feelings, Lord Hokage. I just didn't expect you to adapt to this, so quickly becoming like me in no time. With Danzo's matters settled, the atmosphere around them noticeably relaxed. Tsunade and Kakashi began to chat about Funingna, both appearing quite sentimental. Teacher Tsunade and Teacher Kakashi, you jest. You've provided me with so much help during my growth, and your constant praise is making me feel a bit embarrassed. Embarrassed? I can't see any sign of you feeling embarrassed. What are you trying to act coy about in front of us? Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Mizuho Minin tactfully took their leave. After they left, Tsunade, who had been teasing, suddenly shifted her tone and looked much more serious. By the way, Funingna, do you want to become Hokage? Looking at Tsunade's serious demeanor, both Jiraiya and Kakashi understood that she was earnest. After the recent events, they also recognized that Funina's strength was undoubtedly sufficient, but was it perhaps too early to make such decisions? Thinking of this before Funina could respond, Jiraiya took the lead in persuading her. Tsunade, I know Funina is indeed exceptional, but given her current age, it seems a bit premature to discuss this. Moreover, you have only recently taken on the role of Hokage, and there is ample time to consider such matters. The situation in the ninja world is quite tense, so there is no need to rush into decisions. Hey Jiraiya, you certainly have a way with words, but don't forget that I am the Hokage now, who insisted that I return to take on this role rather than you. Now that I'm Hokage, I naturally have the authority to make these decisions, so you can keep any objections to yourself. Hearing the teasing yet resolute tone in Tsunade's voice, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. Whether it was Funina or Tsunade, this master and disciple pair had a knack for leaving one speechless. Just as Jiraiya fell into his own thoughts, Funina finally spoke. However, unlike most of her peers who fervently pursued the title of Hokage, she appeared rather indifferent. What I have wanted all along is not to become Hokage, so I am not interested in that. In fact, many others view Hokage as their dream, and they are much more suited for it. I knew you restless one wouldn't want to be Hokage, but that's fine, at least it's quite similar to me. Hearing Funina's denial, Tsunade nodded knowingly, clearly not surprised by this outcome. Sighing, Jiraiya looked at the two of them, Funina and Tsunade, who were indifferent towards the Hokage position. It made him feel even more distressed, while everyone else in the village showed great respect for the Hokage herself, and her closest disciple seemed to scoff at it. It was quite ironic to say the least. The closer one was to the position, the less they seemed to care, while those further away were ardently drawn to it. But thankfully, Jiraiya thought as he reflected on his current disciple Naruto, finding some solace in the fact that at least Naruto had not been led astray by Funina. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's leave it at that. Although I also dislike Danzo, I must admit that his bizarre death in his position creates some complications that I need to address properly. You're the best master. Then I'll leave it to you. Funina, as Uchiha Itachi and the others were still waiting for her, didn't linger, and was the first to exit after expressing her admiration for Tsunade. Hey, this girl really doesn't hold back at all, Tsunade chuckled, scolding her playfully as she watched Funina's straightforwardness. This is just like the old days. Well, since the main character has left, I should take my leave as well, Hokage-sama. After matters settled down, Kakashi, who had been worried about Funina facing repercussions and had insisted on following along while remaining in the background, also departed. Over a month later, during this period, the alliance of various ninja villages repeatedly targeted the members of the Akatsuki organization. However, due to an initial lack of seriousness and each village fighting independently combined with the strong individual abilities and swift actions of the Akatsuki members, many encirclement operations ended in failure. Not only did they achieve no significant results, but many ninjas participating in the operations also lost their lives in battle. Although this was far from a heavy loss for the major ninja villages, it was enough to make them take the situation more seriously. The emergence of a certain piece of information greatly accelerated this serious approach. Is the information confirmed? Is it really the legendary Rinnegan? The same eyes as those of the Sage of Six Paths? At the conference table, representatives from the 5 great ninja villages and the general of the Land of Iron gathered again, but this time the atmosphere was noticeably more harmonious, unlike the first meeting where they were merely pretending to unite. I can ensure that there are no issues with the intelligence on my side. It is indeed the legendary Rinnegan. The person possessing these eyes is probably the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki organization. After all, besides the Rinnegan, it is hard to think of anyone who could command such a group of individuals, and you should have confirmed the matter regarding the Rinnegan through your own intelligence sources, otherwise we wouldn't be convening this meeting so urgently today. As Tsunade finished speaking, the Hokage and other representatives from the ninja villages nodded lightly in agreement, as Tsunade's words largely aligned with their thoughts. It was foreseeable that the Rinnegan would likely be an enemy they would have to face in the future. Although it is the legendary Rinnegan, there is no need to worry too much. If that person truly possesses powers akin to the legendary Sage of Six Paths, capturing tailed beasts would be a trivial matter. The fact that he has not done so indicates that our current strength is still sufficient to instill caution in him. He definitely does not possess the strength of the Sage of Six Paths as rumored. After confirming the existence of the Rinnegan, the fourth Hokage was the first to break the somewhat gloomy atmosphere in the room. Although he knew that the Rinnegan was undoubtedly very powerful for the sake of his village and his brother, he absolutely could not show weakness at this time. That's right. Even if it is indeed the legendary Rinnegan, what of it? If he intends to attack all of your villages, can we just sit by and do nothing? We are all leaders of our respective villages. Moreover, I agree with what the brute said. His strength may be considerable, but it is certainly not beyond our capacity to withstand. United, the five of us can engage him in battle. Following, the Hokage Inoki also expressed a similar viewpoint. Although previously their Iwagakure and Kumabakure were mortal enemies, the emergence of the Rinnegan and the confirmation that the opposing side truly had the capability to unify the ninja world made Inoki instantly realize what he needed to do. Compared to the humiliation of defeat and submission, it seemed that teaming up with a former enemy was not an unacceptable option. Indeed. However, while it is easy to think this way, we still need to consider how to deal with the leader of the Akatsuki organization. That's simple. At this point, everyone should stop hiding their intentions. According to my latest intelligence, the members of the Akatsuki organization who have been seen are still scattered in pairs throughout the ninja world. Moreover, the last places they appeared were quite far from the leader, which means that there are not many assistants around that leader, at most just one member who is grouped with him. Although not explicitly stated, the others present already understood Lei Ying's intention to take advantage of the opponent's solitude and strike first. My information is quite similar to yours, but have you ever considered one question? Why did we so easily obtain the intelligence about the Akatsuki leader? Doesn't he realize the risk of exposing his whereabouts? I don't think so. It feels like we are being deliberately lured into something. Indeed, there is a possibility in what you say, Tu-ing, but what can we do? Should we just wait here for them to prepare and then attack us? Furthermore, our war cannot guarantee a 100 victory, so we should take the initiative and not be stuck in waiting. Upon hearing Daima's concerns, AI nodded in agreement, aware of the issue, yet as he stated, they didn't really have many options. My thoughts align with Lei Ying's. Rather than sitting idly by, I prefer to take control of my own fate, much like gambling. As long as the odds reach a certain level, a decision can be made. That's right. After laying, Tsunade, Terumi, Mei, and Chiyo each expressed their opinions, one common point emerged: a tendency to take proactive measures. Indeed, perhaps it's due to my old age, but I've become a bit more cautious. What you say is true. We cannot continue to wait idly. We must show them some colors. After all, those guys are merely rogue ninjas who fled because they couldn't establish themselves in the village. How could we be intimidated by them? As he spoke, Daimyo couldn't help but reflect that he might indeed be getting old. Unlike other villages, their Iwagakure was still clearly in a state of transition. He couldn't even find a suitable successor for the position of Tsukage. He certainly couldn't let Kuratsuchi take over. Just imagining that scene made Daima's heart tighten. Since there are no objections, let's make a decision. Taking advantage of the current scattered state of the Akatsuki, let's combine our forces to eliminate the wielder of the Rinnegan first. With those eyes, even if he isn't the leader, he is definitely among the strongest in the Akatsuki. Taking him out will certainly ease our subsequent battles. Yes, that's correct. However, Hokage, as you just mentioned, it's like gambling. Well, before we act, we must make every effort to prepare thoroughly and minimize potential risks. Exactly. In the following period, the comings and goings of ninjas in the village increased, while other members of the Akatsuki also cooperatively made occasional appearances in the ninja world, showing a remarkable tacit understanding of not approaching the leader. During this time, some obscure ninjas gathered discreetly after leaving the village, eventually forming a team of more than 10. Strangely enough, although they seemed to be nameless ninjas, their speed on the road was remarkably fast, even surpassing that of ordinary jounin. They were indeed the Five Shadows, utilizing the transformation technique, and the accompanying personnel were renowned elite ninjas from various hidden villages, reflecting their determination and the significance of this mission. The reason for such a large number of companions was not only to prudently deal with the suspected leader of the Akatsuki, the wielder of the Rinnegan, but also to prevent other unforeseen circumstances. For instance, there could be other members of the Akatsuki lurking nearby who had yet to reveal themselves. With the ample combat strength of this team, they could respond calmly. After 3 days of relentless travel, the Five Shadows and their accompanying ninjas finally arrived at the location of the Akatsuki leader, where they indeed confirmed the existence of the Rinnegan, validating the information they had received. Upon confirming the existence of the legendary Rinnegan, a stir arose in the hearts of all present. However, the ninjas participating in this mission to confront the Akatsuki leader were resolute individuals unshaken by intimidation. After briefly calming their emotions without much exchange, a bolt of lightning surged towards Tendo, who merely extended his palm in response. Shinra Tensei, a tremendous repulsive force, surged out from Tendo, sweeping everything around him away. Even the powerful Raikage could only withstand it for a moment before being uncontrollably propelled backward. Simultaneously far away within a massive tree in the land of fire, another Rinnegan wielder, the animal path, who was pierced by black rods, began to form seals. Summoning technique. With the explosive power of the Rinnegan, in the next moment Tendo, who had been surrounded by the 5 shadows, and other ninjas appeared before the animal path along with the other 4 paths. How is the plan progressing? Nearby the 6 paths, with a twist in space, Obito's figure gradually emerged, gazing towards the deepest part of the tree hollow where a lean figure with red hair, Nagato, resided. Why are you here? Didn't you say to let Black Zetsu relay the information? Without waiting for Nagato to speak, Konan, who had been guarding him, questioned Obito with a somewhat displeased tone. It was understandable that she was in a bad mood. Every time she saw this masked man, who called himself Uchiha Obito, she always felt that he brought nothing but trouble. That guy's personality is too erratic. For such an important matter, I prefer to hear the most accurate answer. Konan was clearly not satisfied with Obito's response, but upon noticing Nagato's subtle gesture, she merely furrowed her brows and chose not to speak further. It has been confirmed the 4 shadows and Shio, the representative of Sunagakure, are present, and the others are all renowned ninjas from their respective villages. The 4 shadows are all here. It seems they regard you quite seriously. But that's good. This way our upcoming actions will be much easier. Hearing about the formidable forces mobilized against Pain, Obito couldn't help but click his tongue. Just hearing their names indicated they were no easy opponents. Even a fraction of them remaining in Konohagakure would pose significant challenges for them. After all, while each of them was powerful, their numbers were still too few. Each person lured away by Tendo would increase the threat level, especially in a group battle. Then notify everyone, let the final battle begin. I know this kind of thing without you reminding me. Of course. Finally, it's about to start. I've been hiding away for so long, it's been so boring not being able to act. You should focus on how to survive in the upcoming battle. This time is different. We are directly storming into Konoha to seize the tailed beasts, and the level of danger is much higher. Hakakusa, do you think I would die? That's impossible. The leader has finally spoken. We must make the entire shinobi world witness our art this time, right, Brother Scorpion? Don't let your guard down too much. Although I've heard that the 5 Kage have been lured away, there are still many strong ninjas in Konoha. I don't want to have to collect your corpse later. Brother Scorpion, are you concerned about me? That's really heartwarming. I think you're just asking for trouble, Deidara. Mr. Itachi, you seem to lack enthusiasm. Is it because we are about to attack the village where you once lived? After all, it holds many of your memories. No, Kisame, I'm just thinking about capturing the tailed beasts next. After all, I'm not very good at fighting right now. The more you say that, Mr. Itachi, the more you need to take care of yourself. When it comes to capturing the tailed beasts, you can leave it to me. I'm quite skilled at dealing with those big guys. Not far outside Konoha, except for Obito, Black and White Zetsu, and the 10 remaining Akatsuki members lined up and strolled toward Konoha. And with the Akatsuki members surrounded by many clay figures aside from the Yeto appear, White Zetsu army, the Akatsuki can now be considered to be putting forth their full effort, clearly in a posture for a decisive battle. The wielder of the Rinnegan has also appeared. It seems that it was indeed a trap to lure the Kage into action. From here on out, it all depends on us. In the conference room, the elite ninjas and Jinchuriki from various ninja villages had gathered. The moment Pain appeared, they realized something was wrong. But it was no longer time for regrets. With the Akatsuki mobilizing almost all their members, it was clear they would not give the 4 Kage a chance to regroup. From here on out, they could only rely on themselves. In the past, to prevent the tailed beasts from being captured, Jinchuriki were generally advised not to participate in battles. However, knowing that all Akatsuki members are formidable, our combat power may not be enough, and the strength of several Jinchuriki is also not to be underestimated. Therefore, if necessary, we may need you to join the fight as well. After the 4 Kage and Chiyo and other high-ranking ninjas left the village at this critical moment, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Tsunade, had to temporarily take over command. In terms of seniority, he was one of the legendary Sannin known throughout the ninja world. In terms of ability, he had also led battles against other ninja villages during the Great Ninja War, and being on home turf in Konoha, he was the most suitable person for this moment. Don't worry, perverted sage. I have a great relationship with Kurama now, and no matter who the enemy is, I will definitely defeat them. Observing the spirited Naruto, Jiraiya merely smiled without attempting to dampen his enthusiasm, aware that Naruto had forged a commendable bond with the Nine Tails. He wasn't sure how it was accomplished, but he knew the power of the Nine Tails all too well. Fighting alongside the Nine Tails would surely not bring about significant danger. With the Killer Bee and the Eight Tails teaming up, no one can stand against us. Oh yeah. Looking at the relatively pleasant atmosphere among the crowd, Jiraiya felt a light sigh of relief. His greatest fear was being ambushed while the Kages were lured away, but fortunately that situation did not arise. Ziyuan, you should follow the villagers to safety for now. Exiting the conference room, seeing Ziyuan's excited demeanor about the Akatsuki's arrival, Funingna couldn't help but twitch her brow. Oh, with such a reaction, those unaware might think they were going on an outing instead of facing a threat. Why not? Even though I'm not from Konoha, I still want to help you. I don't want to be the only one hiding while everyone else is fighting. Besides, didn't you say a few days ago that my progress during this time has been significant? I just need more practice, and I won't be any weaker than your teacher Kakashi. Isn't this the perfect time for that practice? Ziyuan spoke passionately, even citing Funingna's encouraging words from a few days prior to bolster her argument, making Funingna feel the echoes of her past encouragement. Though slightly speechless, Funingna understood upon reflection that Ziyuan was not merely being reckless. Her encouragement was grounded in fact rather than empty praise. As a counterpart to the demonic spirit after undergoing ninja training, Ziyuan's talent as a priestess quickly became evident, with one of her most significant traits being her immense chakra capacity, easily measuring in several katas. Additionally, her sealing techniques were remarkable. As the designated user for sealing spirits, Ziyuan's talent in sealing arts was exceptional, having thoroughly mastered the relevant techniques brought from the land of ghosts during this precious time. While her physical abilities may not be as strong as her sealing techniques, her consistent training ensured that it wasn't a significant weakness. With her vast chakra and superb sealing arts, her claim of being able to contribute was not mere boasting, it was simply the truth. All right, you win. Since you put it that way, I can't stop you. However, I must say this in advance, although your current strength is not insignificant, your experience still falls short. Therefore, you cannot act independently and must stay close to Guang, listening to him in case anything happens. With that, Funingna turned to the side, looking at Uchiha Guang, and with a hint of reluctance said softly, Guang, I'm leaving her in your hands. You know her situation. Don't worry, I understand. Hey, why are you both treating me like some kind of fool? If anything goes wrong, I would run too. I'm not a child anymore. Seeing Funingna's serious demeanor, Uchiha Guang was equally earnest, making Ziyuan pout. Despite being of similar age, why did they treat her like a child? She was quite powerful in her own right now. Outside of my village, gazing at the approaching group of ninjas in the distance, despite lacking this organ, Moryo felt an inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat. This was certainly not due to any threat posed by the opposing ninjas, but rather because of the figure that had nearly taken his life several times. Can that Akatsuki leader really deal with that monster? If not, I won't stay here with you all. She has a good relationship with the priestess, and if she truly decides to take action, I will undoubtedly be her first target. Looking at Obito, who had appeared by his side without him noticing, Moryo lowered his voice to express his stance. Although he had narrowly escaped several times from fighting with Funingna, it had indeed left him with some psychological scars. If possible, he truly did not want to be here. He had no interest whatsoever in collecting tailed beasts, yet Obito understood his needs all too well. With just a statement of not making a move this time, he would find it extremely difficult to have another opportunity to devour the priestess, and he was directly lifted up. Thus, after contemplating that this might be the only chance in his life, Moryo still came, but even so he felt quite uncertain inside. Rest assured that I is similar to the legendary sage of 6 paths, it should be capable of dealing with her. Moreover, even if we truly cannot win, I can lend my assistance, and you surely understand this well. Alright, then I will leave her to you, and these people will be my responsibility. During their conversation, the ninjas rushing out from my village were already within arm's reach. Each wore different forehead protectors representing various ninja villages, but they all shared one common trait. They were all strong, being ninjas of some renown from their respective villages. This was the result of prior discussions. After realizing that every member of Akatsuki was quite powerful, the main force to deal with them was composed of stronger ninjas from each village. As for ordinary chunin and jinin, they would find it very difficult to play any significant role in battles of this level, and sometimes they could even become a hindrance. Therefore, their task had changed to evacuating civilians and maintaining order. Then I leave it to you. Although Moryo appeared very eager, Obito knew that the other party merely wanted to pick soft targets. This indicated that Moryo had completely lost the arrogance he once had, and had become somewhat more cautious after a series of setbacks. However, Obito did not expose him. He had never expected much from him in this battle, just attracting attention here would suffice. The focus of the fight still depended on him and Nagato. Don't even think about running. As the approaching ninjas heard their conversation and were about to intervene, Obito's figure had already vanished in an instant, followed by an extraordinary surge of chakra, dark and cold, as if it were a collection of negative emotions. What kind of monster is this? According to the intelligence, he should be that monster from the land of the ghosts, Moryo. His strength is formidable, so be cautious. As they beheld the massive form revealed by Moryo, the gathered ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, and cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. I indeed am Moryo, but let's not call me a monster, as surely some among you are more suited for that title. Observing the dumbfounded expressions of the ninjas below, Moryo felt somewhat pleased. He could not deal with that individual, but as for the others, their identities were about to change. This guy looks quite intimidating, yet from this distance, I can't fathom what he's thinking. Though the appearance of the wraith is quite imposing, after fighting for a while, not only did it fail to close in on my, but it even seemed to be retreating a bit. This only incited mockery from those observing, turning the initial wariness due to its demonic identity into disdain. Forget about him, Daidara, the troublesome opponent has already arrived. Got it, Brother Scorpion, but now that they've engaged us, the matter of the tailed beast is likely off our hands. Hearing Scorpion's reminder, Deidara turned his gaze towards the two people approaching him, one of whom he recognized, Kakashi, the renowned wielder of the Sharingan. The other was dressed in a green training outfit, although Deidara did not know him. The fact that he was with Kakashi suggested that he was not weak either. Because regardless of who they were, whether it was explosive release or puppet techniques, they were not particularly afraid of being besieged. The fearsome Scorpion of Sunigakure and the rogue ninja Deidara from Awagakure. Be careful, guy, these two are not easy to deal with. Sorry, but this is not a place for you to act as you please. After warning his companion, Kakashi promptly lifted the eye mask covering his Sharingan, realizing that the opponents were quite powerful, leaving little room for leniency. You are Konoha's White Fang's son Hatake Kakashi, right? Perfect, Deidara, I'll handle him. You take care of that guy with the thick eyebrows. Beiliuhu, I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you participating in the attack on our village? Looking at the figure before him that resembled someone from his memory, Jiraiya's gaze darkened. He had already experienced the betrayal of former comrades harming the village once, and he never expected such a thing to happen again. Wow, impressive, Beiliuhu. I didn't realize you were acquainted with the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. He's quite a big deal. Seemingly oblivious to Beiliuhu's silence, Shinnon shamelessly began to tease upon realizing their acquaintance, though his tone showed no sign of respect for Jiraiya. Hee, Jiraiya, you asked me why I'm here. It's simple, I'm here to prove that the person you once looked down upon has now surpassed you. After a moment of silence, Beiliuhu suddenly burst into laughter, his voice tinged with madness, yet his mockery revealed an unusual clarity of mind at that moment. It seems you have a grudge against this legendary Sannin, Beiliuhu. If that's the case, do you need my help to deal with him? As he finished speaking, a sinister smile spread across Shinnon's lips, the thought of the legendary figure perishing at his hands filling him with excitement. No need, I'll deal with him personally. Oh, just help me by keeping those troublesome guys from interfering. Though their weak flies can be quite annoying at times. Beiliuhu had no intention of teaming up with Shinnon, instead pointing to the dozens of fallen ninjas surrounding them whom they had encountered before meeting Jiraiya. Jiraiya naturally noticed the ninjas lying around looking miserable. Although he had anticipated such a situation, hearing Beiliuhu's mocking metaphor still ignited a flare of anger within him. Alas, it seems this fight won't end anytime soon. What should we do next? Watching Jiraiya and Beiliuhu, who were locked in a battle that blurred into shadows, Shinnon couldn't help but feel a bit bored. Dealing with those weaklings was truly meaningless. But if he continued to engage the tailed beasts, he would undoubtedly become a target, increasing the danger exponentially. He had no intention of risking his life for the Akatsuki organization. While pondering, a figure flying backward caught Shinnon's attention. The person's attire was the same as his, wielding a massive scythe, and was slowly standing up from the ground. Yo, Haiden, why do you look so disheveled? This is quite different from what you usually say. Recognizing the identity of the person, Shinnon grinned. Their relationship had not been great before, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock him now. Stop the nonsense, Shinnon. Come help us deal with them together. Before Shinnon's mockery could elicit a response from Haiden, Kakazu had also retreated to their side, looking equally worse for wear, with the cloak representing the Akatsuki organization already missing. The most obvious sign was the shattered mask on his back, clearly indicating he had endured a fierce battle earlier. Oh. Upon hearing Kakazu's request to join forces, Shinnon felt a flicker of interest. In his impression, Kakazu was not someone who would easily make such a request. The fact that he said this now indicated that their opponent was definitely not to be underestimated. His doubts were quickly resolved as he looked up to see a massive creature approaching from the sky. Shinnon immediately recognized it as one of their targets, Shichibi. In addition, there were two figures atop Shichibi appearing relatively young, but anyone participating in this battle would certainly not be weak. The subsequent developments unfolded just as Shinnon had imagined. Kakuzu's gaze had been locked onto one of the girls with long black hair since the appearance of the three, not daring to be careless, while the more visually striking Shichibi drew less of his attention. Haha, as fellow members of the Akatsuki, I naturally won't refuse a request from my comrades. As both sides drew closer, Shinnon clearly saw the opponent's eyes, crimson and unmistakably the legendary Sharingan. Although he was somewhat puzzled by the appearance of a member of the Uchiha clan, especially after their clan's destruction, there was no time for such thoughts in the face of a formidable enemy. Huff. Upon hearing Shinnon agree to team up against the enemy, Kakuzu subtly breathed a sigh of relief. The Jinchuriki of Shichibi and the girl with purple hair posed little problem, but the pressure from the Uchiha clan was quite overwhelming. He had just encountered them and had his heart crushed. Though partly due to his own carelessness, he had already formed a rough assessment of his opponent's strength from just that brief contact. Given the presence of Shichibi and that witch from the land of demons, it was highly unlikely that he and Haiden alone could contend successfully. Sister Hikari, should we continue? Just as Shinnon noticed them, Uchiha Hikari and her companions also spotted Shinnon. The Akatsuki cloak was still too eye-catching, and an unknown enemy posed an unknown danger. Uchiha Hikari did not immediately answer Shiwan's question. Although she was very confident in her own strength, even without knowing Shinnon's abilities, she felt capable of defeating him. However, the problem was that she was not aware of the opponent's capabilities. Fuming had informed her about Haiden and Kakuzu's abilities, which is why she could confidently bring Shiwan and others to confront them. But Shinnon was different. If he had unexpected special abilities, even if she could hold her own, she still needed to consider Shiwan and Kid as their strengths were still inferior to hers. Moreover, Haiden and Kakuzu were far from ordinary opponents. Even if she understood their abilities, that didn't guarantee an easy victory, as they were certainly not to be underestimated. We still don't have clarity on the abilities of the one called Shinno. To be safe, let's refrain from attacking for now and try to stall here. While she chose not to engage, Uchiha Hikari had no intention of leaving either. She had also noticed Jiraiya fighting Beiliuhu in the distance. If they retreated now, it would completely leave their opponents in the wolf's den. You all don't seem eager to engage. Is it because I'm here? Don't worry, I'm not that strong. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it right now. After a brief standoff, Shinno seemed to perceive Uchiha Hikari's thoughts, and then shot a glance at Kakuzu before unleashing the 8 gates ready to strike. The 8 gates, huh? Seeing the powerful aura erupting from Shinno in all directions, Uchiha Hikari, having witnessed Guy's ability before, immediately recognized the technique and silently raised her assessment of Shinnong's danger level. Given his demeanor, he was at least above the 6th gate. Anyone capable of using this technique was certainly no ordinary individual. The black chakra radiating from him also exuded a sense of eerie danger, indicating he was not as easy to deal with as he claimed. Shiwan, Kid, leave the one called Shinno to me. You both are aware of Haiden and Kakuzu's abilities. Just hold them off, there's no need to defeat them. I will resolve my opponents swiftly. You are all well-known rogue ninjas in the shinobi world. It might not be fair to bully a few little girls, right? Just as both sides were about to clash, accompanied by the voice, 2 figures approached the tailed beast turned shichibi, one male and one female. The male had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, appearing quite laid back, while the female ninja seemed much more serious, focusing intently on Shinno and his companions, always alert to their next move. It's Asuma Sensei and Kurinai. Hello. You are just in time. Oh, let's join forces to take down these bad guys together. Even though they were on a battlefield that could erupt into combat at any moment, this did not deter Shiwan. After seeing the newcomers, she immediately waved to greet them. While she didn't express it openly, as a priestess from the land of demons, Tsunade took good care of her. Upon learning of the newcomers' interest in ninja training, Tsunade would arrange for suitable jonin from the village to instruct them whenever Fuming was unavailable, thereby strengthening the ties between Konoha and the land of demons. Asuma and Kurinai were among those who spent considerable time interacting with Shiwan. Additionally, as Shiwan's personality gradually brightened after guidance from Fuming, they established a good rapport during this time. Though 2 more allies had joined the fray, Shinno wasted no time before launching his assault. After all, in his eyes, these newcomers, though formidable, posed no true threat worthy of his caution. Uchiha Hikari stepped forward to meet Shinnong's onslaught. To his astonishment, even with the 8 gates fully unlocked, her taijutsu matched his blow for blow, further confirming the suspicion he'd just formed. This young woman of the Uchiha clan was the greatest danger. Eliminate her, and the rest would crumble without resistance. As the 2 clashed, the others did not stand idle. Asuma and Kurinai engaged Haiden, while Konomaru, accompanied by Shine, locked into a fierce skirmish with Kakuzu, who had already unleashed his remaining masked beasts. Amidst the chaos of battle, Pain, scouring the battlefield for the Jinchuriki, was intercepted by Funingna, as if she had been awaiting him all along. Without so much as a greeting, a blade gleaming with cold light descended upon the Deva Path. The Deva Path's expression remained utterly unchanged as the frost-edged blade drew near, merely stepping back a single pace before unleashing a colossal repulsive force radiating outward from his very core. Funingna, having instantly teleported beside him, was hurled backward, but before Nagato could even exhale in relief, she burst once more through the dust cloud churned up by the Shinra Tensei, reappearing before him in the next breath. This time, however, the Deva Path could no longer deploy the Shinra Tensei to break free. Though the sheer velocity startled Nagato, he had no time for reflection. No matter how desperately he retreated, the blade inexorably closed the distance. At the very instant of impact, a grotesque figure erupted from nowhere, interposing itself before the Deva Path and absorbing Funingna's unexpected strike. Observing the Azura Path now shielding him, Funingna showed no surprise. She had sensed that prying gaze ever since the battle began, and this sudden emergence confirmed its source. Glancing toward a nearby chameleon slowly materializing, and beneath it 4 additional figures coalescing, Funingna understood at once. In the next heartbeat, her blade flashed, the Azura Path split cleanly in 2 at the abdomen. Its mechanical innards spilled forth, steel-reinforced though it was, its body yielded to Funingna's blade as effortlessly as parchment. Though the Azura Path lay severed, its sacrifice was not in vain. In the fleeting lull after Funingna's strike, the Deva Path, the central pillar of Pain's forces, retreated to safety, and the cooldown of the Shinra Tensei reset completely. Yet to Funingna, none of this mattered. The puppets forged from corpses were all equally fragile before her, even the Deva Path strongest among them. Her gaze swept across the assembled paths, then lingered almost casually upon the Preta Path. Though the Deva Path wielded the greatest power, it was the Preta Path that unsettled her most. Absorbing ninjutsu, she loathed it above all else. Though her first target was clearly the Preta Path, her eyes remained fixed on the Deva Path, feigning alarm, as if he alone posed the gravest threat. Noticing her focus, Nagato instinctively repositioned the other paths to shield the Deva Path behind the Naraka Path, falling precisely into the trap Funingna had laid. Daring to loot right under my nose. Do you truly think so little of me? Mid-thought, Funingna suddenly found a colossal Yama looming beside her, its tongue coiling around the Azura Path's corpse, dragging it toward its gaping maw. A feral grin curled her lips. With a flick of her wrist Murasame, a blade shimmering with cerulean radiance, sliced horizontally, then vertically carving a vast azure cross-shaped shockwave that cleaved the Yama into 4 fragments, forcing its abrupt dissolution. As the Yama vanished, Funingna sensed a faint chilling presence, as if some unseen thing had locked onto her. Yet she dismissed such petty childish posturing with utter contempt. Then with a surge of chakra, the icy sensation vanished entirely. Facing Funingna's relentless advance, the first to intercept her were summoned beasts, rhinoceroses, Yatagarasa pandas, all vanishing into mist after a single stroke. Only the hellhound capable of splitting offered brief resistance. Yet even it fell after several divisions eradicated by Funingna's precise ninjutsu. What followed was even simpler. The remaining paths proved no more resilient than the summons. Once Funingna struck the Preda path unawares and disabled it, her water release swiftly overwhelmed the rest. No Shinra Tensei could counter her barrage, and a cooldown-bound technique stood no chance against her ceaseless torrent. Before long, the battle ended. Every last path fell beneath the synergy of Funingna's water release and taijutsu, and the surrounding terrain had transformed into a vast tranquil lake. And this was merely restrained effort. Had she fought at full strength, she genuinely feared flooding even distant Konoha. Yet dispatching these puppet corpses was only the beginning. Gazing down at the water rippling beneath her feet, Funingna's lips curved into a quiet, knowing smile. She simply couldn't help it imagining what came next. Clasping her hands together, she commanded the immense waters below to rise in towering columns soaring into the heavens. Within moments, gentle rain began falling across dozens of kilometers. By infusing her chakra into the water, Funingna extended her perception with astonishing precision and scale. Every droplet became an extension of her senses. Every movement within the rainfall's reach lay exposed to her awareness. Nagato's hidden true body, concealed somewhere in the downpour, was no exception. To control the 6 paths, he could not possibly remain far from the battlefield, and Funingna's next objective was unmistakable. The inspiration for this ability came directly from Nagato himself. That technique he used to surveil Amigakure. What was it called again? Forgotten. Regardless, Funingna now mirrored it, turning his own art against him. Wasn't that in its own way a perfect NTR? Found you. Within minutes, Funingna detected something unnatural about a tree 7 kilometers away, and recalling the original narrative, she knew with certainty Nagato was hiding there. You've come all this way, yet still cower, refusing to show yourself. Then allow me to invite you out with this welcome gift. This is bad, Xiaonan. This rain feels unusual. We might have been discovered. Nagato, who had been discussing the next plan with Xiaonan after Pain's 6 paths were swiftly defeated, suddenly widened his eyes. The drizzling rain outside reminded him of a similar ninjutsu he possessed, Rain Tiger Freedom technique, the effects of which he knew all too well. The earlier battle with Funingna made him wary of underestimating her even slightly. Although Xiaonan's paper manipulation was cleverly concealed, one must always prepare for the worst. I didn't expect her to know this technique as well, but luckily we are still some distance from the battlefield. She shouldn't be able to catch up with us for a while. I'll lead you to safety first. Initially, Xiaonan was indifferent to the rain falling outside, but after Nagato's reminder, she immediately realized the gravity of the situation and quickly prepared to leave with him. However, to their surprise, even though they had reacted swiftly, a strong sense of threat struck them just as they were about to move. Sensing the imminent crisis, Nagato hesitated not for a moment. An invisible repulsive force erupted around him, and Xiaonan blocking everything that could pose a threat. After the Shinra Tensei sent the paper trees that obscured their vision, flying, Xiaonan and Nagato identified the source of the intense sense of danger directly above them. A massive water sphere, several hundred meters in diameter, was rapidly descending. Though it was merely a water sphere, both Nagato and Xiaonan had no doubt about its destructive power. The instincts honed over years of being ninjas were stirring within them. In the next moment, the water sphere collided head-on with Nagato's Shinra Tensei, but this time it was unlike the past invincible encounters. The water sphere was not repelled by the force, and after a brief stalemate continued to descend slowly despite the repulsion. Although taken aback by this scene, Xiaonan, being a decisive ninja, observed the water sphere's descent speed and the likely range of its coverage. Realizing escape was improbable, countless sheets of paper instantly manifested and flew from her, converging with the papers she had previously arranged around her, simultaneously shooting towards the water sphere that was now within arm's reach. Then came a series of continuous explosions. Although the papers she had set up here were nowhere near as numerous as those laid out in the original work to ambush Obito, they were still not insignificant. Thus, after the Shinra Tensei managed to withstand the first wave of impact, Xiaonan's numerous explosive tags had indeed worn down the water sphere, considerably alleviating the initial feeling of being utterly overwhelmed. Shinra Tensei. Seizing the moment, Xiaonan bought him. Nagato's Shinra Tensei was ready again, fueled by anger from the previous danger, and this time, he used far more chakra than usual. The immense repulsion instantly shattered the now weakened water sphere. As the sphere exploded, water splattered everywhere, and feeling the refreshing chill of the water, Nagato's mood gradually settled. Though the sensation of being on the brink of death was hard to accept, he realized through the earlier encounter that with his current abilities, continuing the fight was likely futile against Funingna, prompting him to think about getting Xiao Nen to lead him away. After the previous delay, the enemy must be arriving soon. Suddenly, Nagato and Konan noticed that the sky had darkened once again. Sensing that something was amiss, they looked up to find a water sphere larger than before blocking their view, leaving only a vast expanse of blue. Damn it, there's no time left. Having just used Shinra Tensei, and with the cooldown not yet reset, Nagato, who considered himself a god, found himself at a loss for how to respond to the situation. At this point, he could only make a desperate attempt. Glancing at Konan beside him, Nagato made up his mind. He prepared to summon the outer path Geto-Mazo to defend against the impending threat. This would undoubtedly drain a significant amount of his chakra, worsening his already weakened body, but he had no other choice. If he didn't take this action, they would both die. Boom. Without any resistance, the water sphere crashed down, sending up a massive wave of water. Funingna, who had been observing from the side, narrowed her eyes. This seemed a bit too easy. After all, Nagato shouldn't be so easily dealt with. He hadn't even used the outer path Geto-Mazo or the Chibaku Tensei yet. I told you I knew you were here. Suddenly noticing the unusual situation, Funingna turned her head towards a direction. Not far from her, space warped and three figures began to emerge. Nagato, Konan, and Obito. Seeing Obito appear, Funingna understood why there had been no resistance earlier. It turned out that Obito had been lurking nearby. When it came to self-preservation, his Kamui was indeed unquestionable. Konan, you are not suited to deal with her. Leave her to us. I never expected there would be a day to fight alongside you, Nagato. Though I did warn you that she would be difficult to handle. In response to Nagato's concern, Konan showed no intention of insisting on staying. After the recent battle, she understood that her presence wouldn't significantly aid them. Rather than risk distraction, it would be better to leave quickly. With that thought, Konan took a deep look at Obito, seemingly assessing his trustworthiness. Then she turned to Nagato, meeting his confident gaze. With a nod, she spread her wings and took flight. To have both of you facing me together is truly flattering. Ignoring Konan's departure, Funingna focused entirely on Nagato and Obito. Her words were not merely taunts. She genuinely believed there was some truth to them. One was the public leader of the Akatsuki, while the other was the hidden leader, the mastermind behind the Ninja World War. Previously, they had certainly been in a state of mutual vigilance. Now, however, to confront her, these two, who would never have teamed up under normal circumstances, were actually standing together. One could say Funingna's abilities had quickly taught them the essence of unity. But despite her reflections, facing the highly cautious and unwilling to act duo, Funingna took the initiative to strike first. Dozens of spiraling water spears, altered through the nature transformation of water, were already upon the two of them in an instant. Facing the water spears that were mere inches away, Obito remained calm, showing no intention of avoiding them. As expected, in the next moment, with the burst of repulsion, the water spears were sent flying back. But immediately after, Funingna's figure had already reached Nagato, taking advantage of the interval from Shinra Tensei, making him her primary target. However, Funingna would not sit idly by. As the Earth explosion star gradually took shape, she also extended her palm towards the sky, instantly forming a massive spiral sphere that continued to grow larger with the infusion of her chakra. The diameter of this changing spiral sphere approached nearly 100 meters and slowly came to a halt, but that was not the end. Accompanied by the effects of water attribute transformation, the shape of the spiral sphere began to change. From a sphere, it gradually narrowed on both sides, growing upwards into the sky, ultimately resembling a gigantic blue blade of light held in Funingna's hand. Although Funingna and Obito's battle position was far from the battlefield, both the Earth explosion star and Funingna's imitation of the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion were immensely impactful techniques. Long before the Earth explosion star was formed, the ongoing battle had already attracted some attention, and after Funingna's blue wheel rebirth explosion appeared, many combatants on both sides tacitly halted their actions to observe the collision that would undoubtedly affect the outcome of the battle. However, what the Akatsuki members did not realize was that their anticipated leader had already slipped away under Obito's guidance, while Funingna unleashed the blue wheel rebirth explosion, only stopping once they reached a safe distance free of rain. I thought you had a way to deal with her, but it turns out you still needed my cooperation for your last resort. 10 kilometers away from their recent confrontation, Obito released Nagato from the Kamui dimension, with Konan nearby, prepared to assist. Initially, he had the idea of taking care of Nagato to reclaim the Rinnegan, but considering the formidable opponent that Funingna posed along with Konan's vigilance outside, it was not worth it to strike against a potential ally, so he ultimately abandoned this plan. She is indeed a formidable opponent, but unfortunately, I currently do not possess the ability to fight her with all my strength, which I also regret. Heh. Regarding Obito's attempt to salvage his reputation, Nagato had already anticipated this, but this time he refrained from continuing to mock him, as both their attentions were now drawn to the scene in the distance. They witnessed Funingna's blue wheel rebirth explosion slicing through the Earth explosion star over a kilometer in diameter, effortlessly splitting it in two at its core. As the core of the Earth explosion star shattered, the gravitational force maintaining it also vanished, resulting in a massive rain of rocks falling below. Watching this scene, both Obito and Nagato fell into silence. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the shocking sight still left the two who had just been exchanging barbs without the mood to continue their conversation. Hell, although I knew from the start that this technique would likely be ineffective against her, the method of countering it. Never mind. When you retreated, did you have that guy notify the others to withdraw as well? Although there were some tensions between us, they are all assets in assisting the organization to complete its plans. Especially now with that kind of monster around, if they die, it would undoubtedly be a greater loss for you than a benefit. Of course I know such matters. I wouldn't let personal grudges affect the bigger picture. I'm not that petty. As I took you with me to retreat, I had already instructed Zetsu to notify all members of the organization to withdraw. However, the final outcome still depends on their luck. I suppose so. Then I wish them good luck. After receiving Obito's affirmative response and a nod of confirmation from Konan, Nagato felt a sense of relief. The members of the Akatsuki organization were all unruly individuals, and if Obito had not informed them to retreat, any moment spent lingering could mean losing their chance once Funingna returned. After all, he had just clearly assessed the strength of the opponent. After wishing the other members of the Akatsuki good luck, the two began to contemplate their next moves, gazing at the distant battlefield and falling into silence once again. As she spoke, Funingna gently closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a hint of light blue appeared at the corners of her eyes, enhancing her ethereal aura. It's the immortal mode, be careful. Seeing this scene, Obito softly reminded Nagato. He had witnessed Funingna using this ability before and understood its general purpose, but the pressure she exerted on him then was nowhere near as overwhelming as it was now. While speaking, Obito placed his hand on Nagato's shoulder, ready to use Kemui to protect him. However, given the severity of Nagato's leg injury, it was indeed a significant hindrance in this level of combat. At the same time as he spoke, Obito suddenly realized that Funingna had vanished without a trace. Realizing the danger, he hurriedly pulled Nagato into the Kemui space. In the instant after Nagato had just disappeared, a blade of azure light appeared at the spot where he had stood, piercing through Obito beside him, causing his eyelids to twitch. Although Funingna's attack had missed, Obito had no thought of retaliating. Instead, he quickly retreated. That was truly a close call. If the opponent had been even a moment faster, or if I had been a moment slower, they would have either been gravely injured or dead right now. As he backed away, a wave of fear washed over Obito. Throughout the years, his Kemui had been countered before, such as by the yellow flash, but those instances occurred when he lacked experience. Now the situation would undoubtedly be different, yet what was happening? Someone had nearly caught him off guard during the fleeting moment he used Kemui simply by relying on pure speed. This was the result of him constantly paying attention to the opponent, otherwise how could he even fight? He had relied on Kemui to evade, but now he found himself unable to attack at all, fearing that he would be decapitated the moment he materialized. Your strength is indeed formidable, but how will you counter this move? Oh. Hearing Obito's calm tone, Funingna felt a flicker of interest. She had expected him to launch into a tirade before fleeing, but it seemed he had other tricks up his sleeve. But wait, shouldn't this version of Obito only pose a threat with Kemui? While his other techniques were not weak, they should have no effect on her, and Obito should be fully aware of this. Unable to comprehend, Funingna decided to stop pondering. Since the opponent was intent on evading, and she found it troublesome to figure out how he would counter, she might as well see what tricks he had. Seeing Funingna's composed demeanor, Obito chuckled softly. Then a black sphere shot out from the Kemui space, instantly arriving above Funingna. Upon witnessing this, Funingna immediately understood the situation, while Nagato in the Kemui space was gasping for breath, hands pressed together, and solemnly declared, "Earth Explosion Star." The black sphere, upon reaching the sky, unleashed an overwhelming gravitational pull, as if it were going to absorb everything around it. Funingna, along with a large area of land nearby, was being drawn towards the black sphere. In an instant, a massive rock sphere, nearly a kilometer in diameter, formed around the black sphere. Although Funingna managed to maintain her position, she could clearly feel the pull intensifying. If this continued unchecked, even she would likely not escape unscathed. However, Funingna would not sit idly by. As the Earth Explosion Star gradually took shape, she also extended her palm towards the sky, instantly forming a massive spiral sphere that continued to grow larger with the infusion of her chakra. The diameter of this changing spiral sphere approached nearly 100 meters and slowly came to a halt, but that was not the end. Accompanied by the effects of water attribute transformation, the shape of the spiral sphere began to change. From a sphere, it gradually narrowed on both sides, growing upwards into the sky, ultimately resembling a gigantic blue blade of light held in Funingna's hand. Although Funingna and Obito's battle position was far from the battlefield, both the Earth Explosion Star and Funingna's imitation of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion were immensely impactful techniques. Long before the Earth Explosion Star was formed, the ongoing battle had already attracted some attention, and after Funingna's Blue Wheel Rebirth Explosion appeared, many combatants on both sides tacitly halted their actions to observe the collision that would undoubtedly affect the outcome of the battle. However, what the Akatsuki members did not realize was that their anticipated leader had already slipped away under Obito's guidance, while Funingna unleashed the Blue Wheel Rebirth Explosion, only stopping once they reached a safe distance free of rain. I thought you had a way to deal with her, but it turns out you still needed my cooperation for your last resort. 10 kilometers away from their recent confrontation, Obito released Nagato from the Kamui dimension with Konan nearby, prepared to assist. Initially, he had the idea of taking care of Nagato to reclaim the Rinnegan, but considering the formidable opponent that Funingna posed along with Konan's vigilance outside, it was not worth it to strike against a potential ally, so he ultimately abandoned this plan. She is indeed a formidable opponent, but unfortunately, I currently do not possess the ability to fight her with all my strength, which I also regret. Heh. Regarding Obito's attempt to salvage his reputation, Nagato had already anticipated this, but this time he refrained from continuing to mock him, as both their attentions were now drawn to the scene in the distance. They witnessed Funingna's blue wheel rebirth explosion slicing through the Earth explosion star over a kilometer in diameter, effortlessly splitting it in two at its core. As the core of the Earth explosion star shattered, the gravitational force maintaining it also vanished, resulting in a massive rain of rocks falling below. Watching this scene, both Obito and Nagato fell into silence. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the shocking sight still left the two who had just been exchanging barbs without the mood to continue their conversation. Hell, although I knew from the start that this technique would likely be ineffective against her, the method of countering it. Never mind. When you retreated, did you have that guy notify the others to withdraw as well? Although there were some tensions between us, they are all assets in assisting the organization to complete its plans. Especially now with that kind of monster around, if they die, it would undoubtedly be a greater loss for you than a benefit. Of course I know such matters. I wouldn't let personal grudges affect the bigger picture of him, not that petty. As I took you with me to retreat, I had already instructed Zetsu to notify all members of the organization to withdraw. However, the final outcome still depends on their luck. I suppose so. Then I wish them good luck. After receiving Obito's affirmative response and a nod of confirmation from Konan, Nagato felt a sense of relief. The members of the Akatsuki organization were all unruly individuals, and if Obito had not informed them to retreat, any moment spent lingering could mean losing their chance once Funingna returned. After all, he had just clearly assessed the strength of the opponent. After wishing the other members of the Akatsuki good luck, the two began to contemplate their next moves, gazing at the distant battlefield and falling into silence once again. Hey Kakuzu, that guy said we should retreat quickly. Should we do as he says? Do we even need to discuss this? We just follow orders. Of course, if you want to stay and fight, that's fine too. We're not going to stick around. Faced with Kakuzu's sarcastic remark, Shinnong didn't mind. He wasn't some muscle-headed fool. With the overwhelming scene in the distance and the clear order to retreat, he had already guessed the general situation. If they continued to fight, that monster battling the leader might show up at any moment. Although he was confident in his own strength, he wouldn't take risks he wasn't sure about. Moreover, not to mention the distant threats, the opponent right in front of him was already difficult enough to deal with. Since the leader had retreated, it wouldn't be a wise choice for them to continue fighting. Hey Haiden. When the distant Haiden, who was still engaged in battle with Jiraiya, heard the call and looked over, Shinnong chose not to say more, but made a gesture towards him before turning to exchange a glance with Kaku. After their silent communication, the two of them almost simultaneously began to retreat. While retreating, Kakuzu didn't forget to use his Earth Grudge Fear to bring along the still fighting Haiden. Under the cover of Kakuzu's masked beast and Shinnong's Zero Tail, their retreat went quite smoothly. As for the remaining Haiden, with his mastery of swift escape, he could easily avoid being held back as long as he didn't linger in battle. And he indeed did just that. After seeing Shinnong's retreat gesture, he didn't get tangled up with Jiraiya any longer. His speed of escape was much faster than that of Kakuzu and Shinnong, who had set out first. Hey, are you joking, Brother Scorpion? I can't even imagine how stunning an explosion from that thing would be. On a massive clay dragon in the sky, Deidara looked at the distant god explosion star and the blue wheel rebirth explosion, which had captured everyone's attention. His incessant shouting soon left the red-haired boy beside him somewhat speechless. If you really like it, why don't you get a bit closer? That blue beam piercing through the clouds should be the girl we encountered and fought last time. Brother Scorpion, are you serious? That guy looks like even the leader might not be able to beat her right now. Are you joking? The red-haired boy bickering with Deidara was naturally his partner Scorpion. During the earlier battle, his Hiriko had been damaged, leaving him no choice but to fight personally. At this moment, near the clay dragon, numerous puppets dressed in red robes were floating around, but the most eye-catching was the Third Hokage, surrounded by countless iron sands. Generally speaking, Scorpion wouldn't use both 100 machine manipulation and the Third Hokage at the same time, but both Kakashi and Might Guy's strength exceeded his expectations. From the start of the battle, they had fallen into a disadvantage. It was ultimately Deidara using the clay dragon to gain aerial superiority that gradually turned the tide of the battle. This was also due to him controlling the Third Hokage for cover, otherwise against the physically strong guy the dragon would have been like a live target. Stop your chatter, and let's hurry up. Scorpion showed no interest in discussing this, with Deidara constantly urging him to move. Noticing Scorpion's serious demeanor, Deidara decided not to push further. With the cover of the giant dragon, the two boarded Deidara's newly crafted clay bird, and even Kakashi and Guy did not notice their departure immediately. By the time they noticed, the two had already covered some distance, making it difficult for them to pursue. It's surprising that the leader has ordered a retreat. They came here with such determination. Could it be that the leader has actually been defeated? But that doesn't concern us much. Since we're leaving, let's go to Mr. Itachi. Compared to other members of the Akatsuki, Kisame Hashigaki, and Itachi Uchiha were positioned more on the periphery. Their opponents, although not weak, posed no real threat to them. Thus, they were the most relaxed among all the combatants. After receiving a message from White, Zetsu Kisame even felt playful enough to make a jest, though one could only wonder what he truly thought about it. Well, since that's the case, there's really no need to stay any longer. Upon hearing this, Itachi calmly nodded. For someone who had no intention of fighting, he naturally could not refuse. He had been holding back during the previous battle, and Kisame had even shown concern for his health a few times. I didn't expect a retreat at this time. You really are fortunate. Across from them, the few ninjas they were facing were clearly in a dire situation. Despite Itachi's leniency, they still found it extremely difficult to cope with the recent battle. Thus, in response to Kisame's taunts, they were somewhat displeased, but said nothing in retort as they knew that if the fighting continued, they would not last much longer. Watching their performance, Kisame grinned, clearly satisfied before turning to chase after the already departing Itachi. After some time catching up, just as Kisame was about to speak, he was interrupted by a loud explosion from afar. Boom. With the loud noise came a painful howl piercing through the air. Even Itachi and Kisame couldn't help but frown upon hearing it. Upon hearing the howl, Itachi and Kisame exchanged a knowing glance. They recognized that the sound came from the wraith, and something powerful enough to elicit such a miserable scream must surely exceed the ordinary. Moreover, considering the order to retreat, they both had an answer in mind regarding who was attacking the wraith. With that thought, Kisame lost any desire to speak and quietly increased his pace to follow Itachi. Half a minute earlier, the wraith, having revealed its true form, was clearly beyond the capability of an ordinary ninja to contend with. Those lacking sufficient strength would find it a luxury even to touch him. In such circumstances, his opponent would naturally not be an ordinary person, but a colossal beast, the Eight Tails. As both sides clashed once more, the wraith felt a growing frustration. It had merely wanted to play a peripheral role, but unexpectedly it soon encountered the persistent opponent Killer Bee. The other party seemed to have a problem knowing that the Akatsuki's goal was to capture tailed beasts, yet they insisted on drawing close to him. Did he look weak or something? The tail beast is a perfect match for the monster. Oh yeah. Be careful, something dangerous is approaching. At the same moment as the Eight Tails, the wraith also sensed the same threat, and this feeling was far more intense for him, as he was the target of this assault. How could she be here? Didn't that guy say he would hold off the leader? Those two scoundrels. Following the source of the crisis, the wraith spotted the figure that had already caused him some psychological trauma, but at this point he was too preoccupied to even curse Toby. At this moment, the massive Rasengan in Funingna's hand served to calm him, and realizing he was likely betrayed, the wraith fled without a moment's hesitation. In the blink of an eye, his enormous body had moved a great distance, yet the sense of impending danger did not diminish, or in fact it only intensified, continuously stimulating the wraith's nerves. Why does it always have to be like this when we meet? Let me send you off then. Funingna remained in sage mode, a massive amount of sage chakra continuously gathering into the Rasengan in her hand. Once the Rasengan grew to about 20 to 30 meters, it gradually stopped expanding and began to shrink instead. After a few seconds, only a small sphere smaller than a usual Rasengan remained at Funingna's fingertips, forming a gesture as if to pull a trigger. Though the smaller Rasengan appeared harmless, the watching Eight Tails had a feeling that if this technique were aimed at him, he would likely be in serious trouble. Beiliuhu, after adding sound effects for himself, the compressed Rasengan shot toward the distant wraith, crossing the long distance in an instant and striking the center of the wraith's body. Under the wraith's terrified gaze, the massive explosion instantly engulfed his body. He could only emit a piercing wail before nothing else remained. As the flames of the explosion faded, only scorched earth remained. The once formidable wraith seemed to have been reduced to ashes by that strike. 2 kilometers away from the explosion, a strangely shaped monster was struggling to move. Compared to before, the wraith's aura was now notably weakened, and its previously gigantic form had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. It looked as if it could dissipate at any moment. Damn it, I will not die. I will make you all pay for this. Thanks to his unique characteristics, the wraith managed to escape in a manner akin to an octopus regrowing its lost limbs. Just as he was cursing, a familiar voice suddenly sent a chill down his spine. What did you say? He turned stiffly to look and saw Funingna sitting on a nearby rock, teasingly gazing at him. Upon noticing his attention, she even waved at him as if greeting. The crucial problem was that the wraith had not sensed even the slightest movement. Who knew how long she had been there? However, Funingna would not sit idly by. As the Earth explosion star gradually took shape, she also extended her palm towards the sky, instantly forming a massive spiral sphere that continued to grow larger with the infusion of her chakra. The diameter of this changing spiral sphere approached nearly 100 meters and slowly came to a halt, but that was not the end. Accompanied by the effects of water attribute transformation, the shape of the spiral sphere began to change. From a sphere, it gradually narrowed on both sides, growing upwards into the sky, ultimately resembling a gigantic blue blade of light held in Funingna's hand. Although Funingna and Obito's battle position was far from the battlefield, both the Earth explosion star and Funingna's imitation of the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion were immensely impactful techniques. Long before the Earth Explosion Star was formed, the ongoing battle had already attracted some attention, and after Funingna's Blue Wheel Rebirth explosion appeared, many combatants on both sides tacitly halted their actions to observe the collision that would undoubtedly affect the outcome of the battle. However, what the Akatsuki members did not realize was that their anticipated leader had already slipped away under Obito's guidance, while Funingna unleashed the Blue Wheel Rebirth explosion, only stopping once they reached a safe distance free of rain. I thought you had a way to deal with her, but it turns out you still needed my cooperation for your last resort. 10 kilometers away from their recent confrontation, Obito released Nagato from the Kamui dimension with Konan nearby, prepared to assist. Initially, he had the idea of taking care of Nagato to reclaim the Rinnegan, but considering the formidable opponent that Funingna posed along with Konan's vigilance outside, it was not worth it to strike against a potential ally, so he ultimately abandoned this plan. She is indeed a formidable opponent, but unfortunately, I currently do not possess the ability to fight her with all my strength, which I also regret. Regarding Obito's attempt to salvage his reputation, Nagato had already anticipated this, but this time he refrained from continuing to mock him, as both their attentions were now drawn to the scene in the distance. They witnessed Funingna's Blue Wheel Rebirth explosion slicing through the Earth Explosion Star over a kilometer in diameter, effortlessly splitting it in two at its core. As the core of the Earth Explosion Star shattered, the gravitational force maintaining it also vanished, resulting in a massive rain of rocks falling below. Watching this scene, both Obito and Nagato fell into silence. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the shocking sight still left the two who had just been exchanging barbs without the mood to continue their conversation. Although I knew from the start that this technique would likely be ineffective against her, the method of countering it. Never mind. When you retreated, did you have that guy notify the others to withdraw as well? Although there were some tensions between us, they are all assets in assisting the organization to complete its plans. Especially now with that kind of monster around, if they die, it would undoubtedly be a greater loss for you than a benefit. Of course I know such matters. I wouldn't let personal grudges affect the bigger picture. I'm not that petty. As I took you with me to retreat, I had already instructed Zetsu to notify all members of the organization to withdraw. However, the final outcome still depends on their luck. I suppose so. Then I wish them good luck. After receiving Obito's affirmative response and a nod of confirmation from Konan, Nagato felt a sense of relief. The members of the Akatsuki organization were all unruly individuals, and if Obito had not informed them to retreat, any moment spent lingering could mean losing their chance once Funingna returned. After all, he had just clearly assessed the strength of the opponent. After wishing the other members of the Akatsuki good luck, the two began to contemplate their next moves, gazing at the distant battlefield and falling into silence once again. How do you feel, Nagato? Although with your help my body has returned to normal, and I have used the bodies of the remaining 5 Jinchuriki to serve as vessels for the other 5 paths, there has indeed been significant progress compared to before. However, even so, every time I think back to that day's scene, I find it hard to have confidence in defeating her. After all, she was that strong at that age, and it's impossible that she hasn't grown stronger over such a long time. You know this as well. At the highest point of the rain village, Tobi and the now recovered Nagato stood side by side, feeling the light drizzle around them. Whenever this topic was discussed, both of their moods were far from pleasant. Faced with Nagato's rather unenthusiastic response, Tobi, although somewhat prepared for it, could not help but feel a bit helpless. Ever since discovering that Funingna was seemingly far beyond their current capability to defeat after that battle, Tobi began to find ways to enhance their combat strength. This included, but was not limited to, continuing to increase his training intensity, providing Nagato with white Zetsu cells to help restore his body, and continuing to recruit potential allies within the ninja world. However, the more he did these things, the more difficult it became for Tobi to find a way to defeat the opponent. The ideal world seemed increasingly distant. On this point, the relationship between Nagato and Tobi, which was originally quite poor, actually aligned quite well. Otherwise, Tobi would not have made such a somewhat risky choice. This was merely because he saw no hope relying solely on himself. It was a desperate last resort. But this is only a guess, or perhaps she has been complacent with her power for so long that she has given up on further improvement. Moreover, due to our dormancy during this time, their internal conflicts have become increasingly apparent. Perhaps this is our opportunity. What do you think? Of course, but if we're to act, you still need to rally those guys. Even if they might not be of much use, it's better to have them than not. While they were chatting idly, both felt something was off at the same time, and immediately looked up to the sky. Just a glance stirred up waves in their hearts. The opponent actually had Rinnegan, and not just one pair. Upon noticing their gaze, one person in the sky spoke casually, or rather with indifference, about his intentions. Oh, you noticed. Although I don't know how you natives acquired Rinnegan, it's still better than those inferior beings. I hope you can be sensible. I can sense a large number of chakra aggregates here, which you call tailed beasts. Hand them over, and if you submit to me, I might begrudgingly allow you to be my servant. Although this statement sounded extremely insulting, the two companions beside him bore expressions that suggested it was to be expected, clearly sharing the same thoughts as the speaker. The insult was indeed strong. Upon hearing it, Nagato's expression instantly darkened. Even when it came to Funingna, it was merely teasing. The opponent, however, spoke as if taking him in as a dog was a favor. How could Nagato possibly accept that? Like Nagato, Tobi's expression beneath his mask was equally grim. Although he was not the target of the opponent's mockery, being disregarded like those so-called inferior beings was in itself a greater humiliation. However, although feeling quite displeased, Obito did not let anger cloud his judgment. Upon realizing the opponent's objective, he subtly signaled Nagato, who understood without needing further explanation, refraining from summoning the Jinchuriki that had replaced the six paths. Both Obito and Nagato were well aware of the abilities of the Rinnegan. Although the opponent's Rinnegan appeared slightly different, the general capabilities were likely quite similar, and summoning the Jinchuriki was probably just meant to provide chakra. This is truly disheartening, to be looked down upon by you beings that resemble neither human nor ghost. Interesting. I didn't expect this native to have the audacity to mock me, but let me first see if you are worthy of such boldness. Confronted with Obito's taunt, the three individuals in the sky were indeed drawn in, with one person carrying a red fish basket on their waist, summoning a fishing rod of the same color to initiate the attack. Rather than a weapon, I feel this thing is more suited for entertaining others. Faced with the swiftly approaching attack, Obito remained motionless, standing firm until the very last second before the fishing hook was about to pierce through his body. Seeing this, Pirashi's face flashed with disdain. To him, the opponent seemed merely a braggart of a native, unworthy of their previous assumptions that he held any power alongside the Rinnegan. Taking one down, how should I deal with that red-haired native next? Just as Pirashi shifted his focus to Nagato, he suddenly realized that his attack had not felt as if it had struck anything solid. The opponent's body seemed to be non-existent. Realizing something was amiss, Pirashi immediately attempted to retract his fishing line, but at the same time Obito slightly moved his body aside to evade the range of the hook's contact. Then, accompanied by the frantic spinning of the Sharingan, a swirling distortion of space appeared, absorbing all the fishing hooks and connected lines around Obito into the Kimui space without any contact. The reason for this seemingly excessive measure was also due to the consideration that this strange weapon could be utilized by the opponent. It certainly was not as simple as it appeared, and after the previous battle with Funingna, Obito had become increasingly cautious, never risking himself recklessly. Seeing the unpleasant expression on that person's face, this choice seemed to be the right one. "You damn native, how dare you damage my weapon? I will definitely kill you." Saying this, Pirashi wielded the fishing rod and engaged in close combat with Obito, but after only a few exchanges, Obito felt something was off. It couldn't be said that the opponent was strong. In his perception, the opponent's taijutsu might not be weak, but their experience was not much better than that of a freshly graduated student from a ninja school. Yet it was precisely because of this that it felt strange. Because the novice had not yet reached the point of his meticulously prepared ambush, yet suddenly seemed to transform into someone with immense experience, countering from angles that would be difficult for an ordinary person to conceive, leaving Obito feeling as if the opponent was toying with him. However, this thought was quickly abandoned by Obito, as the killing intent directed at him felt genuine. The opponent clearly aimed to eliminate him swiftly. But this peculiarity did not last long, and soon he realized that some ability was most likely at play. He noticed that during their engagement, the opponent's blue Rinnegan would occasionally switch with the Byakugan, and each time it happened, it coincided with his intention to hide a move that might injure the opponent. Interesting. While Obito and Pirashi engaged in battle, Nagato also found himself entangled with the descending Jinchur, leveraging the powerful insight of his Rinnegan and his restored body. In the face of Jinshi's fierce onslaught, Nagato responded with ease. However, with someone watching from above, such ease was far from the outcome he desired. The person up there seems to have a high identity and likely possesses formidable strength. Do you have any strategies? After a brief skirmish, Obito and Nagato regrouped, sharing an unspoken feeling of unease due to the looming threat from above. Despite having significantly improved his strength through arduous training after that battle, he had yet to encounter Funingna, and now he found himself entangled with three unknown adversaries. Moreover, from their words, it was clear that their goal also involved the tailed beasts. With so many enemies ahead, could their dreams truly be realized? A strategy. If we are to deal with them, it seems we can only rely on the two of us. You don't actually believe that the others in the organization could be of any help to you. Though Obito spoke dismissively, he did have thoughts in his mind, such as regarding Uchiha Madara, whom he had considered ever since their previous defeat. However, he harbored no fondness for Madara, and coupled with the cursed seal on his heart, if Madara were to be revived, he would undoubtedly be at his mercy. Thus, he was unwilling to allow him to see the light of day in any form. Jinchur Pirashi, how long do you plan to waste against a few locals? Before long, the concerns of Obito and Nagato materialized. After observing for a while, Taosher finally found it hard to contain himself and prepared to take action. However, what transpired next was far beyond the expectations of everyone present. Just as Taosher was gearing up to attack, for some unknown reason, he suddenly transformed into a streak of light and shot off into the distance, piercing through countless buildings before finally coming to a stop. Noticing the newly appeared blue figure in the sky, Nagato seized the opportunity as Jinchur and Pirashi were distracted by Taosher's assault, quickly returning to Obito's side. Compared to these unidentified individuals, they were all too familiar with Funingna's strength, especially after such a long time. Her power had surely increased. I thought he seemed quite formidable and wanted to greet him, but it appears I may have overdone it. Looking at the street that had been reduced to ruins from her previous strike, Funingna wore a somewhat regretful expression, instantly reminding Obito of something familiar. Indeed, it was her. While Obito focused on her, Funingna's gaze remained fixed on Piroshi and Jinchur below. The reason she happened to appear here at this moment was because of them. Following the last battle, the story had devolved into a mere daily routine, only to be interrupted by several aliens resembling Kaguya. This instantly piqued her curiosity. After confirming that her destination was Amigakure through visuals, she rushed over at full speed, arriving just as Obito and the others engaged in combat. However, facing unknown enemies, although she felt terrifyingly strong, she chose to conceal herself and observe the situation, planning to strike at the opportune moment. "You damned lower being, dare to treat me this way. Eliminate her, Jinchur." In fact, without the need for Taoshir's instruction, Jinchur had already abandoned the previous target Nagato, and in almost the same moment that Funingna shot down the peach arrow, he instantly appeared beside her, raising his axe high to strike down. Faced with this ferocious strike, although it posed little threat to Funingna's current strength, she did not take it heed, but cleverly avoided it. Moreover, while dodging, she continued to ascend, coming above Jinchur and delivering a blow with an unstoppable speed, causing him to meet the same fate as Taoshir, crashing heavily to the ground. However, this was not the end. Unlike after her previous ambush on Taoshir, after Jinchur crashed to the ground, before he could rise, Funingna had already arrived on top of him. The immense chakra pressed down on him, making it impossible for Jinchur to move despite his desperate struggles. He could only watch helplessly as a pale blue light sphere began to form at the tip of Funingna's outstretched finger. It was stunningly beautiful, yet simultaneously exuded an ever-increasing sense of danger. Jinchur even had a premonition that if he were hit, he would most likely say goodbye to his master Taoshir. Faced with the looming threat of death, Jinchur's struggles intensified, but Funingna's seemingly frail figure stood like a mountain, immovable, no matter how hard he tried. "Goodbye." As he watched the blue light sphere shoot towards him from Funingna's fingertip, Jinchur's pupils constricted sharply. Through that azure hue, he seemed to see his own death. "I am sorry, Lord Taoshir, I can no longer serve you." Thinking of the end, Jinchur closed his eyes, but the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a somewhat pale arm appeared with a crimson rinnegan at the center of the palm. Funingna's earlier attack was absorbed by it. "What were you saying just now? Were you surrendering to this native, Jinchur?" The sudden appearance was none other than Taoshir, who had just been ambushed by Funingna. At that critical moment, he used his ability to absorb Funingna's attack, saving Jinchur's life. "Native, you seemed quite arrogant after succeeding in an ambush, but you will soon realize one thing. Perhaps you have some power, but before Akatsuki you are nothing." As he spoke, Taoshir fixed his gaze firmly on Funingna, seemingly preparing to turn his words into reality. "Oh my, to save someone at a critical moment, this truly is touching. It makes me appear as the villain here." In the face of Taoshir's gaze, Funingna showed no fear. Her flippant tone during their eye contact continually provoked Taoshir's nerves. "Ignorant fool, watch closely what true divine power looks like." As she spoke under Funingna's curious gaze, Taoshir opened his other hand towards her, and a blue light sphere identical to the one Funingna had just conjured began to form, and it was even more powerful than hers. "Oh, absorbing ninjutsu and doubling its output. It looks quite impressive, but to call it divine seems rather cheap." In the face of the imminent threat, Funingna's tone remained unchanged, and she showed no signs of dodging or interrupting. Instead, she extended her hand to reconjure her previous attack. "Come on, ignorant fool." Noticing that Funingna was about to confront him, Taoshir remained expressionless on the surface, but inside he felt a hint of luck, considering the speed with which his opponent had previously ambushed him and defeated Jinchur. It would be quite difficult for him to withstand in his current state, but if it came to an all-out confrontation with the power of the High Emperor's spiritual respect at his disposal, he naturally would not fear anyone, even this enigmatic native before him. "Let's see you pay the price for your arrogance." Hearing Taoshir's roar, Funingna merely smiled slightly, and at that moment the spheres of light in their hands collided, resulting in an unprecedented massive explosion after a brief stalemate. The sudden explosion instantly engulfed Funingna, Taoshir, and Jinchur at the center, spreading outward for dozens of meters, turning everything nearby, whether buildings or other structures, into dust. "Hey Taoshir, are you alright?" With the appearance of this colossal explosion, Taoshir, who had been entangled with Dato, lost his interest in continuing the fight. Unlike the playful skirmishes before, this explosion even made him feel a sense of threat, which was not a good omen. "It's so noisy, of course I'm fine." As the white light caused by the explosion dissipated, the figures of Funingna and the other two emerged, their positions now slightly spread apart, with no one having fled from the recent shockwave. However, the difference was that Funingna showed no signs of damage, as if she had not been at the center of the explosion. While Taoshir was also largely unscathed, his clothing was noticeably torn, making him appear somewhat disheveled, though he was not the worst off. Clearly the opposing parties were Funingna and Taoshir, but perhaps due to Funingna's overwhelming power, he bore the brunt of the injuries among the three. With countless wounds all over his body, his aura was significantly weaker than before. Although he was not at the brink of death, continuing to fight would certainly be precarious. "Master, this opponent is no easy feat. Let me consume him." "Fine, I must admit it's time to prove your worth." In response to Jinchur's request, Taoshir let out a sinister laugh, not refusing. Given Funingna's display, he knew that if he didn't go all out against the enemy before him, he was very likely to meet his demise on this planet. Oh, there's a second phase. Interesting, but why do you think I would just watch? Funingna watched as Tao Shi transformed Jin Shi into a gigantic chakra pill, her eyes revealing a hint of interest, though she was surprised. The other party actually began refining it right before her eyes, and so close, didn't this completely disregard her presence? Did he really think he could not be interrupted during his transformation? As these thoughts surfaced, Funingna moved in tandem, arriving in front of Tao Shi, just as he finished refining Jin Shi into the pill, swiftly slashing at his right arm, holding the pill with her water blade. Faced with Funingna's sudden attack, Tao Shi couldn't help but feel a flicker of panic. He hadn't expected his opponent to show no semblance of a strong warrior, completely denying him the chance to absorb the pill. With the water blade already within reach, Tao Shi realized it was impossible to evade completely and could only try to move his body to mitigate the damage. But just as the water blade was about to strike, a portal suddenly appeared behind Tao Shi. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and quickly moved his body to enter it. Thanks to you, Pushi, it's rare for you to be of use this time. Taking advantage of the conversation, Tao Shi also swallowed the pill made from Jin Shi, and after consuming it, not only did his chakra rapidly enhance, but his body also underwent slight changes. The most obvious change was that a golden rinnegan emerged on his forehead, and even the red rinnegan he held in his hand transformed into gold, giving him the appearance of a formidable boss. Oh, there's a second state too. It looks quite impressive. Hey, you over there with the fish basket, you must have similar abilities, right? If so, I advise you to use them quickly, or you might miss your chance later. Arrogant. In the face of Funingna's boastfulness, Tao Shi was clearly unfazed. In his view, with the power surging within his body, now dealing with her would be more than sufficient. After absorbing Jin Shi, Tao Shi evidently no longer feared hand-to-hand combat. He condensed his chakra into a red staff and charged towards Funingna. Funingna, of course, would not retreat from the physical confrontation. She gathered a blue blade in her hand, and in the next moment red clashed with blue, forcing both of them to take a step back due to the recoil. However, in the next instant, both of them vanished simultaneously, becoming blue and red afterimages that collided rapidly in the air, leaving behind trails of different colors. But this spectacle did not last long. Shortly after, one of the afterimages shot back down to the ground beside Pushi, whose hair was being tossed about by the airflow brought by the clash. So Tao Shi, are you still confident you can handle her? Without turning to look at his companion, who was slowly rising from the dust behind him, his tone had lost its usual carefree demeanor. The fact that the Tao Shi who had absorbed Jin Shi was still no match for her had already made him feel a significant threat. Stop talking nonsense. I know you have that form too. Hurry up and use it to help me deal with her, otherwise we are definitely no match. Sigh, Tao Shi, why do we have to fight her to the death? She's tough to deal with, and we could just leave. It's not like this is the only planet we can use, right? Faced with Pushi's suggestion, Tao Shi fell into contemplation. If possible, he certainly wanted to tear her apart, but the problem was that it was unfeasible. She clearly still had strength left, and continuing the fight didn't seem promising. Leaving was indeed a viable option. True, I can absorb a few more planets later and come back to settle the score with this human. Seeing that Tao Shi had no intention of holding on, Pushi nodded in satisfaction. Jin Shi was dead, and that was that, but Tao Shi's status was not low. If he died alongside Jin Shi and then returned alone, punishment was inevitable. Hey, did I hear something? You guys want to run away? That's not going to happen. Don't get too complacent, human. I will make you regret what you've done today. Just wait, that day won't be far off. My revenge will come. At this point, Tao Shi glanced discontentedly at Pushi beside him. Clearly, Pushi should have opened the portal to escape while he was speaking, but despite Tao Shi deliberately slowing his speech, there was still no sign of movement. It was Pushi who suggested retreating, so why is he being so unreliable? However, under his gaze, Pu showed a look of astonishment, clearly encountering an unexpected situation. Upon noticing the gaze of Tao, he was about to explain, but Funingna spoke first. It's rare to meet once, how can you just leave? Or if you really want to go, just defeat me, and you can leave. As she spoke, Funingna snapped her fingers, and in the next moment a massive azure barrier appeared around the crowd, encasing everyone in a square formation. This was one of Funingna's recent achievements. Although this barrier could not completely prevent those inside from utilizing space-time ninjutsu, it could slow down the speed at which they cast their techniques. With Funingna's interference, it was almost accurate to say that no one could use space-time ninjutsu. The method to break this barrier was simple, either to destroy the barrier or to counter it with a stronger space-time ninjutsu. However, Funingna would not just stand by and watch the former, and the latter would require someone stronger than her. Although Tao and Jin were not weak, to say they were stronger than Funingna was somewhat of a fantasy. Buy me some time, I need a little longer. As he spoke, Pu's eyes transformed into the rinnegan, widened, suddenly indicating he was now giving his all. His efforts were not in vain. Under his urging, the portal they both desired finally appeared and began to grow larger. However, just as Pu's lips curled into a slight smile, a figure quickly crashed into him, causing the portal that had just appeared to lose its stability and start shrinking. What's happening? If you could just hold on a bit longer, I would have finished by now. Easier said than done. Why don't you hold him off while I open the portal? Tao, just getting up from the ground, naturally wouldn't pamper Pu in response to his complaints. Without even thinking, he shot back, questioning what right the person hiding behind had to say anything. Have you two chatted enough? I don't know about you, but I have already finished warming up. Tisk. You must leave us. You can't truly believe you can win against us, can you? Facing the incessant chatter of Pu, Funingna did not rush to act, but merely watched him with a smile, and at this point not only Funingna, but even Tao beside her began to lose patience. What's the use of your endless talking? You should give it your all. Even if we team up, we might not lose to her. Fine. Upon hearing the urging, Pu finally stopped. He then took the red fish basket from his waist and swallowed it. Afterward, feeling it was insufficient, he even swallowed his own Rinnegan. After swallowing, the Rinnegan, pus form began to change. His original eyes transformed into golden Byakugan, and a golden Rinnegan opened on his forehead. If one only looked at this pus state, still seemed quite impressive. However, after his transformation, his face, which seemed to have been heavily stepped on, completely shattered that impressive facade, making the wings that had sprouted from him appear somewhat ridiculous. Why are you so unwilling to use it? If I look this ugly in this form, I wouldn't want to use it easily either. Hearing Funingna's mockery, Pu wanted to retort, but the words that had just reached his lips were involuntarily swallowed back. He turned to glance at Tao beside him, and both could see the undeniable surprise in each other's eyes. Under their gazes, whether from the Rinnegan or the Byakugan, they could see a continuous flow of energy coming from all directions, resembling chakra, yet distinctly different, ultimately absorbed entirely by Funingna. This kind of energy, both Taoist and Uchiha styles, had been seen on previous planets. It was merely natural energy. If it were just about absorbing it for personal use, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Those capable of utilizing such natural abilities were not without their share of kills, but the question was whether this scene before them was too absurd. From what they could see, the ground beneath them had darkened in an instant, evidently due to the excessive absorption of energy. What kind of monster is this? Even the Akatsuki clan would require planting a divine tree and endure a long time to extract the value of a planet, ultimately yielding chakra fruits. Yet what they needed to achieve through the divine tree would be accomplished by the opponent in just a short, while it was truly difficult not to feel alarmed. Fortunately, they were still not looking far enough ahead, or rather they were not battling near the ocean. If they were to witness the current state of the sea, they might find it hard to muster any fighting spirit. This should be enough to deal with you. After feeling it was sufficient, Funingna voluntarily ceased her absorption. Of course, she could choose to continue, but doing so might damage the environment even if she later returned the natural energy. It wasn't necessary to go to such lengths to handle these two relatively weak aliens. Meanwhile, in the water country, many ninjas observed the suddenly dull sea with heavy expressions, having noticed that the vitality of the oceans was rapidly disappearing from various places. Fortunately, this situation did not persist long and stopped before reaching the worst outcome. However, the crux of the issue was not the ocean, but the truth behind all of this. While the ninjas by the seaside were troubled, Taoist and Uchiha found themselves breaking into a cold sweat, trembling inwardly. Just moments ago, after Funingna stopped absorbing natural energy, they felt that the overwhelming pressure they had sensed from her had suddenly vanished, making her seem like an ordinary person. But the issue was, how could the two who had just witnessed that shocking scene possibly regard her as an ordinary person? To think otherwise would be akin to an old man eating arsenic courting death. What are you looking at? The Taoist duo, originally focused on watching Funingna, turned pale upon hearing a soft inquiry from between them and quickly retreated to the sides. If she was here, then who was over there? Under their gaze, Funingna's earlier position gradually faded, clearly just an afterimage. Is the gap so vast that we can't even see her movements? How is this possible? Although shocked that even the Rinnegan couldn't capture her movements, the two tacitly prepared to flee in the direction they had just retreated, having now confirmed they were no match. Next, it would be a matter of whose luck would run out and be pursued by her. Speak up, do you have any accomplices here? If you're sensible, I might consider sparing you. Human, at this point, do you need to insult us further? Do you really think we would believe you wouldn't kill us? Struggling to rise from the ground, Taoist remained defiant. He certainly did not wish to die, but in the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, even begging would be futile. In his eyes, Funingna's actions were merely the mockery of a strong over a weak one, for he had previously acted in the same way. Ultimately, he would not let his opponent go. Since it had come to this, he preferred to suffer less humiliation. His status did not allow him to display a submissive demeanor. You might be overestimating yourself. What adult gets angry with a child? Whether or not to kill you is merely a thought. Don't take yourself too seriously. Great one, don't listen to Taoist nonsense. We come here, without malice, only to hunt the traitor Kaguya. As for your concern, only Taoist Uchiha and the previously devoured kin are here. Aside from them, the only one of our clan here is Kaguya. Unlike Taoist, Uchiha immediately revealed the purpose of their visit upon hearing Funingna's words repeatedly mentioning the traitor and Kaguya, attempting to divert attention. He did not know whether what Funingna said was true or false, but after understanding the gap in strength, his wise mind took control, not willing to let even a possibility slip away. Kaguya. Akatsuki Kaguya. Exactly, that traitor. Hearing Funingna's murmurs, Uchiha quickly continued explaining Kaguya's heinous deeds and asserting that they bore no ill intent, merely wanting to settle their own clan matters. Regarding Uchiha's serious nonsense, Taoist remained silent. While he had prepared for death, he certainly would prefer not to die. Perhaps you are not lying, but whether it's true or false still needs verification. As she spoke, a stream of water surrounded Uchiha under Funingna's control. Knowing he was no match, Uchiha chose not to resist, relieved that Funingna had not attacked him just now. It seems like there's no immediate danger. Although startled by Funingna's sudden action, Uchiha inwardly sighed with relief. Just moments ago, he truly thought she intended to eliminate him. The water flowed around the pustile and transformed into a pillar of water that shot straight into the sky, soon causing a light rain to fall. Sensing the falling raindrops, both Nagato and Obito instantly realized Funingna's intention, while the Taustyle and Pustile responded after a brief moment of contemplation. This fellow seems to want to use the Pustile as a reference to find other Akatsuki, but if this method is employed, does that mean they intend to cover the entire world? Thanks to Funingna's previously displayed strength, neither the Taustyle nor the Pustile doubted her capability, but what does that matter? They certainly won't be found. After all, the only Akatsuki that truly came to this planet are the three of them, and if there are others it would only be Kaguya, that traitor, yet it's clear that this method is not aimed at finding her. I didn't expect there really to be one. Why are you still deceiving me? As Taustyle and the others had thought, it started raining simultaneously across the entire ninja world, but the one point that differed from their expectations was that Funingna indeed found a presence similar to the Pustile. How is that possible? I can assure you that only the three of us came here. Are you saying I made a mistake? You might as well go and see for yourself. Looking at the Pustile, who was clearly desperate to survive, Funingna merely smiled. Even if there seemed to be other Akatsuki, now she would still eliminate the opponent. These two are clearly not good news, as she has no intention of playing any games of redemption with them. The only reason she hasn't killed them yet is that they might still be of some use. Funingna, since the target's location was at the edge of the Land of Fire. With her current strength, even with the burden of Taustyle and Pustile, she reached the destination in no time. A village. Upon arrival, Funingna immediately locked onto her target, whose current aura was so out of place among the villagers, standing out like a crane among chickens. What should I call you? Are you an Akatsuki of some kind? Not long ago I encountered a few of your kin who insisted on bringing me to meet you, so I could only comply respectfully. Without Funingna's reminder, as soon as they landed, Jikian noticed the Taustyle and Pustile, who were being brought along by Funingna. They had both entered their battle-ready forms, but their awkward demeanor showed they were still no match. Even though I have tried to overestimate her as much as possible, I still underestimated her. How can a human be this strong? Funingna's name, Jikian, or rather Akatsuki Ishiki, had been heard long ago. Hearing that she defeated the leader of the Akatsuki, who possesses the Rinnegan, significantly elevated her perceived threat level. But who would have thought that now both the Taustyle and Pustile have also fallen to her hands, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed she didn't even break a sweat. More importantly, how could she find him? He certainly wouldn't believe what Funingna said about the Pustile and Taustyle selling him out. Perhaps they would do that, but only if they knew he was still alive, yet how could they possibly know that after just arriving here? Thus there could only be one truth: she found him through her own means. Is it the rain? Recalling the sudden rain that fell for no reason, Ishiki came to an answer in his heart, and at this moment the most important thing was how to deal with this uninvited guest before him. Although it is quite surprising that you managed to find me, I believe I won't be as easily dealt with as those two. I simply wish to live in seclusion here, unlike them who come with malicious intent. This can be proven by the fact that I have never revealed myself in the ninja world. I have grown weary of conflict. Do you mean you wish to reconcile? Observing the seemingly harmless demeanor of Ishur, it appeared as though he had indeed withdrawn from the world as he claimed. Funingna felt a twinge of doubt, as both Taoshur and Pushur also seemed unexpectedly surprised by Ishur. It was evident that they had not anticipated his presence here. Could it be true that he had truly washed his hands of past deeds and turned over a new leaf? However, despite her doubts, Funingna did not show them. After all, from Kaguya to Taoshur and then to Pushur, these prominent Akatsuki had clearly looked down upon the people of the ninja world. This could be seen from the treatment of the so-called natives and lower beings. She did not believe that Ishur as a fellow Akatsuki would be any different. Moreover, the reason behind Ishur's presence in the ninja world remained a mystery. Until that was clarified, she could not trust him in any capacity. But Funingna didn't have to guess for long. Before Ishur could speak, Taoshur had already taken the initiative to speak up, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Ishur, who would have thought we would meet here? We thought you had long since perished. However, what you just said, what does it mean? You who once sought to become a higher existence at any cost have now reduced yourself to wanting nothing more than a life of seclusion. Are you trying to make me laugh? It seems you are familiar with each other, but that contradicts what you just said. After being sold out by Taoshur, Ishur struggled to maintain his original smile, cursing the other party in his heart countless times. Noting Funingna's expression, he realized he could no longer pretend, and thus retracted his insincere smile. Taoshur, you are as unpleasant as ever. As he spoke, Ishur's forehead sprouted horns representing the Akatsuki clan, and an aura similar to that of Taoshur and Pushur emanated from him. Not fond of wasting words, are we? I actually appreciate that. After a brief exchange, while the strength was hard to assess, Funingna could clearly sense that in terms of combat experience, Ishur held a decisive advantage over both Taoshur and Pushur. Those two gave her the impression that they relied solely on brute strength, whereas Ishur skillfully utilized every ounce of his power. Taosher was not wrong when he said that Ishur would stop at nothing to grow stronger. After all, power could be enhanced by consuming the kind of pills Taosher possessed, but technique required genuine practice and honing, and Ishur had achieved that. I can sense you are still hiding something. If you don't reveal it soon, you likely won't be able to hold on much longer. Observing Ishur gasping for breath below, Funingna gently reminded him. Is he strong? Absolutely. He can be considered the strongest opponent Funingna has encountered thus far. It is hard to imagine such a powerful being lying low in a corner of the ninja world without making a move. One wonders what he is truly plotting. However, regardless of any grand plans, they no longer held any significance. Because of his old companions Taosher and Pushur, he had been exposed and could no longer carry out any clandestine operations. Thanks to you, Pushi, it's rare for you to be of use this time. Taking advantage of the conversation, Taosher also swallowed the pill made from Jinshur, and after consuming it, not only did his chakra rapidly enhance, but his body also underwent slight changes. The most obvious change was that a golden rinnegan emerged on his forehead, and even the red rinnegan he held in his hand transformed into gold, giving him the appearance of a formidable boss. Oh, there's a second state too. It looks quite impressive. Hey, you over there with the fish basket, you must have similar abilities, right? If so, I advise you to use them quickly, or you might miss your chance later. Arrogant. In the face of Funingna's boastfulness, Taosher was clearly unfazed. In his view, with the power surging within his body, now dealing with her would be more than sufficient. After absorbing Jinshur, Taosher evidently no longer feared hand-to-hand combat. He condensed his chakra into a red staff and charged towards Funingna. Funingna, of course, would not retreat from the physical confrontation. She gathered a blue blade in her hand, and in the next moment red clashed with blue, forcing both of them to take a step back due to the recoil. However, in the next instant, both of them vanished simultaneously, becoming blue and red afterimages that collided rapidly in the air, leaving behind trails of different colors. But this spectacle did not last long. Shortly after, one of the afterimages shot back down to the ground beside Pushi, whose hair was being tossed about by the airflow brought by the clash. So Taosher, are you still confident you can handle her? Without turning to look at his companion, who was slowly rising from the dust behind him, his tone had lost its usual carefree demeanor. The fact that the Taosher who had absorbed Jinshur was still no match for her had already made him feel a significant threat. Stop talking nonsense. I know you have that form too. Hurry up and use it to help me deal with her, otherwise we are definitely no match. Sigh, Taosher, why do we have to fight her to the death? She's tough to deal with, and we could just leave. It's not like this is the only planet we can use, right? Faced with Pushi's suggestion, Taosher fell into contemplation. If possible, he certainly wanted to tear her apart, but the problem was that it was unfeasible. She clearly still had strength left, and continuing the fight didn't seem promising. Leaving was indeed a viable option. True, I can absorb a few more planets later and come back to settle the score with this human. Seeing that Taosher had no intention of holding on, Pushi nodded in satisfaction. Jinshur was dead, and that was that, but Taos's status was not low. If he died alongside Jinshur and then returned alone, punishment was inevitable. Hey, did I hear something? You guys want to run away? That's not going to happen. Don't get too complacent, human. I will make you regret what you've done today. Just wait, that day won't be far off. My revenge will come. At this point, Taosher glanced discontentedly at Pushi beside him. Clearly, Pushi should have opened the portal to escape while he was speaking, but despite Taosher deliberately slowing his speech, there was still no sign of movement. It was Pushi who suggested retreating, so why is he being so unreliable? Under their gazes, whether from the Rinnegan or the Byakugan, they could see a continuous flow of energy coming from all directions, resembling chakra, yet distinctly different, ultimately absorbed entirely by Funingna. This kind of energy, both Taoist and Uchiha styles, had been seen on previous planets. It was merely natural energy. If it were just about absorbing it for personal use, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Those capable of utilizing such natural abilities were not without their share of kills, but the question was whether this scene before them was too absurd. From what they could see, the ground beneath them had darkened in an instant, evidently due to the excessive absorption of energy. What kind of monster is this? Even the Akatsuki clan would require planting a divine tree and endure a long time to extract the value of a planet, ultimately yielding chakra fruits. Yet what they needed to achieve through the divine tree would be accomplished by the opponent in just a short while. It was truly difficult not to feel alarmed. Fortunately, they were still not looking far enough ahead, or rather they were not battling near the ocean. If they were to witness the current state of the sea, they might find it hard to muster any fighting spirit. This should be enough to deal with you. After feeling it was sufficient, Funingna voluntarily ceased her absorption. Of course, she could choose to continue, but doing so might damage the environment even if she later returned the natural energy. It wasn't necessary to go to such lengths to handle these two relatively weak aliens. Meanwhile, in the water country, many ninjas observed the suddenly dull sea with heavy expressions, having noticed that the vitality of the oceans was rapidly disappearing from various places. Fortunately, this situation did not persist long and stopped before reaching the worst outcome. However, the crux of the issue was not the ocean, but the truth behind all of this. While the ninjas by the seaside were troubled, Taoist and Uchiha found themselves breaking into a cold sweat, trembling inwardly. Just moments ago, after Funingna stopped absorbing natural energy, they felt that the overwhelming pressure they had sensed from her had suddenly vanished, making her seem like an ordinary person. But the issue was, how could the two who had just witnessed that shocking scene possibly regard her as an ordinary person? To think otherwise would be akin to an old man eating arsenic courting death. What are you looking at? The Taoist duo, originally focused on watching Funingna, turned pale upon hearing a soft inquiry from between them and quickly retreated to the sides. If she was here, then who was over there? Under their gaze, Funingna's earlier position gradually faded clearly, just an afterimage. Is the gap so vast that we can't even see her movements? How is this possible? Although shocked that even the Rinnegan couldn't capture her movements, the two tacitly prepared to flee in the direction they had just retreated, having now confirmed they were no match. Next, it would be a matter of whose luck would run out and be pursued by her. Speak up, do you have any accomplices here? If you're sensible, I might consider sparing you. Human, at this point, do you need to insult us further? Do you really think we would believe you wouldn't kill us? Struggling to rise from the ground, Taoist remained defiant. He certainly did not wish to die, but in the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, even begging would be futile. In his eyes, Funingna's actions were merely the mockery of a strong over a weak one, for he had previously acted in the same way. Ultimately, he would not let his opponent go. Since it had come to this, he preferred to suffer less humiliation. His status did not allow him to display a submissive demeanor. You might be overestimating yourself. What adult gets angry with a child? Whether or not to kill you is merely a thought. Don't take yourself too seriously. Great one, don't listen to Taoist nonsense. We come here, without malice, only to hunt the traitor Kaguya. As for your concern, only Taoist Uchiha and the previously devoured kin are here. Aside from them, the only one of our clan here is Kaguya. Unlike Taoist, Uchiha immediately revealed the purpose of their visit upon hearing Funingna's words repeatedly mentioning the traitor and Kaguya attempting to divert attention. He did not know whether what Funingna said was true or false, but after understanding the gap in strength, his wise mind took control, not willing to let even a possibility slip away. Kaguya. Akatsuki Kaguya. Exactly that traitor. Hearing Funingna's murmurs, Uchiha quickly continued explaining Kaguya's heinous deeds and asserting that they bore no ill intent, merely wanting to settle their own clan matters. Regarding Uchiha's serious nonsense, Taoist remained silent. While he had prepared for death, he certainly would prefer not to die. Perhaps you are not lying, but whether it's true or false still needs verification. As she spoke, a stream of water surrounded Uchiha under Funingna's control. Knowing he was no match, Uchiha chose not to resist, relieved that Funingna had not attacked him just now. It seems like there's no immediate danger. Although startled by Funingna's sudden action, Uchiha inwardly sighed with relief. Just moments ago, he truly thought she intended to eliminate him. But there is no helping it. My kind heart cannot bear to see others die in regret. I grant you the opportunity for a fair fight. Let one strike determine the victor. Though Funingna's tone remained flippant and somewhat infuriating, it sounded quite melodious to Yishi's ears at that moment. He had to admit that he had begun to view this human in a different light. To abandon a guaranteed victory for a risky alternative was something he could never fathom. If it were him, he would undoubtedly choose the safest path. However, despite the possibility of a duel, Isher felt no sense of relaxation. He could clearly sense that after Funingna agreed to a direct confrontation, the threat emanating from her steadily escalated, quickly surpassing the previous levels. TCH, clearly so powerful, yet still choosing such a form of combat. Is it a cat and mouse game? Truly vile. The inner grumbling did not affect Yishi's actions. In an instant, he was prepared for a life-or-death battle, ready to unleash all his strength. Once ready, Isher did not wait for Funingna to strike first. He disliked the feeling of waiting idly, especially knowing her strength was significantly superior. As countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground beneath his feet, Yishi's figure vanished in an instant. At the same time, Funingna finally made her move. At that moment, a faint blue glow enveloped her. Only now did the natural abilities she had absorbed begin to manifest. Unlike Isher, Funingna did not completely vanish. Instead, she transformed into a stream of blue light, dashing towards the ground at a speed far exceeding her previous pace. With a heavy thud, the next moment, Isher, who had seemingly disappeared, suddenly reappeared from midair, plummeting straight towards the ground, while Funingna emerged at the spot where he had just stood. Even the observing Tao and Pu, both possessing reincarnation eyes, could not capture the rapid movement of Funingna. They only managed to catch a glimpse of the blue streaks lingering in the air. From their perspective, Isher had just activated his abilities while charging towards Funingna. She reacted simultaneously, and almost as if through instantaneous movement, she had already arrived at Yishi's previous location. However, both Tao and Pu understood that this could not possibly be instantaneous movement. The blue traces left in the air and Yishi's descent corroborated this fact. The other party had purely achieved an effect akin to instantaneous movement solely through speed. It could be described as pure numerical superiority without any frills. Hey Tao, what is it? With Puss reminder, Tao, who had been focused on Isher, who seemed to be dead, suddenly glanced towards Funingna in the distance, who was now wearing a smile that was both charming and unsettling. For some reason, despite her smile being one of the most beautiful he had ever seen, it sent chills down Tao's spine. Cough cough, we are different from this Isher. His hidden agenda must be fraught with ill intentions, but we are merely here to handle the defector Kaguya with no other motives. Even though he sensed something was off, Pu was still making a final attempt. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he did not wish to confront that terrifying woman. After all, the last person who wanted to fight her to the death was now lying on the ground unaware of his fate. He certainly did not think his life was more resilient than Yishi's. Is it? Yet your inner feelings seem to contradict your words. After all, I have always felt your malice quite clearly. Upon hearing this, both Tao Shi and Pu Shi changed their expressions in unison. After a brief period of recovery, their current state was not much different from their peak condition. They should still be able to escape. However, just as their thoughts began to form, and before they could act on them, a flash of blue light appeared before them. By the time Funingna's figure reappeared behind them, their bodies felt the relentless assault. With Tao Shi and Pu Shi falling one after the other aside from the sealed Kagaya, all the Akatsuki who had come to Earth were now defeated by Funingna. Although the three of Tao Shi appeared to have lost all breath, referencing Tao Shi's earlier surprise at the still living, Funingna speculated that their survival ability must be quite strong. In this situation, it would be better to completely refine them. And as it turned out, Funingna's efforts were not in vain. When her water spheres imbued with corrosive abilities enveloped all three spheres faced resistance, differing only in the strength of that resistance. Although the three were in poor states of sleep after Funingna's thoughtful comforting, they quickly fell into a deep slumber, with none expressing any discontent. Has it already ended? After dealing with the three, Obito and Nagato finally arrived late at the battlefield's edge. Looking at the shattered earth around them, their hearts grew heavy. You all are here too. So are you also ready to take action? In this situation, is there any need to act? What do you think, Nagato? In response to the question, Obito merely sighed with a bitter smile. The situation was already clear, only the figure of the opponent remained clearly the final victor. Moreover, judging by the opponent's state, it was evident that they had defeated those strange individuals without expending much effort. Yet the issue is that those Akatsuki are not weaklings. Both Obito and Nagato had personally experienced their strength, which could not be clearer, but now. Looking at Funingna, who appeared calm and unruffled, even Nagato lost the desire to continue fighting. He had thought that his recent increase in power was substantial, but now it seemed he was merely a frog in a well. How ridiculous that not long ago he had been puffed up with pride, preparing to declare war on her again. However, if she were to be present, perhaps he could achieve his goals in another way, using absolute power as a deterrent to bring peace to the ninja world. After all, even with the gathering of the nine-tailed beasts, their ultimate target is the 10 tails. Nagato felt that he would not stand a chance against her. Can we talk? As soon as Nagato spoke, Obito immediately turned to him. He had a vague idea of Nagato's thoughts, but seemed unable to stop him. Perhaps he would find a chance to discuss matters with Funingna alone afterward. Perhaps she might agree to his Moon Eye plan. No sigh. From what Obito knew of Funingna, she would never agree to his Moon Eye plan. On the contrary, Nagato's deterrent plan was more likely to gain her approval. World peace, you say? I understand your thoughts, but are you telling me this because you wish to entrust your dreams to me? Have you begun to doubt your role as the protagonist? After listening to Nagato's thoughts, although Funingna was slightly surprised upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. After all, if one were in Nagato's position, such a choice would indeed be rational. Rather than stubbornly fighting an almost unbeatable opponent, it would be better to speak openly. Perhaps this could lead to a resolution. At this moment, while some of Nagato's thoughts seemed somewhat unreasonable, they largely aligned with Funingna's philosophy. Even without this issue concerning Nagato, she would have taken similar actions in due time. Though the ninja world appears relatively peaceful, now a significant part of the reason lies in the threat posed by the formidable Akatsuki organization, as well as Funingna's current strength, which resembles that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, making it difficult for other ninja villages to harbor thoughts of conflict. However, if the external threat were to disappear and Funingna left, the major ninja villages, which would return to a similar level of power, might initially coexist peacefully, but it wouldn't be long before conflicts re-erupted due to various interests. This is evident from each of the recent ninja world wars. That said, while it would be easy for her to unify the ninja world, given her strength, managing the affairs after such unification is far more complicated than the act of unifying itself. But for now, looking at Nagato, whose body has inexplicably returned to normal, Funingna's smile became increasingly apparent. She had witnessed the story in the original work. Although Nagato was deceived, his ideals had not changed. Bringing peace to the world remains his dream. Since that is the case, he is indeed a very useful tool, with no worries about any ulterior motives. He would strive for the future of the ninja world for the sake of his dreams. Nagato, you surely wouldn't want any issues to arise in the ninja world that has just achieved peace, would you? The protagonist, huh? I think I understand your meaning, but compared to you, I hardly consider myself a protagonist. Also, from what you say, it seems you have similar thoughts. Indeed, but let's leave deterrence aside. It would be better to unify all the ninja villages directly. However, not Konoha. I feel that a system like the ninja village is not suitable for the future of the ninja world. Unification, then. That sounds good. Once the entire ninja world becomes a collective, there will be no more wars. Even if someone wishes to split with your strength as assurance, it wouldn't be a concern. Seeing that Nagato was receptive, Funingna stopped pretending. After all, she had no time to waste on such matters. You are correct, but I need to clarify one thing. It is not my strength, but yours. In today's ninja world, besides me, it is unlikely to find anyone else who can compete with you, so your strength alone is sufficient. But this. Hearing this, Nagato clearly showed some hesitation. He understood the other party's meaning, and there was nothing wrong with what was said. However, the issue lies in the fact that they had only recently been enemies. Is it truly appropriate to entrust such a significant responsibility to an outsider? It's decided then. I can see your conviction through your eyes. I trust you, so I will leave it to you. I will take my leave now, and you can come find me in Konoha later for the specific details. A month later in Konoha, Jiraiya finally waited long enough to encounter his target here, Nagato Konan, along with the masked Obito and another long-haired masked man. Nagato Konan. I never expected it would really be you two. Ignoring Obito and the other unidentified person, Jiraiya's gaze immediately fell upon Nagato and Konan. Looking at the two familiar yet unfamiliar figures before him, even though he had learned of their current identities from Funingna earlier, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh in his heart upon truly seeing them. The person who once needed care from Yahiko just to survive had now become the leader of the Akatsuki organization capable of threatening the entire ninja world. Although they had not fought, he knew that the current Nagato had likely surpassed him by far. After all, this was also recognized by Funingna, an extraordinary strength. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to reach today's situation where the leader of Akatsuki and Konoha, or rather Funingna representing Konoha, discussed bringing lasting peace to the ninja world. That's right, sensei. Due to our conflicting ideologies, I couldn't meet you in person before, but now it's different. We will work together to bring true peace to the ninja world. As he said this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Nagato's mouth, as if he had already envisioned the future. Although it wasn't achieved by his own hands, it was enough for him. At least Funingna was someone he could trust. Seeing that Nagato was in a noticeably good mood, a smile also appeared on Jiraiya's face. No matter what happened in the future, at least what he could see now was indeed moving in a positive direction. Although there were aspects he did not fully agree with, the overall situation was still commendable. Perhaps the sage's prophecy was not wrong. Nagato truly was the prophesied child bringing peace to the tumultuous ninja world. If it weren't for Funingna. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the fact that the currently unfathomable Nagato personally came to Konoha to discuss rather than going elsewhere could only prove that Funingna was undoubtedly stronger than Nagato, and not just by a little. Compared to her, the so-called prophesied children, whether it be Nagato or the previously highly regarded Minato or the current Naruto, were evidently not worth mentioning. The goal he had pursued for so long, the so-called prophesied child, perhaps as Funingna said, should come to an end. His feelings did not slow the pace of the three. Soon Nagato and Konan followed Jiraiya to a clearing where the 5 Kage and representatives from the Land of Iron were already seated around a round table waiting. Upon arrival, Nagato first exchanged glances with Tsunade, then walked up alone. Earlier, Nagato had already disguised himself to come to Konoha and discuss future choices, with key figures like Tsunade, Funingna, and Jiraiya having made decisions in advance. Among those involved was Obito, for a simple reason. Funingna, tired of watching his illusions and tricks, directly exposed his identity, along with revealing the truth about Infinite Tsukuyami. Upon learning the whole truth, Obito was first shocked, then skeptical, unable to accept the breakdown of his long-held beliefs. But reality would not change because of his thoughts, and soon Funingna's actions forced him to accept the truth. Faced with the unwillingness of Kurizetsu to admit reality, Funingna utilized her unparalleled perception in the ninja world to locate Uchiha Madara's corpse for the impure world reincarnation. Although at first the resurrected Uchiha Madara only wanted to fight Funingna, after suffering a series of defeats, he reluctantly began to ponder the matters concerning Kurizetsu upon Funingna's reminders. Realizing that someone as powerful as Funingna was unlikely to lie to him, Madara discovered that Kurizetsu, who claimed to be the embodiment of his will, could indeed resist him, leaving him with many questions. Seeing Madara's bewilderment, Funingna empathetically began to recount the story of Kaguya Otsutsuki in front of Kurizetsu's terrified eyes. Although Uchiha Madara, like Obito, was reluctant to admit that his dreams were merely a cover for someone else's ambitions, unfortunately, as Funingna stated, everything lined up perfectly, and he had no choice but to accept reality. This is how it is. There are 2 paths ahead. One is liberation, where I will release this technique and send you to eternal rest. The other is to witness the future world with your own eyes through your current eyes and learn how to bring peace to the world. An inferior provocation, but given your strength, I suppose you have the right to allow me to linger a bit longer. Let me see what you call peace. Returning to the present, looking at the few people nearby who seemed to be in conflict, Obito and Madara exchanged glances, clearly not taking it seriously. Given the strength of the 5 Kage, it was hard for them to treat the situation with any seriousness. They had already understood Funingna's thoughts in detail. Supported by her immense strength and their backing, world peace was not an empty talk. According to her plans, peace and improving the lives of everyone in the ninja world were indeed achievable. The only issue was that Funingna seemed a bit too merciful. With such a wonderful plan, did the other Kage and others have any objections? Whoever was so ungrateful could simply be dealt with. This was something Obito, Nagato, and Madara could handle easily, and even if Funingna didn't want to act herself, Obito and Madara would gladly take on the task. The goal they had pursued for so long was right in front of them, and with such a favorable situation, how could anyone not support it? Wasn't that just asking to be hit hard? However, Funingna was willing to give them a chance. Although Madara and Obito found it somewhat overly compassionate, the Uchiha had always respected strength. They were willing to respect the strength of the remaining leaders of the 4 villages whom they regarded as obstacles to peace and give them a chance, but if they failed to seize it, there would be no need for others to act. After returning to this world through impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Madara, who had been sparring with Funingna and was left with much pent-up frustration, would be the first to announce his return to the ninja world. The subsequent progress could hardly be described as smooth sailing. Neither Inoki, nor AI, nor any of the others were particularly willing to accept the outcome of being absorbed. Even as Nagato emphasized that the new system would not be confined to that of a village, their reluctance remained. However, these issues arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. After displaying his strength slightly, Nagato had no intention of detaining them forcefully, simply stating that if they were unwilling to accept, they could leave on their own, as long as they could accept the outcome that followed. With Konoha now allied with the Akatsuki, Nagato's threat carried considerable weight. Despite the discontent among Inoki and his entourage, ultimately none expressed the desire to leave. In light of the evident power disparity, yielding to momentary anger would lead the village to the worst possible outcome. As ninjas of the village, they could resist to the end, but as leaders, they absolutely could not afford to do so. Since the result of being absorbed was hard to change, they could only shift their mindset and strive to secure more benefits for their respective villages. Once the objectives were clarified without Nagato needing to urge them, everyone naturally began discussing future matters based on the plans provided by Tsunade and Nagato. Konoha Village Street. Hey Sasuke, it's been so long. Why do you have such a serious face the moment we meet? Smile a little. Shouldn't the reunion of our Team 7 be a joyous occasion? Looking at Naruto, who had been chattering non-stop since he entered the village, Sasuke felt a bit annoyed, yet a smile inevitably tugged at the corners of his mouth. You idiot, does my happiness have to be expressed like yours? Look at Kakashi and Funingna, do they behave like you? In the end, Sasuke was filled with emotion, never expecting that he would return to the village in such a manner. Not long ago, he had just dealt with Orochimaru and eliminated his brother. After learning the truth from the masked man, he joined the Akatsuki, intending to take revenge on Konoha. But as he delved deeper into the matter, he discovered that the mastermind behind the Uchiha massacre, Shimura Danzo, had already been killed by a mysterious Uchiha who was with Funingna. With the target of his revenge now dead, Sasuke found himself momentarily lost. Just as he was still in confusion, it wasn't long before the leader of the Akatsuki reached an agreement with Funingna. After the reconciliation, perhaps out of nostalgia for his former comrades, or perhaps out of a desire to meet that mysterious Uchiha, Sasuke decided to return to Konoha alongside Nagato. However, it was Jiraiya who welcomed Nagato, while his own welcome came from his previous classmates at the Ninja Academy. Most of them exchanged greetings before departing one after another, leaving only Team 7 along with the Hawk unit and Uchiha Hikari, who came to Konoha with Sasuke. After meeting Uchiha Hikari, Sasuke realized that he had little to say to this unfamiliar clan member, and Uchiha Hikari seemed to share a similar sentiment. The difference was that she merely wanted to see what kind of person Funingna, her former comrade, was. As for the Uchiha clan, she cared little about it. Walking through the streets, everything felt both familiar and unfamiliar to Sasuke. The unfamiliarity stemmed from the changes in Konoha over the years, while the familiarity was embodied in both Funingna and Naruto, who remained unchanged. Even Kakashi was the same as before, seemingly unchanged. Lost in thought, Funingna, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped, a smile appearing on her face, as if she had recalled something interesting. Don't you think this place looks familiar? Hearing Funingna's words, Sasuke realized that they had crossed the bustling street and arrived near a training ground. Here, looking at the somewhat familiar scene before him, Sasuke vaguely felt he knew it, but after such a long time away, he found it hard to recall. In contrast to Sasuke, Naruto immediately provided the answer, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes as he spoke. Of course, this is where Teacher Kakashi tested whether we had become qualified ninjas. I still clearly remember how shocked Teacher Kakashi was at you, Funingna. He surely didn't expect you to actually manage to snatch those 2 bells. Unlike the excited Naruto, Kakashi looked at Funingna, who wore a mischievous smile, and felt a slight sense of foreboding. And indeed, Funingna did not disappoint him next. That's right, this is where Teacher Kakashi tested us before, and now that we've gathered again after so long with Sasuke having not been seen for a long time, I feel like Teacher Kakashi, as our mentor, would want to test our progress during this time and reminisce about the past. So I brought you all here. Hearing Funingna slowly express her thoughts, Kakashi's anxious heart finally settled. He had witnessed the growth of each of his 3 disciples, and even if he truly wanted to test them, he felt powerless. However, looking at the obviously excited Naruto, and even Sasuke smiling after hearing Funingna's words, Kakashi was not inclined to refuse. After all, the atmosphere had built up to this point, and he was not someone who couldn't read the air. Moreover, although Funingna said this, she surely wouldn't go all out. The main opponents she would face would undoubtedly be Naruto and Sasuke, so the pressure shouldn't be too great. After all, he had not let his training slide during this long period, and his strength had made significant leaps compared to before. He should still be able to test the 2 of them. He should be able to. Funingna, I know you are very strong now, but this time I hope you won't interfere. Last time you snatched the bells for me, this time it's my turn to return the favor. Hey, I agree. Sasuke, you sly guy, you didn't even tell me in advance. But just like Sasuke said, Funingna, this time you should sit this one out and leave it to us. Then we will begin, Teacher Kakashi. Let's go. Listening to the banter between the two, Kakashi felt quite good, his tone appearing somewhat cheerful, but that cheerfulness was cut short the next moment. Kyubi, Susanoo. The end.